During the zombie apocalypse, our protagonist, Jiang Xiaoyong, was once surrounded by good friends, but his naive, trusting nature became his downfall. He was betrayed by that two-faced couple, Tu Li Tingrui and Li Shuxiang. Not only did they cause his friends' deaths, but he himself was torn to shreds until there wasn't a single piece of him left intact. With his dying breath, Jiang Xiaoyong swore that if he ever had the chance to be reborn, he would definitely make that scumbag couple pay for what they did. And it seems the heavens heard his desperate plea because Jiang Xiaoyong woke up once again. With a healthy body completely free of injuries, the first thing that hit his eyes was a pair of long, gorgeous legs without a single mosquito bite. Jiang Xiaoyong, what is your problem? Why haven't you added my name to the property deed yet? Do you even love me at all? Jiang Xiaoyong was stunned. This voice, this face, this figure, isn't this Tu Li Tingrui? Could it be that he has been reborn, returning to the time before everything went wrong? In his past life, he was thoroughly deceived by Tu Li Tingrui. She didn't just swindle him out of the entire inheritance his parents left him, but also left him living like a stray dog on the streets. Then, the global catastrophe struck. Most of humanity turned into frenzied zombies, hunting and tearing apart the living, plunging the world into total chaos. Jiang Xiaoyong, relying on friends he had made while wandering the wasteland, managed to build a safe zone. Even in the apocalypse, he never learned his lesson when it came to women. Before long, Tu Li Tingrui pretended to be a destitute, desperate survivor seeking refuge. She slowly wormed her way back into his heart, but in reality, she was just a Trojan horse sent by his enemies to sabotage his safe zone. When no one was looking, Tu Li Tingrui opened the gates for those beasts, leading to the same tragic end he experienced before his rebirth. And another thing, the betrothal gift must be 400,000. Don't you dare short me even a single cent. Back in reality, Tu Li Tingrui was still nagging incessantly, making Jiang Xiaoyong feel utterly disgusted. After seeing her true face, he realized this woman was nothing but a venomous snake. No matter how pretty her face or figure was, it couldn't hide her rotten personality. But he couldn't act recklessly right now. Instead, he wanted to let Tu Li Tingrui and everyone involved in his past life pay, slowly, feeling the ultimate despair. Are you even listening to me? I'm giving you exactly 1 week. If you don't have it, then Tu Li Tingrui hadn't even finished her sentence when Jiang Xiaoyong kicked her straight out the door. Fine, I got it. Just get out of here first. The apartment door slammed shut, leaving Tu Li Tingrui shocked. She couldn't understand if Jiang Xiaoyong had lost his mind or what, but he had suddenly become so aggressive. He was usually a pathetic pushover, who was hopelessly obsessed with her. After chasing her away, Jiang Xiaoyong's apartment, finally, quieted down. He glanced at the clock on the desk. There was still 1 month left until the apocalypse hit. The most urgent task at hand was preparing for the disaster, not dealing with that awful woman. And then, as expected, like many other protagonists who reincarnate, Jiang Xiaoyong awakened a system. He realized this when it sent him his first quest. The quest, Prepare for the Catastrophe, required him to own a plot of land and stock up on supplies for 1 whole year. The reward for the quest was 1 point. These points could be used to exchange for rewards in the system's shop. Although he didn't know how valuable this system was yet, just seeing that he could exchange for rewards made Jiang Xiaoyong happy. He clicked on the system shop to take a look. There were 3 items listed: a physical enhancement serum for 20 points, a survivor's farming supply box for 2 points, and a protagonist's supply box for 10 points. Refreshing the list to see other items would cost 2 points. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't have any points yet. He needed to earn some to get valuable items. Just thinking about it, his stomach suddenly growled. Jiang Xiaoyong almost forgot. Back in his past life, because he was trying to scrape together enough for Tu Li Tingrui's bride price, he ate nothing but scraps every day, leading to severe malnutrition. Now that he had a second chance at life, he decided to treat himself properly. There was only 1 month left before the world was overrun by zombies. While he still could, Jiang Xiaoyong wanted to indulge in some good food. He decided to go big by ordering food from a legendary 3-star Michelin restaurant. Even a simple dish like braised pork belly cost 300 yuan per serving. Jiang Xiaoyong tried a bite, and his taste buds exploded with the incredible flavor. He ate like a starving beast, not leaving a single crumb. Before he could even finish eating, his phone rang again. It was Tu Li Tingrui's best friend, Van Shunya, calling. He knew right away that manipulative woman was complaining to her friend again, but the moment he answered, his eardrums were practically pierced by the screeching from the other end. Jiang Xiaoyong, what exactly is your problem? Have you ever treated Tu Li Tingrui this poorly before? She only wants you to show some sincerity. Just think about it. You can't even hand over your family's assets to Tuli Tingrui. So how dare you say you love her? Cao Vanshunya ranted like a machine gun, leaving Jiang Xiaoyong speechless. She threatened that he had better prepare the property documents and 1 million in cash to beg for forgiveness as soon as possible, or else she wouldn't help him convince Tuli Tingrui. Otherwise, a breakup was guaranteed. Jiang Xiaoyong had originally wanted to keep this facade up for a little longer, but since they were pushing him too far, he finally lost his patience. Who the hell do you think you are to judge my relationship? Get lost. Cao Vanshunya was stunned into silence by his get lost. Jiang Xiaoyong wasn't about to give her a chance to spout more nonsense, so he hung up directly. Now, his mind was only on the system quest. First, he needed to find a plot of land, but he couldn't just pick any random land to complete the quest. Jiang Xiaoyong wanted to take this opportunity to build a solid fortress on this land. Not only did it need to be easy to defend, but it also had to be easy to attack from. That meant it had to be near a water source and a forest. With that in mind, after eating, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly set off for a real estate agency. The staff member who greeted him was a young employee named Xiao Ning, who was very polite, but before Jiang Xiaoyong could even say he wanted to buy land, behind Ning, a tall man suddenly appeared. She called him Director Chu. Turns out he's the sales director. So, Ning, get to the back and help move those boxes. They're in the way, Director Chu ordered. But sir, I'm in the middle of helping a client. Ning looked flustered. Ning, have you forgotten everything I taught you? You've got zero vision. How do you expect to have a long career like that? He's wearing nothing but rags. I'd bet he can't even afford a public toilet. Is this the kind of bottom-tier trash you bring in? Director Chu shouted. Director Chu didn't even try to whisper, so Jiang Xiaoyong heard every word. That attitude was seriously starting to tick him off. What did you say, you blind dog? Jiang snapped back. It was probably the first time Director Chu had ever been cursed at with such vicious tone. Chu laughed with disdain, still stubbornly holding on to the idea that Jiang Xiaoyong was just some broke kid. That Director Chu even went as far as to say that if Jiang had enough money to buy even a single toilet stall, he'd livestream himself eating his own excrement. You said that yourself, huh? Just wait. I'll make sure to find you something piping hot. Jiang Xiaoyong pulled out a black card, the one containing all the savings he had kept for his wedding with Tu Jing. He told the clerk, Ning, I'm not here to buy or rent a house today. I'm here to buy land. This announcement shocked every employee and customer present, as buying land back then was far more expensive than buying a home. Having lived for over 35 years, this was the first time they'd seen someone just walk in to buy land. After a few stunned seconds, Ning hurriedly led Jiang to another area for consultation. As for Director Chu, he was still being incredibly arrogant. He figured the kid was just posturing and wouldn't be able to cough up the money when it came time to pay. Jiang Xiaoyong asked Ning to show him a plot of land surrounded by mountains and a river. Ideally, it should have a water source, easy road access, and preferably a large existing building or structure on it. As luck would have it, there was a plot in the East City district that met his requirements. This answer came from Director Chu, and Ning was startled when she heard it. Because that area was full of unfinished, abandoned factories, the situation was a mess. It was basically impossible to sell to a legitimate client. Sell? What are you talking about? Director Chu yelled at Ning. This broke loser is coming up with a bunch of weird demands. He's not here to buy land at all. He's just here to cause trouble. Can that plot in East City really meet all my requirements? Jiang Xiaoyong seemed interested. Ning nodded hesitantly. With the requirements he just listed, that land was indeed the most suitable, except for the fact that the unfinished factory was dilapidated, cluttered, and the construction foreman had long since vanished. Jiang Xiaoyong went through the files for that plot himself, and he was even more satisfied than he expected. Precisely because it was an abandoned factory site, the perimeter was already reinforced with barbed wire fencing, creating a defensive layout that was hard to attack, but easy to defend. That unfinished factory would also save him a massive amount of time and money in building his fortress. I want to buy this plot. Jiang Xiaoyong closed the deal without hesitation. We can transfer the funds and sign the contract right now, right? Ning was even more shocked, repeatedly asking if he was really sure he wanted to buy that land with the unfinished factory. Yes, of course. Hurry up and draft the contract. I've got someone waiting to eat that stuff later, now. Director Chu started to get nervous. When he saw Jiang Xiaoyong's deposit receipt, he completely collapsed. You signed it? Jiang had dropped 300,000 yuan just as a down payment. The total amount to buy the land outright was over $1 million. He couldn't believe someone would actually use $1 million to buy an unfinished construction site, let alone that his own arrogant words would come back to bite him. "Hey brother, I've paid up. Now it's your turn to make good on your promise and start your live stream. If you eat it with gusto, I might even drop you a rocket gift." Jiang Xiaoyong patted Director Chu on the shoulder and walked away, leaving him there to be the laughingstock of everyone. Now that the land mission was complete, Jiang Xiaoyong had to find a way to make more money to hoard supplies. Just as he stepped out of the real estate firm, Jiang Xiaoyong ran into Li Shusheng. He didn't pay any attention to him, but Li recognized him immediately. After confirming why Jiang was there, he immediately called Tu Jing to report that he had just bought a piece of land. Tu Jing was so shocked when she heard it that she jumped up and slammed the table. What? Jiang Xiaoyong bought land? Where would he even get the money to buy land? That 300,000 yuan deposit, I bet that's the money he saved for my bride price. Hearing this, Tu Jing grew even angrier, and even had the audacity to say, "What? That bastard. How dare he spend my money? What a shameless woman," turning Jiang Xiaoyong's hard-earned money into hers. Li Shusheng advised her not to get angry just yet. Instead, she should go find out what exactly was going on with Jiang. By this time, Jiang Xiaoyong had returned home, racking his brain for ways to buy and store supplies. Not long after, a frantic pounding at the door echoed through the house. Jiang Xiaoyong impatiently opened it, only to see Tu Jing and Cao Vanshunya standing there, seething with rage. "Jiang Xiaoyong, what the hell do you think you're doing? How dare you spend my money?" Tu Jing questioned him furiously. A series of question marks appeared over Jiang Xiaoyong's head. What was this crazy woman rambling about? "Don't think I don't know you used my bride price money to buy that land. Let me tell you, that money belongs to me. If you dared to use it to buy land, then that land has to belong to me." She was truly money-grubbing to the point of insanity. In Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes now, Tu Jing was no different from a lunatic. He immediately pulled out a thick stack of cash, tapped it against Tu Jing, and said loudly, "Let me tell you something. I have the money, but from now on, I won't spend a single cent on a woman like you. Don't think I don't know about you and that Li guy. What kind of shady business have you been pulling behind my back with Li Shucheng?" Hearing Jiang Xiaoyong say this, Tu Jing was completely speechless. She had no idea how he knew about all that. Cao Vanshunya had to step in to defend her best friend. She thought a little misunderstanding between lovers was normal. "Misunderstanding? My foot. There's no misunderstanding here. And for the record, there's nothing going on between that girl and me anymore. She and Li Shucheng are the real couple. Now get lost." Finding them incredibly annoying, Jiang Xiaoyong slammed the door in their faces after kicking those two dead weights out. Tu Jing was left standing there, stunned. She couldn't understand how Jiang Xiaoyong had figured it out, but there was nothing more she could say. She and Cao Vanshunya had no choice but to leave. On the way back, even Cao Vanshunya started questioning her, because Tu Jing had never bothered to mention that she was seeing a middle-aged man named Li Shuxiong. "This is a bad situation. Let's just head back for now and figure out a plan," Cao Vanshunya said, clutching her head. Even though Tu Jing kept messing up, she still indulged her. But as soon as Tu Jing looked away, a dangerous smile crept onto Cao Vanshunya's face. "Tu Jing," she thought to herself, "if you've already burned your bridges with Jiang Xiaoyong, then I won't be polite to you anymore. After all, who else is supposed to be best sisters?" Ha ha ha. The very next day, Jiang Xiaoyong personally hired a construction crew for the land he wanted to buy, aiming to renovate the factory already under construction. Foreman Li was the team leader. This crew came from the Follow Construction Company. After reading through his long list of requirements including reinforcing the walls, building guard towers, surrounding the area with Texas-style barbed wire, installing blast-proof steel doors, and bulletproof glass windows, he couldn't help but look at Jiang Xiaoyong with a suspicious gaze. "Young brother, may I ask, have you offended some powerful force? Don't ask questions. They say ignorance is bliss, right? Just tell me, how much will it cost to finish all these projects within a month?" Foreman Li was startled once again. With all of Jiang Xiaoyong's requirements, finishing in a month was nearly impossible. "Don't say another word. Aren't you guys from Follow? Look, time is money for Follow too." Even though Foreman Li seemed like he wanted to refuse, Jiang Xiaoyong knew full well he was just fishing for more money, and he didn't mind spending the cash to ensure his future safety. The price Foreman Li quoted was 20 million, with a 5 million yuan deposit. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately agreed, promising to deliver the funds within a week. If he couldn't pay, the land would belong to Foreman Li. With this agreement in place, the foreman finally felt at ease, and urged his subordinates to pick up the pace. Big brother Jiang. While Jiang Xiaoyong was busy worrying about how to make more money, he suddenly heard a sickly sweet voice behind him. It turned out to be Cao Vanshunya. Before he could even react, she had already lunged forward, grabbing his arm. Her attitude was completely different from yesterday when she came to his house with Tu Jing to cause trouble. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't know what she was up to, but he knew one thing. He had goosebumps all over. Cao Vanshunya clung tightly to his arm, cooing brother this, brother that, which gave Jiang Xiaoyong a massive headache. Thinking back, in his past life, Tu Jing swindled all his assets. All because this green tea bitch was advising her. If that's the case, in this life, he would definitely make her pay double. "What are you doing here?" he asked, gritting his teeth. "Brother Jiang, is this the land you just bought? The scenery is beautiful. Are you planning to build a villa here? Whatever I do has nothing to do with you." Jiang Xiaoyong lost his patience and directly shoved Cao Vanshunya's hand away. She was incredibly humiliated and furious, but she forced herself to hold it back. Usually, Jiang Xiaoyong was a fool for women. Besides Tu Jing, even a light touch on the arm from Cao Vanshunya was enough to make him blush and tremble. Yet today, even though she was acting all coy and provocative, he showed absolutely no reaction. Jiang Xiaoyong ignored her and continued directing the construction. Cao Vanshunya refused to give up, because to her, this was a perfect opportunity. Since Tu Jing had already fallen out with him, she figured that if she could just push Tu Jing aside, this land would definitely belong to her. After returning home from the construction site, Jiang Xiaoyong mortgaged his current apartment to the bank for 3 million yuan. But that wasn't even enough to cover the first phase of the project. He still needed to find a way to make money. Just then, a bold idea popped into Jiang Xiaoyong's head. After all, the apocalypse was coming soon. When that happened, money wouldn't mean a thing to humanity anymore. So, even if he sold his house to dozens of people, what did it matter? By the time the apocalypse hit, who would still have the energy to call him a scammer or come looking for their money? Just as Jiang Xiaoyong decided to go through with it, there was a frantic knocking at the door. This time, he recognized the voice outside. It was his neighbor from downstairs. Old Li was a genuine tycoon. He had bought out the entire first and second floors of the building, but still wanted to buy Jiang Xiaoyong's third floor. The only problem was that Jiang Xiaoyong had intended to use this apartment as his marital home, so he refused to sell. Because of this, the old man started causing trouble every single day, from pouring paint on his door to leaving trash in front of his place, and even placing funeral wreaths there. He was truly a malicious and annoying old man. As soon as the door opened, old Li started barking at Jiang Xiaoyong. "Were you jumping around again last night, huh? Are you done making noise? I went to bed before 10 last night. What jumping? Was it a ghost jumping?" Old Li refused to back down and puffed out his chest to argue. "I don't care. I clearly heard jumping upstairs. Stop arguing." Jiang Xiaoyong didn't have the energy to debate with this old man. Since he was clearly just looking for trouble, he wouldn't win anyway. "Fine, stop it. You just want my place, right? I've had enough of this. I'll sell it to you. Are you happy now?" Old Li was stunned. He hadn't expected to succeed today, and actually forced Jiang Xiaoyong to sell. But Jiang Xiaoyong had a condition. Old Li had to pay a 5 million yuan deposit up front so he could pay off his new mortgage, and he would only move out in 6 months when the new house was delivered. At first, Old Li hesitated, but seeing Jiang Xiaoyong about to slam the door in his face, he hurriedly agreed, even insisting on a proper contract to prevent Jiang Xiaoyong from changing his mind later. "To help you pay off your new home loan, and you won't be moving out for another 6 months until the new place is handed over." At first, Old Li was hesitant, but seeing Jiang Xiaoyong about to slam the door, he had no choice but to agree, even insisting that you draw up a formal contract to prevent any backpedaling later. After Old Li left, clearly delighted with how things turned out, Jiang Xiaoyong wore a satisfied smile. In this life, he had been reborn, with all his memories intact. Who would end up as the predator and who would be the prey remained to be seen. Old Li worked incredibly fast. That very evening, he transferred 5 million yuan to Jiang Xiaoyong. With another 3 million from a bank mortgage, he now had a total of 8 million yuan in his pocket. But first, Jiang Xiaoyong needed to complete some system missions and claim his rewards to see how things worked. And so, he began his massive looting spree to stock up for the year ahead. Continued immediately transfer 5 million yuan to Jiang Xiaoyong, plus the 3 million yuan bank mortgage, bringing your total to 8 million yuan. But before that, Jiang Xiaoyong continued. At the supermarket, the staff and shoppers looked at his overflowing carts and thought he had lost his mind, since Jiang Xiaoyong was piling up dozens of them. But he ignored all the whispers and gossip. The only thing that mattered was that his mission was complete, and Jiang Xiaoyong had received his reward. In the apocalypse, boosting your physical attributes is absolutely vital, and the Protagonist supply pack in the system's mall cost exactly 10 points. Jiang Xiaoyong had no reason to hesitate, So he immediately clicked on the Protagonist supply pack in the store. He guessed right, the first item you buy is always top tier. The first thing Jiang Xiaoyong received in the pack was a level 1 space ring. Inside was a 500 square meter space where time stood still, meaning even if he stored fresh goods, they would never spoil. Just as he was about to pay for the groceries, the manager came running over, shouting and making a scene. Jiang Xiaoyong stared in surprise. He had run into an old acquaintance, Yang Dao, a classmate from middle school. Back then, he was already a total lackey for a guy named Thang Shengji. He was only good at bullying the weak, but cowered in fear before the strong. Yang Dao had constantly bullied Jiang Xiaoyong throughout middle school, and they had clashed all through those years. He didn't expect to run into him here. Today, seeing Jiang Xiaoyong with 6 or 7 carts full of goods, Yang Dao assumed he was just causing trouble at the supermarket. The cashier took an hour just to ring everything up. The total came to over 50,000 yuan specifically, 50,884 yuan and 3 cents. Yang Dao shoved the POS machine right in Jiang Xiaoyong's face. To his surprise, Jiang swiped his card without a second thought. Humiliated, Yang had nothing left to say and turned to leave. But Jiang Xiaoyong wasn't the pushover he used to be in this life. He wasn't about to let anyone walk all over him. He snapped, "Hey, stop right there. Your attitude toward a paying customer was disgraceful. You need to apologize properly, or I'm returning every single item I bought today." Jiang Xiaoyong had spent over 50,000 yuan, returning all that would be a huge headache. But Yang Dao had spent his whole life bullying him. How could he bring himself to apologize? "Don't you push your luck, kid. You're just trying to cause trouble for me, aren't you?" Jiang Xiaoyong found it laughable. But before he could even reply, the other customers who were annoyed by the scene spoke up first. They thought Yang Dao was a jerk who looked down on people, lost his temper with a customer, and now was trying to blame the victim. They threatened to report Yang Dao to upper management, boycott the supermarket, and even started recording the whole thing to post online. "Apologize. If your apology is sincere enough, I'll buy 10 times more than this," Jiang Xiaoyong added. "Quit the bullshit," Yang Dao flared up. "Bullshit, you say? Why don't you bring that POS machine over here, and I'll let you see my account balance." Jiang Xiaoyong confidently inserted his card into the scanner. "The total balance is over 7 million. Now apologize, and I'll keep buying. If I'm lying, call me your grandson." Jiang Xiaoyong kept the pressure on. Yang Dao didn't want to do it at all, but in the end, he had to bow at a 90-degree angle and bark out an apology to Jiang Xiaoyong. He didn't even dare to object when Jiang patted his head like a dog. Yang Dao switched to a fawning tone, trying to probe why Jiang Xiaoyong was stockpiling so much stuff, but he couldn't be bothered to give a real answer, just saying he had some business matters to attend to. Fine, if he wouldn't answer, so be it. But at the current supermarket, there probably wasn't enough stock left for him to loot. Yang Dao had been in the supply industry for years, so he naturally had other connections. He recommended a familiar place none other than Thang Shengji's warehouse business. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't say a word, essentially giving his silent consent. Yang Dao quickly made a call. Jiang Xiaoyong had already guessed it. Yang Dao was still just a lackey for that Thang guy. Who knew how much shady money those two had raked in from this supermarket? Not long after, Yang Dao personally drove Jiang Xiaoyong to the warehouse. Soon after, Thang Shengji arrived. The lackey Yang kept hyping him up, claiming this was his old middle school classmate. It took a long while for Thang Shengji to realize who it was, but the habit of bullying schoolmates was so deeply ingrained in him that even though Jiang Xiaoyong was a big client, he didn't show the slightest bit of respect. He even puffed cigarette smoke right into his face. "I think I remember you, the stubborn brat, right?" Thang Shengji then took a few steps forward, looking at Jiang Xiaoyong as if he were just a piece of merchandise. His attitude was identical to Yang Dao's before he saw the account balance. Thang Shengji saw Jiang Xiaoyong's cheap, worn-out clothes and figured he was just a broke loser pretending to be rich. "And you, Yang Dao, you're blind. You didn't just fail to bring in a good client. You wasted my time. Boss, he really is a big spender." Yang Dao tried desperately to explain. "Big spender, my foot. I've been in this business for years. I can tell at a glance who has money and who doesn't." Jiang Xiaoyong chuckled. It seemed his aura really wasn't up to par, to the point where even an illiterate thug looked down on him. Thang Shengji, upon being blatantly called illiterate, flew into a rage and grabbed his collar. "What did you just say?" "Huh? I said you have dog eyes that can't tell a person's worth," Jiang Xiaoyong repeated firmly, a taunting smile on his face that only made the other man more furious. Yang Dao was stuck in the middle, incredibly awkward. Thang Shengji was indeed illiterate, but he was a very insecure one. Jiang Xiaoyong kept bringing it up, leaving Yang Dao with no idea how to smooth things over. A big client, huh? If you don't take a full truckload of goods from me today, if you don't knock it off, neither of you is walking out of here in one piece. Thang Shungjie hissed through gritted teeth. Jiang Xiaoyong urged him to stop grabbing his collar and just give over the bank details so he could transfer the money. Finally, he went ahead and sent 1 million to Thang Shungjie, leaving him speechless and stunned. But that was just the deposit. Discounted 1 million, leaving him speechless for a long time, unable to utter a word. But that was just the deposit. Jiang Xiaoyong was looking to buy up to 5 million in goods. You see, he'd just received his next system mission, to stockpile a massive amount of food and supplies. His requirements for Thang Shungjie were simple. He needed firewood, rice, oil, salt, stocking up on a massive amount of supplies and food. Jiang Xiaoyong's request to Thang Shungjie was simple. What you need is firewood, rice, oil, and salt, snacks, and drinks. Basically, anything edible or drinkable, as long as it wouldn't spoil. Follow me, Thang Shungjie said with a dangerous grin. He felt like he'd hit the jackpot. Jiang Xiaoyong, and that cash had practically fallen from the sky, he said, while flashing a dangerously sweet smile. He felt like he had hit the jackpot, Jiang Xiaoyong, and that money just fell from the sky. Just as he had a shipment of goods nearing their expiration date. He even acted generous, offering a 10% discount off the wholesale price if Jiang Xiaoyong paid for the whole lot. But Jiang Xiaoyong wasn't stupid. After checking the shipment carefully, he realized 10% off for you compared to the wholesale price. But Jiang Xiaoyong wasn't an idiot. After carefully inspecting the cargo, he discovered that aside from the fresh-looking outer packaging, everything inside was about to expire. Thang Shungjie, your little scheme might have backfired this time, don't you think? Thang Shungjie looked uncomfortable. He hadn't expected someone who looked as clueless as Jiang Xiaoyong to be so sharp, but he couldn't afford to get stuck with that shipment. So, Thang Shungjie tried to renegotiate. If Jiang Xiaoyong took all the expired food, he'd offer a 50% discount. I'm not using my 5 million just to buy near-expired junk. Jiang Xiaoyong flatly refused. Just as the merchant started panicking, not knowing what to do, Jiang added, my money is only for buying the highest quality goods. Jiang Xiaoyong flatly refused. While Thang Shungjie was panicking, not knowing what to do, you spoke up again. Though, I might have a way to deal with this expired stock of yours. The merchant's eyes lit up again. Jiang Xiaoyong agreed to buy the entire expired lot at a 50% discount, but with one condition, delivery first and payment in 1 month. Thang Shungjie was suspicious and wanted some kind of collateral. What if Jiang broke his word after a month? Jiang Xiaoyong used his old tactic, saying that if he didn't pay, Thang could just come collect the debt. Why do you still want this food if you know it's expiring? Can you tell me your distribution channel? Thang Shungjie still seemed doubtful. Distribution channel? Can you tell me what your distribution channels are? Thang Shungjie still seemed skeptical. Distribution channels? Huh? What channel? I am the distribution channel, all right? He couldn't exactly tell the guy that while this food seemed useless now, in a few days when the apocalypse hit, it would become priceless. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong got a phone call. This might seem useless now, but in a few days, when the apocalypse happens, it will become priceless. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong received a call. It turned out to be someone interested in the ad he'd posted to sell his old house. Jiang Xiaoyong left the delivery address for Thang Shungjie and took off. Watching him leave, Thang Shungjie was green with envy, despite just having closed a good deal. Damn this kid. He's clearly from a regular family. How does he have this kind of money now? The person calling to buy Jiang Xiaoyong's house was an old man who looked kind-hearted. When they met, he brought 4 million in cash as a deposit. Jiang kept his original condition. The house would be handed over in a few months. The old man didn't even bother to inspect the house properly. He was eager to pay the deposit and sign the contract immediately. He really seemed to want that apartment. Seeing how honest the old man seemed, Jiang Xiaoyong asked, Grandpa, are you in such a hurry? I won't lie to you, son. My granddaughter is transferring schools soon, so I really need this house to settle down. I've looked around here a few times, and yours is the only one for sale. So, Mr. Jiang, I really need this house to settle down. I've looked around here a few times, but yours is the only one for sale. So, Mr. Jiang, you absolutely cannot go back on this, okay? Grandpa, you're too honest. We've just met, and you're telling me everything. Aren't you afraid I'll use this to jack up the price? As soon as Jiang Xiaoyong finished speaking, the man's expression turned frantic. He explained that this money for the house was the life savings of 2 generations. Seeing how honest and hard-working he was, Jiang Xiaoyong promised that he definitely wouldn't let him regret it. The two quickly signed the contract, and then he asked for the man's current address, mainly so he could save the grandfather and granddaughter when the apocalypse broke out. With the house sale money sorted, Jiang Xiaoyong headed back to the construction site. The work was already 70 to 80% complete. You managed to save the two grandfather and grandchild in time. With the money from the house sale finally in hand, Jiang Xiaoyong headed back to the construction site. Progress was already at 70 to 80%. Money really makes a difference. After paying the second deposit to the construction team, Jiang Xiaoyong called Thang Shengjie to deliver the goods. He had the workers organize everything into the warehouse, and even generously gave them each 2,000 yuan as a bonus. The fresh produce, fruits, and vegetables that were easily spoiled were stored separately. That evening, looking at the spacious, fully stocked warehouse, Jiang Xiaoyong was extremely satisfied. Mission 15, well-fed and clothed, was officially complete. In exchange, he received 20 points, and a new chest appeared in the system store called the Ability Awakening Supply Box, priced at 10 points. Jiang Xiaoyong chose it immediately. By opening it, he gained an ability even before the apocalypse arrived. Talk about a great deal. The ability Jiang Xiaoyong spent 10 points on was Psychic Eye. It could help him determine whether someone was a friend or a foe. This is considered one of the most useful abilities in the early days of the apocalypse, because dog hearts are hard to chew, and human hearts are even harder to predict, especially in such desperate circumstances. In his past life, it was precisely because he misjudged people that he ended up with such a tragic fate. This time, he couldn't repeat that mistake. The system quickly refreshed with a new mission, sent to Jiang Xiaoyong, called Armed to the Teeth. The mission content was that he had to actively equip himself with weapons. The reward was 10 points, plus a random prize. Coincidentally, this was exactly what Jiang Xiaoyong had just been thinking about. But since the apocalypse hadn't officially started yet, getting armed was relatively difficult. Jiang Xiaoyong had no other choice but to sneak to the black market in the middle of the night. It sold all sorts of things banned in the legitimate market. He planned to take a look around to see if there was anything suitable, and check the prices. To his surprise, he ran into an acquaintance right there. "Make it cheaper, just 300. Jiang Xiaoyong turned around at the sound of that familiar voice. To his surprise, it was Li Shuxiong. What a small world, talk about a bad encounter. The guy was trying to buy a jade bracelet, originally listed for 2,000 yuan, but he managed to talk the seller down to 300. Talk about shameless. The shopkeeper actually gave in after all that haggling. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't even need to think twice to know it was a knockoff. He guessed the guy was just buying it to Wu Tujing. Seriously. Only a gold-digging airhead with zero common sense like her would be fooled that easily. Jiang Xiaoyong put Li Shuxiong out of his mind because he'd finally found what he was looking for, a stall selling weapons, mostly daggers. After looking around, he didn't really see anything he liked, but since it was the only weapon stall in the market, he decided to strike up a conversation with the owner. Jiang Xiaoyong said he wanted something sturdier. The owner, thinking he was just there to cause trouble, tossed him a whetstone. He told him to buy it if he wanted something hard to sharpen his knives on. Jiang Xiaoyong just smiled, pulled out his phone, and scanned the QR code to transfer 200,000 yuan. The weapon shop owner's eyes went wide, and his jaw dropped. Jiang Xiaoyong said, "Don't be nervous. This is just a sign of my sincerity. If you can actually find me something worth the money, the payout will be even higher. Money talks, right?" The moment the transfer went through, the shop owner's attitude did a complete 180. He quickly told a guy named Xiao Thung to watch the shop while he personally led Jiang Xiaoyong to a more private spot. There, he introduced him to a homemade 6-shot revolver. He claimed it was powerful enough to take down a chicken in a blink, and that ammo was cheap. But Jiang Xiaoyong knew zombies wouldn't be as weak as chickens. So, Jiang Xiaoyong turned him down flat. "Listen, brother, I gave you 200,000 up front, and you're showing me this toy? That's not a great deal, is it?" The shopkeeper stammered. "Up front?" Jiang Xiaoyong clarified. "That was just a 10% deposit. I'm planning to spend 2 million yuan on gear here." At first, the owner seemed hesitant, looking like he wanted to pass on the business. Maybe he was worried Jiang Xiaoyong was some government reporter undercover trying to get a story. But after a while, Jiang Xiaoyong stayed firm, his gaze sharp and cold, like a real gang leader. That changed the guy's demeanor entirely. He locked the front door and scanned the area through the window. Once he was sure no one was outside, he pulled the curtains. "You found the right person," he said. He leaned in close to Jiang Xiaoyong's ear and whispered, "I can do this for you. Just write down a list of everything you need, and I'll give you the address later. Be there at noon the day after tomorrow. We'll finalize the deal then. Also, make sure to bring cash." Looking at the owner's deadly serious, tense expression, Jiang Xiaoyong felt he could trust that the guy would come through with some real quality gear. The two sealed the deal, and the owner even walked him out personally, but as soon as they stepped outside, he ran into Li Shuxiang again. Oh? If it isn't Jiang Xiaoyong. His voice was filled with sarcasm and curiosity. Fancy meeting you at the black market. Can I ask, why so generous lately? And why are you ignoring Tu Jing? Seems like you've got some family heirloom stashed away, huh? Jiang Xiaoyong felt annoyed just looking at him. Li was already calling Tu Jing so intimately, truly a shameless pair, but having them show up now was perfect for testing his new ability. Jiang Xiaoyong activated his psychic eye, instantly seeing how Li Shuxiang and the weapon shop owner viewed him. The weapon shop owner appeared with a green smiley face icon, while the guy surnamed Li had a purple angry face icon. Oh, Mr. Li, out buying fruit for Tu Jing? Figures. Only she would be gullible enough to fall for these cheap, knockoff goods. Honestly, since she's just my leftovers, that's all she's worth. Jiang Xiaoyong's words stung, basically telling Li Shuxiang he was picking up his trash. Li grew even more furious. He wanted to fight, but couldn't. The shop owner watched them bicker for a while and finally couldn't help but ask, Mr. Jiang, is this an acquaintance of yours? Acquaintance? Enemy is more like it. The shop owner, having spent years in the underworld, understood immediately. He told Jiang Xiaoyong to head out first, promising to teach the guy a lesson. His henchmen weren't far away. He hadn't seen them before. But as soon as things turned physical, a whole bunch appeared. Li Shuxiang, who had been talking tough earlier, saw the crowd and started sweating bullets, backing away constantly. Still, he couldn't escape a sound beating. 2 days later, Jiang Xiaoyong showed up on time at the agreed-upon location. The shop owner had prepared plenty of quality gear for him, completing his fully armed mission. Jiang Xiaoyong received 10 points, bringing his total to 20. The random reward was revealed, 2 vials of physical enhancement serum. Jiang Xiaoyong hated pain, but he gritted his teeth and jabbed the needle into his body. His physique instantly increased by 2 points. The average physique for a grown man is 5. Getting 2 extra points meant he was 40% stronger than the average person. With this boost, Jiang Xiaoyong felt he should upgrade to the limit. He decided to use the second vial. Enduring the pain twice, he was now 60% stronger than any other average man. Jiang Xiaoyong was dying to find a target to test it on, and he spotted a steel pillar nearby. If this were the old Jiang Xiaoyong, he would have had to be an idiot to punch that thing. But now, he did it without hesitation, even putting a dent in the steel pillar with a single kick, feeling absolutely no pain at all. Jiang Xiaoyong was thrilled with the results. Looks like at the start of the apocalypse, dealing with zombies wouldn't be a concern for him anymore, and those weapons shouldn't take up much space, so it would be safer to keep them in his storage ring. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The day after tomorrow was the first day the zombies would appear in the world. Jiang Xiaoyong carefully replayed everything in his mind to see if there was anything he'd missed, and he remembered the older man who had put down a deposit of 4 million yuan to buy his old house. Jiang Xiaoyong usually didn't like to meddle, but that old man really did look quite pathetic. What's more, he still had a little granddaughter who depended on him. In his previous life, he had even lived through the apocalypse with scum like Tu Jing and Li Shuxiang. So, in this life, how could he possibly turn a blind eye to the suffering of these poor people? Thus, he decided to send some food and essential supplies over to them first. As for how long they could survive in this apocalypse, that was up to fate. He considered this repaying the debt for their contribution to the funding of his future plans. When Jiang Xiaoyong arrived, he confirmed that the old man really wasn't wealthy, as the place he lived was not only a cheap rental, but also on the top floor. It seemed like saving enough money to buy a house hadn't been easy for them at all. Jiang Xiaoyong was about to knock, but then paused. He took the supplies out first. It would look weird if he suddenly pulled a bunch of stuff out of that ring right in front of him. Only then did he leisurely knock 3 times. The old man rushed out of the house in a panic. At first, he thought it was the landlord coming to collect rent, so he hurriedly started explaining. Only then did he realize it was Jiang Xiaoyong. Before he could recover from the surprise of his arrival, he was even more stunned by the pile of cardboard boxes. I'll explain later, but first, help me move this stuff inside. Don't let your neighbors see it. The old man didn't understand, but he followed orders anyway. After moving everything, Jiang Xiaoyong carefully walked around the house to inspect it. The room was decent, and the front door could barely be considered secure enough. It was sufficient to serve as a shelter for the grandfather and granddaughter during the end times. Jiang Xiaoyong opened his mouth, preparing to tell him about the impending apocalypse, but he suddenly saw a photo of the old man and his granddaughter on the table. One look was all it took for Jiang Xiaoyong to realize that the girl was Meng Shanshan, one of his teammates in his past life, who had been killed by Tu Jing. "Where is your granddaughter right now?" Jiang Xiaoyong's voice turned cold. "She's still studying in the countryside. We were waiting for you to move out of this apartment so she could transfer here. The paperwork is almost done." Jiang Xiaoyong recalled his past life. The first time he met Meng Shanshan, she told him that her grandfather had risked his life to storm the high school, which was already overrun by zombies, to save her. Although Meng Shanshan was saved, her grandfather never made it out of the school. In that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong made a decision. His help would not stop at just supplying food to them. He wanted to make up for all the regrets Meng Shanshan had in her past life. Therefore, Jiang Xiaoyong told the old man about how the earth would turn into a living hell tomorrow. By then, neither the new apartment nor his granddaughter's academic achievements would matter anymore. "Sir, come with me right now to Meng Shanshan's school to pick her up. Then, I'll arrange a new place for you two," Jiang Xiaoyong said, but he was met with a face full of skepticism. "Mr. Jiang Xiaoyong, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying." Jiang Xiaoyong inwardly scoffed. This old man was quite elderly, and there were many things he wouldn't believe or understand. While he was racking his brain on how to explain it to him, Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly had an idea. "Sir, do you know about the Great Famine?" "I do." The other man nodded repeatedly. "Then you can imagine how miserable and horrific human life was during those starving years, right?" The man nodded again frantically. But in reality, he was very confused because these were peaceful times. How could a famine possibly happen? Jiang Xiaoyong had no choice but to twist the ring on his finger. The storage space opened, instantly sucking all the belongings in the room inside. The old man was scared out of his wits, but this was the effect Jiang Xiaoyong wanted to achieve. He wanted the other party to know he had superpowers and could foresee the future. In the end, wanting his granddaughter to live, the old man finally chose to believe Jiang Xiaoyong. The two drove non-stop to the girls' school. At this moment, Meng Shanshan, was being berated by a senior student. The reason was that her crush, Trong Hu Than, was obsessed with Meng Shanshan. She was slapped hard across the face by the girl, but she couldn't fight back, only helplessly explaining that she and Trong had no relationship whatsoever. It was all one-sided on his part. Then, Meng Shanshan was kicked hard in the stomach. The other girl had absolutely no intention of listening to her explanation, and blindly assumed that Meng Shanshan was trying to frame Trong Hu Than, falsely accusing him of being a stalker. Just then, her grandfather and Jiang Xiaoyong arrived. Seeing an adult appear, the two bullies weren't afraid at all. They even publicly called the old man a useless old geezer, in an incredibly ill-mannered way. "What are you doing to Meng Shanshan, huh? Let the kid go." The old man saw his granddaughter being grabbed by the hair and slapped repeatedly, so he rushed forward in a panic, but was blocked by other young thugs. They were even holding knives in their hands. Clearly, they weren't good people. "Get out of here. Why is an old crackpot like you sticking your nose into young people's business?" Meng Shanshan's grandfather ignored them. Even though they were young, strong, and armed, they were bullying his granddaughter, so he had to risk everything. Seeing the old man charge straight at him with a baseball bat in hand, one of the thugs intended to smash his weapon into the old man's head. But that wouldn't happen, because Jiang Xiaoyong stood in the way. "You're so young, yet you don't study hard and instead learn bad habits like being a gangster?" Stopped by Jiang Xiaoyong, the thug with the bat was furious, constantly trying to break free. Meanwhile, the others stood by and cackled. Looking at Jiang Xiaoyong's attire, they called him a poor wretch who came out of nowhere. "This slut, Meng Shanshan, I've never heard of you having a brother." Jiang Xiaoyong wanted to save time, so he gave the guy in front of him a direct kick. He exerted so much force that the guy flew several meters away, slamming into the ground, in immense pain. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong knew martial arts, the rest didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. Instead, they planned to play dirty by all attacking at once. But Jiang Xiaoyong, who had spent points to enhance his physique, was no longer a match for these brats. Even if the opponents had weapons, his reactions were very fast, and he wasn't easily hit. After dodging successfully, Jiang Xiaoyong grabbed the opponent's collar in a flash. He slammed the punk into the ground so hard the guy didn't even have time to react before he was out cold. The blonde guy, holding the remaining knife, saw this and rushed over. But in Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes, he was incredibly slow. In the blink of an eye, he snatched the weapon right out of the guy's hand. Then, he kicked the guy hard in the back of the knee. The result was the same as his friend's. It took Jiang Xiaoyong less than 30 seconds to take care of both of those big guys. This left the group of mean girls who had been bullying Meng Shanshan terrified. Normally, Jiang Xiaoyong would never lay a hand on a woman, but Meng Shanshan was his comrade in arms. She had even given her life for him in their previous life. Even though they hadn't met in this life yet, he still wanted to make it up to her. So, after handling those 3 punks, Jiang Xiaoyong didn't hold back against the 2 girls who had been bullying Meng Shanshan. First, he slapped the ponytail girl across the face, then grabbed the other one's hair, just like they had done to Meng Shanshan moments before. Jiang Xiaoyong held the knife to the long-haired girl's throat, scaring her so much she nearly stopped breathing. But, of course, he had no intention of killing anyone. With one swift motion, Jiang Xiaoyong's blade slashed through the air, slicing right through the girl's long hair. She started crying, cursing Jiang Xiaoyong as a jerk between sobs. "You dare cut my hair? You bastard! I'll never forgive you." Jiang Xiaoyong let go of the hair he was holding, and it drifted to the ground. "Long hair is just a burden for you. A few days from now, that short hair might just save your life," Jiang Xiaoyong said vaguely. He didn't intend to explain any further. He turned to Meng Shanshan and her grandfather and asked them to come with him. Meng Shanshan was still shocked by what Jiang Xiaoyong had just done, but because her grandfather agreed to go with him, she followed along. As they got into the car, her grandfather explained it to her. Starting tomorrow, she wouldn't need to go to school anymore because the apocalypse was coming. Meng Shanshan looked from her grandfather to Jiang Xiaoyong in the driver's seat. She seemed hesitant because he was a stranger, but she couldn't help but bicker with her grandfather. "Grandpa, how many times have I told you not to trust those scammers? Whose phone call was it this time? How much money have you lost to them?" The two started arguing loudly in the back seat. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Xiaoyong could clearly see every expression on Meng Shanshan's face. He smiled with deep satisfaction, swearing to himself that in this life, he would protect her. "It's all right, Grandpa. You weren't scammed. That news about the apocalypse, it really did come from me." "You?" Meng Shanshan looked at him in shock. "Yes. My name is Jiang Xiaoyong. Just call me Brother Xiaoyong from now on." That was when Meng Shanshan remembered she hadn't thanked him for earlier. She quickly spoke up. "Brother Xiaoyong, thank you for teaching those jerks a lesson for me." "Oh, don't worry about that. They won't last more than a few days anyway." Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong speak with such confidence, Meng Shanshan, who had been skeptical, slowly started to believe the apocalypse was real. She couldn't hide her fear. Jiang Xiaoyong estimated the time and felt the apocalypse was drawing near. He told Meng Shanshan to open her phone and scroll through social media. She would see a few short videos and news clips that would prove it was true. Meng Shanshan did as he said. Sure enough, as soon as she opened it, she scrolled onto a viral video. In the video, a man with pale, deathly skin was going berserk and biting people. 2 security guards were struggling to drag him away. And this wasn't an isolated incident. There were others going crazy and attacking people. Besides that, there was footage of a strange mist appearing. The key was that this mist had a very odd smell. Anyone who passed through it felt physically terrible. Jiang Xiaoyong nodded to himself. These events were exactly the same as in his previous life. Tomorrow was the day the apocalypse would descend. Toxic smog would blanket several provinces, including Province B, where they were living. The thick, toxic, mysterious fog would affect all living things, turning them into zombies. Anyone else, if they weren't immune, once bitten, they would transform and become one of them. And right now, based on the news, the traces of the apocalypse were already visible. Meng Shanshan was young and had watched plenty of apocalyptic films, so she naturally knew what zombies were. It was just too hard to believe. Even though Jiang Xiaoyong didn't seem like he was lying, he understood her hesitation. So, he just told her and her grandfather to wait patiently until tomorrow. By then, they would have their answer. Jiang Xiaoyong was anxious to get back to his base. Unexpectedly, they hit traffic on the way. Even the priority lane was blocked. Meng Shanshan's grandfather started to get worried. "Mr. Jiang, if we're stuck here, what if those zombies you mentioned catch up to us?" "Grandpa, don't worry. It's not that serious yet," Jiang Xiaoyong reassured him. But in reality, he was very restless. Even though the massive outbreak that caused total chaos was still a few days away, a small-scale breakout here would still be a big problem. Suddenly, a luxury car zoomed down the emergency lane, then, ignoring the tiny space between the 2 cars next to it, shoved its way in. Coincidentally, the car behind it was Jiang Xiaoyong's. His front bumper was hit hard. Meng Shanshan and her grandfather, sitting in the back, weren't prepared and pitched forward. Jiang Xiaoyong was so annoyed he wanted to curse. He immediately moved his car forward, just enough to close the gap between his car and the one in front, refusing to leave any room for that luxury car to squeeze back in. As the car ahead moved up a little, he followed suit immediately. The driver of the luxury car saw that he was intentionally blocking him and started shouting curses, but Jiang Xiaoyong didn't even bother rolling down his window to see what he was saying. Mr. Jiang, it looks like that person has money. Maybe we should just let it go. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble, Meng Shanshan's grandfather said, looking worried. Don't worry, Grandpa. If he dares to get out of his car to cause trouble, I don't mind sending him off first. About an hour later, they finally cleared the traffic. Jiang Xiaoyong started to pick up speed. But right at that moment, Meng Shanshan realized that the luxury car from before was relentless, tailing them and constantly cutting them off to cause trouble. Let him leave first. About an hour later, they finally cleared the traffic jam. Jiang Xiaoyong started to speed up. And at that exact moment, Meng Shanshan realized the luxury car from before was relentless, tailing them and constantly crowding their car to cause trouble. Jiang Xiaoyong was losing his mind. In the past, he would have just sucked it up. But the apocalypse is coming tomorrow, and he's done dealing with scum like this. Using his expert driving skills, Jiang Xiaoyong didn't just successfully force the other car back. He actually rammed it, sending the luxury car spinning across the road until it crashed straight into the curb. The force of the impact made the car start smoking immediately. The owner stepped out, his face scratched up and his rage at an all-time high. He immediately called someone to demand the security camera footage to get the license plate of the car that hit him. Call the traffic police right now, he roared. I need to show that idiot that some people in this world are not to be messed with. Jiang Xiaoyong finally managed to get Meng Shanshan and her grandfather back to the base by the time it got dark. As soon as they stepped out of the car, both of them were stunned by the sheer grandeur of the fortress. Having driven all day, Jiang Xiaoyong was exhausted and didn't want to explain anything else. So he just told them to get some rest, because starting tomorrow, life would get a lot harder. The next morning, Jiang Xiaoyong woke up early. Meng Shanshan was still sleepy-eyed, stretching as she walked out of her room, waiting for her grandfather to wake up. Jiang Xiaoyong took them on a tour of his newly completed fortress. The surrounding wall was built from reinforced concrete and steel. The entrance was a remote-controlled gate cast from solid steel, 3 centimeters thick. Whether it's humans or zombies, no one could break through without heavy weaponry. Remember, he said, without my permission, no one besides the 3 of us is allowed to enter the fortress. Jiang Xiaoyong said, his voice cold. He didn't want the tragedy that befell Tu Jing in his past life to happen again. So, if there are survivors, we won't save them? Meng Shanshan asked, looking hesitant. Jiang Xiaoyong understood why she asked, but in this life, Meng Shanshan hadn't truly experienced the apocalypse yet and didn't fully understand human nature. When the apocalypse descends, the human heart, which is already hard to fathom, becomes even more dangerous. Human wickedness is magnified 1,000 times over. A bleeding heart will only become the blade that stabs you in the back. Jiang Xiaoyong led the 2 of them to another area on the property, but it was built separately from the main fortress. Looking at it, it still seemed quite safe. He told them this area could serve as a temporary shelter for those seeking help. But when he wasn't around, Meng Shanshan and her grandfather must never go soft and let them into the main fortress, or it would lead to their own destruction. Next, Jiang Xiaoyong took them to the food storage area, with the purpose of showing them which supplies could be taken to distribute to refugees. Taking this opportunity, he tried using his spiritual eye to check the 2 of them. Above both their heads, a green smiley face icon appeared. This was the first time this symbol had appeared, but he could guess that they harbored no hostility toward him. To be more precise, they trusted him completely. Because of that, he felt at ease pulling out the most important items of the apocalypse to show them. Weapons. When they held the weapons in their hands, they couldn't hide their shock, as this was the first time they had seen hot stuff like this in person. Jiang Xiaoyong warned them repeatedly that they must never let these weapons fall into the wrong hands, and the 2 of them were very obedient, nodding their heads vigorously. Because Jiang Xiaoyong had reunited with Meng Shanshan, the system triggered a quest series called Old Partners. The next quest requirement was to find and rescue his second teammate from his past life, Thang Qi. The reward was 20 points. Jiang Xiaoyong read the quest. He looked calm on the outside, but inside he was overjoyed. He had been worrying about how to find his old teammate, and it turned out the system was guiding the way itself. Right when he finished giving all the important instructions to Meng Shanshan and her grandfather, he immediately drove off. Thang Qi, at this moment, had no idea about the apocalypse and was out with his college friends at a karaoke bar not far away, singing his heart out. As he walked out of the restroom, being a bit buzzed, Thang Qi and his friend accidentally bumped into a blonde beauty. Even though he apologized profusely, she was visibly annoyed. The man walking with her seemed like a local hoodlum. Seeing that, He took the chance to kick Thang Chi to vent some anger for the beauty. Thang Chi, who was naturally thin, took such a kick and was shoved hard backward, his whole body slamming into the wall, wincing in pain. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting people for no reason?" The chubby friend with Thang Chi saw this and was furious, shouting at the guy. "Damn it." The guy thought, "This is the first time someone has dared to talk back to me." That man seemed provoked and started rolling up his sleeves, ready to start a real fight. And he was actually strong. Thang Chi's chubby friend was actually quite heavy, but he still got grabbed by the collar and lifted right off the ground. Thang Chi didn't want to cause trouble in public, so he apologized repeatedly and asked the man to let his friend go. He was almost ready to kneel and kowtow, but the guy refused to stop. A karaoke staff member noticed and rushed over to stop the rude guy. That jerk then switched his target from Thang Chi's friend to the unlucky employee. He cursed like a machine gun. "Damn you! Do you know who my dad is? Your boss doesn't even dare to touch my clothes. Get your boss out here right now. Damn it, you guys don't want to stay in business, do you?" The employee had his collar grabbed, but he still waved his hand, signaling Thang Chi's group to leave quickly. They took that opportunity to run back to their room. Just when they thought it was over, before they could even get comfortable, the door was kicked open. Leading the way was that rude man, still grabbing the unlucky employee who had stood up for Thang Chi's group. Judging by his appearance, the employee had been beaten to a pulp. The guy also brought a few other thugs with him. Everyone had a vicious look, and some were even carrying weapons. After confirming this was indeed Thang Chi's room, they started the attack. The leader took a full, unopened liquor bottle and smashed it hard on the head of one of Thang Chi's friends, Chen. Blood poured from his head like a waterfall. Seeing this, Jiang Chi turned pale with fear, but luckily for him, just then, Jiang Xiaoyong's car had already pulled up in front of the karaoke bar. Tran Sung had been hit so hard he collapsed, blood pooling on the floor. But that thug didn't seem fazed at all, as if he were used to beating people to a pulp. He only cared about showing off for the blonde woman with him, putting an arm around her and asking in a doting tone, "How about that? Feeling better? Better? He didn't even bump into me." She pouted, acting spoiled. The guy immediately got the message. Even after brutally injuring a man, she still wasn't satisfied. She wanted him to target Jiang Chi, the one who had supposedly bumped into her earlier. The thug pointed his liquor bottle straight at Jiang Chi. Jiang Chi didn't know how to react in this situation. He could only swallow hard in nervousness, but Tran Sung wasn't a coward. Even with blood streaming down his head, he still managed to struggle back up. Tran Sung grabbed an ashtray from the table, intending to lunge at the thug. He wanted to give him a piece of his mind, but unfortunately, he was held back by the guy's henchmen. Revenge was off the table, and this action only made the thug even more furious. Tran Sung took another bottle to the head and went down hard this time, not moving a muscle. Seeing his friend beaten into such a state twice, Jiang Chi couldn't play the coward anymore. Cursing under his breath, he recklessly lunged forward, ready to fight to the bitter end. Both sides quickly spiraled into a chaotic brawl inside the room. Jiang Chi, who never knew how to fight, was now giving it everything he had, punching and kicking the thugs wildly, and they weren't holding back either. Every blow felt like they wanted to send the other to the afterlife, and in the heat of the brawl, neither side noticed the strange changes happening to the waiter in the corner. He was slowly, step by step, turning into a zombie. At that moment, people didn't have the concept of what a zombie was yet, so it wasn't until the waiter went berserk and lunged, biting hard into a thug's neck, that they were startled. But at first, the thugs just thought he was trying to help Jiang Chi's group. Two of them lunged forward to pull the waiter off, but they couldn't match his strength because he had turned into a zombie. Besides, the first guy bitten on the neck. Very quickly, there was a second victim bitten hard on the arm. That waiter was now no different from a rabid dog, biting everything in sight. But the thugs, though very strong, had no one capable of fighting back, until Jiang Xiaoyong appeared out of nowhere in the private room. He grabbed the throat of the crazed, biting zombie waiter and lifted him right off the ground, then decisively slammed him into the glass door with a loud crash. The sound was loud enough to grab everyone's attention, and because of Jiang Xiaoyong's sudden appearance and actions, the people busy fighting stopped. Partly because the thugs saw Jiang Xiaoyong subdue the powerhouse waiter with just one hand, they didn't dare act out in front of him. Only the leader, unaware of how dangerous the situation was, refused to shut his foul mouth. "You lunatic, who the hell are you, and where did you come from?" he yelled. Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't be bothered with him, and anxiously turned to Jiang Chi to ask if he had been bitten. Jiang Chi didn't remember knowing this guy, but he dazedly shook his head, saying he hadn't. Jiang Xiaoyong let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he made it in time and told him to follow him. Jiang Chi didn't know Jiang Xiaoyong, but he didn't want to stay and get caught up in this either. so he began to follow. However, before he could take 2 steps, the leader blocked him. "Hey, we aren't done here yet." Before Zhang Qi could reply, the thug who had been bitten in the neck suddenly clutched his head and started trembling. "Boss, I suddenly have such a headache. What's wrong? Getting a worse cold?" the leader asked, turning back. "I don't know. It was just a runny nose earlier," but only Jiang Xiaoyong knew what these symptoms meant for that guy. He noticed the deep wound on the back of his neck and asked, "Did that guy bite your shoulder?" "Yeah, why?" the other asked, confused. Jiang Xiaoyong sighed inwardly. Based on what he said, he was likely already infected with the virus from the toxic fog earlier. Having just been bitten near the central nervous system like that, the zombie virus would quickly take over his brain. I'm afraid it won't be long before he transforms completely. He grabbed the crazed waiter and shoved him into the restroom, then locked the door tight. From inside, the sounds of banging and wailing continued, but luckily, these early zombies weren't smart enough to open doors yet. It looks like this is a good opportunity to win over my future teammate. Jiang Xiaoyong thought this, and turned to look at Zhang Qi. He dusted off his hands and asked, "Tell me, Zhang Qi, which one of these guys do you want to deal with?" Zhang Qi let out a loud sound, skeptically asking back, "Do I even know you?" Before Jiang Xiaoyong could answer, the leader of the thug gang lunged at him because he saw Jiang Xiaoyong speaking without any respect, so he wanted to teach him a lesson. But the result was predictable. Not only could he not touch Jiang Xiaoyong, but he was also countered by him. His large frame was easily slammed into the glass table by Jiang Xiaoyong. The glass below shattered into pieces. Just looking at it, you could tell how painful that must have been. His underlings saw their boss getting wrecked and rushed forward in a panic, but none of them were a match for him. The guy, who had been bitten on the neck, collapsed to the floor after taking one punch from Jiang Xiaoyong, his body starting to convulse violently. His accomplices saw this and panicked, rushing over to check the situation. "What is it? What's wrong with you?" "No way. Just one punch and he's already having a seizure?" Jiang Xiaoyong ignored the fact that the guy was about to turn into a zombie, clenched his fist, and shouted, "Anyone else want to taste my fists? Come on then. See for yourself the overwhelming power of Jiang Xiaoyong." Not a single thug dared to make a peep. He told Thang Chi to get his friends out first and wait for him. Thang Chi didn't know who this guy who dropped from the sky was, but he just nodded and followed along. The injured thugs helped each other up, preparing to leave. "Who is this guy that just fell from the sky?" Still acting all confused, they followed your lead. The badly injured thugs helped each other stand up, preparing to leave. But Jiang Xiaoyong blocked them at the door. "What else do you want?" the leader hissed through gritted teeth. "A few drinks and you've forgotten who you are? You almost cost my brother his life." Jiang Xiaoyong's gaze was icy. He clearly had no intention of letting them off easy. Then he shoved the leader hard. Caught off guard, the guy fell backward. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly locked the door from the outside, leaving the thugs to their fate. As for the guy who was turning into a zombie, sure enough, once Jiang Xiaoyong left, he completely transformed. His eyes turned blood red, he opened his maw, and started frantically tearing into his own cohorts. Outside, Jiang Xiaoyong could hear everything clearly, the screams, the banging against the car doors, mixed with the sound of tearing flesh. The restroom door had swung open as well. The staff member who had turned earlier and been locked in, now charged out in a frenzy. One could only imagine the chaos unfolding inside without needing to look. Another employee, drawn by the commotion, ran over. Jiang Xiaoyong told him to lock that door immediately. No matter what happens, do not open it. Then, he told him to call the police and the hospital, reporting that there was a patient there acting like a mad dog biting people. It was the first time the employee had heard of mad dog disease, so he was a bit skeptical. But seeing how intense and serious Jiang Xiaoyong looked, not like he was joking, he did exactly as he was told. The door was quickly locked from the inside, and strange screaming continued to echo out. But Jiang Xiaoyong didn't have the energy to care anymore. He led Thang Chi and his friends away. After they left, more karaoke staff rushed toward the room. Because of the violent screaming coming from inside, they were afraid something had happened, and ran together toward the security camera room to check. The result was a scene so horrific it nearly made them pass out. In that room, there was no one left acting normal. People were going insane, viciously biting each other to the point where internal organs were spilling out. The employees, shaking uncontrollably, immediately grabbed their phones to call the police. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong had successfully gotten Thang Chi and the others into the car and driven off. Only then did Thang Chi find a moment to thank Jiang Xiaoyong and ask who he really was. Jiang Xiaoyong made up a story, saying he was hired by someone to protect them, and the client preferred to remain anonymous. Thang Chi didn't press for more. Then, it was his friend's turn to wonder. "Big bro, Is this mad dog disease you mentioned actually real? Didn't the news online debunk that already? If it's not real, then was everything that just happened a hallucination? Jiang Xiaoyong retorted, instantly shutting him up. So, is there a cure for this mad dog disease? The chubby guy asked timidly. Jiang Xiaoyong shook his head, telling them the truth. That this disaster engulfing the earth wouldn't end, it was only going to get worse. Just as he finished speaking, a scream echoed from outside the car. Someone else had turned into a zombie and was going berserk, biting people. But Jiang Xiaoyong didn't have the time or the capacity to save everyone. As it stood, the epidemic was only just breaking out in small pockets. Most people were still in the incubation stage. Before long, this disaster would spiral completely out of control. So, he had to get Thang Chi and his group to the fortress quickly. From now on, if you want to live, you listen to me, Jiang Xiaoyong said. Yes, Big Brother Xiaoyong, they replied in unison. Jiang Xiaoyong had just saved them from danger and clearly understood this mad dog disease very well, so no one dared to doubt him, not even a little. After rescuing Thang Chi, the new mission assigned by the system was complete. Jiang Xiaoyong received 20 points and immediately checked the system shop to see if there was anything good to buy. Compared to his first visit, the exchange shop only had the Doomsday Farmer supply crate left. Jiang Xiaoyong guessed that if he wanted more, he'd have to buy it, or pay 2 points to refresh. The other items below seemed more useful, and the most expensive one only cost 5 points. He decided to buy everything once he got home. Now, Jiang Xiaoyong had another matter to solve. He glanced at Thang Chi, and then at the 3 friends in the back seat. They were college dorm mates. But in the previous life, because one of them betrayed the group, everyone died except for Thang Chi, who barely survived. Now, however, Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't identify who the traitor was yet. At the same time, at Tu Jing's house, after her true colors were exposed by Jiang Xiaoyong, she could only rely entirely on Li Shuxiang. It was too chaotic outside, and Tu Jing was a coward, so she didn't even dare to go out to the supermarket. She could only wait at home for her fake lover to bring supplies. While they were on the phone, there was a sudden, urgent knocking at the door. Tu Jing nervously went to the door, looked through the peephole, and saw it was Cao Vanshunya. She let out a sigh of relief and opened the door to let her friend in. Cao Vanshunya didn't bring good news. The neighbor, Mr. Liu, downstairs was taken away this morning. There were ambulances and police cars. The situation was extremely serious. Tu Jing thought this mad dog disease wasn't just some horror story after all. The supplies Li Shuxiang promised to bring, have they arrived yet? Not yet, Tu Jing replied sluggishly. Cao Vanshunya cursed and started badmouthing men, saying none of them were any good, without even looking at herself. Then, she gave Tu Jing an idea, to call Jiang Xiaoyong for help, since he had plenty of supplies. He was the real tycoon in this epidemic. How do you know that? Tu Jing shot Cao Vanshunya a suspicious look. She couldn't admit she had been stalking Jiang Xiaoyong, so she made up an excuse. That she had sent a guy who liked her to follow Jiang Xiaoyong, and he discovered that supply trucks were occasionally arriving at the abandoned factory. Huang lay on the land he had just purchased. Tu Jing heard this and immediately suspected that Jiang Xiaoyong had known about the pandemic situation beforehand, and he didn't warn them at all, which made her grind her teeth in anger. This isn't the time to dwell on that, Cao Vanshunya reminded her. Listen to me. Call Jiang Xiaoyong as soon as possible. Same thing goes for Li Shuxiang. Once we make some money, make sure he gives us a bigger cut. Just then, a car screeched out of the darkness. The sound of tires braking hard on the dirt was ear-splitting. After the car came to a stop, people stepped out one by one. Seeing the scene before him, Thang Chi exclaimed in amazement, drawing Jiang Xiaoyong's attention. This place is so impressive. It's like a fortress. Seeing his reaction, Jiang smiled slightly, amused. As expected, everyone's first reaction is different. Just then, Uncle Thang walked out from the warehouse. Xiaoyong, you're finally back. Meng Shanshan followed behind him and quickly asked, Are you all right? Jiang gave a slight nod to those behind him and replied, Don't worry. Uncle Thang, Shanshan, come here. Let me introduce you to our new members. He gestured with his hand and carefully introduced the people behind him. This is Thang Chi and his classmates. From now on, they will be our companions. With that, he turned around and introduced the other two. These are Uncle Thang and Shanshan. As soon as he finished speaking, Shanshan offered a gentle smile to welcome the newcomers. If you are companions chosen by Xiaoyong, then you are welcome. Very welcome. Right after that, he walked over to her grandfather and suggested, Uncle Thang, please take some of the guys to show them around the grounds and brief them on our information and rules. The old man nodded immediately. Leave it to me. Tuji had been observing the situation and muttered to himself, "This feels like we've arrived in northern Myanmar, huh?" Suddenly, someone behind him raised a hand to speak. That, Lu Yiming pointed at himself, signaling his request. "Can you give us some weapons? We can also contribute to protecting this place." Hearing those words, Jiang's expression suddenly grew tense. He furrowed his brows while looking at him. Noticing the look on his face, Tuji quickly turned his head and whispered a warning to the guy behind him. "Yiming, don't rush to ask for weapons. We just got here. We need to earn their trust first." As soon as he finished, Jiang relaxed his face and promised, "Don't worry. In a few days, I will distribute weapons to you all." Having said that, he looked at the person Tuji was supporting and cautioned, "Oh, right. His injuries are quite serious. You should still take him to the infirmary to get checked out first." A while later, after the orders were carried out, Thang Chi's group went to wash up. Tuji, after washing up and drying his hair, exclaimed refreshingly, "So comfortable." At that moment, Yiming looked annoyed and questioned him. "Old Four, why did you stop me back there?" He still didn't understand the situation. He asked naively, "Huh?" Yiming gritted his teeth and angrily scolded Tuji. "If you hadn't stopped me, he probably would have given us the weapons already." He pointed in one direction and eloquently stated his own bitter justification. "To put it gently, our current situation is being protected. To put it harshly, we are practically under house arrest here." Hearing what he said, Tuji frowned slightly and retorted, "How can you even say such things? He was the one who saved us." Yiming, feeling disgruntled, turned to probe the people in front of him. What is his background? Why did he save us anyway? Hearing the question, Thang Chi turned to look at the two of them and said, "Didn't he already say someone hired him to protect us?" Yiming didn't accept that answer and retorted, "Hired by whom? He never said who hired him. Only the devil knows if that's true or false." He gritted his teeth, his frown deepening. "And look at his attitude toward Tran Sung. He said he'd put him in the infirmary to monitor his condition, but you saw the doors and windows. They're more secure than a prison." Yiming thought about the scene of Tran Sung being taken in there and came up with terrifying theories. Who knows, he might even cut the kid open once he's in there. That's why we have to strike first to gain the advantage. Hearing this, Tuji stepped closer, trying to reason with him. But, if we misjudge him, wouldn't that be returning kindness with ingratitude? Ignoring everything the other said, he remained resolute. "But look, I'd rather betray the whole world than let the world betray me. If what that guy Jiang said is true, we will take control of this fortress and seize the initiative." Gradually, his words lost all humanity. "In this place, other than us and that guy Jiang, there's only an old man and a girl. We just need to wait until Jiang is away, then capture them." That girl's appearance is, he spoke up to this point and sensed the suddenly silent atmosphere, along with the strange looks the other two were giving him. Yiming quickly waved his hands, laughing it off. Alright, I was just joking with you guys. Don't take it seriously." Hearing him say that, Thang Chi breathed a heavy, dejected sigh. "Old Three, please, stop scaring me. It's not the end of the world yet. What you're saying is lawless." Tuji agreed with him. "That's right. If he really wanted to cut us open, he could have just thrown us in jail right now. Besides, he has a gun in his hand, anyway." Just then, the sound of the dripping faucet slowed and then died out completely. Yiming watched the direction they left in, sneering to himself. Young punks, all brawn and no brains. In times like this, you have to be ruthless. Once I've succeeded, I'll make the two of you my pack mules for life. Scene change. At the same time, in another office, Uncle Thang and Shanshan went to where Jiang was sitting. This time, Uncle Thang spoke first. "Xiaoyong, Thang, Qi and the others have settled in. The kid who was seriously injured, Tran Sung, is currently in the infirmary. I followed your instructions exactly. All the windows are tightly shut." After hearing him, Jiang stood up and expressed, "Thank you for the hard work, Uncle Thang. You and Shanshan should get to sleep early too. Tomorrow, who knows, trouble might just come knocking at our door." Suddenly, he remembered something and stopped them. "Oh, right." Hearing his further instructions, the two of them were a bit tense. Besides Tran Sung, there are two other classmates around Thang Chi, so you need to be extremely careful with them. I have a gut feeling that among these few, there will be someone planning a mutiny. After they left, he slowly stepped into a dark room full of items like a warehouse. Jiang opened his system panel to check his inventory, specifically the chests in the mall. With that, he reached out to touch one of those chests. Instantly, a blinding light flashed as the system screen constantly popped up. "Farmer Supply Box Level 1 has been successfully exchanged, deducting 2 points. Current points, 18. Successfully exchanged. Sugar, oil, and protein supply box, level 1. Deducting 5 points. Current points. 13. Weapon supply box. Level 1 has been successfully exchanged. Deducting 5 points. Current points. 8. Next up were the other supplies. Farmer supply box, level 1. Opened. Reward received. 50 corn seeds. The sugar, oil, and protein supply box level 1 was opened. Reward received. 200 kilograms. 100 kilograms of starch, sausages, 100 kilograms of pickled pork, 50 cans of pre-made vegetables, instant noodles, and pickled cabbage. The weapon supply box level 1 was opened. Reward: 1,500 rounds of 9mm ammunition. The system notification ended. A pile of supplies immediately appeared in front of him. Oh, the rewards in this box are pretty good. Even though it doesn't compare to burning money like water, in the upcoming apocalypse, resources will be extremely scarce. This reward is just a total blast. As time passed, it was a beautiful morning the next day. On the quiet road, cars were speeding along. Like a streak of light, those cars drove up to a familiar fortress. From within the car, a voice called out, "I found it. The address is definitely right." In front of the fortress, a group of armed men was waiting. The phone call ended. "Okay, let's grab a meal together when you get back." The man immediately ordered his underlings. "This is the place. Smash it for me." Following his command, the lackeys rushed forward, pounding on the iron gate. One of them turned back, exhausted, and reported, "Boss, this door is like 4 inches thick. Just us few can't break it open." Only then did we get a good look at the boss, the guy who didn't use his turn signal on the highway. He clenched his fist in rage and cursed, "Damn it. What kind of person uses such a thick door, anyway?" He then gave further instructions to his men. "Get the goods out." When they opened the crates, inside were things like homemade explosives. The underlings quickly grabbed them, lit the fuses, and threw them forward. The homemade incendiary bottles swarmed into the fortress, causing small explosions. Finally, they stood watching as a huge, intense fire broke out inside the fortress. The bottles of homemade explosives kept flying into the fortress. Meng Shanshan and the group led by Jiang Qi rushed to bring buckets of water and fire extinguishers, shouting, "Fire! Help! Get the fire out quickly!" She gripped a bucket of water tight, preparing to douse the flames, saying anxiously, "Xiaoyong was right. Even before the catastrophe fully hit, extreme situations have already started to happen." At that moment, from inside, Xiaoyong and Uncle Thang stepped out with guns. He walked to the top of the defensive tower. "Let me go see which moron is looking to die." He and the old man climbed to the top of the guard tower to observe below. Uncle Thang replied, "That guy looks a bit familiar, and there are several cars, too." Upon looking closely, he remembered it was the turn signal ignoring driver, the guy they argued with on the highway. Suddenly, one of the lackeys noticed movement on the guard tower. He immediately reported to the driver, "Boss, they've appeared." Hearing that, the boss looked up, furious. He replied, "It's him. That bastard." Immediately after, he pointed at the guard tower and roared, "You piece of trash! Get out here now. Otherwise I'll turn you all into burnt meat." Xiaoyong wasn't intimidated by his threats and retorted, "You have 5 minutes to get your dog legs out of here." The lackeys immediately started clamoring, questioning him. "You little punk, what did you say? Don't you know who our boss is? Stop wasting time. Get the last 2 bottles of gasoline bombs out here." Just then, the system popped up in front of him. "New mission available." Uncle Thang looked worried and asked, "Xiaoyong, what should we do now? Should we fire a warning shot?" But he ignored the old man and accepted the mission. New mission, common threat. Mission requirement: the stronghold is under attack. Please eliminate the threat as soon as possible. Reward: 10 points. He quickly accepted the mission, loaded his gun, and said coldly, "A warning? These people look like street thugs. Order hasn't even fully collapsed yet, and they're already committing arson. They don't care at all if someone burns to death." Uncle Thang looked at him in shock. Xiaoyong aimed through the scope, making a decision. Letting this scum live until the apocalypse not only harms more innocent people, but also threatens our own safety. With that, he fired a bullet toward them. The bullet hit, severing the arm of the turn signal ignoring guy. He clutched his arm in agony, dropping to his knees, screaming, "My arm!" Seeing his handiwork, Xiaoyong looked disappointed and remarked sarcastically, "I actually missed. I've been living too peacefully for too long. My marksmanship has become this rusty." Hearing him, the lackeys below noticed what was in his hands. "Damn it, they've got guns. And it's a rifle, too." Immediately, the boss and his men turned to run. "Get out of here! Retreat! Cover me, you idiots! "You bastard, just wait for me." The lackeys ran behind, shouting, "Boss." But Xiaoyong didn't like to show mercy. He raised his rifle to aim again. "Today's business should be finished today. I hate waiting." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a barrage of fire at them, taking them out one by one. The survivors tried to scramble behind and get into the cars. The boss, panicked, urged the driver to start the engine. "Drive! Get out of here!" Uncle Thang saw this and cried out in alarm. "They're trying to start the cars and run away." Xiaoyong calmly reassured him. "Don't worry, that's exactly why I have an automatic rifle." And then, he continuously fired at the cars trying to flee below. Just like that, using a series of moves, proficiently reloading and firing. Watching this, Uncle Thang was stunned, secretly breaking into a cold sweat. His level of shooting and reloading is as smooth as what I did when I first enlisted. Who exactly is this kid? After a moment of gunfire, below, under the blue sky, there was only the sound of a passing airplane and a few cries. In front of the fortress lay a series of bodies and the wreckage of the cars that tried to flee. Jiang Xiaoyong turned and walked downstairs, giving orders. "Uncle Thang, go get Zhang Qi and the others. We're heading out to clear the area." He paused for a moment. "Actually, wait." A thought crossed his mind. "Since we're still in the early stages of the catastrophe, it's better to let these people turn into zombies, then use them as target practice for Zhang Qi and Meng Shanshan." Since Meng Shanshan had just joined them, he changed his mind. "Never mind, Uncle Thang, don't rush it for now." Seeing him change his mind, the older man asked, "What about those people out there? Are we just going to leave them lying on the road like that?" Jiang Xiaoyong replied calmly, "Just keep them there. I'll have other uses for them." A while later, on that same road, two cars were speeding forward. Li Shuxiong glanced out the window and asked the person behind him, "Are we almost there?" In the back seat, Wen Shunya was sitting with Tu Jing. She radiated an adorable, beautiful aura. Jiap Tuam laughed and replied, "We're right at the next intersection." Seeing her act this way, Tu Jing felt annoyed and cursed under her breath. When Li Shuxiong is around, she puts on that act. Does she think I don't know what she's really after? Their car drove for a bit longer before stopping. Li Shuxiong said to Tu Jing, "I'll park here and wait. My love, text me when you get inside, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, she got out of the car and called to the person inside. "Wen Shunya, let's go." Seeing her call, Wen Shunya didn't want to get out. "Huh? I have to go too?" Looking at her, it was clear she didn't want to. Tu Jing, annoyed, questioned her. "Don't be ridiculous. If you don't come with me, how will I know which factory it is?" But she still tried to find excuses. "You can tell just by walking forward a bit more. Plus, I've been walking in these shoes since 2 intersections ago. I'm exhausted." Tu Jing wasn't about to let her stay behind, so she grabbed her. She dragged her out. "Why did you wear high heels anyway? Stop blathering and just come with me." When Shunya, being pulled away, tried to find a reason. "Wait, my phone is still in the car." But Tu Jing wasn't easily fooled by this trick. "Just leave it there, it's fine. I have my phone in my pocket, that's enough." After some bickering, the two of them started walking forward. Watching them leave, Li Shuxiong picked up his phone to call someone. "Hello? Tell everyone to get ready." While he was carefully giving orders, another car approached from behind. "Once I start my car, you all charge in, okay?" Inside that car were his henchmen. The leader spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Copy that." Returning to the two women, Wen Shunya complained and blamed her companion. "Tu Jing, tell me, why do you have to drag me along?" She detested her fake persona. "We're both old foxes. Do you really think you can deceive me with that devious nature of yours?" Wen Shunya smiled hypocritically and poked back. "You're being so unfair to me. By dressing up like this, isn't it just ensuring we can lure Jiang Xiaoyong out even better? Besides, he already knows about you and Li Shuxiong." While they were talking, their expressions suddenly changed. "What's going on up ahead?" Wen Shunya, walking behind, hadn't seen the situation yet. She replied, "Ah." Wen Shunya looked at the devastated scene before her and gasped in shock. "Damn it, what the hell happened? Was there a shootout?" She quickly moved closer to her friend, trembling in fear. Tu Jing, these people are all dead. Maybe we should head back?" She looked at the corpses on the ground, assessing the bloodstains. These people couldn't have died long ago. Could it be two groups fighting over Jiang Xiaoyong's supplies? They carefully bypassed the rear of the car belonging to the driver, who hadn't used his signal. They chatted in fear. "Is that Jiang Xiaoyong guy in trouble? Even if that bastard Jiang Xiaoyong died, it wouldn't be a pity. But I don't know if the supplies are still in his hands." While they were talking, the corpse of the driver who hadn't used his signal began to twitch. When Shunya suggested, "Maybe we really should go back and let Li Shuxiong's men take a look instead?" Tu Jing hissed, warning her. Keep your voice down. Let's go see if the factory door is locked. The two of them went forward, unaware that the eyes of the driver who had been killed earlier had already started to change. Wen Shunya and Tu Jing slowly approached the gates of Jiang Xiaoyong's fortress. Wen Shunya knocked on the door a few times, cursing, "Damn it! This door is terrifying. I can't see anything inside at all." She continued, "The main gate is closed. This proves Jiang Xiaoyong is fine." Just then, someone called out from above, drawing their attention. "You two." Meng Shanshan stood on the guard tower, shouting down to question them. "Who are you two? How do you know about this place?" Wen Shunya quickly made up an excuse. "Girl, we're friends of Jiang Xiaoyong." Behind her, Tu Jing introduced herself without any shame. "I'm Jiang Xiaoyong's girlfriend." Upon receiving their answer, Meng Shanshan turned inside to report. "Jiang Xiaoyong, there are two girls outside. One of them says she's your girlfriend." Down below, Tu Jing was gritting her teeth in anger. "I was wondering why that bastard Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly changed his attitude. So he went to find a new girlfriend, huh?" Seeing her suddenly jealous, Wen Shunya reminded her, "Tu Jing, don't show it like that. We're in a critical situation. Besides, the woman up there has a crossbow in her hand. Can Li Shuxiong handle that?" She was annoyed but nodded to reassure her. "Don't worry, he's carrying several six-shooters. As soon as we open the door, he'll be able to take down Jiang Xiaoyong." Up on the guard tower, he appeared and spoke to the two below. "Tu Jing, Wen Shunya, what are you doing here?" As he spoke, he immediately used his mind's eye to look straight at them. Thanks to it, he could see that although they were smiling on the outside, they were fuming on the inside. Wen Shunya tried her best to suck up to him. "Jiang Xiaoyong, we're all friends. Can't we come visit you? With things being so chaotic, we're very worried about you. Aren't you worried about us?" Hearing her words, he sneered. "Worried? I knew it. That animal Li Shuxiong is definitely standing nearby, isn't he? So, how many people did you bring? What kind of weapons did you bring?" Immediately, the faces of the two below turned to shock, their jaws dropping as they wondered, "How? How does he know that?" Before they could react, the person above opened fire, spraying bullets down on them. Seeing him being so ruthless, they cursed furiously. "Jiang Xiaoyong, are you crazy? So, why the hell are you shooting at us?" When Shunya hurried to warn her, "Tu Jing, keep it down. He's got a gun, so watch your mouth. Don't go provoking him for no reason." Tu Jing didn't care at all, firmly asserting, "What's there to be afraid of? He wouldn't dare shoot me dead." Seeing how confident she was, he laughed out loud. "Oh, you really think I wouldn't dare? Well, that makes things convenient for both of you then." As soon as he finished speaking, low growls and moans erupted from behind the two women below. Tu Jing spun around, panicked, and shrieked, "What? What is that? Is that someone infected with the rabies virus?" Wen Shunya, terrified and in disbelief, stared at the scene. Rabies can bring the dead back to life? Watching the zombies below, Xiaoyong's eyes filled with a cruel, twisted delight as he muttered, "I want you two to die in their jaws." No sooner had he finished than the zombies roared and charged madly toward them. Thankfully, due to their small frames, the two women quickly managed to dodge them, sprinting forward and shouting, "Li Shuxiong! Li Shuxiong!" Hearing someone call his name, he tilted his head to look out. Before his eyes, he saw the horrific scene of Wen Shunya and Tu Jing running for their lives from the zombies. "Li Shuxiong, please, save me." Seeing this, he panicked and cursed. "Damn it! Why the hell are rabid people showing up here?" With that, he hopped back into his car, grabbed his radio, and yelled, "Turn around! Everyone turn the cars around! There are infected people here, get out now." Seeing him turn the car around to escape and leave her behind, she cursed in a rage. "Li Shuxiong, you dog! You total piece of trash!" As the zombies drew ever closer, she held up her handbag and shouted, "I don't want to die like this." Then, she swung her arm and hurled the bag hard at Thuk. Nya, right in front of her. "You bitch." The strap of Tu Jing's bag immediately wrapped around Wen Shunya's ankle. Getting her foot tangled, she fell face first onto the ground. Because of this, the zombies caught up and lunged straight at her. She screamed in terror, "Wait, no," but it was too late. Thuk. Na was completely surrounded by the undead, who began tearing into her without mercy. Blood flowed like a river. Filled with hatred, Thuk Na cursed, "You scumbag, you bitch." She had been sacrificed to the zombies. "I hate you. You will never die in peace." Tu Jing paid no mind to her screams, and kept trying to run away. "You deserved that. You totally deserved it. You had it coming." At the same time, while Meng Shanshan was watching the scene in horror, Xiaoyong remained completely calm. The system's voice echoed, "Common threat mission complete. System points increased by 10. Current points, 18. New mission issued. City cleanup. Mission requirements. Clear out all infected humans and monsters outside the base. Reward, 10 points. Having been silent, Meng Shanshan finally spoke up. Did these guys just turn into zombies based on the air? He explained to her, neither slow nor fast. We have officially entered the apocalypse now. The air is saturated with a massive amount of contagion from another dimension. The dead will quickly turn into zombies upon exposure. Even those who are injured and still alive are at high risk of mutation. Hearing his explanation, she seemed to finally understand. So, that's how it is? After their talk, he turned to leave and commanded, "Gather everyone. We're holding a meeting." A while later, they had all assembled in a large room, and Xiaoyong took the lead. So, for the next 2 days, if it's not absolutely necessary, try to stay inside your homes. Keep all doors and windows tightly shut so your bodies can gradually adapt to the contagion. Only then can we minimize the risk of mutation as much as possible. After hearing his words, Zhang Qi felt a slight surge of anxiety. What about Tran Sung? At that very moment, in the infirmary, Tran Sung was lying quietly on the bed. His hands began to change color, veins bulging. It wasn't just his hands, it was spreading to his face as well. Tran Sung gritted his teeth, his head covered in sweat, desperately trying to fight it off. At the same time, in the city center, chaos was erupting everywhere. Zhang Shengjie looked at the scene outside and gasped. It's getting way too chaotic out there. He muttered to himself before turning to instruct his wife and children in the back. I have to head to the warehouse tonight to move the rest of the shipment. Tula, you and So I just stay home and wait for me, okay? Don't open the door for anyone except me, do you understand? No sooner had he finished speaking than a frantic pounding on the door echoed through the house. He looked toward the door with deep concern as the heavy knocking continued. Without thinking too much, he signaled for his wife and kids to stay quiet. Wary, he grabbed a golf club and approached the door. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Zhang Shengjie, are you home?" Recognizing the voice, he let out a sigh of relief. Oh, it's Yang Dao. He reached for the handle to open the door. The moment it swung open, a foot lunged out and kicked him hard in the stomach. As Zhang Shengjie fell, strangers rushed in and pinned him down. He glared at the person behind them and shouted, "Let me go!" Furious, Zhang Shengjie confronted the ungrateful man, Yang Dao. "What the hell are you doing, you bastard? I treated you so well, for God's sake." Hearing this, the man pointed at himself, mocking, "Say that again? You treated me well? In your eyes, I was nothing but a dog." Ignoring his words, Zhang Shengjie continued to scold him. "Don't you have a conscience? If it weren't for me, would you have been able to afford the down payment on a house?" These words completely triggered Yang Dao, making him snap. He retorted, "Yeah, sure, you helped with the down payment, but how many houses have you bought for yourself with all that money? Cut the crap. Give me the warehouse keys and the address." He gritted his teeth and remained silent, refusing to cave in. Seeing this, Yang Dao let out a sinister laugh and moved toward Zhang Shengjie's wife and child. He scoffed. "Still playing tough, huh?" He grabbed Tula's hair and yanked hard, causing her to cry out in pain. "Get over here, you bitch!" Seeing his mother in pain, young So I screamed and lunged forward. "I'll kill you!" He bit down hard on Yang Dao's hand, making him wail in pain. "You little brat! You actually dared to bite me?" Without holding back, he delivered a brutal slap to the boy's face. "Get lost!" Seeing his family attacked, Zhang Shengjie couldn't stay silent anymore and roared, "You son of a bitch! If you've got guts, come at me! Let my wife and child go!" Yang Dao turned his head to look at him with a grin. "Relax, pal. As long as you cooperate, your wife and kid will be safe and sound. Now, take us to your warehouse." A moment later, the heavy sound of a metal door being shoved open echoed out. Under his threats, he finally gave in and led him to the warehouse. Upon entering, he saw only a few scattered crates left. Puzzled, he asked, "Is this really all that's left?" The man replied bluntly, "Your big clients came by. Remember? Everything's sold out. There's barely even any expired stuff left." Hearing that term, Yang Dao rubbed his chin and silently muttered a name. Jiang Xiaoyong. Immediately after, he smirked, plotting his next move. "If we can snag the supplies in Xiaoyong's factory area, we'll be able to kick back and live like kings, right?" Seeing that look, Zhang Shengjie honestly urged him, "I'm telling you, don't even think about messing with him. I saw it by accident when I was out on a delivery. That guy is tough as nails. I'm sure that kid must have gotten word of this great catastrophe early on." Hearing this, he replied with a cryptic smirk, "Well, that's exactly what you need to worry about." The man, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Dao didn't hesitate. laying out his terms to trade for the goods from Xiaoyong in exchange for his wife and kids' safety. A fair deal, don't you think? Hearing his threats, Shengji fell silent, his face twisting in frustrated rage as he gritted his teeth. The scene shifts back to Xiaoyong's base. A piercing scream echoed deep within the base, inside the infirmary. A group of people gathered in front of a hospital bed, staring at the terrifying, snarling figure being held down. Both his hands, feet, and neck were tied down tight so he wouldn't bite anyone and spread the infection. The group, including Thang Qi, each felt something different, just watching their infected friend in silence. Just then, Lu Yiming broke the heavy atmosphere, coldly suggesting, "Kill him." Seeing the callousness in his words, Xiaoyong hesitated, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Thang Qi, who seemed unable to accept it and asked back, "What did you say?" Lu Yiming immediately offered a very convincing argument to make him go quiet. "He's already gone. If we don't kill him as soon as possible, if he gets loose, everyone else will get hurt." Tu Jiai refused, loudly retorting, "He's our brother. Are you just going to give up on him without even trying, huh?" At this, Xiaoyong cut them off. "He's right. Once the infection takes hold, there's basically no coming back." Hearing his words, Tu Jiai cried out in despair, "Brother Xiaoyong." Without another word, he pulled a small knife from his waist. He held it out toward Lu Yiming and ordered, "Take it." Seeing his action, he was a bit startled. "What do you mean?" Xiaoyong didn't mince words. "Finish him." Although he talked tough, looking at the knife, Lu Yiming was still a bit scared. Seeing him tremble, Xiaoyong stepped closer, coldly questioning him. "Didn't you always want a weapon? Now, take it and put him out of his misery." In the tense air, another hand reached out and grabbed the hilt of the knife. Thang Qi looked grim, took the blade, and said, "Brother Xiaoyong." He was shaking, but he stepped up, determined to take this on. "Let me do it." Thang Qi was a kind soul. He gathered all his courage to hold the knife, but he couldn't hide the fear clearly written on his face. Jiang Xiaoyong gripped the cold blade and said, "Have you thought about it? What happens if everything I said before was a lie? You guys? When this knife goes down, you'll be a murderer." Even though he was scared inside, he looked straight into Xiaoyong's eyes and said, "I trust you, Brother Xiaoyong." Hearing that, he smiled faintly, satisfied with Thang Qi, and ordered, "Do it." He stepped closer, knife in hand, standing next to the bed. Tran Sung was already a zombie, tied up and thrashing so hard the bed shook. He was in agony, tears streaming down his face, but he had to hold it in, raising his hand to strike. Just then, Tran Sung let out a hopeless, guttural roar, his body turning purple. The knife was seconds away from hitting his neck. Thang Qi gritted his teeth, his eyes red and swollen. Suddenly, Xiaoyong, for reasons unknown, grabbed Thang Qi's arm, making him look back in surprise. "Brother Xiaoyong?" Yet, he looked on, emotionless, staring fixedly at the system screen and said, "You guys get out of here. His condition is unique, and keeping him here is still useful to me." The system popped up a notification. "Alert. Rare variant detected." Everyone left. A while later, loud, frantic noises kept coming from the infirmary. In the room, it was just Xiaoyong and Tran Sung. He was snarling violently at him, seemingly not fully mutated yet. He tried to call out the name, "Tran Sung, right?" Immediately, he leaned in close to Tran Sung and whispered, "I have an important mission I want to entrust to you." It seemed he understood, as he stopped struggling and calmed down. Cut to the city sky, still blue with white clouds. A fancy car was losing control, swerving and zigzagging down the road. This car crashed straight into a nearby utility pole, with such force it crushed the front of the car, sending black smoke billowing out. Shengji crawled out, clutched his head, and cursed, "Damn it, talk about bad luck." Tran Sung stood up and left, muttering, "Gotta get out of here fast." But he didn't realize a zombie had been trailing him, and suddenly it lunged, screeching right in his face. It scared the hell out of him, and he cursed, "Damn it." Before he could even fight back, the zombie bit his arm, making Sheng Jie yelp in sudden pain. By instinct, he used both hands to shove the zombie away, knocking it to the ground. He took the chance to run toward the damaged car. There was an iron rod on the seat. He grabbed it in a panic and swung it with all his might at the zombies. Face, furious, screaming, "Get the hell away from me, you bastard." The zombie took the hit, stumbling to the side and spitting out a tooth. He went berserk, pounding on the zombie non-stop, not pausing for a second, pouring out all his frustration. A long time later, Shengji held the iron rod, drenched in sweat, panting heavily as he looked at the zombie he'd just beaten. "Damn, can't stay here any longer." He decided to leave, clutching his bloody arm, looking pathetic. Cut to Xiaoyong's base, where a few zombies were wandering around in front of the gate. He pushed open the small side door and stepped out. Jiang Xiaoyong looked around cautiously, his expression calm. He was far too used to this by now. Following him was a team of people who looked physically fit, but they were clearly tense, gripping weapons ranging from hammers and baseball bats to guns. They moved forward inch by inch. Meng Shanshan wasn't used to the heavy protective gear and grumbled uneasily. Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, wearing this stuff is so inconvenient and uncomfortable. Jiang Xiaoyong explained calmly, so she would understand. Zombies have no consciousness, so they are much more violent than normal humans, making them extremely dangerous. Given your current combat experience, you're too prone to getting hurt, so you have to wear the gear. Once you all have more experience, it won't be too late to take them off. After that, he led the team, stepping a few paces ahead to survey the area. Spotting a zombie up ahead, he immediately raised his hand, signaling the group behind him and asking if they were ready. This distance is already within the zombies' detection range. Everyone signaled that they were ready. Jiang Xiaoyong asked again if they were prepared. Suddenly, the zombie caught their scent and rushed toward them with a hideous face. Jiang Xiaoyong shouted, "We've been spotted. Let's fight," he hurriedly added. "Remember what I told you all. Support each other and maintain your distance." The zombie lunged at Jiang Xiaoyong, but it was unsuccessful. He had dodged to the side cleanly and skillfully. Even with the zombie right next to him, he still loudly instructed the others on how to attack. The moment the monsters lunge, focus on their temples and the back of their necks. Tuji charged forward eagerly, gripping his sword tightly and swinging down hard at the zombie's forehead. A dull thud echoed out. The zombie's skull was hard, and it didn't even flinch. Instead, the one in pain was Tuji, who clutched his arm and groaned, "That hurts so much." Behind him, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly shouted a reminder. "The top of the skull is the hardest part. Not only did you fail to cause a wound, but you also made your arm go numb." Tuji's reaction was typical for a beginner. Suddenly, the zombie lunged forward, grabbing his sword with both hands. The zombie became increasingly aggressive, biting down hard on the blade. Tuji couldn't hold it back any longer and looked back for help. "Damn it! Help me, Jiangqi! Save me!" Jiang Xiaoyong, intentionally letting everyone get used to fighting zombies, said calmly, "That's it. That's the right way to defend. Jiangqi, your teammate needs help." Jiangqi immediately rushed forward, using his baseball bat to strike the back of the zombie's neck. After taking a heavy blow to the neck, the zombie fell. Jiang Xiaoyong stood watching the three of them fight the zombie, guiding them. "Not bad, that's right. But your attack power still isn't enough. Everyone, keep moving." From behind, unnoticed, a zombie had crept up behind Jiang Xiaoyong. After struggling for a while, Chongqi turned around proudly and asked, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, did we do okay?" He smiled slightly and replied, "Doing okay? You guys did even better than that." Right behind him, the zombie that had been stalking him all this time lunged forward, its eyes wide and its mouth gaping, trying to bite his shoulder. Zhangqi, worried for him, shouted, "Look out, Brother Jiang Xiaoyong." By now, the zombie's teeth were nearly touching his flesh, but unexpectedly, he grabbed the zombie's head with one hand. He remained calm, lifting the zombie's head professionally. With one hand holding the zombie down, he lectured his teammates. "Did you all forget what I just told you? Never neglect to watch your surroundings." The team was stunned. A scene change cuts to Zhang Xingjie. He had sneaked into the area near Jiang Xiaoyong's base. This guy was hiding behind large concrete blocks, watching from afar, annoyed. "Damn it, are the people here crazy? Did that guy Jiang Xiaoyong already arrive?" Observing the front, he saw an empty car. The sound of Jiang Xiaoyong constantly reminding his teammates echoed through the air. "Support your comrades when they need it. That's right. Stay vigilant at all times." This made him think. That sound is. Soon after, Zhang Shengjie crept closer to the car, thinking as he walked, "It really is Jiang Xiaoyong." He hid behind the back of the car, carefully poking his head out to scout the front, muttering to himself, "Is Jiang Xiaoyong and that group out hunting those crazy infected people?" While he was busy spying on Jiang Xiaoyong's team, he didn't realize that under the car, there was a shadow of a zombie. This one had just awakened. It heard the scent of human flesh, and its eyes lit up like flashlights. It turned out this zombie was Cao Venshunya, who had now turned into one. Having lost her beautiful face, it was now torn and mangled, the skin hanging in tatters. Suddenly, her hand grabbed Zhang Shengjie's pant leg. He was startled, panicked, and rolled onto the ground, kicking his feet and screaming. He stood frozen in terror for a few seconds, his whole body going numb. Shunya had lost all humanity. She let out harsh, guttural cries, driven by a craving for human flesh. She stared hungrily, her mouth wide open, ready to devour him. Another zombie appeared out of nowhere and pinned Jiang Xiaoyong down, making him yell, "Damn it! Screw this!" Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, blood splattered, and his scream filled the air. The one who took the shot was Jiang Xiaoyong. After being saved, Jiang Xiaoyong pushed the corpse off himself. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyong spoke up. "Jiang Xiaoyong, what are you doing here?" He took a step toward him and said, "Jiang Xiaoyong, I finally managed to survive long enough to see you." Just then, he noticed one of his arms and saw a bite mark on it. Immediately, he aimed his gun at the man's head and said, "You've been bitten." Seeing him prepare to fire, the man panicked and pleaded loudly, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, don't shoot. Please spare me. I have something to tell you." Hearing this, he didn't lower his gun but replied, "Say what you have to say, but don't come any closer to me." Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong trembled and choked out, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong the First, I know I can't be saved anymore. Perhaps before long, I will turn into a monster. But," he suddenly shouted, "but that bastard Yang Dao, he kidnapped my wife and children. He used this to force me to come up with a plan to trick you and seize your resources." After that, he sincerely said, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, I know I'm not a noble person, but I don't think I've done anything truly evil or malicious. My wife and children are innocent." He used his pitiful state to beg Jiang Xiaoyong, "Those animals will never let my wife and children go. Their fate will be even more miserable than mine. Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, I beg you, help me look after them. Consider it as my share. Please help me hold on to that batch of supplies." Hearing Jiang Xiaoyong get to this point, Jiang Xiaoyong began to think. Although the guy's initial intention was just to make money for himself, objectively speaking, he had helped him quite a lot. Suddenly, he turned his head to look. Then, evaluating the number of members currently in the fortress, the capacity is still very large. There are more men than women, so the ratio is a bit unbalanced. Just then, the system chimed, making him happy. He thought, "What? A mission reward? And this opportunity even gives more rewards." Two information panels appeared from the system. System mission, new mission, sacrifice of the father. Mission requirements, rescue the wife and child of Thang Shengji. Reward, 0 points. Mission 2, street cleaning. Mission requirements, clean up the infected and monsters outside the fortress. Reward, 70 points. He saw the reward for this mission. He decided to agree with Thang Shengji. "Don't worry, I'll take care of your wife and child for you." His agreement left the man extremely shocked. "Really? Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, Brother Jiang Xiaoyong." Suddenly, the man knelt and bowed in gratitude. "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, I, Thang Shengji, will never be able to repay you in this lifetime. I vow that in the next life, I will be your beast of burden." "Next," he said softly, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, do it." Hearing him say that, Kung Tiodung asked, "Do what?" Thang Shengji calmly replied, "End it. I don't want to become a creature that goes mad and threatens the lives of my wife and child." Hearing this, he just went silent. Suddenly, he turned and ordered Meng Shanshan, "Meng Shanshan, get a bicycle from the warehouse and give it to him." This order of his made her exclaim in surprise. "Huh?" Without explaining much, Kung Tiodung turned to Thang Shengji. "Go. Get as far away from here as possible, to a place where there are few people." His words made the man wonder. "Why? Why so?" He replied, "No need to ask why. Your time is running out. Hurry up and make the most of your time." The man seemed to understand his intention, sighed heavily, and said, "All right, I understand. Thank you, Brother Jiang Xiaoyong." A moment later, he used the bicycle to ride as hard as he could. By now, he was gradually transforming into a zombie, but in his heart, he was still thinking of his family. My wife, my son. Half of his face had turned into a zombie, while the other half shed tears from missing them. Back at the fortress, Kung Tiodung and the others gathered the corpses of the zombies in one place. Then, they poured gasoline over them, struck a lighter, and finally burned the pile of bodies. At the same time, a moan rang out. "I'm dead tired today." Right then, Kung Tiodung was assessing everyone's abilities. With their current strength and experience, having 2 or 3 people use regular cold weapons to hunt individual zombies without getting injured wouldn't be a problem. The system also sent a notification. Street cleaning mission complete. System. You earned 10 points. Current total, 28 points. Suddenly, he looked at Uncle Thung and Meng Shanshan, then at Chung Tree's group, thinking, if we face a small-scale zombie horde or a tide, we definitely can't handle it. Suddenly, He turned to leave, but didn't forget to call everyone to follow. Follow me. Kung Tio Dung led them to a warehouse. He suddenly called out, Uncle Thang. The older man heard him and asked hurriedly, What is it, Tio Dung? He handed the key from his hand to him and instructed, There are weapons stored in this warehouse. I'm going into the city tonight. For the safety of the fortress, I'm leaving it to you. The man received the key and asked worriedly, The city is chaotic now. Are you going there alone? The two, Chung, Tri and Tio Jia, eagerly volunteered to go with Kung Tio Dung. Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, the three of us will go with you. Unlike them, Luk Nut Lu Yiming stayed hidden and silent. Facing their enthusiasm, Kung Tio Dung flatly refused. No need. You guys can't handle that kind of danger right now. If you come, it'll just be a burden. Uncle Thung, I'm counting on you. Seeing he had entrusted it to him, Uncle Thung was ready to help but didn't forget to tell him. Don't worry, Tio Dung. You must be careful. A while later, Kung Tio Dung was already in the car. He didn't forget to bring weapons along. At this moment, the system notified him. Shop. Manual refresh. -2 points. Looking at the information panel in front of him, he was a bit critical. This shop system updates new items way too slowly. As he clicked the refresh button, he reasoned, The difficulty of this mission isn't low. To ensure safety, I might as well refresh it manually. As soon as he confirmed, the system displayed another prop panel. Refresh successful. 2 points deducted. Current total, 26 points. System shop. Black Tech Supply Crate Level 1, 20 points. Rescue Team Supply Crate Level 1, 5 points. Threatening Weapon Supply Crate Level 1, 5 points. Manual refresh, -4 points. Looking at the points he had to spend, Kung Tio Dung helplessly muttered, I only refreshed once, and the cost doubled, from 2 points to 4. It seems like I really need to be more thrifty. Without hesitation, he clicked on a supply crate and thought, spending points to refresh for the good stuff is cool. Luckily, he had just enough. Instantly, the system announced, Black Tech Supply Crate. Level 1 exchanged successfully, 20 points. Current total, 6 points. Suddenly, his car glowed brightly. The system also notified him, Black Tech Supply Crate Level 1 opened. Reward, Physical Enhancement Serum, +5. In the car, Kung Tio Dung wasn't happy about the lighting effect. What the hell is this? Did I just eat a flashbang or something? Suddenly, a vial appeared in his hand, making him gasp in surprise. Damn, a serum that adds 5 points to physical attributes? Without hesitation, he injected it into himself to be safe. Immediately, he felt painful and screamed, and then another blinding light appeared. The system quickly provided the attribute data. Strength, 13. Higher than an average person by 260%. Special ability, space storage. At the same time, at Thong Shengji's house, inside a room decorated with toys, Tio Lei was holding her son and comforting him. So I, don't be afraid. Dad will come back soon. Just then, 2 of Dung Dao's henchmen burst into the room. Seeing them, Tio Lei screamed in fear. What are you doing? One of them restrained her and said wickedly, What am I doing? Naturally, I'm just looking for some relief. So they started tearing at Tio Lei's clothes, making her cry loudly in terror. No, don't! Tio Lei screamed and struggled, trying to escape the humiliation from Dung Dao's men. Let me go, please. Just then, someone stepped into the room, interrupting everything. Lisa asked angrily, What are you doing? Why so loud? Dung Dao's henchman. As soon as he saw him, he told the police to go together, but he refused and demanded, Hey, we aren't done yet. Think about the job first. Let her go. His henchman was annoyed and argued, What's wrong? This isn't our first time doing this. Seeing the subordinate dare to talk back, he shouted angrily, Do you want to mess with his wife and kid? What if this BTCH decides to just die? Once that happens, he'll have nothing left to lose. If we fight to the bitter end, nobody wins. Get it? He softened his tone and added, Wait until we deal with him, then we'll all take a turn. She can't even take a day off. Yang Dao's henchman obviously had no choice but to listen. Damn it, you're ruining my mood. Before leaving, he turned to taunt her. Just you wait for me. The situation was desperate. She and her young son could only cling to each other and cry. Meanwhile, on the zombie-infested streets, Jiang Xiaoyong was driving while thinking. 13 stat points. My physical ability has doubled. Even my reaction speed and control have improved significantly. His driving was incredibly skillful. He could easily steer and dodge obstacles smoothly, making him exclaim aloud, This feeling is amazing. On the dark street full of wandering zombies, Jiang Xiaoyong parked the car and stepped out. The reason he did that was because heading straight forward would lead into the city center, Driving was too conspicuous, so he had to go on foot. Just then, he suddenly heard a growl behind his back. It turned out to be two suicidal zombies lunging at him. Without panicking, he dodged to the side, then quickly threw an uppercut over the shoulder of the zombie and easily threw it down. Using that momentum, he threw it into another zombie. Then, Jiang Xiaoyong summoned a blade. He gripped the blade tightly, looked at the two zombies, and sprinted toward them. With two swift slashes, he decapitated the two zombies that didn't know their place. After finishing, he felt a bit impressed. Whether it's strength or reaction speed, it's a complete wipeout against these current zombies. Is this what double the human physical stats feel like? Besides that, he felt his perception had also improved significantly. Just then, a scream reached his ears. Damn it! We're surrounded. This scream made him estimate the distance at about 800 meters. At that exact moment, the system announced a random quest trigger. Random quest, encounter quest. At the same time, inside a convenience store surrounded by zombies, a panicked voice cried out, "Damn it! We're surrounded!" Li Hengli shouted orders. "Hurry! Bring more heavy objects here!" Zixuan, terrified and crying, asked, "Dad, are we going to die here?" Old Tudong said something to comfort him, though it wasn't very comforting. "It's all right. Those bastards can't get in. Even if they do, it's fine. At worst, we'll just be reunited with Mom." Of course, instead of calming his son down, this remark made him cry even harder. Li Hengli scolded him. "Damn it, Old Tudong. Do you know how to talk or not? You're just making things worse." Being scolded by him, the old man retorted, "If I knew how to talk, I would have been the apartment manager long ago." The situation had reached this point, leaving Li Hengli helpless, only able to grit his teeth and wonder, "Damn it, are we really going to die here today?" While the zombies were howling, suddenly there was a noise outside, making everyone inside panic. What was that sound? Suddenly, the silhouette of a zombie slammed into the door, startling Zixuan and Old Tudong so much they fell backward. Suddenly, the zombie slid down, smearing blood all over the glass door. By now, there was no more sound outside the convenience store, only the blood left on the glass. Li Hengli, breathing heavily, ordered, "Old Tudong, you and Zixuan, take the heavy objects and move out." He also reminded them, "Use the elevator. Don't make any noise." Old Tudong immediately replied, "Got it, got it." A moment later, they cautiously opened the door and stepped outside, only to see a bunch of zombies lying dead on the ground. Old Tudong asked in confusion, "Who did this?" Suddenly Zixuan screamed, "It's a mutant! It must be a mutant!" Hearing that, Old Tudong asked, "Mutant? What is a mutant?" The boy fearfully explained, "They're much stronger and faster than normal zombies. In comics, novels, and games, they're all designed like that." Hearing his son talk like that, the old man suddenly got angry and scolded. "Comics, novels, games, you watch this stuff every day. No wonder your grades are always at the bottom." Li Hengli saw that even now, he was still scolding his child. So he quickly reminded him, "Old Tudong, your EQ is really low. Is now the time for that? Hurry and follow me. Watch the surroundings carefully." He led the group forward, reminding everyone to watch their own direction. Slowly moving toward the gathering spot, they reached an alley. He stopped and signaled everyone to halt. They immediately asked, "What is it? What's that?" It turned out he saw Jiang Xiaoyong standing there checking the system screen. Encounter quest. Rescue complete. System points increased by 5. Current total, 11 points. As soon as Zixuan saw him, he immediately thought, "That mutant, it must be the mutant." However, Li Hengli thought differently. "I think he's just a survivor." Jiang Xiaoyong had heard all of Zixuan's words, so he couldn't help but tease, "Mutant? Your imagination is quite vivid, kid. It's not the time yet for mutants to be everywhere." Seeing him speak, Li Hengli happily stepped closer and said, "Sure enough, you're a survivor." Then, he kindly suggested, "Kid, walking out here alone like this is too dangerous. At a time like this, we must stick together to survive. Come with us." Seeing him pacing back and forth like a nervous chicken, Jiang Xiaoyong asked, "Who are you guys?" "Just a few of you," he honestly replied. "We're looking for supplies. There are quite a few civilians gathering at Rongxiang Garden." Hearing this, he quickly asked, "Rongxiang Garden? I remember there's a Jinyu mansion not far from there, right?" Old Tudong stepped up and answered instead, "Not far, just one street away." He was no different from Li Hengli and kindly suggested, "Little brother, come with us. There's strength in numbers. Captain Li here has a gun to deal with those things. We have experience. We can protect you." Faced with this enthusiasm, Jiang Xiaoyong nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Thank you all. A group of people stood gathered on the road, looking around with intense caution. Old Tudong turned to Jiang Xiaoyong and asked, Kid, why? Are you asking about Jinyu Mansion? Are you trying to meet up with someone important? You replied with a simple, yeah. He pressed further. A relative? Or a girlfriend? Suddenly, he patted your shoulder sympathetically to reassure you. It's the apocalypse now. Even if the person you're looking for is well, it's highly likely they're already dead. You need to mentally prepare yourself. Suddenly, Li Hengli gritted his teeth and chimed in. Exactly. Even if they weren't killed by a maniac, there's a high chance they'd run into those monsters. Jiang Xiaoyong asked, puzzled by this. Those monsters? Li Hengli angrily recounted. A group of thugs occupied the luxury villas in the East City's Green Mountain Villa district. Just to survive, they didn't hesitate to slaughter other survivors. We ran into them once, and quite a few of our comrades died at their hands. Saying this, he turned his head around and warned, regardless, whenever you run into other survivors, you absolutely must be careful. Because he had turned his head, he didn't see the zombie in front of him. Zixuan was startled and shouted loudly, Chu Li, watch out! He reacted instantly and saw the zombie lunging at him. 2 gunshots rang out, and the zombie dropped dead after taking 2 bullets. Between the lingering anger and a sense of relief, he gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it, screw you. At that very moment, a few more zombies spotted them, causing Zixuan to panic and shout a warning. The gunshots attracted those bastards. They're coming. Seeing him lose his cool like that, Li Hengli quickly scanned the surroundings and steadied himself. What do I do? Stay calm. He spotted a bus in the middle of the road and immediately had an idea. Got it! He hurriedly urged everyone. Quick, get inside that bus. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyong was silently observing everything and assessing the situation. Running aimlessly is likely to alert even more zombies. And that bus is a confined space. It's perfect for defense. The only downside is that once you're inside, there's no way out. It seemed you were quite satisfied with Li Hengli. I give your split-second judgment 70 points. Seeing you running behind him, Li Hengli, who was already on the bus, shouted at you, Kid, get on the bus, fast. The moment you leaped onto the bus, he quickly slammed the door shut and hurriedly demanded, Kid, check every seat and see if any maniacs are hiding in here. Zixuan looked out the window anxiously and reported, They haven't given up, they're still swarming this way. Li Hengli also saw thousands of zombies approaching and muttered in fear, Damn, we were still too slow. The zombies began slamming their hands against the bus violently. They were trying to climb onto the vehicle, while the people inside tried to block them, cursing in frustration. Damn it! Li Hengli, while struggling to block the bus door, shouted, I can't hold it much longer. Suddenly, someone's hand appeared and pressed onto the door. Jiang Xiaoyong gave it a light push, and the bus door slammed shut. This sight left Li Hengli astonished, thinking to himself, He's that strong? Without any hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to him and said, I've got the door covered. It won't open. Uncle, tell everyone to smash the windows and fight back. He replied, To you. Then, he immediately went to help the others take down the zombies. Suddenly, the bus window shattered. A few zombies saw this and rushed to climb into the bus through that window. But before they could do anything, one of them had its head blown through by a bullet. Old Tudong used the weapon in his hand to impale the heads of these things and gritted his teeth. Go to hell, you bastards. Behind him, Zixuan and another person were struggling to hold on to him so he wouldn't fall outside. As for Li Hengli, he was a bit worried about his ammunition. With so many maniacs out there, this little bit of ammo won't be enough. Just then, a voice called out, Use this. He saw the crossbow in Jiang Xiaoyong's hand and wondered, Where'd that crossbow come from? You gave him a vague answer and tossed the crossbow into his hand. You just happened to pick it up earlier. A moment later, thanks to that crossbow, he killed quite a few zombies. With old Tudong pitching in to help, the two of them fought while cursing, Eat lead, you little runts. Go to hell. After a fierce battle, they finally wiped out all the zombies and got off the bus. Zixuan, feeling pumped, declared, Avoiding disaster twice like this definitely isn't a coincidence. We must be the favorites of the heavens in this apocalypse. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong reminded them, Stay vigilant, don't let your guard down and repeat the same mistakes. Deep down, you were also quite worried about the people back at the fortress. I hope everything is going smoothly on Xiaoyong's side. Lu Yiming was walking with the others in the hallway when he suddenly volunteered, Well, let me take the night watch for everyone tonight. Seeing this, you teased him, Oh? How come you're so proactive today? You'd only said a few words, but he flew into a rage and snapped. Nonsense. When have I ever not been proactive? Worry about yourself. Seeing him act like that, you didn't argue back, but just wondered, what's with him? Such a strong reaction. Uncle Thon had no objections to Lu Yiming volunteering and just instructed, all right then, since Yiming has volunteered for the job, the rest of you should take the chance to head to your rooms and get some rest. Yiming, be careful. If anything happens, wake everyone up. Hearing that, he replied, don't worry about it. During the night watch, Lu Yiming looked out at the sky and muttered, it's late. Everyone must be asleep by now. He stood up quickly, telling himself, this can't be delayed. I have to finish this before Jiang Xiaoyong gets back. At Uncle Thon's room, he was sleeping soundly. Right next to his pillow was the warehouse key that Jiang Xiaoyong had given him. Suddenly, his room door opened. The person sneaking in, acting all shady, was none other than Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming crept toward Uncle Thon. He slowly reached his hand toward the key. Next to him. Suddenly, Uncle Thon opened his eyes, sat up, and barked. What are you doing? Lu Yiming probably hadn't accounted for this, and panicked, thinking, oh crap. So, he punched Uncle Thon right in the face, causing him to cry out. Taking that chance, he grabbed the key and ran off, leaving him inside the room, shouting angrily. Lu Yiming, you little bastard, what do you think you're doing? Give that key back to me. His shouting startled everyone. They opened their doors and stepped out to see. Mike Meng Shanshan even asked, what's wrong? Uncle Thun, holding his bruised face, said hurriedly, Lu Yiming, Lu Yiming. He stole the weapon warehouse key. Quickly, stop him. Hearing that, the other three, clutching his bruised face, he quickly blurted out, Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming stole the key to the armory. Hurry, stop him. Hearing that, the other three, everyone chased after Lu Yiming. Uncle Thang stood in the doorway, shouting, Lu Yiming, what do you think you're doing? Thang Chi followed him, demanding, stop right there. Seeing them closing in, Lu Yiming deliberately knocked over a pile of items to block the path. The debris made it impossible for them to continue the pursuit. Thang Chi cursed angrily. That hateful, rotten brat. Just then, Lu Yiming walked past the infirmary. He smirked and muttered to himself, well, I'm already in deep. Might as well go all the way. He stepped into the room and approached Tran Sung, who was tied to the bed. He reached out toward the restraints. Suddenly, Tran Sung broke free and tried to attack him. Lu Yiming scrambled back, cursing. Holy crap! Seeing Tran Sung flailing one arm, he angrily wondered, why was one side of the restraints so loose? Didn't they tie him up properly earlier? A sinister thought suddenly crossed his mind. This is perfect. Now I don't have to risk untying him myself. A moment later, when Thang Chi's group reached the scene, they froze in shock at what they saw. It turned out they were looking at Tran Sung standing there, perfectly still. At a glance, they knew who did it, that scumbag, Lu Yiming. He actually let Tran Sung out of the infirmary? Does he want to get us all killed? Uncle Thang was furious, shouting, damn it! I never thought this kid was such a piece of trash. Meng Shanshan asked anxiously. What do we do now? All our weapons are locked in the storage room. Uncle Thang quickly issued instructions. No matter what, we have to work together and force that kid back into the infirmary first. He immediately ordered Thang Chi and Tu Jiai to split up. Use the method Xiaoyong taught us. Be careful. Don't let him bite you. The four of them carefully stepped forward. Seeing their chance, Uncle Thong yelled, now! Instantly, all three young men lunged at him. Thong Chi pinned Tran Sung's head, while Tu Jiai and Meng Shanshan held his arms. Seeing that he was restrained, Thang Chi shouted, got him! Uncle Thang immediately ordered, careful, pin him back into the infirmary. So, they began to count. 3, 2, 1, move. After the count, they shoved Tran Sung back into the room. Thang Chi slammed the door shut. Uncle Thang watched Tran Sung, pacing inside and panted heavily. Suddenly, the three young men whispered to each other, am I hallucinating? It didn't seem to take much effort to restrain him, did it? I felt the same way. Suddenly, Uncle Thang said angrily, damn it! Since we were delayed here for so long, that scumbag must have grabbed the weapons. Speak of the devil, Lu Yiming stepped out from a corner and asked, oh? Who are you calling a scumbag? He added irritably, damn it, I don't know which storage room that bastard Jiang Xiaoyong hid the weapons in. I only found one gun in the armory. He pointed the gun at them and demanded, but it's enough to deal with you lot. Once I'm done with you, I'll find the rest. Move. Get to the back room. Thang Chi saw him biting the hand that fed him and shouted, Lu Yiming, what do you think you're doing? Brother Xiaoyong is the one who saved our lives. With your ungrateful, wolf-like nature, he calmly replied, kindness is just another form of debt. Look at that arrogant attitude of his. If we save our lives once, do we have to be his slaves for the rest of our lives? Uncle Thang was so angry he cursed. Some people are just born ungrateful. You can't feed a wild dog. Tu Ji gently tried to persuade Lu Yiming. Don't be like this. Seeing them scolding and pleading, Lu Yiming snapped, stop yapping, do as I say. While they were distracted, Tran Sung was looking out the door with glowing red eyes. He held something in his hand and wandered toward the door, while Lu Yiming kept shouting, hurry up and move. Meanwhile, at Rongxiang Garden, Li Hengli had brought Jiang Xiaoyong there. He gave him detailed instructions. Keep heading forward. One more intersection and you'll reach the Jinyu mansion. The residential area is complex, and it's easy for people who have lost their minds to hide there. Brother, you must be careful. He pointed out where everyone gathered and hid. After you find your people, come to Rongxiang Garden to regroup with us. We're on the 8th floor. Use the side entrance of the apartment. Don't use the main door. Remember that. Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. I know. Thanks. Old Tudong watched him leave and said worriedly, shouldn't we go help him? He is, after all, our savior. Li Hengli replied, we don't know the situation inside Jinyu Mansion. If we accidentally walk into a horde of zombies, we'll be facing death. Old Tudong grew even more worried. Then isn't he just going to his death? He shook his head and said regretfully, I've said what needed to be said. It's just a shame, given his impressive skills. That night, at Jinyu Mansion, zombies were everywhere, accompanied by moans. The power was out, and there was no cell signal. One of Yang Dao's henchmen asked annoyedly, how did that guy Thang Sheng handle things? No one knows. Another man stubbornly insisted, I don't care. Tonight, I'm going to vent my frustrations. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. The others agreed. That's right. Thang Sheng went there alone. He might have died on the way. When you guys vent, just tie his wife up. Make sure she doesn't have a chance to kill herself. Inside the room, Tula couldn't help but tremble in fear hearing those disgusting words. Who knows when we'll die? Might as well enjoy it while we can. No regrets. Li Gei didn't bother stopping them, and even told them, damn it. Fine. Be careful. Absolutely do not let the mother and child die. The henchmen agreed. One of them even asked, are you doing it? He didn't answer, but suddenly saw something and exclaimed. The henchman kept babbling. If you're not going, I'll take the last turn. It turned out he saw a whole group of zombies lying dead on the ground, and wondered, why are all the zombies on this floor wiped out? One of Yang Dao's henchmen went to open the door and looked down the pitch-black staircase, wondering, could it be a rescue team? Right then, something appeared that scared him out of his wits. A blade swung out, cutting, across the henchman's throat before he could react. His head fell straight to the ground. Inside the room, a group of people walked in, scaring Tula into screaming, get out, you all, get out. Seeing her resist, one of them smirked and said, all right, cut the act. What are you playing at? Suddenly, one of them grabbed Soai and pulled him away, making Tula scream in terror. What are you doing? Let the boy go. Seeing her dare to, one guy slapped her face hard. Then they threw Soai outside, shouting, our target is her. Seeing his mother being bullied, Soai yelled angrily, I'll fight you to the death. But naturally, being just a child, he was powerless. They kicked him out and slammed the door, ignoring his screams. You bastards. Let my mom go. My dad won't let you get away with this. Just then, the door suddenly flew open, and a body came crashing out. It was Soai. Hearing the noise, he turned around and was terrified by the scene before him. Suddenly, a voice called out from the doorway. Hey, kid! Soai! Startled, shouted, who's there? Jiang Xiaoyong walked in and asked, Zhang Shengji is your dad, right? Soai, still trembling, stammered, yeah. At that same moment, inside the room, Tula clutched herself, helpless. One guy slapped her hard and roared, shut up, you want your brat to hear you? Keep screaming, otherwise, I won't have any fun. Another guy with a sleazy grin grabbed Tula by the hair and said, if she won't scream, I'll go first. Just then, the door was kicked open, and one of the thugs yelled in shock, that kid's pretty strong. Before he could finish his rambling, a blade flew across the room and sliced right through his throat. He actually kicked the door open? One of Yang Dao's lackeys saw his buddies just standing there and urged them, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kick him out. As soon as he finished speaking, the guy's head rolled onto the floor, separated from his body. The scene left them bewildered, wondering, what the hell is happening? Right then, a hand appeared from nowhere and grabbed the thug's head. Jiang Xiaoyong threw him aside with such force that the guy coughed up blood. The last thug, terrified, asked, Who the hell are you? Without bothering to answer, Jiang Xiaoyong kicked him straight in the face. Back at the fortified area, Lu Yiming pointed his gun at everyone and threatened, This is my last warning. If you don't do it, I'm pulling the trigger. With things having reached this point, Uncle Thang quickly said, Listen to him. Go to the room, he said. However, Meng Shanshan intended to object, but before she could finish, Uncle Thang interrupted her, saying, He has a gun. Just do as he says for now. Let me think of a way. Hearing this, Lu Yiming smiled wickedly, thinking, Still trying to think of a way? Looks like if I'm not ruthless today, I won't establish my authority. He aimed his gun at Uncle Thang, wanting to end him. You die first, you old rascal. Seeing him about to kill him, Meng Shanshan screamed in panic, Uncle Thang! Thang Chi was startled and shouted to stop him. Stop it, Lu Yiming! But suddenly, a noise echoed from the medical room, making Lu Yiming uneasy. What was that? He stared at the doorknob, wondering, what's going on? The medical room was locked. Suddenly, the doorknob turned, shocking him. Who's in there? Suddenly, the door swung open. Transung was already standing right there. Everyone stared at the doorknob, bewildered, whispering to each other, The key Transung opened it himself? No way. He's a mindless zombie. He shouldn't know how to use a key. Right then, Transung's eyes locked onto the terrified Lu Yiming, filled with pure rage. Regaining his composure, Lu Yiming pointed his gun at him and said, Damn it, a zombie that knows how to use a key? I can't keep you alive. He went to pull the trigger, but it wouldn't fire. He panicked, muttering, It's jammed? Seizing the opportunity, Transung lunged at him. Lu Yiming screamed in terror, Damn it! How is this possible? In the end, he could only wail helplessly as Transung tore him apart. Help! Help me! After finishing him off, Transung stood up and dragged Lu Yiming's body into the medical room, step by step. Uncle Thang watched, stunned, and asked, What on earth is happening? Thang Chi was also confused, saying, He was so calm just a moment ago. Suddenly, Transung exhaled and stopped moving. Suddenly, he pulled the key out of the lock and tossed it behind him. The key clattered to the ground in front of everyone. Then, he calmly slammed the door shut with a loud bang, leaving everyone looking bewildered. Jiang Xiaoyong stood there, looking at the mother and son huddled together. He looked down and called out, Hey kid, come here. So I looked up with a stunned expression. Tule, Zhang Shengjia's wife, had suffered a horrific fate. She pulled So I close, trembling, and asked defensively, Why are you calling him? He said coldly, Come here. The boy realized he wasn't a bad person, so he stood up, left his mother's embrace, and told her, Mom, I'm okay. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong handed him a knife and said, Take it. Hearing that, he stood there dazed, eyes wide, staring at him. So I took the knife, trembling. Then Jiang Xiaoyong pointed straight at Yang Dao's thugs, who were tied up, and gave the order to kill them. They heard this, jolted in fear, trembling violently, sweating profusely, and screaming for mercy. Spare us! Spare us! Tula, hearing this, panicked and said, Sir, he's just a child. Right then, he looked down at the boy. He held the knife with chaotic thoughts, saying, From today on, I'm not a child anymore. Then, Jiang Xiaoyong continued to steady So I's nerves. Kid, from now on, you'll be the only man capable of protecting your mother. Now, gather all your courage and kill these animals who hurt your mom. Holding the weapon, he kept recalling the images of the scum who had hurt his mother and father, and his expression grew even more determined. His eyes widened as if a great will were burning brightly before him. The boy gripped the weapon with both hands, tears streaming down his face as he screamed and charged at Yang Dao and his lackeys. A second. Later, blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by the thugs' agonizing screams. So I stood before Yang Dao and his fallen lackeys, panting. Huff huff. Tula watched her son, her mind in a state of chaotic panic, only able to mutter, So I. At that moment, he looked at Jiang Xiaoyong with sad eyes and said, Sir, did these guys also kill my dad? He replied, That's right. Hearing this, the boy dropped the knife, which clattered on the floor. He sobbed uncontrollably, ran over to hug his mother. Wah! She was deeply heartbroken, biting her lip with tear-filled eyes. Having completed the mission of protecting Thang's family, he prepared to leave, but she begged him, Benefactor, please, take my son with you. I'm willing to give anything in exchange. He heard this and immediately refused. No, Mom, I don't want to go with him. I want to protect you. Seeing the pitiful situation of the mother and son, Jiang Xiaoyong also decided, "Both of you come with me." I gave Zhang Shengje my word. To keep the mother and child safe, he took the lead, motioning for them to follow closely behind, each of them gripping a weapon for self-defense. Underneath them lay a pile of zombie corpses. Seeing how easily those zombies had been wiped out, I asked in surprise, "What kind of power is that?" "It's incredible. I can't believe you took out all these zombies." As she spoke, she turned to look at him, her round eyes sparkling with pure admiration. "Stay sharp," he said coldly. The mother and child wanted to say something, but he raised a hand to signal them to wait. He had sensed some strange noises nearby and was focusing intensely. After listening for a moment, he turned to the woman and asked, "Do you know the general location of the 8th floor of Jiang Xiaoyong Garden?" Tila gripped her sword tightly and replied, "Huh? You mean the 8th floor of Jiang Xiaoyong Garden? That's the direction you're looking at." "Why?" The scene shifted to Building 8 of Jiang Xiaoyong Garden, where a group of men armed with various weapons stood outside. One of them stood in front of the building and barked loudly. "Don't worry, we'll split the supplies fairly. Also, bring out all the women under 40, they're coming with us." Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, Captain Lee's group was in a panic. Liu Chao asked anxiously, "What do we do now? Should we just surrender?" Captain Lee frowned, turned around, and said firmly, "No way. Those scumbags won't keep their word. Once we do, besides Wu Duye Nian and Ha Chuang, none of the rest of us will make it out alive." Just then, a voice from the group below shouted, "You have 10 minutes. If you don't play along, we won't leave a single one of you alive." Hearing this, the woman was terrified. With sad eyes, she whispered, "Maybe the two of us should go out and beg them to spare you all." Hearing this, a young woman in a black vest shouted, "I don't want to. I refuse to be their sex toy." Captain Lee saw his teammates losing their cool. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling them to stay quiet and stay calm. "Don't worry, we will absolutely not compromise. Guard this hallway closely. They can't get to us." A scumbag thug on Bitch Thui Hill grumbled in annoyance to his boss. "Even though our gear is good, their leader has a real gun. If these people keep playing turtle, it's not going to be easy to force them out, is it?" The boss, holding a gun with a smug look on his face, said, Fine. We don't need to force it. You guys go shut off the water main for the 1st floor households. Let's see how long they can hold out." At that moment, near the area, Jiang Xiaoyong and the mother and child were hiding behind a wall opposite the building. So I asked cautiously, "Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong, are those people bad guys too?" He glared at the thugs and replied coldly, "That's right." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped out alone. While walking, he took aim and muttered, "Trash, just like the guys who bullied you and your mother." At Captain Lee's place, since they had a gun, he had taken the lead. He instructed them carefully, "Guard the stairwell and don't give away your position. I'm going to see what those guys are up to downstairs." Everyone behind him whispered, "Be careful." He stepped gently toward the window without making a sound, then peeked his head up to look down. There were 7 of them, all armed, and 3 were holding guns. Suddenly, there was an explosion. A blinding flash of light went off, and the sound made Captain Lee flinch and cover his ears in panic. This left his team in total confusion. Suddenly, one of the Bitch Thui scumbags was struck by a bullet piercing right through his head. Everyone was thrown into chaos, shouting at each other, "What's happening?" The henchman collapsed to the ground, sending the others scrambling in all directions. The boss screamed, "Who's there?" From the 3rd floor, Li Hengli looked down and saw a silhouette. He gasped, That is." Looking closer, it was the person they had met the night before, that kid, Jiang Xiaoyong. He moved while firing shots everywhere, forcing the Bitch Thui scumbags to scramble for cover. One guy holding a revolver didn't even have time to aim before a bullet from Jiang Xiaoyong hit him right between the eyes. Blood splattered everywhere. Another thug, hiding and watching his comrade drop, broke into a cold sweat. He only dared to peek with one eye, staying extremely cautious. Right after that, 2 of them jumped out at the same time to launch a desperate attack, yelling like crazy. Yet, not a single shot hit him. He walked forward calmly, expertly dodging the bullets. He smiled, curling his lip, and said, "Amateurs." The leader was frustrated. Panting heavily while hiding behind a steel drum, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, where did this lunatic come from? Instantly, Jiang Xiaoyong unleashed a hail of automatic gunfire at the steel drum, causing the leader to shriek in fear, duck his head, and curse, "Damn it." Then he roared, ordering his henchmen, "What the hell are you doing? While he's suppressing me, shoot him." The henchman heard the order and popped his head out, shouting loudly to draw Jiang Xiaoyong's attention to himself. "Damn you!" Instantly, Jiang Xiaoyong's sharp gaze locked onto the guy. He quickly swung his barrel toward the one who had just peeked out. With just 2 bullets, he hit him precisely in the center of the forehead and the right side of his chest. The henchman didn't even have time to pull the trigger before he collapsed. The leader laughed triumphantly, guessing, "You're out of ammo. Right, you bastard." He quickly dashed out, pointed his gun at him, and yelled gleefully, "Die!" At this moment, he stood motionless, dropping his AK to his feet. He let the guy point the gun straight at his face, staring him down. The leader began firing at Jiang Xiaoyong, but he dodged them easily. The guy screamed, "Die, damn you." Jiang Xiaoyong tilted his head aside, then instantly grabbed the gun right out of the leader's hands. He used his strength to break the guy's elbow. Jiang Xiaoyong pressed the muzzle right under the guy's chin, leaving him in absolute terror. Without a second's hesitation, he pulled the trigger hard. Blood sprayed from the top of his head everywhere. The guy fell to the ground, unconscious. A pool of blood spread across the floor. After standing and observing, Jiang Xiaoyong stepped forward, crouched down, and searched the guy's pockets. A moment later, he walked boldly into the building's entrance. There were several guys with weapons hiding behind the walls, getting into position, but he sensed that someone would be waiting for him, so he kept his guard up and glanced over. Immediately, a guy on the left jumped out, and 2 more rushed from the side, shouting. In no time at all, he took them all down, leaving them sprawled all over the floor. He shouted upward, "Come on out, all of you!" At that moment, everyone came downstairs. So I said to him, filled with admiration, "Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong, you were so cool just now." The system interface appeared before his eyes. System mission, add a new member. Mission requirements, recruiting and changing the people of Jiang Xiaoyong Huang Uyen. The survivors gain 25 points. Xiao Dung then looks down at the corpses. He asks Old Li to protect these people, then frowns angrily and looks at the thugs, calling them scum. They are from the Bich Thui Villa area in the South City. Surprised, he asks, "Bich Thui?" and calls over 2 men in yellow shirts. Liu Chao and Tran Kiet run over, answering, "We're here. Did you call, Boss Li?" He orders, "Tell Xiao Dung about what's happening at Bich Thui." The 2 take turns describing the situation. They explain that the group there is a sinister force. They have resources and weapons, occupying the Bich Thui Villa area. Most of the survivors in South City have been forcibly recruited by them. Xiao Dung closes his eyes to analyze the situation. The settlement where Li Thu Hung and Thoi Tin are staying, isn't that in South City? Could it be them? He suddenly opens his eyes and asks, "Does that mean the Bich Thui group is the only settlement left in South City?" Tran Keet eagerly replies, "It wasn't always, but they have weapons. Other small settlements can't fight back against their attacks." Mentioning those scumbags, the 2 brothers are visibly furious. Liu Chao continues, "Those bastards, every time they attack a settlement, they kill half the people first. Then they take the young, beautiful girls, and those willing to collude with them." Hearing this, Xiao Dung fully understands the situation. So that's it. Old Li sees Xiao Dung's deep thought and asks, "What's wrong?" Xiao Dung doesn't answer him but walks toward the 3 corpses and says, "Old Li, these 3 had guns. Everyone, take them. There should be plenty of ammo left." He hands his own weapon to Old Li and instructs, "Keep this rifle too. I'll leave it for you guys." Stuttering, Old Li takes the rifle with both hands and says, "This is this really for us?" He looks back toward Bich Thui with hatred and says, "The Bich Thui group won't let this go. With these weapons, they won't be able to do anything to you. Try to hold out here for 2 days. I'll go back, get ready, and then come back to wipe them out." Hearing that, Liu Chao panics. The Bich Thui group? No way, brother. You're no match for them. They have dozens of men, and their numbers might have grown. Old Li desperately tries to talk Xiao Dung out of it. "Exactly, brother. We aren't worth the risk. We can just find an opportunity to move bases. After all, it's only a few kilometers away. They can't search the whole city." Xiao Dung calmly walks away, saying, "Don't overthink it. I have a personal grudge with them. Besides, in a few days, I'll drive a large vehicle to pick you all up and take you to East City." Surprised, Old Li asks, "East City?" Xiao Dung turns to explain, "The land on the city side. At the old tea plantation, I've set up a fortified base, and we're short on people." Seeing that it might be safe, Old Li nods. Xiao Dung waves goodbye to the group, followed by the mother and child. So I. He instructs everyone to be very careful. "Stay safe, sister-in-law." So I. "We're heading out." Old Li waves back. "You guys stay safe too." Scene shift to South City. Outside the barbed wire fence, a severed head is stuck on a spike, looking disgusting. Guards outside are armed with guns. Right in front of the building, 3 corpses, 2 men and 1 woman hang mutilated. Inside a large room, 4 people sit around a table. Trung Han Vun smokes a cigarette and boredly asks, "Still haven't gotten the supplies from Kim Duke Entertainment District?" Lee Thu Hung gestures outside and smiles, reporting, "Trung Han Vun has already sent people. They should be back soon." At this moment, Lam Kwang Kai interrupts, criticizing, "Trung Han Vun, the Kim Duke District has many high-class women living there. We can't just focus on the supplies, right?" Lee Thu Hung grinds his teeth but forces a smile. "Brother Kai, aren't we thinking the same thing? I've already told my men to bring back anyone alive." Kan Vun smokes, then blows out a puff of smoke, annoyed. "Didn't you say the task was left to you? You haven't succeeded once." He tries to explain calmly, but inside, he is terrified. "Brother Vun, don't worry. This time, I will handle it properly for you." Kwang Kai smirks, satisfied. Immediately after, he walks outside, wiping sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily. A subordinate is waiting and asks, "Boss Lee, are you okay?" He vents his anger. "Have those 7 people returned yet?" The subordinate trembles. "Boss Lee, an hour ago I sent men to scout." Hearing the bad news, Thu Hung shouts, "What? All of them were shot and killed? The people at Jiang Xiaoyong Huang Uyen are just commoners, right? How could they have 3 guns and still not be caught?" He boils with rage and gives an emergency order. "Go tell Dung Dao to call everyone who knows how to use a gun here. This time, I want 0 mistakes." Cut back to Xiao Dung's base. His car arrives at night. Beep, beep. Meng Shanshan hears the car and cheers. "Xiao Dung's car!" Uncle Thung and Shuang Tri look out. The system notification appears. Task: protect wife and child completed. System points plus 25. Total current points: 36. Everyone runs out, waving to welcome him. He steps out of the car. Meng Shanshan sees him and beams. "Xiao Dung, you're finally back." He looks at everyone who came out, except for one person. He chuckles. Sure enough, it's Luke Nut Lu Yiming. She is startled and asks, "You knew for a long time?" He doesn't answer her yet, but points to the mother and child, Swai Swai, and tells Chung Tri, "Take them to the room, then meet us in the infirmary." Chung Tri replies, "Okay." A moment later, all 4 and Xiao Dung are gathered in front of the infirmary. Uncle Thung exclaims, "So, Xiao Dung, you knew Luke Nut Lu Yiming had bad intentions for a long time?" Picking up a gun, he explains, "Actually, I couldn't be 100% sure. What I could be sure of was that among Chung Tri's friends." Hearing this, Chung Tri and Tio Ji show disappointment, but he remembers the past, when Chung Tri cried bitterly because of that traitorous friend, and he emphasizes with rage, "There was one piece of scum." Chung Tri grips the gun tightly. Then, he seems surprised as if he'd just realized something. A moment later, he held a box of cartridges in his hand, looking shocked. "Rubber bullets?" He glanced at the medical room and asked, "What about the kid in the medical room?" Suddenly, he recalled the moment Tran Sung turned into a zombie and relayed it to everyone. What was his name again? Ah, right, Tran Sung. He isn't a normal zombie. He's a rare mutant type. Walking into the room where Tran Sung was lying, he leaned in close and said, "If you understand me, blink 3 times." At first, the guy was frozen like a rock, but upon hearing those words, he actually twitched his eyes and let out a low, guttural, He saw this and praised him. "Good. What's 2 times 3? Use the number of blinks to tell me the answer." "Good." Then, he explained what he knew about zombies, saying that after the apocalypse started, those infected by the otherworldly pathogen had a low chance of becoming rare mutant types. They usually possessed higher intelligence and potential than standard zombies. Usually, they would even inherit some memories from when they were alive. When Jiang Xiaoyong carefully opened the door, Tran Sung was already standing up. Luckily, Tran Sung was of an extremely rare breed. Tran Sung's foot stomped on the head of Lu Yiming, causing everyone to panic and gasp. He turned, his pale face covered in bulging veins, and let out a growl, but he waved his hand at everyone in a friendly way. He then ordered him, "All right, no need to stomp anymore. Clean it up." Immediately, he obeyed and understood, grabbing the collar of Lu Yiming's corpse and dragging it away. Zhang Qi was the first to step up and ask, "Sung? Tran Sung, do you really still remember?" His footsteps stopped when he heard his name. Tran Sung turned his head back, grinning with a terrifying expression, growling, "Goo goo goo." Seeing this, he stood stunned for a long time, but deep down, he was very happy. Suddenly, His best friend lunged at Jiang Qi's neck, but he reacted quickly, dodging just in time and shouting, "Holy crap!" Transung laughed with delight, while Jiang Qi was terrified, looking pale as he yelled, "Damn, looks like he still remembers. He's already turned into a zombie, yet his hands are as twitchy as ever." Jiang Xiaoyong went back to his room, lay down with his hands behind his head, and rested. He read the system panel in front of him. Hidden achievement, unlocked. Possess 1 mutant-type team member. Completed. System points plus 10. Current points, 46. He exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't expect to trigger a hidden achievement. What an unexpected harvest. Let's see if there's anything new in the shopping mall." Just then, a new system panel appeared. Survival Supply Crate. Level 1. 5 points. Armed Threat Supply Crate. Level 1. 5 points. Black Tech Supply Crate. Level 2. 50 points. Crafting Material. 4 points. After reading, he felt energized and sat up, thrilled. Holy crap. Level 2 crates? That's my first time seeing one. He placed a hand on his chin, pondering. But it's so expensive. 50 points. Let's open the other 2 crates first to avoid losing them. The 2 boxes corresponded to 2 system panels, one after another. Exchanged for Survival Supply Crate, Level 1. Success. Deducted 5 points. Current points, 41. Exchanged for Armed Threat Supply Crate Level 1. Success. Deducted 5 points. Current points, 36. He pointed. At both of them. Right after, a blinding light erupted, lighting up the entire room. At this moment, the system continued to notify him. You have chosen to open the Survival Supply Crate, Level 1. Received reward. Otherworldly Infection Prevention Serum. Effective with a chance to prevent infection from otherworldly sources, but cannot reverse a completed mutation. Opened Armed Threat Supply Crate, Level 1. Received reward. Barrett M82 Sniper Rifle and 10 rounds of large caliber. 50 BMG 12.7mm ammunition. He leaned back against his pillow, thrilled, and exclaimed, "Wow, the weapons in a Level 1 crate are this epic? Then Level 2, Level 3, wouldn't they give me a tank? And there's an infection prevention serum too. Does that mean I can cure someone who's been bitten before they turn into a zombie?" Jiang Xiaoyong clicked on the active mission panel. Increase member count. Mission requirement. Recruit survivors from Jiang Xiaoyong Huang Uyen. Reward, 25 points. Just as he clicked it, he said excitedly, "I can't wait to open the Level 2 crate. I'll try to finish the mission tomorrow." Everyone fell asleep, except for Transung, who was dumping Lu Yiming's body outside the base. The next morning, at the base courtyard, he gathered everyone and said, "From today on," he declared loudly, "everyone must spend at least 1 hour practicing with their guns every day." 5 people lined up, aiming their guns at water bottles for practice. Jiang Xiaoyong walked over and patted Chuthong on the shoulder, instructing, "Chuthong, later on, get Jiang Qi's group to clear out a few rooms in the main dining area. There are survivors on the Jiang Xiaoyong Huang Uyen side. Today, I'm going to pick them up." He replied, "Ah, okay, don't worry about it." After giving orders, he looked over at Transung and called out, "Transung." He turned and responded with a growl. He ordered, "Follow me." A few hours later, on a major highway, a large vehicle had crashed in the middle of the road. Surrounding the vehicle were corpses lying everywhere. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong and Transung were standing near the car when a zombie with a knife stabbed right through its forehead rolled onto the ground. That was certainly his doing. In the driver's seat, the person sitting there had also mutated, but he was trapped by the seatbelt, growling. Before long, this zombie was lifted out of the steering wheel by Transung and thrown down to eat dirt. Jiang Xiaoyong handed him a key and said, "Here." He carefully took the key. When the key was in his hand, he walked away and called out, "It's fine. Go ahead and open it. When it's just me around, you don't need to wear those." Immediately, he reached up to unlock the mask. Then, Jiang Xiaoyong instructed him further. "When we get to Jiang Xiaoyong Huang Uyen later, think before you act. Don't scare people." The scene shifted to the South City base. Li Shuxiang's underlings gathered behind a truck, and his voice shouted, "Why is there still not enough people?" Just then, a woman and a man arrived, and the crowd replied, "That's enough. That's enough. Let's go, Boss Lai." He held a cigarette, cursing angrily. "Damn it. I don't believe that even like this, I still can't take over Jiang Xiaoyong Huang Uyen." He flicked the cigarette butt to the ground, and as their vehicles sped out the gate, these thugs shouted and roared aggressively. A group of men in black stood, surrounding a man who was slumped on the ground. Something was about to happen, causing one of them to be stunned. eyes widening in shock. Unexpectedly, a car came rushing in, tossing them into the air. The car swerved, causing other vehicles on the road to scatter in chaos. Inside a high-rise building, a group of people were sitting in a circle eating. Outside, the sound of a car engine attracted everyone's attention. Lu Yiming spoke up. "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong. It's definitely Brother Jiang Xiaoyong coming back for us." Li Hengli signaled everyone to be quiet. "Hold on, don't rush. Let me take a look outside first." He said that, then walked over to the window to check the situation. There were voices outside. "Which building?" "Building number 8, the one in the back." Li Shujiang ordered them to move in. Seeing this, Li Hongli was absolutely furious. "Damn it. That's not Xiaoyong, it's that scum from Bichen Mountain." When the man heard that, he raised his gun. "Those bastards actually dared to come back? Haven't they learned their lesson? We all have guns now. Take them out." Li Hongli calmed everyone down and warned them. "Don't underestimate them. There are way more of them this time, way more than us. Plus, they're all armed. Stick to the plan we made earlier. I'm heading to the rooftop. You guys keep an eye on things. This distance seems about right. If they get any closer, those losers will actually land their shots." Li Shuxiang's men were raising their weapons, preparing to attack. Just then, the two people on the rooftop noticed them and shouted in panic, "Watch out! Fall back!" Suddenly, the glass window shattered from the gunfire below. Shards of glass flew toward the man. "Screw that." Xu Xiong ordered his underlings. "Give me the megaphone. The rest of you, aim for the windows if anyone sticks their head out. Blow it off." He grabbed the megaphone. "Hello? Hello?" Suddenly, a bullet whistled through the air and pierced the skull of the guy standing right next to him. They were stunned. A rifle? One shot? Another bullet struck the second guy in the leg, making him scream in agony. "Ah, my leg!" They scrambled, shouting to each other. "Find cover! Quick! Take cover!" Hong Li was up top, firing down at them. They shouted from below. "Look out! It's an assault rifle! An automatic rifle!" Xu Xiong cowered in a corner, absolutely livid. "Damn it! How?" The intel said they only had one gun. Even if they stole the ones from the 7 guys sent last time, that's only 4 guns total. What the hell? Where did this automatic rifle come from? His underling asked, terrified. "Boss Li, what do we do now?" He snapped back. "What do you think?" "Fall back." The guy didn't hesitate and took off running. Xu Xiong cursed. "Wait for my command. Move together, you bastards." Suddenly, one of his men was hit by several rounds and collapsed. Watching this, Xu Xiong spat. "Serves you right," he shouted. "Everyone, listen to my orders. Charge. 3, 2, 1, he yelled. "Move." Then they started to retreat. Xu Xiong's lips curled into a smirk. His men were getting picked off one by one as they ran. He kept running and shouted, "Time to reload!" Hong Li was reloading up top too. They scrambled frantically toward the car. "Drive! Drive! Hurry!" One guy was left behind, screaming, "Wait! I haven't gotten in yet." He was then silenced by a bullet through the head. Bullets continued to rain down toward the vehicle. Scene change. A blue car swerved down the road, causing other vehicles to flip as they tried to dodge it. Jiang Xiaoyong was inside. There was screaming outside. "Who's that?" He didn't care, and just kept driving. "Whatever. Finish the mission first. The accumulation points are what matter." A moment later, the car came to a stop. Xiaoyong and Transung stepped out near the site of the battle. "Oh, you guys are for other zombies. Go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, Transung grinned manically and ran toward the corpses. Xiaoyong told him, "Once you're done, meet me under building number 8 in the apartment complex." He turned and walked ahead, while Transung devoured the bodies. Crunch, crunch. He swallowed them whole. Jiang Xiaoyong walked through the city, muttering, "This guy Li Hongli is impressive. He really took out quite a few." A head popped out of a shattered window, cheering, "Brother Xiaoyong, it's really him." Everyone waved their hands and shouted loudly, "Brother Xiaoyong." A while later, they came down to meet him. Yang Dao's man spoke first, and Xiaoyong asked him, "You guys were the ones who drove them back?" He happily boasted about his achievement. "You bet. Thanks to that assault rifle from you, Brother Xiaoyong. Before the apocalypse, I was a sharpshooter with rifles." Suddenly, there was a strange noise behind them. Everyone turned around, vigilant. What was that sound? Someone was walking toward them. Step by step, a human who had turned into a zombie. Yang Dao's group immediately aimed their guns. "Careful, there's a zombie." Jiang Xiaoyong stopped them. "Don't shoot, he's one of us." The man was stunned and confused. "One of us?" Xiaoyong pointed at someone lying on the ground and ordered, "There's more over there, go eat." The server, now a zombie, limped step by step in the direction he pointed. Yang Dao's men were still in shock, curiously asking, "What's going on here, Brother Xiaoyong? Can you talk to zombies?" Xiaoyong gave a vague answer. "He's not a normal zombie. It's hard to explain right now. Get in the car. I'll explain it to everyone on the way." He didn't forget to tell the other zombie, "Go eat, and when you're done, come back to the car to find us." Once he finished his meal, the zombie reflexively put on his muzzle. This happened right before everyone's eyes in the car. Zixuan winced, shocked enough to swear. "What the hell? He even knows how to put on a muzzle?" Jiang Xiaoyong reminded him, "Watch the muzzle. If he hears you, be careful, he might hit you." The kid was startled and replied, "Pretty cool, huh?" He commented, "If you say that, he might hear you. That's a friendly zombie for you." He stepped into the car. As he put one foot in, the weight of the car shifted to one side, making it sway. Yang Dao's man felt something. Did the car just tilt a bit? The clumsy zombie held the keys out in front of Xiaoyong and said, in broken words, "Key." Now it was Xiaoyong's turn to be surprised. "You can talk?" The clumsy zombie answered, his speech disjointed. Jiang Xiaoyong stayed silent. He pondered. Eating 6 corpses in a row. Transung is a zombie. He must have started evolving to the next stage. I need to get back quickly. Convert the points into power, the strongest combat force. A voice the driver or someone else reminded him. Hold on tight. Let's head back. Xiaoyong continued his internal train of thought. It can't just be a zombie. Scene change to a shareholders meeting, or perhaps Lin Guangkai's office. He was screaming at his subordinate. Damn it. What did I tell you? You incompetent fool. You can't do anything right. Li Shushong retorted, Boss Lin, this isn't my fault. Those people have automatic rifles. Thang Qingxiaovan didn't believe him and said disdainfully, What the hell are you talking about? A bunch of rookies, and they have automatic rifles? Do you think we're stupid? Li Shusheng struggled to defend himself. No, it's the truth. If you don't believe me, send some men over there and see for yourself. Lin Guangkai, enraged, kicked him to the floor. Get lost. Li Shusheng glared back at them with pure hatred. Even as he walked away, Kuang Xiangkai was still muttering under his breath. I've been sick of this loser for a long time. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that his underlings have taken heavy losses? He gestured for Jiang Xiaoyong Hook to expose him. You've still got eyes for the woman next to him, don't you? Lam Kuang Xiangkai chuckled. Jiang Xiaoyong Hook, look at you. He laughed, filling the whole room. Of course, I'm interested. Definitely interested. Trong Kun Van warned, don't be rash. Lam Kuang Xiangkai. Let me find an opportunity. Li Shucheng, who had been hiding outside the door the whole time listening to their conversation, gritted his teeth in a rage. Back at his villa, he threw things onto the floor and cursed. Damn it. Li Shusheng's wife asked worriedly. What's wrong, honey? She tried to use her beauty to comfort him, as she always did, hoping to calm him down. But this only made Li Shuxiong even more insane. Pack your bags. We're leaving. She was confused. Leave? Go where? He didn't explain, only replying coldly. We can't stay here anymore. We have to be careful, he shouted. Thon Tu. Thon Tu. The man appeared immediately. Boss Li, what are your orders? Li Shushang commanded. Call all the remaining brothers. We're heading out early tomorrow morning. He said a lot more, though his wife, standing nearby, looked a bit uncomfortable and unsure. Returning to the vehicle with Jiang Xiaoyong's group, everyone had stepped out of the car, except for Tu Hien, who shouted as soon as his feet hit the ground. Whoa! Is this really a new generation fortress? The system displayed. Quest completed. Jiang Xiaoyong's squad size has reached and exceeded the target of 8 out of 5 members. You have received 30 accumulation points. Your total is now 65 points. Jiang Xiaoyong was surprised. Exceeded the target? There's a bonus too? He said to the zombie. Transung, follow me to the South District tomorrow night. It was unclear how he responded, but it was taken as an agreement. One of Yang Dao's underlings asked curiously, To the South District? What for? Jiang Xiaoyong replied, The people at the Bitch Thui Villa area and I have a few old grudges that need settling. Afterward, he returned to his bed to work with the system. You have an option for a Tier 2 Black Tech Sacrifice Crate for 50 accumulation points, plus 4 points to refresh manually. Jiang Xiaoyong pressed his finger on the screen, tapping the icon. He spent 50 accumulation points to redeem it, hoping, My first Tier 2 crate, please don't let me down. After opening the Tier 2 Black Tech Sacrifice Crate, Jiang Xiaoyong received a reward, 20 doses of Physical Enhancement Serum. He was thrilled. 20 doses of enhancement serum, huh? Holy cow. Not bad for a tier 2 crate. His room filled with all sorts of shouting. After taking the serum, Jiang Xiaoyong's spirit became much more revitalized. 33 points of physical stats, a comprehensive improvement to 6 times that of an ordinary person. He felt this sensation, a mosquito was buzzing around him. Jiang Xiaoyong caught it between his fingers. Facing his friendly, intense stare, the mosquito was too terrified to buzz loudly anymore. A moment later, he let it go, and the mosquito scrambled away. The sunset on the street painted the sky in beautiful hues of purple, red, and gold. Everyone was keeping guard outside. Jiang Xiaoyong walked past Yang Dao's underling, who turned and asked, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, you want to go to the South District?" Jiang Xiaoyong answered, "That's right. Oh, by the way, Brother Li." Understanding his intention, he asked, "What do you need?" Without beating around the bush, Jiang Xiaoyong expressed it directly. "Your marksmanship is probably the best here. Train everyone for me." He smiled and promised, "This is my specialty. Rest assured, once it's done." Jiang Xiaoyong gathered his people and hit the road. "Tran Sung, let's go." The car sped away. As night fell, the starry sky heard Li Shuxiong's voice. "Thon Tu, how is it over there?" Thon Tu replied, "Rest easy, Boss Li. I'm sure they're all in position by now." Li Shuxiong immediately ordered, "Move out." 2 underlings went ahead with Li Shuxiong, looking furious, following behind. Suddenly, a car ahead of them abruptly turned on its headlights. Li Shuxiong and his men had to cover their eyes because they were blinded. In front of them was a group, led by Jiang Xiaoyong Hook. Inside, the car sat Truong Kan, Van, Lam Kuang, Xiangkai, and Tu Jing. Li Shuxiong's underling frowned. "What's going on?" Jiang Xiaoyong Hook, holding a gun, asked contemptuously, "Where are you guys headed?" By now, Li Shuxiong realized who was in front of him. Jiang Xiaoyong Hooch. He quickly forced a smile to explain. "Ah, Jiang Xiaoyong Hook. We were just trying to take advantage of the dark to head to Jiang Xiaoyong Huang Uyen and try our luck." Jiang Xiaoyong Hook gave a cold, mocking laugh. "Haha, Jiang Xiaoyong Huang Uyen, huh?" At that same moment, one of his underlings was dragging Thon Tu outside. He threw Thon Tu in front of Li Shuxiong. Li Shuxiong's underling, seeing that the man's eyes were not yet closed, shouted in a panic, "Thon Tu!" Li Shuxiong, enraged, threw a punch straight into the man's face and roared, "Open your dog eyes and look clearly." "This isn't Thon Tu." He turned back and gave a big, forced smile to Jiang Xiaoyong Hook. "Jiang Xiaoyong Hook, who is this guy?" I don't know him." Jiang Xiaoyong Hook didn't waste any more breath. Together with his underlings, they aimed their guns at Li Shuxiong. "Do it." Immediately, several gunshots rang out. Then, there were screams of agonizing pain. Li Shuxiong clutched his head, shivering in fear. He turned to look behind him. His underlings had been shot dead, lying on the ground. Li Shuxiong blurted out in a rush, I really don't know them." "Jiang Xiaoyong Hook, what are you doing?" Jiang Xiaoyong Hook pointed his hand toward the car behind him. "Ha ha, you've got a loose tongue, haven't you? Look closely. See who's sitting in the car." At that moment, the car lowered its headlights. Li Shuxiong looked toward the person sitting in the car, his eyes widening in shock. Then he gritted his teeth in fury. He saw Tu Jing, smiling reluctantly as she leaned close to Lam Kuang Xiangkai. Behind them was also Boss Trong. The two were smiling smugly. Li Shuxiong roared in anger. "Tu Jing." Lam Kuang Xiangkai spoke up. "Don't bother denying it. Tu Jing already told us about your betrayal plan." Li Shuxiong, consumed with rage, tried to lunge forward but was held back, forced to be bitter. "Tu Jing, you bitch. You dare betray me?" Lam Kuang Xiangkai glanced behind him and asked, "Trong Kan Van? How should we deal with him?" Trong Kan Van didn't say a word. He simply drew his hand across his own throat in a chilling execution gesture. Immediately, a rope was tightened around Li Shuxiong's neck. Jiang Xiaoyong Hook's underling pulled the rope, hoisting Li Shuxiong high up into the air. He struggled to escape, but Li Shuxiong's chubby, heavy body quickly sealed his fate. He choked, coughing violently a few times, and then, as expected, Li Shuxiong was hanged to death right on the main gate of his own home. The cars, on Jiang Xiaoyong's side, just arrived at the scene. He and Tran Sung stealthily approached Li Shuxiong's house and saw him hanging and swaying high above. Liu Xiaoyong signaled for Tran Sung to stop. He looked at Li Shuxiong, who was struggling up high. Serves you right. It's a shame I didn't get to finish you off with my own hands, though." Liu Xiaoyong flicked a pebble at the rope. The rope snapped, and Li Shuxiong slammed face first into the ground. Liu grabbed the man by his purple, bloodshot-eyed head and hissed, "Scum! Get lost." You're in for a miserable end. I'm avenging you now." Just then, in another room, lewd moans and vulgar laughter could be heard. Tu Jing, wearing revealing clothes and a flushed face, was tied to the bed. "Are you really that cruel? I helped you win, and this is how you treat me? Hurry up and untie me." Trong Con Van leaned in close, whispering, "Isn't this reward just great?" Tu Jing groaned beneath him. Lam Kwang Kai was also unzipping his pants, getting ready to join in. Suddenly, they heard a strange noise outside the glass window. What was that sound? Once he saw what was outside, Lam Kwang Kai's expression flickered with shock. Down in the courtyard, his henchmen had already been wiped out. Just then, outside the door, heavy pounding echoed. While he and Trong Con Van were distracted, a familiar figure leaped onto the windowsill, throwing it wide open. What's going on? With cold eyes and a chilling aura, Xiaoyong stared at the man before him. Then, he pressed a knife right against Lam Kwang Kai's throat, catching him off guard. With one swift motion, he slit the man's throat to end him. As the body dropped, Xiaoyong quickly jumped inside. Trong Con Van saw his friend fall and shrieked in panic. "Lam Kwang Kai, you bastard, who the hell are you?" Tu Jing stared at him in complete shock. Xiaoyong didn't give them a second to react. He instantly threw the knife with all his might. The blade flew forward and embedded itself straight into the junction between Trong Con Van's head and neck. Watching him get finished off and collapse, Tu Jing screamed in terror. She then turned her head toward the direction he was moving, trembling as she asked, "Xiaoyong, what are you trying to do?" He looked at her, handcuffed to the bed, and let out a mocking laugh. "You guys were having a lot of fun, weren't you?" He stepped toward the bedroom door and gently grabbed the doorknob, sarcastically asking, "I wonder, if that piece of scum Li Shuxiong saw you like this, how would he react?" Upon hearing that name, Tu Jing showed a look of pure fear, tears welling up as she repeated, "Li Shuxiong?" As soon as the word left her lips, he immediately opened the door, letting the zombified Li Shuxiong charge in. Seeing the man's hands getting closer and closer, she fell into despair, tears streaming down her face. Tu Jing was bitten by the zombie and cried out in pain, "Xiaoyong, I was wrong. Please, forgive me. Get away." But the only response she got was complete silence, leaving her alone with the zombie Li Shuxiong. Xiaoyong gently used his hand to close the door, cutting off those ear-piercing screams from the outside world. Once finished, he went down to the courtyard and instructed Tran Sung, who was nearby, "Clean this up. Go eat these corpses." He nodded slightly and mumbled, "Eat one person at most." Just as he was enjoying his meal, he seemed to sense something. Xiaoyong instantly used his heightened hearing to listen to the surroundings. Not far away, inside a building, the windows were boarded up tightly with wooden planks. Just then, a chef was walking up the stairs to reach them. He was the chef from the Bitch Thui Villa, and in his hand, he was holding a large knife, scanning the area. Suddenly, one of his henchmen grabbed a little girl and dragged her over. "This brat's got thin skin and soft meat. She'll be perfect." The chef looked at the little girl, shook his head, and refused. "No, she's too skinny." Immediately after, he pointed at a young boy, ignoring the mother's desperate protests. "Pick that one," he said, grabbing the boy and dragging him away. "He's chubby." The boy's mother hurriedly tried to stop them. "Let him go. Let my son go." But the chef shoved her aside without a hint of mercy, snarling, "Get lost, you bitch!" The chubby kid saw his mother being hit and rushed over. "Mom!" The mother clutched her hands together, weeping and begging. "Don't please spare my child. I beg you all. I'm begging you." She reached her hands out toward those cowardly people, desperately pleading. "Save my son. Have a heart. Please." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, stopping everyone in their tracks. They stared at the door as several large holes appeared. Someone shouted, "Who's there?" The chef gripped his knife tighter, wondering, "Is that the sound of a shotgun? Who else has a gun like that?" His henchman quickly replied, "No way, only the boss has a shotgun." The mother and son, who had been spared, were now hugging each other and crying, "My child, it's okay, it's okay." At this moment, the atmosphere gradually became tense with every movement toward opening the door. The chef immediately ordered the man who had dragged the girl over earlier, "Go over there and check it out." Hearing that he was the one chosen, he panicked. "Me?" The chef quickly pushed him. "Quit your whining. Move." After some bickering, the henchman finally hesitantly stepped toward the door. The moment he reached it, a monster's arm reached inside. With one clean motion, he was pulled outside by that hand. The other henchmen shrieked in terror, "It's a zombie! Shoot! Open fire now!" They scrambled to empty their guns into the wooden door, but there was no one there. They paused for a split second to observe, only to spot a shadow dash past the window. They quickly fired at it. On the other side, watch out. As soon as the gunfire stopped, Tran Sung powerfully smashed through the door. The target he aimed for was the chef of the Bitch Thui Villa. While the man was still stunned, he reached out with a fluid movement in the air. Tran Sung twisted the man's neck and ended him. And the moment he landed, he dashed forward. In the dark of the night, only screams echoed throughout the villa. It's coming for me. Help me. Somebody help me. After some pummeling, the residents around them watched Tran Sung standing still and wondered, it isn't killing us? What the hell is this zombie? With bullet holes all over his body and covered in blood, he stood there towering. Right then, Xiaoyong arrived and praised him. Not bad, Tran Sung. Even without taking off your chains or mask, your moves are still sharp. He praised him. Pleased, the guy held up his hands to show off. Like this cooler. The surrounding residents witnessed this scene and were shocked to the core, gasping, a zombie that can talk. In everyone's bewildered eyes, Tran Sung looked like a true monster. The little girl from the Bitch Thui Villa saw him and fearfully hugged her mother. Seeing them so scared, Liu Xiaoyong spoke up to reassure them. Don't be afraid. It's okay. He won't attack you guys. By now, the little girl was teary-eyed. The girl fearfully replied, It's a high-level monster that kills without blinking. His face showed a hint of surprise. Then, Xiaoyong walked over to the little girl and sat down. You asked if they had seen someone like him before, and the mother confirmed it. Hearing that, Jiang Xiaoyong asked further, Where did you see him? In the Decoration City in the East District, the girl's mother replied. He then said, That soon? I thought it would take at least a month or two. Plus, Decoration City isn't far from Laochaye City, Tran Sung added from behind. What are you asking about? Jiang Xiaoyong replied. A mutant just like you, he continued. Depending on the individual, you'll retain your sanity and memories to varying degrees, so your hunting efficiency is much higher than that of regular zombies. Because the mutation is unstable, most of you have extremely violent temperaments and are incredibly dangerous. Hearing this, a look of worry suddenly washed over Tran Sung's face. He hesitated and asked, Then what about me? Jiang Xiaoyong placed a hand on his shoulder. Then, he reassured him, Don't worry, you're very lucky. Besides, with me here, I won't let you lose your mind. Xiaoyong then looked at everyone around and asked loudly, In this Bishui Villa complex, there must be other survivors, right? One resident replied, The real estate office is still holding quite a few people. Then, a woman standing nearby added, And who knows, there might even be people alive in the basement. Not wanting to waste any more time, Xiaoyong led everyone quickly down to the basement. He slowly opened the door. When they saw the scene inside, the faces of everyone present were filled with horror and shock. What is this? Xiaoyong asked. Inside were the bodies of unfortunate victims. They had all been slaughtered by monsters who weren't even human. Witnessing this scene, he said, They capture survivors from the surrounding areas every single day, then slaughter them. Is this why there are no other shelters in the South District? Jiang Xiaoyong wondered. But he didn't understand whether they could even eat all the people they were harming. Xiaoyong continued, But they're massacring so many people. Can they even eat them all? The man behind him replied, They ship the meat out periodically. We don't know how many of them there actually are. Looking at the bodies on the floor, Jiang Xiaoyong recalled what the man had just said. I know roughly how many of them there are, and they definitely can't eat that much. Could it be that they're raising zombies? Then he looked at the man and said, Now, tell me clearly about the situation at the real estate office. The man immediately answered, The real estate office is on the south side. It's about 1 kilometer from here. People who get captured are first locked up there. Those who are discarded or have been toyed with enough are then brought here, waiting to be slaughtered. Hearing this, Xiaoyong looked momentarily surprised. Suddenly, the system sent a notification. System Quest, Utopia, Beggar Edition, has been activated. Quest content. Expand the community. Requirement. Do your best to raise the community's rating. Current rating, 2. Reward, 20 cumulative points. Current total points, 36. Scene shifts to the real estate office outside. In the doorway, the shadows of 2 men could be seen. One holding a club said, Just now, I vaguely heard gunshots from the north side. The man behind him immediately replied, Ugh, they're just using survivors for target practice. As soon as he finished speaking, a zombie appeared behind them. It landed on the ground softly. Then, 7 sharp screams echoed in the quiet night. Zombies. Ugh. In the end, the 2 of them could only face a tragic fate. Inside, there were still 3 or 4 girls alive. They were all people trapped inside the Bishui Villa complex, and they were all wearing very skimpy clothes in the freezing winter weather. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, making all 4 girls terrified. "What are they doing out there?" one asked. Then, another girl replied, "No, let them do whatever they want. Don't come in, don't come in." The door was finally opened. Now, the girl with short hair was terrified. She shouted anxiously, "Don't come in, don't come in, don't come in." Fortunately, the person entering was none other than Jiang Xiaoyong. Seeing people inside, he said, "Everyone, come out." One by one, they walked in a line, following behind Xiaoyong. Then, the girl from before spoke up and asked, "Are you really willing to provide a place for us?" "That's right," he replied. But Jiang Xiaoyong added, "However, everyone must work." Hearing that, everyone around happily agreed. "No problem, no problem. We are all able-bodied." That's right, me too." Finally, everyone moved out of the real estate office. Jiang Xiaoyong said, "We can't delay this. We're leaving right now." Then, the vehicle carrying them began to roll. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at their destination, and everyone got out of the car. Thang Qi and Meng Shanshan stood on the balcony and called out, "Brother Xiaoyong is back. I'll go open the door." But then, Thang Qi stopped her. "Wait. Brother Xiaoyong didn't drive the car straight in. Let's see what he wants to do first." Towards Jiang Xiaoyong, he told everyone, "That place over there is our fortress, but I can't let you all in just yet." One person spoke up, "The world is a dangerous place, we understand." Then someone else asked, "Then where will we stay?" He replied, "Next to the fortress, there is temporary housing and metal fencing. Although it's not as safe as inside the fortress, the conditions are better than regular shelters." Jiang Xiaoyong continued, "This area for the Laochaye city also has a lot of vacant land and abandoned buildings. We'll slowly renovate them in the future, and conditions will get better and better." Hearing that, everyone around bowed to thank him. "We have no way to repay such great kindness." "Benefactor," someone said. The next morning, a large truck was moving down the road. Li Tingrui was sitting inside the truck, grumbling, "Why isn't anyone answering the phone? That scoundrel Truong Con Van is playing mysterious games again." She immediately denied it. Then, Li Tingrui threw the door open. Seeing the scene inside, she instantly became enraged. In the room were countless starving zombies. Seeing a human, a zombie roared. Then, all of them pounced on Tingrui like a delicious meal. She wasn't afraid at all, but rather remained calm. Then, she directly knocked away the large, strong zombie from before. After that, Thong Tingrui used a knife to finish off the pack of zombies. Once done, she used a handkerchief to wipe the blood off the blade. Her accomplice walking beside her asked, "Sister, Truong Con Van is dead. What about this meat later?" She turned back and replied, "There's no other way. We'll do it ourselves. Before that, I want to kill whoever broke our rules," Li Tingrui said. Li Tingrui stood there, with a dagger in her hand, staring at a pile of bodies scattered outside the courtyard. A subordinate walked out from inside the house and reported, "Boss, no one survived." She continued to ask, "What about the supplies?" The subordinate looked at her and replied, "The supplies are no longer here." Li Tingrui glanced at him and ordered, "Drive the truck in and load up the supplies." Then, a truck drove into the yard. Her henchmen took turns, loading the seized items onto the truck, while Li Tingrui stood far off with her arms crossed, watching closely. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she had discovered something. The subordinate noticed her looking down at the ground and asked, "Boss, did you find something?" Li Tingrui knelt to examine the tire tracks on the ground and smirked, "Let me see who has the guts to do this." Elsewhere, Xiao Diao sat in a chair looking at the interface in front of him. The expansion mission required the community score to be increased as much as possible. The current score was 2. After reading the information, he assessed, "The community score. How do I increase it? Population is probably a key metric, right?" Xiao Diao was currently sitting on a high tower, sighing, "The land is big enough, luckily, thanks to those hypocrites from before." His eyes widened as he suddenly remembered something. Right, that rare species. The gate to the living area. The gates opened, and the 3 people from Xiao Diao's group entered. The residents living inside saw him and happily welcomed them. Our savior is here." A short-haired woman immediately rushed over to him and knelt down. Xiao Diao quickly stopped her. "There's no need for that." He turned to look at the mother of the little girl from the Bichtui Villa area and asked, "The superpowered monster everyone mentioned, where exactly did you see it?" She looked at him and recounted, "Inside the Huanrunfa supermarket across town. We were planning to go there for supplies when we ran into that monster." Her eyes welled up with tears as she fearfully recalled, several people were slaughtered by the monster. In the chaos, everyone got separated. When my daughter and I were fleeing, we accidentally ran into that group from the Bich Thui Villa area. At first, we thought we were saved, but they turned out to be a bunch of vicious people. Xiao Diao heard this, and his brows furrowed tightly. Then he repeated the name he just heard, Huan Runfa. Man Meng Shanshan stood to the side, worriedly speaking up. Xiao Diao, we still have plenty of supplies. There's no need to go provoke that monster. Zhang Qi had a different thought. But if we just sit around eating, even a mountain would run out. Naturally, the more supplies, the better. Xiao Diao turned to look at them both and analyzed. The most important thing is that the decorative city is less than 2 kilometers from us. We can't just ignore that monster so close by. It threatens our safety. The laundry basin in the woman's hands fell to the ground. She worriedly tried to stop him. Savior, don't go. That monster is a killer. He blinked at her and said, don't worry, we have a plan. Then Xiao Diao tilted his head to look at the person standing behind him, Zhang Qi, and said, Transung, let's go meet that thing. Just then, in front of a building, a group of people was moving toward the entrance. A man in the group spoke up. I told you. I remember there being a large supermarket around here. The man in the turtleneck sweater reminded him. Don't be too optimistic. Who knows if the stuff inside has already been taken? Uyen, who was walking in front, said, Don't be so pessimistic. We've been to quite a few supermarkets, big and small. And aren't there still plenty of supplies left? The others agreed with her, and they started to feel confident. Uyen said, Exactly. People with the courage and ability like us to walk around freely in the apocalypse, there aren't many of them. The group entered the building. The space in front of them was pitch black. Looking at the empty shelves and scattered goods on the floor, someone in front said, Even though it's been looted, it's not completely picked clean. A person in the group used the pot in their hand to strike the building's fire alarm hard, causing the sound to ring out. Everyone prepared for battle. Uyen shouted, Is anyone here? She frowned, gripping the pan in her hand, staring ahead. At a corner up ahead, a few zombies appeared, running toward them. Uyen loudly announced, They're here! Crazy ones! Get ready to fight! Following that, the sounds of collisions rang out continuously. After a while, the zombies had been defeated and lay on the ground. Uyen exhaled, easy peasy. The man in the turtleneck speculated, There are zombies, but not many. Most of the zombies must have been lured away by the group that came here before. Us. The man standing behind him cheered. Today we hit the jackpot. The man in the turtleneck stared ahead and reminded everyone to stay alert as they continued deeper inside. He didn't know that, from a corner nearby, a figure was staring directly at them. An evolved zombie with glowing red eyes was smiling with interest. Prey, fresh prey. The group finally found the shelves that still had items. They began to cheer. Here it is. New Year has come. Take it all. It's enough for us to eat for years. Uyen also happily discovered something and pointed in a direction. Look over there, she shouted excitedly. A bed! It's a bed! She didn't care about anything else and threw herself straight onto it, lying across the bed. I don't care. I want to stay here. The rest of the group also started celebrating and discussing. Why don't we settle down here? That's also a good idea. A man in a suit said, I'm going to smoke a cigarette. The man in the turtleneck smiled at him. Let's go. Let's go together. The lighter popped open, and a golden flame ignited. The man in the turtleneck looked at the man smoking next to him. What do you think? Are we really going to stay here? The man in the suit began to analyze. This shopping center has too many entrances and exits, making it inconvenient to defend. Furthermore, the supplies are so abundant that it's easy to attract the attention of others. But just now, when we arrived, I saw a 2-story house over there. That looks pretty good. As the man reached this point, a sharp claw from behind pierced straight through his chest. The man in the turtleneck widened his eyes in fear, watching the unexpected scene unfolding before him. The evolved zombie laughed horribly. Looking at him, thin skin and soft flesh, it'll surely taste delicious. He was immediately terrified, turning to run while screaming, Help! Help me! There's a monster! The rest of the group didn't understand what was happening, their faces blank as they turned around to ask, What's wrong? The man hadn't run very far when countless sharp claws pierced right through his body. The evolved zombie used both hands to lift him high into the air, then used all its strength to rip the man's body into two. Uyen was so terrified she went numb, her voice stuttering. What is that? Immediately, someone realized the situation and shouted, Get out of here! Hurry! Her legs moved, using every ounce of strength to sprint forward. Behind the group, the evolved zombie was laughing gleefully, chasing them closely. You can't escape. No one can run away. Used every ounce of strength to run forward. Behind them, the evolved zombies were still laughing, chasing them closely. You can't escape. No one can escape. A woman running behind also became the monster's next victim. The man behind Uyen was running and screaming, "Stop! I don't want to die!" Finally, he couldn't escape the monster's claws. Only Uyen was left. Uyen was pushing herself to the limit, rushing toward the door in front of her. She looked ahead, running while whispering to herself, "The exit is there. Almost there." Suddenly, a painful cry rang out. Uyen fell to the ground. She gritted her teeth, lifting her head with tears in the corners of her eyes, staring in terror at the shadow looming over her. A shrill scream echoed through the space. Uyen, terrified to the point that 2 long tracks of tears streamed down her face, her whole body trembling. She looked at the zombie-like figure that had suddenly appeared before her, then raised both hands to cover her face, crying and shouting, "I don't want to die!" But then, Sung Tran just ignored her and walked right past. Uyen tilted her head, dazed. A voice rang out beside her ear, making her jump. "Don't be afraid." Uyen looked up to see Jiang Xiaoyong and Zhang Qi, who were standing in front of her. "Are you the person selling the land?" He smiled and reached out a hand. As Jiang Xiaoyong pulled her up, he asked, "Oh, are you the real estate agent?" He scratched his cheek, searching his memory. "It seems your name is Uyen, right?" Suddenly, horrific sounds echoed throughout the space. She immediately clutched her head in fear. "There's a monster! There's a monster in the mall! Run!" Jiang Xiaoyong smiled as he looked at her. "It's okay. The monster has been blocked." Uyen, nervous, slowly turned her head to look behind her. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight before her. The evolved zombie's arm was being blocked. It chuckled and looked at Sung Tran, asking, You want to hog all the fun?" Jiang Xiaoyong, standing behind, asked Sung Tran, "Can you handle this yourself?" He stared straight ahead and replied, "Just watch." He swung his hand, blasting the evolved zombie far away. It flicked its long, disgusting tongue, looking at him with interest. "The feeling of meeting one of my own kind, this is great." The evolved zombie lunged forward at high speed towards Sung Tran. It raised its hand to deliver a powerful punch at the spot where he was standing, but Sung Tran had already tilted his body backward to dodge it. The evolved zombie laughed as it continued to attack. "I wonder, will I evolve faster if I eat one of my own kind?" While it was feeling cocky, a fist appeared in front of its face out of nowhere. Sung Tran delivered a massive attack, slamming its head straight into the ground. The evolved zombie's face bulged with blue veins from anger. "Damn it! I didn't expect you to have such abilities." While it was muttering to itself, Sung Tran's leg was already raised high behind it. He brought his leg down, stomping hard on the floor, sending debris flying everywhere. Sung Tran frowned, glancing around, searching for the evolved zombie. When he looked up, he saw it crawling, its entire body clinging to the ceiling. The zombie let out a loud roar. The strength from hunting and hoarding lately has finally found a chance to be put to use. Sung Tran stood below, glaring at the thing that had suddenly appeared before him. Before he knew it, the zombie, laughing insanely, had lunged at him. The two fought, chasing each other at extreme speed, right in the lobby of the building. Zhang Qi was watching the situation from the side, eyes wide. "Jiang Xiaoyong, is Sung Tran falling into a disadvantage? Why is this monster so strong?" His expression remained calm as he stared ahead. "This trip was definitely worth it. If we let it keep hunting for a while longer, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to deal with." He pulled out a gun. Uyen, standing behind, gasped, "What's going on?" Suddenly, a gun appeared out of thin air. Jiang Xiaoyong raised the gun and took aim. "Sung Tran, if you can hold it for a second, I won't tease you later." The evolved zombie's arms were firmly held by Sung Tran, making it go mad with rage. "Damn you! Let go!" At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong's gun fired a shot. The bullet flew true, piercing straight through the evolved zombie's forehead. Its entire body staggered and reeled backward. The evolved zombie's feet pushed against the ground to stabilize itself. There was a deep hole in its forehead. It lifted its face, laughing crazily as it looked at him. "That hurts. You bastard, I didn't think you could hurt me. I want to destroy you. I'm going to rip you apart." Zhang Qi opened his eyes wide, his voice stuttering. "The brain, it was hit in the brain, and it's still not down?" Jiang Xiaoyong said nothing, just continuously firing at the zombie. The bullets kept hitting and piercing through multiple parts of the zombie's body, but it still just kept its mouth wide open, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. I don't know how much time passed, but the evolved zombie had finally fallen to the ground. Its whole body was battered, yet it wouldn't stop laughing. Zhang Qi asked, Unsure. Is it dead? Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the person standing beside him. Sung Tran, try eating this monster. He nodded. An information panel popped up. Utopia, beggar version. Mission content, expand community. Mission requirements, give it your all to increase community rating. Mission progress, eliminate danger factor. Community rating +1. Current rating, 3. Reward, 10. Accumulation points. Current points, 46. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the information on the board. So this counts too? After that, he smiled and looked ahead. Since we're already here, let's not leave empty-handed. Let's see if we can clean out this supermarket. Yen, standing behind, asked, startled. Clean it all out? He raised his hand and stored everything on the shelves into the ring on his finger. Zhang Qi looked up, puzzled. That's incredible. What kind of magic is this? Jiang Xiaoyong continued to glance to the side at the zombies. Instead of just sitting around here waiting to turn into a zombie, Tran Sung still hasn't had his fill, has he? Outside, on the road near the shelter, a car is driving along. Someone speaks up. Wait, stop here. Li Tingrui sits in the car, crossing her arms, looking suspiciously at her subordinate beside her. What's wrong? Inside his binoculars, an image of Meng Shanshan appears, standing at the high observation tower. Then, he shifts his gaze down to the area. On the ground below, where many people are walking back and forth, the subordinate turns back and says, the population is quite dense, their weapons are outdated. The only advantage is the factory that's been reinforced quite sturdily. The driver sitting in front tilts his head to ask, so how did they deal with the groups of Trong Kanvan and Lam Quang Kai? Li Tingru parts her lips to speak clearly. Obviously, they played dirty, unleashed zombies inside. I already told them, using the villa as a base is not safe at all. She leans back and lets out 2 mocking laughs. Ha ha, this is heaven seeing we're having a hard time. So it gifted us both prey and a base. The subordinate also joins in, acting smug. That's right, it makes me a little shy. The driver glances over and asks, what now? Do we charge in? Li Tingrui answers him. No, wait until we're prepared. Bring more men and weapons, then come here. After that, their car swerves, making a loop on the road, the tires grinding against the pavement, kicking up a cloud of gray dust. Elsewhere, the blue car of Xiaoyong's team is speeding forward. Inside, Uyen eagerly asks, really? Cheng, sitting next to her, looks at her. Of course it's real. Not only beds and mattresses, but also hot water to bathe. She cheers happily. At this moment, Xiaoyong, who had been sitting quietly to the side, suddenly lifts his head to look ahead. He warns Cheng and Uyen, who are still chatting. Be careful, there are people ahead. Get your weapons ready. Cheng immediately obeys, pulling out a gun and getting into a defensive stance. To the side, a white car speeds up, driving parallel to theirs. Xiaoyong glances at the person sitting in the opposite car. Li Tingrui, sitting in the white car, is also staring straight at him. A new information panel suddenly pops up, displaying the text, New Mission. The information panel appears before Xiaoyong. New Mission, Nemesis of the Wicked. A mission requirement, counter-invasion. Reward, 50 accumulation points. He notices the phrase counter-invasion, frowning as he remembers the image of Li Tingrui he just encountered. Is it that group? Their car pulls into the shelter. At the high observation tower, it is very quiet. Xiaoyong looks at Meng Shanshan, who is standing guard with a gun, and asks, did any strangers come around here earlier? She turns and points into the distance. It seems like a car came from afar, but it didn't head this way. At first, I thought it was you guys. What's wrong, Brother Xiaoyong? Is there a problem? He turns to look at her and gives an order. Tell Uncle Thang and Old Li to call everyone here. I have something important to discuss. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the coal factory in the southern suburbs, the radio emits crackling, indistinct sounds. After a while of just crackling, finally, a voice comes through intermittently. Survivors, please come to the coal factory in the southern suburbs. We have set up a base here and are short on people. A man in a yellow shirt, walking among the crowd, looks around and speaks. Must be around here, right? He turns his head and sees a white car approaching, so he excitedly waves his hand. Hey, it's survivors. That's great. The car slowly stops in front of them. Li Tingrui opens the door and steps out. You guys received the broadcast and came to join us, right? The man in the yellow shirt replies, yes, yes. A group of men's eyes light up when they see her slowly approaching. Li Tingrui's hot body gets closer and closer to them. She looks at them. You guys came at the right time. Follow me. The man in the yellow shirt looks dazed and replies, yes, thank you so much. Li Tingrui says to them, it's not far anymore. We can't fit in the car. Just walk back. The man in the yellow shirt and his friends keep winking at each other and carelessly answer, okay. The whole group walks into a warehouse. The group of men stares at the space inside. This place is so big. That's great. Finally, we have a place to stay. Suddenly, he looks embarrassed. I suddenly need to use the restroom. Go outside, do your business, then come in. Li Tingrui looks at him. No need. There's a restroom in here. Follow me. The man immediately nods excitedly. Yes. A stream of yellow liquid shoots straight into the toilet bowl. The man in the yellow shirt tilts his head, smirking, glancing behind him. Li Tingrui is standing to the side, arms crossed, intently watching his lower parts. He pulls up his pants while smirking at her. Listen. Sister, I know what you're thinking. Come here, don't be shy. I'm very strong, you know. The man hasn't even finished his sentence when the only sounds that follow are garbled choking noises. Li Tingrui's face is emotionless as she plunges a dagger straight into his throat. The man's body collapses to the ground, red liquid flowing from his neck, spreading across the white tile floor. She contemptuously glances at the corpse on the ground. Thought he was a high-quality find. Turns out he's just like this. Outside, the driver sees Li Tingrui walking out and reports, "Boss, handled it." She looks at him and orders, drag the guy in the restroom out here. She looks at the pile of corpses in front of her and continues, by the way, call old second and old third out here. On Xiaoyong's side, everyone is gathered together in a room. Li Huangloi looks at him, asking, first of all, someone is eyeing us? Who is it? Xiaoyong looks at him and replies, I don't have information on the enemy yet. From now on, we might have to face an invasion every day. He starts pointing, giving orders. Zizi, Tran Sung, follow me later. We're going to clear out the abandoned building in the southeast so the refugees out there can move in temporarily. Otherwise, when the enemy attacks, everyone will become cannon fodder. Meng Shanshan raises her hand to volunteer. Brother Xiaoyong, I'm going too. Tiu Jia, standing behind her, also speaks up. Me too. Liu Chao and Tran Kiet follow suit. They say in unison, the two of us are going too. So I raises a hand high. Then I want to go too. Tiola worries, bowing her head to look at the boy. What are you joining the fun for, kid? Uyen turns to look at the boy, then looks at Xiaoyong, stammering as she raises her hand. The atmosphere feels heavy, or maybe I just need to take a leak. Liu Dung watched them, deciding that there shouldn't be any danger over there. Master Thung and Old Lai, you two stay back and keep everyone safe. That should be enough. Everyone else can come with me. A group of people, fully armed, followed right behind him. One by one, they stepped inside. In the abandoned building to the southeast, Liu Dung took the lead, expertly using his sniper rifle to take down a zombie. The others also used whatever weapons they had to fight off the other zombies. A long while later, after taking down the whole pack, he looked at the others. Is anyone hurt? Check yourselves. They answered him, huffing and puffing. No, we're good. Liu Dung walked over to the window and instructed them. People are going to come raid us in the next few days. Just stay here for now. A girl in the group looked at him, anxious. She said, we can fight too. The man standing next to her agreed. Yeah, we can pitch in too. Liu Dung bowed his head, rubbing his chin as he thought for a moment. All right then. Finally, he gave them instructions. Everyone, clean this place up. I'll bring some guns and magazines over later. When the enemy attacks, we'll coordinate via walkie-talkie. You must follow my lead. The man immediately replied, got it, no problem. Over on Li Tingrui's side, her underlings were taking turns moving supplies off the trucks. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind her. What's up, boss? Third Master said, leading the evolved humans over. How was the trip? Everything go smoothly? The evolved human with him kept mumbling under his breath. Human meat, eat human meat. Li Tingrui crossed her arms, looking at him, annoyed. Smoothly. My foot. The Beak Thui base got wiped out. From now on, we have to rely on ourselves. Third Master asked blankly. Huh? Who did that? The evolved human suddenly started shouting again. Human meat? There's no human meat to eat. Isn't that a bummer? I remember you saying. A group of people in the eastern suburbs, they're pretty numerous. Tomorrow morning, I'll take second brother and the others out to wipe them off the map. The night sky was pitch black. Inside the brightly lit room, a voice echoed. 46 points. Let's see if the system has any new supply crates. A display panel appeared in front of him, showing the system mall. Awakened Ability Supply Crate Level 2, 25 points. Doomsday Guard Supply Crate Level 2, minus 15 points. Supply Crate, Fuel and Protein Level 1, 5 points. Manual Refresh, 2 points. Liu Dong smiled, pointing at the board. Finally, some new stuff. He looked at the info panel and moved his finger. Oh, there are 2 Level 2 crates this time. That's 40 points total. Let's see if there's anything good. Liu Dong's whole body was steaming. The info panel displayed Physical Stamina Overload, Level 1. Passive Trait, Attributes increased by 25%. Once the effect wears off, you'll enter a weakened state. He smiled, assessing it. Oh, a 25% boost, huh? My base stamina is 33, so a 25% increase puts me over 40. That's like having 8 times the strength of a normal person. He tried clenching his fist, feeling the power. He couldn't wait to test out the new ability. Down on the road, cars sped past, kicking up a thick trail of white dust. A convoy of 3 cars and 3 motorcycles was tearing down the road. Inside the car, the underling held the radio and looked at the person sitting next to him. Boss, give us the word. Li Tingrui crossed her arms and stared at him. Let me reiterate the attack plan to everyone. First, use the vehicles to take out all the refugees outside. The man in the front seat listened intently to her orders. When Second Brother starts to breach the gate, everyone use the trucks as cover and lay down suppressing fire. The evolved human sitting next to him said excitedly, Yes, I'm starving. Let me handle it, let me eat. The convoy sped rapidly into the forest ahead. Inside the factory base, the situation was still calm. Standing on the rooftop, Huan Lordy looked down and evaluated the spot. This place is definitely secluded, but the visibility is worse than the guard towers. There are way too many blind spots at the base of the wall. Liu Dong smiled and said to him, Don't worry, we aren't guarding this place for the view. Huan Lordy glanced at him, confused. Then what for? Liu Dong didn't answer right away, but asked back. I remember you saying you worked as a sniper for a few years, right? He scratched his head, explaining, You remembered it wrong. It wasn't a few years, it was only a few months. That little trick of mine back then was just to pick up some extra cash. Liu Dong continued. So, at a distance of 1 to 200 meters, can you hit your mark? Huan Lordy confidently pointed at himself. Well, that's a bit insulting. As long as there isn't a heavy wind, I can hit anything within 500 meters. He smirked and nodded. That's enough. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Hey, Liu Dong, the stuff is here. The person who just appeared was panting and complaining. Good grief, what is this? It's so heavy. The person panted heavily after putting the box down. Liu Dong sat down and opened the wooden crate he'd just delivered. Huan Lordy asked, puzzled. After seeing what was inside the box, he let out a huge shout. A Barrett rifle? He asked anxiously. Oh my god, Liu Dong, not everyone can get their hands on one of these. Where did you get it? Liu Dong just looked at him calmly, reminding him, we only have 2 magazines, 10 rounds in total. Use them sparingly. Li Huan Lordy stared at the gun in his hands, completely dazed. He stammered, I get it. I understand. Good grief. Liu Dong tilted his head toward Chung Tri. Are the others in position? He looked at him and replied, They're in position. He began to direct the next move. Good. Tell everyone to stay alert. The enemy could appear at any moment. At the observation deck, Meng Shanshan reached up and touched the earpiece. Hello? I've detected something unusual. A voice came through the earpiece. Understood. Huan Lart is on the can is in position. I've spotted them too. The enemy is raiding. Get ready. Tingrai's people were sitting inside the car at that moment. The underling lowered his binoculars and asked, That's weird. I don't see any of the refugees outside the perimeter wall. Did they kill and eat them all already? The driver looked at him and asked, Should we stop the car and have a look? Li Tingrui sat in the back and stopped him. No, just keep charging forward. We're close enough now. If we get spotted attacking, might not be so simple. The driver obeyed immediately. Understood. Their vehicles were speeding toward the defensive wall. She also ordered the rest of the fleet. All units, attack. Get under the wall and find cover. Meng Shanshan, up on the observation deck, immediately relayed the command. Give the order. As soon as the enemy team enters range, open fire. Members of Jiang Xiaoyong's team, positioned on the railings, immediately started firing continuously. Down below, the fleet of vehicles under Li Tingrui's command was hit by a hail of bullets. 2 shots pierced the windshield, striking the driver square in the chest. The vehicle he was steering lost control, veered to the side, and a moment later, a massive explosion rocked the area. The car was blown to pieces. A notification sounded in Li Tingrui's ear. Warning. Discovered. She gritted her teeth and cursed. How is this even possible? Their convoy swerved erratically to dodge the incoming gunfire. A subordinate shouted, "What do we do now?" She ordered them to keep pushing forward, to take cover under the perimeter wall. Finally, their 3 remaining vehicles reached the shelter of the perimeter wall, where the snipers couldn't hit them. A massive foot stomped hard onto the ground, and someone stepped out of the vehicle. The evolved human held a giant chainsaw in his hands, bellowing, "Take them out! Finish them!" He swung his arm. He brought the chainsaw blade down hard on the gate in front of him. Standing on the observation deck, Meng Shanshan saw his actions. Oh no, there's a freak out there breaking the door. She immediately raised her weapon, signaling the others. Fire. Shoot. Stop them from breaking the gate. Li Tingrui's group are down below hiding behind their cars, popping their heads out. She ordered her men, fire, use heavy suppression to cover Old 2. Meng Shanshan and the others on the deck were also being hit by their gunfire. Togi took a direct hit to the shoulder, letting out a cry of pain. Zhang Qi immediately turned, looking at him with worry. Togi. He supported the injured Togi as they retreated. They have plenty of submachine guns. Their firepower is just as strong as ours. A man on the team turned around and shouted to boost morale. Don't be afraid. Keep shooting. We have plenty of ammo. Down by the entrance, Chu Thong watched the sparks flying off the surface and yelled, "They're cutting through the door." The young man standing behind him also said anxiously, "Once the door is breached, we'll be in a vulnerable position." From elsewhere, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly spoke into his headset. "Don't worry, I've got it all planned out." Having been inside the room until now, he opened the door and stepped out, then dashed forward at top speed. Outside, a subordinate reported to Li Tingrui. "We've already used up half the ammunition we brought." She gritted her teeth and asked, "Is Old 2 still not done yet?" The evolved human used so much strength that the veins popped out on his face. He screamed, "Almost there!" A loud blast echoed as the door was ripped open, followed by a thick cloud of black smoke. Meng Shanshan ran down from the observation deck, turning back to instruct everyone. "The door is breached. Send reinforcements to the gate. Don't let them get in." Li Tingrui let out a mocking laugh. "Haha, let these naive idiots get a taste of an evolved human's terror." She turned back, gesturing for her cohorts behind her. "Everyone, follow me. Stay behind Old 2. Once we're in, seize all the cover." The evolved human reached his hand into the gap, and, with all his might, pushed open the base's gate. Jiang Xiaoyong stood in the hallway and spoke into his headset. "Li Hengli, get ready. Wait for my command." At this moment, Li Hengli was on the upper floor, already in position and aiming. The voice came through his earpiece. "Do you see that big guy?" The sniper's scope is now locked directly onto where the evolved human was standing. Li Hengli replied, "Target acquired." The lead evolved human had just entered the base. Continuing to roar, Chu Thong was stunned, staring blankly at him. The man standing behind him also couldn't believe the sight before his eyes, stuttering, Is that even human?" The two of them and another member immediately snapped back to reality, firing their guns repeatedly at him. The evolved human huffed and puffed as the bullets struck him directly, but there wasn't the slightest sign of injury on his body. The bullets just sank into his flesh for a second before falling to the ground. Chu Thang's eyes widened. "That guy, he can self-heal?" Li Tingrui, standing behind the evolved human, laughed confidently. "Shocked, aren't you? This is the first time you've seen an evolved human, huh? Ha ha ha." In Li Hengli's earpiece, the voice came through. "That big stupid guy has a self-healing ability. Your guns won't take him down." He narrowed his eyes and pulled the trigger. "Try this then." A powerful shot from the sniper rifle streaked rapidly toward the target. The bullet hit the evolved human's head with perfect accuracy. His head exploded instantly, and his whole body collapsed heavily, falling flat onto the ground. Everyone in Li Tingrui's group was stunned. What just happened? How could this be? Her face was drenched in sweat. She frowned, looking at the corpse on the ground. These people, they actually have such powerful weapons? How is that possible? While they were still in a state of confusion, Jiang Xiaoyong appeared behind them, gun in hand. He aimed straight at them and fired repeatedly. They immediately panicked and fled forward. "We've got enemies behind us. We're surrounded." Li Tingrui turned back, cursing in anger. "Damn it, I miscalculated. I underestimated the capabilities of these people." She turned and fired back. Then while running away at full speed, she ordered, "Retreat. Pull back to the cars." Li Tingrui gritted her teeth, looking forward. She saw Jiang Xiaoyong standing right in front of her, aiming directly at her. "He's that brat from that car." Just then, a team member running beside her suddenly felt a hand reach out and pull him to the side. Li Tingrui grabbed the man's body to use as a shield in front of her. The bullets that had just been fired all embedded themselves into him. Jiang Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes, wondering, she has fast reflexes. Is she an evolved human too? Behind her. She threw the corpse of her comrade right at him. He reacted nimbly, shifting his body to the side to dodge. When he looked back, he saw Li Tingrui running fast toward their white car. Damn it, I let her get away. High above, Li Hengli squinted, pressing his face against the sniper scope. Trying to run, huh? He aimed at the back of the fleeing Li Tingrui and asked, does the Barrett in my hands agree? She let out a scream of agony, looked down at her feet, and saw that one of her legs had been completely severed. Li Tingrui lost her balance. She face-planted right in front of the car door. Huang Li, perched above, kept firing his weapon, preparing to land another hit. Damn, I missed. From inside the car, a subordinate reached out and dragged her in. The leader, Li Tingrui, looked up at him, snarling, drive! Drive, you idiot! The car swerved and sped away as bullets rained down around them. Watching the car retreat into the distance, Huang Li said anxiously, damn it, we let her get away. Suddenly, a voice came through Jiang Xiaoyong's earpiece. What if they come back for revenge? Jiang Xiaoyong remained calm. It's fine. A system notification popped up. Nemesis of Evil, Part 1 complete. Mission requirement. Resist the invasion. Reward, 50 survival points. Mission content. Expand the community. Do your best to boost the community rating, he thought. As the mission to repel the invaders progressed, the trust level of the members surged. Community rating, +2. Current rating, 5. Reward, 20 survival points. Current total, 76. He looked at the departing car and spoke up. I know where they're heading. Another notification window appeared. New mission. Nemesis of Evil, Part 2. Requirement. Attack the enemy base. Target. The cannibal hideout. Reward. 50 survival points. Meanwhile, Meng Shanshan and Thang Qi were celebrating their victory with the others in the shelter. They were cheering and laughing. Jiang Xiaoyong watched them and asked, any casualties? Thang Qi stepped forward to reply. No casualties, but a few people got hurt. He began barking out orders. Get the wounded to the infirmary immediately. Sterilize the area. And drag all the enemy corpses to the cold storage, save them for Chen Chong. He turned his gaze in a specific direction before heading out to call for the refugees from the abandoned building. It was safe for now. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled at the interface. 76 points in the bank, time for some serious spending tonight. Elsewhere, a white car sped toward the warehouse entrance and screeched to a halt. Two subordinates helped a one-legged Li Tingrui out of the vehicle. Third Master, holding an iron pipe, walked over from inside the warehouse and asked, what the hell happened? She winced, gritting her teeth. Damn it. We were too careless. I didn't expect them to have heavy firepower. Li Tingrui turned on him, screaming in frustration. Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and get some human meat for me. Third Master just sneered, not moving an inch. He stood his ground. She stepped forward, pointing a finger at him. What are you waiting for? Go get it, you useless trash. Not even worth the dust on Second Master's shoe. Third Master laughed, looking at her with disdain. You foul little brat. Things have gone to hell and you're still acting like you're in charge? Li Tingrui recoiled, startled. You trying to stage a mutiny? She still tried to bark orders. Subordinates, seize him for me. No one stepped forward. She looked back, but nobody reacted. Third Master looked at the iron pipe in his hand and spoke. You're crippled, and Second Master is dead. I'm the strongest one left here. Besides, the brothers have had enough of your attitude. He looked down at her and raised his voice. Everyone, tell her, am I wrong? Li Tingrui glanced at the men surrounding her, still trying to intimidate them. You bastards! Back off! Are you all rebelling? Don't think for a second that I can't take care of you all. She watched as the crowd slowly closed in on her, fear beginning to set in. No, don't! Third Master laughed, a chilling, distorted sound. He didn't hesitate, raising the gleaming steel bar in his hand. He prepared to strike. The mob lunged forward, putting all their strength into swinging their weapons at her. Li Tingrui lay on the ground, unable to resist, curling into a ball to take the beating. It didn't take long before she was lying motionless on the floor. Third Master laughed with grim satisfaction while wiping his hands with a rag. A subordinate approached from behind and called out, Third Master! He immediately snapped, turning his head. What the hell did you just call me? The subordinate fell to his knees, shaking, and began kowtowing. Boss, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I slipped up. He glared at him and waved him off. Fine, whatever. Spit it out. The subordinate looked up, terrified. That girl is done for, second master is gone, and we've lost so many of our men. Our combat strength has been heavily crippled. If we happen to run into him, in third master's mind, the image of that monster appeared. He scratched his cheek, that tentacle freak. Finally, he waved his hand and walked away. Forget it. It doesn't matter. We can just go and join the Xicheng group. A black car drove in and stopped at the corner of the factory district. Fang Qi followed close behind, sighing in amazement. You were right, Boss Jiang Xiaoyong. You really called it. This place is definitely a base. Jiang Xiaoyong held up a hand to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. Shh. Get in there silently. Don't make a sound. A while later, the faint sound of their chatter echoed. No movement at all. Did those guys leave already? They must have been scared of us and ran off before we could hunt them down. Huang Li pointed to the mangled corpse of Li Tingrui. That's the woman I shot. They even took out their own kind? Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the body and gave a cold, dry laugh. Huh. Honestly? I'm not surprised at all. Continued. Fang Qi turned to him. Boss Jiang Xiaoyong, the big guy we faced earlier was definitely different from Chen Chong. Huang Li nodded, adding, yeah, Jiang Xiaoyong, I think I heard them shouting something about evolved humans. What the hell is an evolved human, and how do you even become one? Jiang Xiaoyong folded his arms, frowning as he stared at the ground. He muttered 3 words. Eating human flesh. Both Huang Li and Fang Qi were stunned, their minds reeling. Jiang Xiaoyong looked up and explained, that's right. If you want to become an evolved human and gain powers like the zombies, the most direct path is eating human flesh. Fang Qi hesitated, looking at him. So, are you one too, Boss Jiang Xiaoyong? Huang Li added, looking worried. If we want to survive in the apocalypse, do we really have to eat people? Jiang Xiaoyong reached into his pocket to pull something out. Don't worry. Even though eating your own kind is the most direct method, it isn't the only way. He revealed an object that looked like a glowing red crystal and held it out. Fang Qi and Huang Li stared at it in stunned silence. What's this? Jiang Xiaoyong began to explain. At the end of the day, whether they're evolvers or zombies, they can all be considered mutants. For these mutants to evolve, they need to absorb heterogenic energy. In normal humans, this energy is scattered throughout their flesh and blood. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. As for evolvers and rare mutants, their heterogenic energy is abundant and condensed into a core. As the disaster intensifies, even zombies have the chance to condense a heterogenic core. Huang Li stroked his chin, speculating, so, zombies have this energy in them too? Can we just eat them? Cough cough. Fang Qi stared at him, looking at him in disbelief. Correction. Fang Qi stared at him, looking at him in disbelief. Oh my god, Uncle Li, if you want to eat them, go ahead, but count me out. Jiang Xiaoyong added, normal people can't eat zombie meat. They'll get infected. Only mutants like Transung can eat other zombies to grow stronger. A status screen suddenly appeared before him. Quest. Villain Nemesis Volume 2 complete. Quest requirements. Attack the enemy stronghold and eliminate the cannibal. Reward, 50 points. Current total, 126. He looked at the screen and muttered, it settled it directly? Looks like even if there are any left, they're no longer a threat. Suddenly, a scream echoed in Jiang Xiaoyong's ear. Look out! He immediately tilted his body and pulled a dagger from his sleeve, accurately plunging it into the head of the zombie rushing toward him. He swung his arm and looked at the zombie, lying dead on the ground before him. I didn't expect it to sneak up on us so silently. Jiang Xiaoyong made a cut across the zombie's chest, revealing something glowing with a red light inside. He stared at the core he retrieved from its chest. There really is one. Looks like it's hunting time. He held the 2 cores out to the 2 people standing behind him. Fang Qi waved her hands. No, you keep them. Give them all to Uncle Li. Huang Li lowered his head, staring at the 2 cores he had just received for a long time. His brow furrowed tightly. His eyes showed hesitation. Finally, he decided with a shout, and shoved both cores into his mouth at once. Screw it, let's do this. After swallowing, Huang Li's eyes widened. He let out a sharp cry, then smiled, flexing his massive, muscular arms. This feeling, it's amazing, Jiang Xiaoyong reminded him. It feels good, but you've just stepped into the rank 5 evolver tier, so your strength isn't enough to run wild just yet. Don't be reckless. Huang Li's expression turned serious, nodding in assurance. I get it, don't worry. He turned around, walking toward their vehicle, and said, all right, the crisis is resolved. Let's head back. At the same time, at the Fengxi steel factory, a group of people was walking toward the entrance. The guard at the gate looked at the approaching crowd and asked, stop, who goes there? The one called Third Brother smiled and introduced himself. Hey, it's me. I'm third brother from the coal yard. The guard glanced at him and then turned. Third brother from the coal yard. Wait here while I report to the leader. He led third brother's group inside the factory. Standing in front of them were two people waiting. Da Peng sneered, laughing twice. Haha, third brother, what brings you here this time? Sister Ling, standing beside him, also questioned. Where are the bosses? Third brother scratched his cheek, avoiding eye contact, and stammered, We were attacked. To protect us, the big sister and the two bosses couldn't make it out. Da Peng didn't ask further, just nodded while staring at him. Then, he turned and ordered his subordinates, take third brother and the coal yard crew to the safe room. They were led inside. Behind them, Da Peng and Sister Ling continued chatting happily. Haha, that's what I thought too. Deep inside the factory, in the residential area, a worried voice called out, Boss. He turned his head to look at the subordinate who just called his name. What did you just call me? The subordinate quickly corrected himself. Oh, big brother. I'm sorry, big brother. I have a bad feeling about this. Third brother gritted his teeth. Stop being so paranoid. What bad feeling? The subordinate looked toward the window. Big brother. Look at this safe room. The iron bars and the door, it's like a prison. Suddenly, the door was shoved open forcefully, by the same guard from earlier, startling everyone in the room. He walked in, looked at third brother's group, and ordered, Get out. Then he led them back to where they first entered the factory. Da Peng and Sister Ling were still waiting, but behind them were about 10 more men. Third brother, terrified but still pretending not to understand, smiled and asked, Leader, what's going on? Did something happen? Sister Ling looked at him, twirling a lock of her hair, and asked back, Well, what kind of ending do you think someone who took out their own leader deserves? Third brother panicked, waving his hands as he looked at the people slowly surrounding him. What is this? Da Peng, Sister Ling, I think there's been some misunderstanding. Behind Sister Ling, Li Cheng's face was dark with anger. She sneered, signaled with her hand, and said, Misunderstanding? Li Cheng. Let him die knowing the truth. He stepped forward and said, I went to the coal yard and found Li Tingrui dead in the yard. Their second in command, no sign of life, no body. The whole coal yard had no signs of a struggle. Li Cheng pointed her finger and shouted, The most logical explanation is that you took advantage of the battle to commit internal sabotage and killed Li Tingrui. Third brother was sweating bullets, panicking. No, that's not it. You don't have any evidence. This is just your speculation. Da Peng stood beside Sister Ling, laughing loudly. Evidence? What era do you think this is, asking us for evidence? To tell you the truth, if we didn't value the abilities of Li Tingrui and your two lieutenants, we would have finished you lot a long time ago. He laughed maliciously and ordered, Kill them all! One of the men stood up, clasping his hands in a gesture of pleading. Please, spare our lives. I have intelligence. She heard him say that, and asked indifferently, Oh? What kind of intelligence? He hurriedly pointed behind him and continued, East of the city, there's a place with a lot of people and plenty of supplies. Sister and the second brother were defeated by them. Don't kill me, I'll take you there. Sister Ling glanced at him and asked, How do their scale and strength compare to ours? He replied, They're a match for us. She cast a look at Da Peng and said, Please, spare our lives. I have intelligence. She heard him say that, then asked indifferently, Oh, what kind of intelligence? He hurriedly pointed behind him and continued, In the east of the city, there's a place packed with people and plenty of supplies. The second sister and second brother were defeated by them. Don't kill me, I'll lead you there. Ling glanced at him and asked, How does their scale and strength compare to this place? He replied, They're evenly matched. She looked over at Da Peng and said, That's right, he said, his face solemn. They still don't know how to become an evolver at the settlement. I haven't seen any evolvers, Li Tingrui thought to herself, still skeptical about how to become one. Her questioning made him panic. If there aren't any evolvers, then why did you guys lose? She asked. He backed away. They have heavy weapons. Normal bullets couldn't kill the two leaders, but they took them down with a single shot, she explained. She praised him, which made him beam with joy. Good work. That's very useful information, she said, then pointed at herself and asked, So, what about us? She wore a sinister smile. Kill them. The group looked shocked, sweat beading on their faces. The factory echoed with gut-wrenching screams. Wait, I already gave you the intel. You can't do this. Spare me. The shirt was stained with red splatters after the horrific scream. Da Peng stood with his hands in his pockets. Everyone looked down at Tam Jia, who was lying on the floor. What do we do now? This threat must be eliminated. Sooner rather than later, she replied. The enemy has heavy weapons. It's too risky to go now. We should raise our evolution level first. That would be much better. From above, looking down, Da Peng's crew stood over Tam Jia, who lay sprawled on the floor, surrounded by bloodstains. Send someone to verify first, his voice rang out. Make sure they don't know anything about how to become an evolver. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Xiao Dung was sitting and looking at the notification board, debating, 1,260 accumulated points, what should I buy? The notification board displayed the data clearly, making him happy. Current accumulated points, 1,260. System store, Level 1, Sugar, Oil, and Protein Supply Crate, 5 points. Level 2, Black Tech, 50 points. Manual refresh, -4 points. Xiao Dung was delighted. Another Level 2 Black Tech Supply Crate. How lucky. He reached out and tapped the button on the system board. A series of notifications appeared. Level 1, Sugar, Oil, and Protein Supply Crate purchased successfully, -5 points. Level 2, Black Tech Supply Crate, purchased successfully, -50 points. Current points, 71. The system continued. Level 1, Sugar, Oil, and Protein Supply Crate activated. Received. 500 kilograms of lotus root powder from Better. 200 kilograms of butter substitute. 150 liters of mixed cooking oil. Level 2 Black Tech Supply Crate activated. Received. Physical enhancement drug, +20. Suddenly, the system glitched with a loud noise. A knock at the door caught Xiao Dung's attention. Come in, Meng Shan Shan, he called out. She looked at him as he sat in his chair. Brother Xiao Dung. He looked serious. What's wrong? She said. We caught someone suspicious. He sighed and stood up. I'll go check. Cut to where Ahung was being detained under the supervision of Chung Tri and Huan Lei. He glanced back and said, I'm not an enemy. Call your leader out here. Xiao Dung walked up. Looking for me? Seeing him, Ahung excitedly asked, You're the leader? He replied, Yeah. What do you want to say to me? Ahung asked. May I ask how to address you? Xiao Zung said coldly. Hung Tiao Zung. Ahung laughed. Brother Dung, let me introduce myself. My name is Ahung, from the West Wind Steel Mill. Old Tudong appeared, joining the conversation. Someone from West Wind? He nodded quickly. Yes, yes. Hearing this, Xiao Dung turned to Old Tudong. What's wrong? You know them? Old Tudong turned. West Wind is a major steel mill in the southwest suburbs. It looks like it's become a settlement, just like the coal factory in the southern suburbs. Xiao Dung asked briefly. How far is it from us? He said. About 3 kilometers further than the coal factory in the southern suburbs. Hearing this, he stepped closer to Ahung with a probing gaze. So far away, why did you come all this way? He kept his composure. The world is in chaos now. Lucky survivors like us need to look out for each other. Don't you agree, Brother Dung? Xiao Dung replied indifferently. Go on. Ahung, looking a bit tense, said, Our leader sent us to find other survivors and bring back anyone we can. Tio Gi listened to his flimsy story and looked at him suspiciously. She grabbed a piece of paper and handed it to Xiao Dung. Brother Xiao Dung, don't listen to his nonsense. He was sneaking around the perimeter, and he was even drawing maps. He examined the paper she handed over, looking at it carefully. A blue virtual lens appeared in Xiao Dung's vision. He activated the Eye of Truth. Through the lens, he could see the hidden expressions deep within Ahung. He appeared with a calculating, forced, and uncomfortable look. Xiao Dung laughed. Ahung. He decisively pulled out a gun and pointed it straight at his forehead. Ahung looked stunned. Xiao Dung's eyes were filled with murderous intent. We're all living through the apocalypse. Do you think I'm an idiot? If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill you right now. The threat made him gulp nervously. Ahung, sweating profusely, panicked. Brother Dung, it's true. We just wanted a backup plan. We have to be on guard against others. Hearing his honesty, Xiao Dung turned to ask, Chung Tri, does he know about the existence of Tren Sung? Hearing the question, he leaned in and whispered, I don't think so. Sung Jia has never appeared in front of him. He turned around and waved his hand. Let him go. Hearing that, old Tudong was surprised. Just like that? You're letting him go? Even Ahung was shocked, stuttering. Really? Xiao Dung handed him the map and added, Give him this map and let him go. His words made Ahung bow repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Dung. He didn't waste a second, and left. Xiaoyong quickly grabbed the map and bolted, moving as fast as he could. A dangerous, sinister smirk curled onto his lips. He chuckled to himself. I wonder how many system points the West Wind Steel Mill is worth. Time flew by, and 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the West Wind Steel Mill, 2 workers were pushing carts piled high with scrap metal toward the communal dump. One worker spoke up. I heard people have started going missing again lately. Hearing his colleagues say that made Xiao Chen look anxious, mixed with a bit of fear. He imagined a monster with long tentacles and asked, "Has that monster started acting up again?" Suddenly, in the communal dump, a noise echoed, grabbing the attention of him and his coworker. They jumped, blurting out, "What was that?" Driven by curiosity, Xiao Chen headed over to take a look. Seeing him go to check it out gave his coworker a bad gut feeling. He stammered, "Don't go over there. Let's call the guards to check it out instead." Suddenly, a metal blade, as sharp as a knife, flew toward them at an astonishing speed. It was this strange, incredibly fast-moving object that grazed his neck, causing a spray of bright red blood. Elsewhere, Li Cheng was leaning against a wall, casually puffing on a cigarette. Just then, a shrill scream caught his attention. "Help! Help me!" The panicked worker rushed toward him. Li Cheng instantly got on guard, raising his gun and pointing it at him with a stern expression. "What's going on?" The worker hurriedly replied, "A monster! A monster killed Xiao Chen." Hearing the news, Li Cheng was shocked and asked, "A monster? Is it Jiang Xiaoyong?" The worker, drenched in sweat, answered, "It's Jiang Xiaoyong. It's definitely Jiang Xiaoyong." Li Cheng followed up. "Where?" he replied. "Over by the dump." He gritted his teeth in fury and said, "Grr," attacking without any warning. "Huh?" Turning to a group of gathered people, Li Cheng shouted, "Everyone, hide. Those with mobility-based evolver abilities, come with me." After getting everyone organized, he and a few others moved toward the sprawling communal dump. By now, Li Cheng and the others were moving forward with high concentration, staying strictly on alert. He warned them, "Listen up, it's Zhang Xiangjie. If we run into him in a moment, don't try to be a hero, run away immediately." Li Cheng faced the dump, which was piled high with chaotic scrap metal. He observed it for a while and then said, "He's not here?" Walking up to the edge of the dump, Li Cheng silently inspected the footprints left on the ground, focusing intently on the direction of the dump. The person following him asked curiously, "Did Zhang Xiangjie leave already?" The worker wasn't about to be left out and asked, "Could it be that he caught his prey and left?" The two of them kept arguing, ignoring Li Cheng, who was still busy, scrutinizing those mysterious footprints carefully. Ever since the Beek Mountain and the southern suburban coal plant were wiped out, the number of our people going missing has clearly skyrocketed. That goes without saying. Originally, there were 3 gathering spots sharing the burden of those being hunted. Now, only we are left. A terrifying coldness radiated from his face. His face darkened as he thought to himself, "No, it's not the tentacle one." Meanwhile, at the settlement, things looked grand, peaceful, and incredibly beautiful. Here, Xiaoyong was standing on the city wall, looking down at the road leading into the city, saying, "Our survival time has already exceeded the previous life. At this rate, rebuilding civilization isn't impossible." The system issued a notification. Utopia. Beggar Edition. Quest objective. Expand the community. Quest requirements. Go all out to raise the community rating score. Current rating, 38. With a serious face, he said, It's been several months, already. The system quest for that West Wind steel mill thing still hasn't been issued." Just then, a voice cut through Xiaoyong's thoughts. "Big brother Xiaoyong." Meng Shanshan stood below, looking up and waving to greet him. "We're back." At this, he used his agile and flexible movements to leap down. Xiaoyong, with his excellent technique and supple body, landed perfectly in front of Meng Shanshan and Thang Qi. He asked, "You weren't discovered during the hunt, right?" Hearing Xiaoyong's question, he answered with confidence, pointing a thumb at himself and saying, "Don't worry, big brother Xiaoyong. With our current abilities, there's no way we wouldn't notice if someone was tailing us in the surrounding area." He glanced down at Soy Soy and asked, "How did Soy Soy do? Still likes it, right?" The boy smiled and replied, "Yes. Soy Soy." Full of confidence, threw a punch into the air to show off his power and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Xiaoyong. I did great." Wu Yen, standing next to him, looked on with affection and ruffled Soy Soy's hair, saying, "That's right. Today, Soy Soy took down a zombie all by himself." Hearing the achievement he accomplished, Xiaoyong also smiled in praise. "Well done. Put the mutant cores into the storage." Just then, the system displayed a new notification. New quest. Nemesis of the Wicked, Part 3. Quest requirements. Eliminate the threat. Strengthen support for potential allies. Reward, 80 system points. Looking at the notification screen, he said, "Potential allies? You mean those people at the West Wind steel mill?" Moving to a room where Xiaoyong and Li Hengli were sitting and talking seriously, he said worriedly, "What? You're infiltrating the steel mill alone? That's too dangerous. Beside Li Hengli were Lao Tiodong and Theng Qi, both showing thoughtful and worried expressions. He said, "He's right. Before, they sent people to scout here. God knows what dark intentions they have. Xiaoyong, if you get hurt, we won't be able to coordinate." After hearing everyone's advice, he spoke up, "Don't worry. With my current abilities, even Transung couldn't hurt me, let alone them." Xiaoyong turned and gestured toward Uncle Thang. "Uncle Thang, Old Li, everyone, I'll have to trouble you to look after the fortress and Lam Chan." Hearing him say that, he nodded and said, "Don't worry about things here, but you have to be careful. Our settlement can't function without you." The scene shifted to the factory area, shrouded in black smoke. A voice rang out, "Let me in. I have an urgent matter to report." Outside the door, 2 guards stood watch. The guard in the suit held out his hand to block the door and said, "I already told you. Without the permission of our 2 leaders, no one gets in." Suddenly, the guard's eyes flickered with panic. His pupils constricted, and veins popped out on his forehead as he saw Li Cheng rush forward and grab the suited guard by the throat, causing the other one to blurt out in a panic, Li, are you crazy?" Suddenly, he looked panicked, regained his composure, and let go of the other guy's neck. Li helped the suit-wearing bodyguard up and apologized awkwardly. The bodyguard clutched his own neck, exhausted and furious, snapping, "Damn it! What the hell is wrong with you? Don't think just because the boss favors you, we won't take action against you." He was still lost in his own cloud of thoughts. "What's going on? My moods have been losing control more and more frequently over the past few months." A voice echoed from inside the room. "Is that you, Li? Send him in." Hearing the order, the blue-clad guard turned toward the entrance and said, "Oh, sure." A voice boomed out in the space. "Come on in." Li pushed the door open and glanced inside. His face showed clear surprise. Inside the room stood Sister Huang Ling, right next to the table. She turned her gaze toward him and said, "What is it?" Li looked at her and replied, "Regarding the tentacles and their range of activity, I have a different theory." Sister Huang Ling asked, intrigued, "Oh? And what do you think?" He said, "I thoroughly investigated the scene and found traces of footprints belonging to a woman. The victim this time was a man." Hearing Li, she went silent, staring intently at him. Sister Huang Ling then said, "So that means the perpetrator is someone else?" Hearing her, Li replied, "Exactly." Sister Huang Ling's eyes brightened, a cold, sharp aura swirling around her as she said, "All right, I see. This information is very useful. However, don't spread this around." Hearing her, he looked surprised and asked, "Why?" Sister Huang Ling said, "One Zhangxingjie incident has already caused mass panic. I don't want anyone to be afraid to go outside after this." Li was still reluctant and said, But she cut him off. "There is no but. I guarantee the situation won't get any worse than before." Hearing Sister Huang Ling's assurance, Li could only stay silent. Suddenly, she stepped closer to him. It was so sudden that his face flushed red immediately. Sister Huang Ling said, "What's wrong? Still want to do something else?" Li, hearing her, quickly fled. He looked back, raised his hand to wave, and said, Sorry, Sister Huang Ling." The door slammed shut behind him. Outside, Li walked away, muttering to himself, "Damn, look at my memory. I forgot to ask about that again." From a door inside the room, a mocking laugh echoed, making her glance over. "Footprints of a woman? You were quite careless." Sister Huang Ling's face furrowed with slight anger. "If you're so careful, then you do this job from now on." Inside the room, a scene played out. An eagle-like figure with a body splattered in red syrup standing next to a large barrel. In his hand, he held a knife, while the other hand worked continuously. "Fine, I'll go kill. You handle the disposal." Inside a basket, a piece of skin with syrup smeared all over it was visible. The scene shifted outside to a mutated creature, defeated and lying sprawled on the ground. Beside it, a foot was approaching. Outside, the steel mill stood the silhouette of Xiaoyong, a blade in his hand, standing in the middle of a group of defeated, sprawled-out mutated creatures. His face wore a cold expression as he said, "Almost there. Should probably tone it down a bit." In Xiaoyong's hand, a pair of scissors slowly appeared. Holding the scissors, he raised them and cut off a lock of his own hair. Not only that, Xiaoyong wiped 2 fingers on the ground and smeared them across his face to create dirty streaks. After a series of disguising maneuvers, Xiaoyong appeared as a frail, pathetic-looking scholar, wearing round glasses. As he approached the factory, someone spotted him and stopped him. "Stop right there!" The person at the steel mill, Tai Feng, said cautiously and menacingly. "Who are you?" Xiaoyong calmly smiled and replied, "I saw signs of human activity around here. Turns out there really are people alive." "That's great." The face of Tai Feng from the steel mill changed. "A survivor wandering?" Pointing at him, he asked, "Kid, I'm asking you, how have you managed to survive until now?" Xiaoyong, with acting skills that could win an Oscar, lowered his head slightly and said with tragic emotion, "My settlement had about 10 people. But we were attacked by a zombie horde. Everyone died. I was the only one who escaped." The guy from the steel mill, Tai Feng, probed him again. "So, you don't have any real skills then?" Hearing him, Xiaoyong put on a deep act of confusion. "Skills? What?" Then he appeared fumbling and clumsy, looking as helpless as a worm, stammering to prove himself. "Ah, I do have a little skill. I've survived many zombie attacks, so I've picked up some experience in how to deal with them. I will try my best to make myself useful." The face of Tai Feng from the steel mill showed disdain as he looked at Xiaoyong. "Who asked you that? You don't understand what I mean, but that's fine." He pointed in another direction and said, "Follow me, if you want to join." His gaze turned cold again when Tai Feng turned his back. He said, "First, you have to pass an inspection." Xiaoyong's face was thoughtful, secretly laughing to himself. As expected, this Tai Feng steel mill isn't a good place either. Suddenly, behind the two of them, a voice echoed, causing both Xiaoyong and Tai Feng to turn toward the source of the sound. "What's going on?" It turned out to be Li Li. With an authoritative look, he asked, "Who is this stranger?" Hearing Li Li's question, Tai Feng from the steel mill stammered, "Oh, Brother Li, he's a wandering survivor. I'm taking him to a secluded place for a search." Hearing that, Xiaoyong sneered internally. Li Li, hearing his subordinate say that, immediately retorted, "A search that requires a secluded place? You can search right here, can't you?" Hearing the conversation, Xiaoyong thought to himself, "Clearly, that guy wanted to lead me somewhere empty to finish me off." Li Li turned to face him and said, "Come over here, hand over all your weapons, and you can go inside." Xiaoyong acted tough, saying, "Hand over my weapons? How do I know you won't? Trick me inside just to kill me?" Hearing him say that, Li Li replied earnestly, "In these apocalyptic times, human hearts are twisted. It's natural for you to be worried. If you won't hand over your weapons, I won't force you to stay either. You can leave." Hearing Li Li say that, Xiaoyong pulled out his knife and said, "All right, I'll hand them over." After surrendering his weapon, he raised both hands high so Li Li could search him. Observing every move and the way Li Li spoke, Xiaoyong thought to himself, "This guy seems to have some principles. Looks like this Tai Feng steel mill is still a bit different from that group at the workshop." Seeing his approach, Xiaoyong thought to himself, "This guy seems to have some restraint. It seems this Jifeng steel mill is quite different from those people at the factory." Near the southern suburbs and the Bichthui mountain, he picked up the knife, examined it, and asked, "You think you can survive in the apocalypse with just this knife? Kid, are you an evolved one?" Hearing Li Zheng's question, Jiang Xiaoyong clenched his fists, showing visible excitement. "An evolved one? Yeah, I really do feel like I've become much stronger." He turned around, gestured with his hand, and said, "Follow me. It's the rule here that every evolved one must report to the leader first." He moved to a small room surrounded by 4 bare walls. Then, Li Zheng stepped outside. Before leaving, he said, "Wait for me in the reception room for a moment." He observed the space around him. Inside the cold, lifeless, 4-walled room, he let out a mocking laugh. "A reception room? Even the door is reinforced. This is clearly just a prison cell." After a long while, Da Peng walked in and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. May I have your name, please?" Under the guy's intense, scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Xiaoyong replied, playing the part of a weak, scholarly boy. "Jiang Xiaoyong, Jiang Xiaoyong." Li Zheng turned to glare at him, questioning, "My men say you're an evolved one. Is that right?" Jiang Xiaoyong vaguely answered, "I guess so, if that's what you want to call it." Suddenly, an axe flew toward his face. In a split second, Jiang Xiaoyong didn't understand what was happening, but luckily, he reacted fast enough to dodge it safely. Thwack! The axe slammed straight into the wall behind him. Jiang Xiaoyong slowly turned his head to look at the axe embedded in the wall. Looking from the axe back to Da Peng, who wore a sinister, cruel smile, he thought to himself, "Already attacking? No, wait, he's probably just probing me." With a look of feigned anger, Jiang Xiaoyong pointed at the axe stuck in the wall and demanded, "Hey, what are you doing? That's extremely dangerous, you know." At this, the guy laughed loudly with joy and said, "Looks like it's true. You are an evolved one. Pointing at himself with a wronged expression, Jiang Xiaoyong said, Well, if I wasn't an evolved one, wouldn't you have killed me? Hearing his complaint, Da Peng calmly replied, If that were the case, your death wouldn't be a pity anyway. Then, he started digging for more information from Jiang Xiaoyong. Since you're an evolved one too, you must know how to become one, right? He replied, Yeah, I know. In Da Peng's mind, images flashed. His own face, Huang Ling, Li Zheng, and the people at the West Wind Steel Mill. Da Peng then revealed a terrifyingly threatening face and said, If I find out you've told anyone else, I'll. His words were cut short as he lunged toward Jiang Xiaoyong like a storm. Da Peng's hand reached out toward his throat, saying, I'll kill you. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong thought, This is dangerous. A knife appeared in his hand. As he thought, Luckily he used his hand to threaten me. If he'd used a blade, I would have countered. Jiang Xiaoyong's slender neck was trapped firmly in Da Peng's grip. He thought, If I kill him right now, heaven only knows if I'll still get the 80 points of system credit or not. He looked down at the hand holding the knife. Then Da Peng let go and said with a hint of admiration, Oh, quick reflexes. You already pulled out a weapon, huh? Da Peng placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Even if you've got some skills, my ability isn't something you can even imagine. Don't dream of challenging me. Got it? Listening to the guy's soft-spoken threat, Jiang Xiaoyong replied, Got it. Hearing that, Da Peng added, I won't pursue the fact that you brought a weapon in here. Walking outside the room, he went straight to order his two subordinates. Jiang Xiaoyong followed behind and closed the door. Da Peng ordered, Take Jiang Xiaoyong here to wash up, change his clothes, and then bring him to the meeting room to find me. The two subordinates obeyed respectfully. Yes, sir. A knock on the door, and as soon as it finished, the person inside ordered, Come in. The soldier led Jiang Xiaoyong to the group of factory leaders and reported, Da Peng, the person has been brought here. Da Peng gestured toward him and said, Let me introduce a new member, Jiang Xiaoyong. Immediately after, he turned around to introduce the woman behind him. Huang Ling is one of the leaders here, just like me. The other two are central officers, Li Zheng and Huang Bin. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman stepped in to direct the person next to her, Huang Bin. Put this new guy to work under your command. That okay with you? He agreed expressionlessly. No problem, sister. Then, she turned to chat with Jiang Xiaoyong. Kid, you're lucky. You found the strongest gathering place in this region. From now on, you don't have to worry about survival anymore. But if you want to eat well here, you have to make yourself useful. Without hesitation, he nodded respectfully and replied, I will follow your arrangements. Right after that, Huang Bin walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, It just so happens that today is our patrol turn. Newbie, follow me. The scene shifted instantly to the outside of the West Wind base. He loudly called for two more people. Fa Qiang, Xing. Let's go on patrol. Okay. Hey, is it him? Fa Qiang ran over to Huang Bin, keeping a distance from the two behind, and asked, Boss, is this kid being assigned to work under for you? He replied with annoyance and reluctance. What can I do? He knows everything, so he can only work in our squad. Behind them, Xing looked at Jiang Xiaoyong, deep in thought. Why does this guy look so familiar? Suddenly, Huang Bin turned his head to address him. Hey kid, Da Peng didn't give you the specifics about the situation at this gathering place, right? He replied frankly. No, he only warned me that I have to keep the secret of becoming an evolved one. Hearing his answer, he was satisfied. Right, that's correct. Those who know the secret about cannibalism in this place, besides Da Peng and my sister, are only the four of us. The words that followed sounded like a warning to him. Xing is Da Peng's cousin, Fa Qiang is my nephew, and Huang Ling is family. So, this secret can only be leaked by your mouth. Do you clearly understand your situation now? Jiang Xiaoyong calmly replied, I definitely won't say anything. At that very moment, he suddenly noticed the person behind him and whispered to himself, Isn't Xing the guy who was caught by the Jiangqi assembly before? Not thinking too much, he realized something and asked, So what about the other officer? Huang Bin quickly replied, His name is Li Zheng. He's an outsider, but he has great talent and is very strong. Especially, you must never let him know the secret. Understand? Otherwise. After pausing for a moment, his expression turned terrifying, threatening him. Neither of you will make it through the day. Realizing this, he confirmed in his heart. It seems Li Zheng's talent is indeed very strong, enough that they have to use resources to hold him back. Otherwise, their two leaders' powers will surely be surpassed by him in no time. After walking for a while, Huang Bin suddenly shouted, "All right, we've arrived." Hearing this, Xiaodong repeated, confused. Arrived? A small base hidden in the forest immediately appeared before their eyes. He began to explain, "There are 7 people gathering in this location. We've been observing them for 3 or 4 days. Among them, there doesn't seem to be any evolved ones." You, with a curious expression, probed further. "So, what do we need to do? Hunt them down?" Huang Bin shook his finger, signaling, "Hunt? No, it's not as brutal as you think. We need to domesticate them." Fa Qiang jokingly draped an arm over your shoulder, teasing, "Kid, you're an evolved one too. You need to change your mindset quickly. Don't be as stiff as Li Li Zheng. We are evolved ones. To be honest, we aren't even the same species as ordinary humans anymore. We are now the superior species in the food chain." Hearing this, a cold glint flashed across Xiaodong's face, and he asked a pointed question. "So, you want to bring them back to the gathering point to keep them as livestock, then slaughter them for meat later?" Huang Bin raised a hand to stop him, countering, "No need to bring them all back. Just 5 or 6 is enough. Deal with the rest on the spot." Hearing this, you were even more confused. Deal with them on the spot? How? Rarely getting a chance to show off, he chuckled, enjoying himself, and said, "Watch and learn, kid." On the other side, an arm expertly plastered a layer of cement onto the wall. After finishing, the handsome young man was drenched in sweat, panting, "Finally, almost done. This is so exhausting." Suddenly, one of them noticed something, stammering, that is following the direction they pointed. The young men realized a horde of bloodthirsty monsters was rushing toward them, screaming in panic, "A zombie horde! Zombies!" They were so terrified that they became chaotic. Damn it, how did a zombie horde attack without any warning? Prepare to fight, now. But their resistance was too late, as zombie after zombie leaped onto them. Some, in a panic, grabbed their guns, screaming while firing at the zombie lunging at them. "Don't come any closer," but it was too late. Those young men fell into complete despair. "This isn't good, there are too many." Finally, only the sound of shrill screams remained. Xiaodong witnessed this scene, and asked the person next to him coldly, "Luring zombies to attack? Is this the great plan you were talking about?" Suddenly, you felt something on the building behind you and immediately turned around. What was that? But when you looked closely, there wasn't a soul inside the open window. Xiaodong wondered in confusion. An illusion? Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Hey, Jiang Xiaoyong Xiaodong, what are you standing there for?" Huang Bin pointed at the surrounding corpses, asking for a favor. "Come over here and help me clean up." You quickly approached him, answering, "Oh, coming." Not far away, in the very building you had noticed, you didn't know that another terrifying monster was waiting inside for them. The people rescued by Huang Bin's group quickly guided them. There are still some supplies in the warehouse. He immediately ordered you, Jiang Xiaoyong Xiaodong, you stay here and collect all the supplies to the gate. I'll arrange a truck to pick them up later. He leaned in close to you, secretly whispering an order. Pile the dead bodies of the humans we killed into a heap. We'll transport them later. After giving the orders, Huang Bin loudly told the commoners, "The rest of you, come with us." Just like that group left, leaving only one figure standing among the corpses. Taking this opportunity, Xiaodong chuckled, summoned his dagger, and exclaimed, "Just in time." Following the direction of those who had just left with Huang Bin, a young man spoke up. "Thank you. If not for you guys, we wouldn't have made it out alive." No sooner had he finished speaking than a girl piped up. "Fa Qiang, brother, is there water where we're going? Can we bathe?" He immediately hugged her and answered lecherously, "Not only is there water, but there's hot water. Body wash you can get all cleaned up and smelling nice." The young girl being hugged hesitated. "Really? That would be wonderful." Suddenly, Xing seemed to sense something behind him. He slowly turned his head, glancing back with curiosity. Noticing his action, Huang Bin asked, "What's wrong, Xing?" He answered with a hint of anxiety, "There's something." Receiving that answer, Huang Bin hurriedly shouted, "Stay alert." Fa Qiang, still in the mood to hug the young girl next to him, said, "Stay behind me. I'll protect you." The thing Xing sensed was up high. Watching them struggle to stay alert below, you wondered, where is that thing? "I can't feel it." Fa Qiang heard this and laughed mockingly. "Damn, Xing, aren't you being a bit too tense?" Hearing him mock him, he quickly turned back and retorted seriously, "I'm not wrong. Just now, I was certain his words hadn't even finished before something suddenly pierced through his neck. Xing. Huang Bin, seeing the object being pulled out of Xing's neck, screamed in horror, "The tentacle man." They panicked, trying to find the monster. Did it vanish? It's too fast. Just as he was still searching for the monster's silhouette, someone saw it and shouted a warning, "Behind you!" When Huang Bin turned around, it was the moment the monster had closed in on him. On the other side, Xiao Dung was focused on slicing open a zombie's stomach. He pulled out 2 energy cores and exclaimed happily, "Among these zombies, there are actually 2 ability energy cores. How lucky!" Suddenly, a shrill scream caught his attention. "Help!" Huang Bin was being wrapped by the tentacle. Man, and lifted up. His voice was trembling. "No, no." The tentacles wrapped around him without mercy, immediately crushing him. The commoners watched Huang Bin's blood splatter everywhere and screamed in terror. It wasn't just them. Even Fa Qiang, witnessing this, could only bite his lip in fear. He no longer had his arrogant demeanor from before. After killing Huang Bin, the monster turned its attention to him. He panicked, instinctively backing away. "No, no way." Immediately, Fa Qiang grabbed the slender arm behind him. He didn't hesitate to throw the beautiful girl, who, just earlier, he had sworn to protect, straight toward the tentacles. The tentacle monster wrapped tightly around her, lifting her high into the air. The tentacles squeezed the girl tighter and tighter until her eyes were bloodshot and rolled back in her head. Just then, a sound like something being sliced echoed coldly. The girl was unceremoniously dropped to the ground. A familiar silhouette appeared before them like a savior. Seeing this, Fa Qiang exclaimed in shock, "Jiang Xiaoyong, calm down," as he pointed at the monster behind them and questioned him. "Is this the Jiang Xiaoyong thing everyone's been talking about?" he stammered. Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "No, no, this is the son of Jiang Xiaoyong." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong looked confused. Fa Qiang regained his composure and said, "That's right, that's what we call them," he explained at a measured pace. "That tentacle beast is always muttering, 'My son, my son.' Plus, it has the ability to mutate ordinary zombies into monsters with traits similar to its own, so we call these transformed monsters tentacle sons." He paused for a moment, calculating inwardly. The son of Jiang Xiaoyong is a powerful monster. Even Big Brother Da Peng and the others would have a hard time facing it alone. This kid Jiang Xiaoyong surely isn't a match. "No, I have to run." Thinking is doing. Fa Qiang immediately turned to run. "Jiang Xiaoyong, hold it off. I'll go call for reinforcements." Not only him, but those who had just been rescued also quickly scrambled away. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the cowards fleeing with utter disdain. He didn't notice the monster behind him growing its tentacles back. "Trying to throw me under the bus and buy time for yourself, huh?" Those tentacles lunged forward, binding him tight. He turned his head slightly, watching his limbs being bound, remaining calm. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the monster with a hint of amusement. "The son of Jiang Xiaoyong, this setup is quite interesting." And then, he pulled his arms back with great force, straining the monster's tentacles. Following the pull and the momentum, the monster was dragged forward. "You've piqued my interest," he uttered. The monster quickly used its feet to slide against the ground, trying to break. The situation turned into a game of tug-of-war between man and beast. Jiang Xiaoyong shouted with excitement, "I haven't had a chance to use this ability yet. Today is the perfect time to test it on you." Saying that, he stomped his feet firmly into the ground, getting into his stance. His eyes crackled with fierce lightning as he roared, "Instinct overload!" Immediately after, he used all his strength to pull the monster's tentacles forward, causing it to be hoisted into the air. It crashed hard into the ground and was dragged toward him. He lifted his foot and stomped on its head to make it stop. Jiang Xiaoyong looked down from above at the monster writhing under his feet, emitting uncomfortable growls. Not far away, the girl he had rescued just witnessed the scene, momentarily frozen in panic. What she saw was him using his bare hands to continuously rip apart the monster's tentacles. A moment later, the monster was completely shredded by him, losing all form. Jiang Xiaoyong, with blood smeared on his face, approached the girl and asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing his terrifying appearance, she screamed in fear. He hurriedly wiped the blood off his face to reassure her, don't panic. I'm a human, not a monster." Scene shift. The people who had fled earlier had reached the gate of the West Wind factory. "We're here. We finally made it." Hearing the cries, the leaders ran out in a rush to check the situation. Da Peng asked first, "What happened?" Huang Ling asked next, "Where are Huang Bin and A Xing?" Fa Qiang, trembling with terror, replied, "Huang Bin and brother A Xing were killed by the son of Jiang Xiaoyong." Li Zheng looked at the people around him and asked, "Where did Jiang Xiaoyong get to?" He said with absolute certainty, "Don't even think about it. He's definitely dead too." The three of them were no match for that tentacle son. Hearing what he said, Da Peng's expression turned furious. He looked at the people in front of him with intense resentment. His voice came out slowly, making those around him feel a chill. Without hesitation, he threw the axe in his hand forward to vent his anger. The young teenager in that crowd took the hit directly, turning into pieces. Huang Ling hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. People are blinded by rage. Li Jung, stay calm. Just then, a pile of tentacles was dumped in front of him. Seeing the object and the person who just appeared, everyone around them was plunged into shock. Before their eyes was Jiang Xiaoyong, along with the only girl from that group. Li Jung looked at him with joy and shouted, "Jiang Xiaoyong, you're not dead." Huang Ling noticed the pile of tentacles below and exclaimed in surprise. That was him. He approached the pile and explained, "The son of the tentacle thing has been killed by me. I've avenged your loved ones for you." Hearing this, Dapeng and the woman fell into a thoughtful silence. Is this kid's ability that strong? Without letting them think for long, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately suggested, "All right, you two leaders, take your time, arranging the vehicles and men to follow me to collect the spoils of war." A while later, the scene changed to a conference room. Dapeng was questioning Fa Qiang. "Are you sure the son of the tentacle beast was stronger than Li Jung?" He gritted his teeth and insisted, "That thing almost killed him." "And A Xing in the blink of an eye?" Li Jung asked. "Could you handle it?" I'm afraid even the two of you would find it difficult." Immediately after, Dapeng turned to report the previous incident to Huang Ling. "Earlier, when I threatened him, although he reacted in time, he only drew his weapon. He didn't even have time to take a fighting stance. How could he have such strong ability?" The woman seemed to think of something and put forward an argument. The tentacle son succeeded because of a sneak attack. Perhaps it's not as exaggerated as we think. Hearing this, he also somewhat agreed. That makes sense, but no matter what, we can't keep this person. What if one day he joins forces with Li Jung? Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Huang Ling signaled for silence with her hand, then ordered, "Come in." Li Jung walked in from outside and spoke up, "Leader." Da Peng looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "What is it?" Li Jung. First, he comforted the two of them. "Brother Da Peng, Sister Huang Ling, please accept my condolences." He ignored his concern and urged, "We've been in the apocalypse for so long we're used to scenes like this. Get to the point." Li Jung followed orders and got straight to the point. Jiang Xiaoyong's ability is, I think, on par with mine. In my opinion, why not give him a cadre position? Da Peng disagreed and wanted to refuse. No, his background, but unexpectedly, Huang Ling raised her hand to stop him from speaking further. She quickly cut in, responding, "He is certainly qualified to be a cadre, based on Jiang Xiaoyong's ability. However, he must still make a contribution for everyone to be convinced." Hearing this, Li Jung argued heroically. Killing a tentacle son isn't considered a contribution yet. He did not expect her ambition to be so great when setting such a difficult requirement. If he could take down Zhang Shengjie to prove himself, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? He couldn't help but feel reluctant, and tried to argue against the task. "Even the two of you couldn't do it, yet you're telling him to? Is that even fair?" Huang Ling leaned back, crossing her legs with a cunning look, and replied, "Relax. We aren't asking him to throw his life away. We'll be taking action too. We'll gather the entire force from the hub to deal with this Zhang Shengjie threat once and for all." Just then, a familiar voice cut in. "Oh, putting me at the center of the operation, are we?" They changed their stance, standing in front of Jiang Xiaoyong after hearing their plan. He calmly asked for my opinion. "I haven't been here long, but you're already handing me such a huge credit? Is that really okay?" Huang Ling tilted her head and smiled, trying to persuade him. "Why wouldn't it be? Besides, the abilities you've shown might not even be inferior to me and Da Peng." He quickly chimed in to support her, adding, "If the operation is a success, the third seat of the hub will be yours." As he said that, he glanced at Li Cheng with a hidden, mocking tone. "Li Cheng, if Jiang Xiaoyong relies on his own strength to climb above you, you don't have any objections, right?" Ignoring his words, he answered indifferently, "No objections." With that, Da Peng held up 2 fingers and said, "Good, it's settled then. We move in 2 days." But they didn't know that all this time, Jiang Xiaoyong had been using his power to observe them and smiling inwardly. A straightforward and honest proposal, how touching, if only it weren't for you. He looked at the status icons above each person's head and whispered, "Mind's eye." Late at night at a factory, the sound of failing machinery echoed inside. Tio Ji burst through the door, reporting urgently, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, it's the radio." Brother Jiang Xiaoyong left it behind. Li Hengli picked up the radio, sensing everyone's anxiety, and asked, "Hello? Jiang Xiaoyong, how is it on your end?" The line crackled, and a voice came through. "Listen up." Jiang Xiaoyong was standing on a large crane, issuing demands. "Day after tomorrow morning, at the southern suburban park, call Tran Sung and some of our strongest people." Looking down from above, he commanded, "It's time to put an end to the threat in the South District." A group of people surrounded Li Hengli. He looked in one direction and said, "Uncle Thang, you're getting on in years. Don't get involved in something as risky as gambling with your life. Besides, that side still needs you to hold the fort." Uncle Thang quickly agreed and didn't forget to remind him, "Understood. Then, old Li's group must stay safe. This operation isn't like the ones before." Li Hengli nodded seriously, replying, "Understood." He looked at the group standing before him and called out their names: Thang Qi, Tiu Ji, Meng Shanshan, Zi Hiao Huyen, Lu Chao, Tran Kiet, plus Tran Sung. "The 7 of you are coming with me." Those called out replied in unison, "Yes." Just then, So I suddenly spoke up. "What about me? I want to join this operation too." Tu Lei quickly scolded him, trying to stop him. "War is for grown-ups. A kid like you, why are you butting in?" So I retorted, "I haven't been a kid for a long time. I'm a man." Old Tran Sung looked at him and spoke up in his defense. "Relax. So I's mom. With his current abilities, don't talk about zombies. Even among our core team, he can't be considered weak." He happily praised him in his heart. Li Hengli also reassured her, "Going through these things early isn't a bad thing. I'll keep an eye on him and protect the boy." Cut to 2 cars parked at the entrance of a park. Da Peng stepped out of a car and said, "This is the place." After everyone had gotten out, Jiang Xiaoyong stood beside him and asked, "How are we going to lure him out?" Da Peng replied calmly, "No rush. We have our ways." While they were waiting, he didn't forget to observe the surroundings. A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyong noticed something. On top of a building, a faint, strange light flickered. Li Hengli's group was gathered there. He used binoculars to look below. Meng Shanshan stepped closer and asked, "Uncle Li, can you see clearly? Should we get a bit closer?" Li Hengli replied calmly, "Jiang Xiaoyong specifically warned us not to get too close to the suburban park before the strike. He gave serious instructions. Set up the ropes and get ready. We'll infiltrate from the side." Below, Huang Ling ordered a skinny little boy, "Kid, come here." The boy approached, looked up, and asked, "Leader, do you have any instructions?" Huang Ling gave a cunning smile and said, "Go into the park." The boy was terrified, stuttering, "Weren't we told we were just here to carry the loot?" Li Cheng looked at her, confused, and asked, "Sister Ling, what's this about?" Huang Ling smiled deviously and replied, "That guy is always blabbering about. My son, my son. So, we'll give him a son." She didn't forget to reassure him. "Don't worry, as soon as Zhang Shengjie appears, we'll capture him. This kid won't be in any danger." The boy waved his hands in terror, trembling as he refused. "Leader, I'm not going. I don't want to be bait." Someone stepped forward. Da Peng walked up, grabbed the boy by his collar, lifted him up, and warned him in a loud voice, "Stop the whining. If you drag your feet, I'll kill you first." Having said that, he threw him into the park. The poor boy, in pain, could only lie on the ground and moan. Li Hengli observed that things were going wrong and quickly announced, "Something's up. Action." The group released the ropes from the top of the building and began to rappel down. The boy grabbed his arm, struggling to stand up, looking outside, and pleaded, "Save me." Suddenly, a roar of "Son" echoed in the park. From somewhere, a monster leaped down right behind the poor boy. He screamed in panic, "I don't want to die." The monster's eyes flashed with incredibly terrifying killing intent. Li Cheng saw that the target had appeared and quickly ordered, "All right, Zhang Shengjie has taken the bait. Hurry and save him." Just as he was about to move, an arm reached out to stop him. Huang Ling looked at Li Cheng and smiled. "We agreed not to steal credit from Jiang Xiaoyong." Jiang Xiaoyong, seeing this, just smiled and replied, "I know." He stomped his foot, shattering the stone floor. Jiang Xiaoyong was as fast as lightning, rushing toward the boy being targeted by the tentacle monster. He grabbed the boy's collar just as danger loomed behind him. Jiang Xiaoyong threw the boy away with one hand, causing the boy to scream in terror. Instantly, Li Cheng appeared and caught him, both of them being pushed back a distance. Jiang Xiaoyong's glasses fell to the ground and shattered. He was tightly wrapped up by the monster's tentacles. It roared angrily at Jiang Xiaoyong, "Give me back my son." He wasn't panicked at all, only looking up at the monster and asking, "Huh? You?" Li Cheng, outside, was urgently trying to help. I screamed, "Jiang Xiaoyong, hang in there." But the next second, Li Cheng's arms were twisted behind his back by Da Peng and Huang Ling, forcing him to his knees. I turned my head, frowning. "What the hell are you doing? If you don't step in now, Jiang Xiaoyong is a dead man." She flashed a wicked smile, replying, "He deserves to die." Huang Ling watched the situation as he was being tightly coiled by the monster. She was smug, thinking, "I thought he could go toe-to-toe with Thang Shengjie. Both sides are injured, and in the end, he's just another abused and murdered piece of merchandise." Li Cheng heard this and asked angrily, "So, you guys never had good intentions from the start?" Suddenly, Xiaoyong's voice cut him off. "You want to talk? Let me tell you why." His words left all three of them stunned. Even in such a dangerous situation, Xiaoyong just calmly dropped the most terrifying truth. He glanced toward the outside and continued, "Because I know your secret that you people eat human flesh." Li Cheng was horrified, stuttering in disbelief. "Eat human flesh?" A voice suddenly rang out, and gunfire erupted. The other two quickly let go of Li Cheng to take cover. Da Peng shouted, "It's an ambush!" Huang Ling was startled and screamed, "Who the hell is that?" Li Hengli kept firing continuously at the designated targets. Another group split off and charged toward the monster that was coiled around Xiaoyong. So I held a burning glass bottle and shouted, "Uncle Xiaoyong, we're here to help." He threw the bottle at him without sung, "Be careful." With his agile moves, he perfectly dodged Thang Shengjie's attacks. Another squad was hiding behind a tree, observing. Fa Qiang spoke up, "What is that? Another mutant?" Huang Ling observed the scene in front of her, completely stunned. A mutant, fighting alongside living people. Thang Shengjie's tentacles had almost surrounded Tran Sung by now, squeezing him tight. But with his brute strength, he tore the tentacles apart with ease. He tried to play dirty, using another tentacle to sneak an attack, but his teammates shouted, "Tran Sung, look out!" He quickly spun around, blocking the tentacle's attack. Because the strike was so powerful, Tran Sung was knocked back. Jiang Xiaoyong saw this and burst out laughing, teasing, "Tran Sung, you've finally met your match." Da Peng felt the situation was way too intense for that kid, Jiang Xiaoyong, to still be joking around. Jiang Xiaoyong stopped playing. With just a flick of his finger, the tentacles were blown to bits. Da Peng was utterly shocked. He ripped them apart? Those were Thang Shengjie's main body tentacles. Fa Qiang suddenly remembered something. Wait, while Soi was distracted, he called that kid. He called Jiang Xiaoyong, Uncle Xiaoyong, just now. Da Peng looked over, confused. What about it? Fa Qiang gritted his teeth and replied, "I think back then, a Xing once said, the leader of the settlement at Tea Leaf City is Huang Ling," interrupted. "It's Jiang Xiaoyong. You didn't misremember, did you?" He confirmed, "That's right, it's definitely Jiang Xiaoyong." Da Peng was furious upon hearing this. "We've been played by that kid." She was also extremely angry. If that's the case, these people must be the main combat force of that settlement. Huang Ling carefully observed everything. Those guys. Her eyes swept over to Thang Chi's group and the kids on this side as well. Huang Ling scanned everyone there, gauging them. She figured the strongest one among them was roughly on par with Li Cheng, and the weapons in their hands were very powerful. Then she looked at Jiang Xiaoyong. The most vicious one was Jiang Xiaoyong. No, it is Jiang Xiaoyong. She looked at Tran Sung, who was still lunging forward to attack along with the mutant, showing strength that didn't lose to the monster. The more she observed and analyzed the combatants on the other side, the more she realized, our win rate isn't high. Even if we win by force, I'm afraid both sides will suffer heavy losses. Fa Qiang heard this and worried. Then what should we do? Huang Ling paused for a few seconds, then shouted, "I've got it. Da Peng, hold them off and provide cover for me." Da Peng obeyed, grabbed his axe, and stepped forward. He ran out, and with all his might, hurled the axe forward. The axe flew at such high speed it was practically on fire. The axe flew toward our side, and everyone shouted, "Look out!" Huang Ling's squad opened fire continuously, and thick smoke from the bullets filled the sky. Li Hengli, hiding behind a tree, found it frustrating as bullets rained down. Damn it, what the hell are they trying to do by stirring things up? Huang Ling took advantage of the crossfire to dash towards Soi. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Look out!" Xiao Jia quickly rushed in to shield Soi. "Aiming at us, are you?" Huang Ling kicked him in the face, sending Xiao Jia flying far away. He yelled, "So strong and evolved human." With a dangerous expression, she approached Soi. Huang Ling gently lifted him high up, a savage smile on her face. "Kid, take your pick." Meng Shanshan stood far away. Seeing this, she was extremely worried and called out, So I looked at Huang Ling angrily and said, "Don't you dare. Use me as a hostage." She found that interesting. "You brat, you've got some guts, huh?" Huang Ling punched the boy hard in the cheek. Thong Shengjie saw this and roared, "My son." Transung took advantage of his distraction for a few seconds and climbed onto his shoulder, growling. Jiang Xiaoyong saw this and turned back. "All right, Transung, let him go." Transung looked at him, confused. Jiang Xiaoyong gestured toward Huang Ling's group. "He's preparing to risk it all now. Getting in his way at this moment isn't the smart move." Huang Ling screamed, threatening, "If you don't want this kid's head to roll, drop your weapons." Li Hengli, face full of worry, shouted agitatedly, "Let the boy go. I'll be the hostage instead. Trade him for the boy." Huang Ling turned her head back, sneering at their desperate expressions. "I knew I'd caught the right person." He saw this, frowned, and cursed. "Damn it. If anything happens to Soai, how am I going to face his mother?" Immediately after, she used her hand to choke Soai, threatening, "Right now, everyone drop your weapons to the ground, then retreat more than 100 meters." Li Hengli had no choice but to raise his hands and say, "Do as she says," Huang Ling shouted, his face twisted with agitation, before ordering the monster to attack them. Suddenly, a sound rang out, signaling that a tentacle split into 4 directions and struck at her. "Watch out, Ling." Huang Ling turned, only to see it already right in front of him. Those tentacles slammed hard into the ground. Luckily, she jumped high to dodge it. Immediately after, the tentacles turned to attack the people around. Da Peng, standing nearby, saw this, and immediately screamed, "Go crazy!" Huang Ling landed back on the ground, his face full of confusion. What's going on? Wasn't Jiang Xiaoyong being pinned down by them? Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of the relaxed demeanor of Xiaoyong nearby. Huang Ling watched as Transung raised his hand to wave at her. Then he articulated, word by word, "They're just watching the show." Huang Li looked at him sitting still, wrapped by a tentacle, and yelled, Soai, get out of there quickly." Transung, standing behind, also spoke up to reassure him. "It's okay. Soai isn't in any danger." Huang Li heard this and asked skeptically, "No danger?" "He is using a tentacle to lift Soai up to him." He called out to his son with a face full of smiles. Soai. The boy looked shocked and exclaimed, "Dad?" Xiaoyong popped his head out from behind and said, "See, Zhang Shengji, I keep my word. Your wife and children are doing just fine." Soai looked at him in disbelief, stammering, "Is it really, Dad?" He immediately confirmed, "That's right, that is your father. I wasn't wrong from the start. Your father has a constitution similar to Transung's." Tears filled Soai's eyes. As he hugged Zhang Shengji tightly and sobbed, "Dad!" Da Peng furrowed his brows and cursed in frustration. "Damn it! What kind of freak show is this? It's a failure. Retreat, now." Shengze heard the noise and turned his sharp gaze in that direction. A series of tentacles simultaneously struck toward the group. Seeing the swarm of tentacles attacking, Da Peng immediately turned to flee, but in the blink of an eye, he was tightly bound by the tentacles. Da Peng immediately screamed at the group, "Cut the tentacles off!" He gritted his teeth, looked back, and roared, "Huang Ling, what are you waiting for? Die." Da Peng saw her abandoning him to escape, and roared in anger, "You bastard, you betrayed me." Huang Ling hurried away from there, thinking to herself, "Even fighting side by side, we wouldn't necessarily be opponents for Zhang Shengji, let alone with those people there. The only way to survive now is to take advantage of, while Da Peng is holding them off." Suddenly, her eyes widened when she saw a flash of green light. Huang Ling felt her ankle get bound tightly by a tentacle. Damn it! The next second, she was dragged by her foot, her face slammed hard against the floor, and she was pulled backward. The glasses on Huang Ling's face shattered and fell to the ground. With blood on her face, she looked up and cursed, "Damn you." Huang Ling was immediately pulled violently toward Xiaoyong and Da Peng's group. Seeing her dragged back, Da Peng laughed loudly. "This bitch really wanted to sell me out? Well, look at you now." Then, he turned and shouted, "Li Zheng, we can only rely on the two of us now." He could only grit his teeth and curse, "Damn it, there's no other way." Suddenly, on Li Zheng's shoulder a hand appeared and patted him firmly. He turned and saw Xiaoyong, stunned. "Since when did you appear behind me?" He immediately spoke up to stop him. "Don't attack. I promise you'll be safe and sound." Da Peng saw him not making a move and cursed, "Li Zheng, you bastard. Do you want to betray me too?" Suddenly, he was lifted high by a tentacle controlled by Zhang Shengji. Then he was violently slammed straight down to the ground. Da Peng, his face covered in blood, looked up and made a sound of choking. A swarm of tentacles appeared from behind, aiming at him, ready to strike. They slammed down hard on Da Peng. Blood splattered everywhere. On the other side, Huang Ling was brought before Jiang Xiaoyong by the tentacles and kept struggling, screaming, "Let me go." She was continuously squeezed tighter by them and bit her lips in agony. Blood kept pouring out from Huang Ling's eyes, nose, and mouth. The tentacles quickly wrapped around her, covering Huang Ling's entire face. Finally, they wrapped around her whole body and squeezed tight. Jiang Xiaoyong gently released the tentacle, tossing the crushed Huang Ling hard. The system interface immediately appeared in front of Xiaoyong. Villain Nemesis Mission. Volume 3 completed. Mission requirements. Eliminate the threat, assist potential teammates. Reward, 80 points. Current points, 151. He looked at the screen, chuckled, and muttered, "Does this potential teammate mean Jiang Xiaoyong, I wonder?" Xiaoyong turned to look at Li Jung next to him and asked, "All right, do you have anything you want to ask?" He uncertainly asked, "Are you guys from the Chai City gathering place in the East City?" He calmly replied, "That's right." Li Jung whispered, puzzled, "What did you mean earlier when you talked about eating people?" Xiaoyong stared at him and asked back, "You think becoming an evolver just depends on luck?" Li Jung was startled and exclaimed, "You mean the reason why we were able to become evolvers?" It was. In his head, the memory of that box of meat flashed. He heard a sound calling out, "Mom, I want to eat meat too." Wait. Correcting line 35 to 36. The mother next to her immediately grabbed the little girl's shoulder to comfort her. "Be good, don't fuss. Mister, Lee has meat to have the strength to protect us." She gave a forced smile and said, "Mr. Lee, I'm sorry, children don't understand." Li Jung immediately held out the food box and replied, "It's okay, let her have a bite." The mother immediately raised her hands in a panic to stop him. "No need, Mr. Lee, no need." Thinking about this, his face was full of horror as he muttered, "Me." Right after that, a group of people from the steel factory ran in, noisy. It happened again. Zhang Shengjie is here again. There are so many people missing. One person inside asked anxiously, "Did you see Zhang Shengjie with your own eyes?" That person immediately denied. "No. If we had seen him, would we still be alive to come back?" The mother, eyes teary, panicked and asked, "Where is my daughter? Has anyone seen my daughter?" Thinking of this, Li Jung lowered his head and couldn't help but vomit to one side. Right after that, he stood up abruptly, ran to Huang Ling's corpse. Li Jung, face full of rage, punched hard into the ground and roared, "Bastard! You animal!" After a long while covered in blood and panting heavily, Li Jung, with a ferocious expression and gritting his teeth, turned to look at Xiaoyong's group. "So, you guys also rely on eating people to gain power?" Huang Li immediately raised his hand to deny. "What do you think of us? We aren't that kind of people." Xiaoyong immediately snapped his fingers and threw a red stone high into the air. "Don't worry, the information we have is far more than what you guys know. We aren't that kind of people." Xiaoyong immediately snapped his fingers, tossing a red stone into the air. "Don't worry, the information we have is far more than yours. We have a way to get other powers." As Li Jung reached out to take the red stone, the voice continued, "Rely on this." He frowned, staring intently as he listened to Jiang Xiaoyong's explanation. The core of a variant can be obtained from the bodies of zombies and other evolved humans, though it's not as common as human flesh. But it's more effective than eating human flesh, and has no side effects. Li Jung glanced to the side and asked again, "Side effects?" Jiang Xiaoyong calmly recounted, "I think you've already felt it. After becoming an evolved human, your emotions are easier to lose control of. Plus, violence and slaughter will make you feel excited." He replied with a calm face, "That's right." Li Jung sat down on the ground, stammering, "So me, later?" Looking down from above, the voice confirmed, "It cannot be changed. But if you start stopping the consumption of human flesh now, at least you can prevent your violence and perversion from progressing further." Afterward, Jiang Xiaoyong turned his head to look at the father and son, Jiang Xiaoyong. "As for you?" He stared at him, asking, "Before, could Jiang Xiaoyong speak fluently?" Jiang Xiaoyong raised a hand high, speaking intermittently. Jiang Xiaoyong, General, thank you, son, for saving Dad." Jiang Xiaoyong, full of anger, roared, "Are you kidding me with moral ethics right now?" He shook his head repeatedly to deny. "No, I mean Jiang Xiaoyong, General's son is handsome." He raised a hand to stop him. "Enough, enough. I get what you mean." Jiang Xiaoyong covered his mouth with his hand, let out a cough, and added, "Similar to Transung. Even though the mutation affects the language center, the mind is still clear, but your current appearance is truly a bit terrifying." Taking you back to the gathering point seems a bit. Zhang Shengjie smiled lightly and refused. No need, I'm used to this land. The worry about his son disappeared. Hearing that, he asked back uncertainly, You mean you're used to it? Since your son is safe, you're at ease now? He was all smiles, raising a thumb, Jiang Xiaoyong general. A giant intellect. Hearing that, Jiang Xiaoyong angrily interrupted. That's called intelligence. He turned his head to look behind and suggested, Mr. Li Zheng, now that the threat has been eliminated, the remaining people at the Taifeng steel factory will likely have to be led by you. He looked grim and immediately opposed. No way. I'm someone who has eaten human flesh. If I become the leader of the Taifeng steel factory, everyone won't be safe. Jiang Xiaoyong heard that and touched his chin, silent and lost in thought. Then, he looked to the side and said, Let's do this. Mr. Li Hengli, in my opinion, the Taifeng steel factory will be led by you. He didn't hesitate and replied, Understood. Jiang Xiaoyong's voice continued. Li Zheng, come back to Tra Diep City with me. He walked quickly over and patted Li Zheng on the shoulder. Jiang Xiaoyong leaned into his ear and promised, The demon in your heart, I will keep an eye on it for you. At the same time, in the city bordering the border, S-City was completely covered by greenery. Inside the city, a group of people were constantly running away. Behind them came cries, Save me! Help me! Shang Kai reached out to pull his companion nearby. Don't go, he's beyond saving. Behind them, someone fell to the ground. Feeling the plant life forms chasing from behind, he could only cry as he turned and ran. The man who fell to the ground was wrapped up by vines, screaming in agony, Save me! In the end, he could only let out a cry of pain as he was torn apart by the plant life forms. Jiang Xiaoyong leaned against a tree trunk, calling out wearily, It's no good. I can't run anymore. Shang Kai walked over and grabbed her hand to pull her along. Even if you can't run, you have to. Once you're caught, you'll be torn to pieces. Another team member raised a hand to stop them. Wait. Hearing that, he asked suspiciously, What's wrong? The teammate put a hand to his mouth and said, Listen carefully. By their ears, a sound of wind immediately flashed by. He cried out with tearful eyes. That's, the other teammates also shouted excitedly, It's the sound of wind. Truly, the wind. There's wind. That proves we're about to reach the edge of the forest. Suddenly, behind the group, Jiang Xiaoyong's voice rang out with commotion. Xiang Kai immediately grabbed Jiang Xiaoyong's hand and pulled her along. They've caught up. No time to delay. Run quickly. He turned his head to look at her and shouted, Victory is in sight. We can't die here. The group constantly sped up and ran forward. A teammate looked at the light over there and shouted, Light! Ahead! There's light! We're not far from the edge of the forest now. Jiang Xiaoyong pointed her hand forward and yelled, We made it! We made it! We're finally saved! Suddenly, another teammate saw a vine rushing toward them and shouted loudly, Watch out! In the blink of an eye, the vine immediately wrapped around Jiang Xiaoyong's neck. Nearby, the nutrient storage of the plant life form used a vine to pull her up high. Next, it bit hard, splitting her body in half. Shang Kai looked in horror as half of Jiang Xiaoyong's body fell to the ground. He cried with tears streaming down his face. Jiang Xiaoyong! My Jiang Xiaoyong! A teammate reached out and grabbed Shang Kai. Hey, sober up a bit. The teammate next to him heard the screeching sound of them chasing and cursed loudly. The plant life forms have caught up again. After that, he slapped Shang Kai straight in the face, causing his head to tilt to one side. The teammate frowned and called out urgently, Jiang Xiaoyong is dead. If you don't want to be buried with her, calm down right now for me. He closed his eyes and shouted, Sorry! In the end, only 4 people remained. Xiang Kai ran forward. The plant life forms had chased after them. They took step after step, chasing the group right up to this place. Just as the plant life form's feet stepped down, plants immediately extended from one turn to run away simultaneously. Zhang Shengjie frowned, watching them leave. After a long while, the group stopped and asked, Are we being followed? Shang Kai glanced behind him, breathing heavily. It doesn't seem like it. He panted. What's going on? Why are there plant creatures outside the forest? He raised a hand, questioning. Could it be that the area outside the forest has been taken over too? Xiang Kai looked doubtful. Then why hasn't the forest spread out further? Another person asked fearfully, What do we do now? Right then, the screeching of the plant creatures echoed again. Seeing them charge, the 4 people panicked. Plant creatures! Someone screamed. There's another one over here. Another yelled in terror. A third person cursed, We're surrounded. Shang Kai grabbed his head and collapsed to the ground. It's over. We shouldn't have tried to escape. If we had just stayed in the forest, we might have survived for a few more months. Tudong wouldn't have died either. The plant creatures opened their mouths, releasing green smoke as they lunged forward. One teammate raised their hand, voice trembling. I don't want to be torn apart by them. I don't want to die like this. Suddenly, a tentacle whipped across from the side, lightly knocking away a nearby plant creature. Zhang Shengji walked step by step towards Xiang Kai's group, his brows furrowed as he asked, "What's going on here?" Meanwhile, inside the heavily fortified base, Xiaoyong stood on the balcony, looking down and remarking, "It's really windy today." The system screen immediately popped up. Utopia social task in progress. Task: expand the community. Task progress: establish the Zhifeng iron and steel plant branch. Completed. Evaluation points: plus 20. Current evaluation: 62. Reward: cumulative points plus 80. Current cumulative points: 231. Hearing this, he laughed out loud. 80 more points. That's too much. I can't even spend it all. Xiaoyong touched the screen, saying, "Let's see what good stuff is new." He scanned the lines of text and shouted, "Level 3 chest? No way. Level 2 already unlocked superpowered stamina. Let's see what's in the level 3 chest." The screen immediately displayed a notification the moment Xiaoyong tapped to open it. Level 1 weapon threat. Received 1 armored jeep. Open supply chest. Level 3. Ability awakening. Received 1 level 1 enslavement mark. Effect: impress the enslavement mark onto an enemy to make them a servant of the user. Maximum servants: 1. Open supply chest. Level 2 black tech. Received stamina enhancement drug plus 30. He touched his chin, pondering, I can only enslave 1 person, huh? For now, Transung, Jiang Shengji, and Li Cheng are stable enough. I'll observe for a while. Next, the system chimed again with a notification. Utopia social task in progress. Task: expand the community. Task progress: let the settlement independently resist an invasion once. In progress. Evaluation points: 10. New task: weed killer. Requirement: eliminate the threat posed by the weeds. Reward: 100 cumulative points. Xiaoyong couldn't help but wonder, weed killer? Eliminate the threat from weeds? He gazed into the distance, asking himself, does this mean I have to go out to the fields and pull weeds? Suddenly, the radio crackled to life, drawing his attention. Brother Xiaoyong, do you copy? Dad, soy. Something's happening. People in the base looked toward the commotion. Is that a zombie? What's going on? Is it part of the same group as leader Xiang? Jiang Xiaoyong dragged a plant creature along as he and the other 4 strode forward. He stared silently at the group opposite him. They waited in silence. Just then, Soy ran up, shouting. Tula also rushed over, excited. Seeing the 2 of them, old Jiang Xiaoyong yelled, "My son and my wife." Uncle Thang looked shocked, repeating, "Your son and your wife?" Xiaoyong explained, "He probably means his wife. His mutation affected his speech center. Now he's like a patient with aphasia." Jiang Xiaoyong pulled Tule and Soy into a hug. Then, Xiaoyong reached out and plucked a branch off the plant creature. "Is this the thing?" He immediately raised his hand, shouting, "Main course, border food, vegetables stewed with meat, meat stewed with vegetables." He asked, unsure, "Meat stewed with vegetables?" Tudong's teammate pointed to the side. "Let me explain, big brother. We came from City S. Right now, City S is completely covered by the forest. Not only that, but many people have mutated into plant creatures just like these." Xiaoyong stared at it, muttering, "Plant creatures." His voice continued, "But, big brother, I don't think your City M is doing so well either." He stood up immediately and said, "You were brought all the way here, so you must have seen it on the way. Most people have mutated into zombies." Tudong's teammate immediately confirmed, "Yes." Xiaoyong turned his head and called out, "Uncle Thang." Behind the ruined wall, 2 streets east of the base, there's an armored jeep. Go ahead and take it, and drive it back here. He immediately confirmed, "Understood." Xiaoyong looked directly at the 4 people. After that, come with me to the border between the 2 cities to check the situation. Soon after, Xiaoyong led the group to a place covered in vines. Tudong's teammate looked ahead, shouting, "These vines, they've grown even taller than before." Xiaoyong frowned, looking ahead. "We're going into the forest." Hearing this, he startled and let out an exclamation of doubt. Tudong's teammate shouted excitedly, "Big brother, the forest is dangerous. Why else would we have gone through so much trouble to escape?" Xiaoyong glanced back. "If we just leave it alone, I'm afraid the Zhifeng iron and steel plant will be completely engulfed before long. By then, it will affect both our living conditions and production. His voice deepened as he added, but before that, there's a more important task to do first. Thang Chi looked confused. What is it? Xiaoyong looked at him and said, help you guys acquire the ability to deal with dangers on your own. He looked directly at the group. Call old Li and the people from the Zhifeng iron and steel plant. Over the next few days, we're going to hunt in another area. A zombie was constantly gnawing on a corpse. Suddenly, it sensed a flash of energy and turned its head back. The zombie stared fixedly behind it, not moving an inch. Suddenly, Xiaoyong's eyes flashed with light. He had already appeared behind it. His hand gently swung, slashing a beam of purple light onto the zombie. Thang Chi's group also attacked the surrounding zombies with their weapons. The bullets tore through them one by one, while the smoking shells clattered onto the ground. Liu Dung crouched down, staring at the zombie corpses scattered before him. Screams echoed from inside the city, more zombies. Dai Hao kicked a corpse hard. Is there anyone alive? Is there anyone left? Suddenly, a zombie lunged at him, jaws wide. Dai Hao smashed his fist into its face. After dealing with it, he clutched his head and muttered, I'm sick of eating roasted zombie. I need to find some actual people. Suddenly, he glanced in one direction and let out a curious noise. Dai Hao tilted his head back, taking a deep breath. Human A man looked at his teammate, who was aiming at a zombie opposite them, and shouted, Hey, are you trying to get us killed? The leader specifically warned us not to go opening the doors and wandering out right now. The teammate turned away, scoffing, What's the big deal? The zombies around here have already been pretty much wiped out by Mr. Huang's group. The man inside retorted angrily, Stop yapping and get back in here. Dai Hao smirked, Jackpot, real humans, and he licked his lips greedily and shouted, Humans who haven't eaten their own kind, pure, fresh humans. Dai Hao crept forward. He was frustrated, but he knew this group had something he needed. If I rush in, it might not go well. Better to hold off for a few days. He frowned, drool dripping down his chin, his frustration mounting. Inside the room, a system notification chimed. Refresh successful. Current total accumulated points. 3. Liu Dung immediately spoke up. Uncle Thung, call everyone to the meeting room. Uncle Thung nodded instantly. Liu Dung looked at the table, unable to help but exclaim, Not bad for a joint hunt. In just 3 short days, we've gathered this much. Liu Dung turned to the side, calling out, Li Hoan, Trung Tree, you two split these mutant cores. Li Hoan raised a hand to stop him. That doesn't feel right, does it? This was mainly thanks to our brother Liu Dung's hard work. Trung Tree chimed in, Exactly. Plus, we all worked hard. Only the two of you, Liu Dung waved his hand, cutting them off. Don't refuse. We aren't short on guns and ammo. Producing a few top-tier powerhouses is more important than anything else. Everyone here is an evolved human. Don't be shy. Someone else chimed in to persuade them. Old Li, if the boss says for you to take them, just take them. Has Liu Dung ever made a wrong call? Another voice echoed. Exactly. We have complete faith in Liu Dung's decisions. Liu Dung turned his head and called out. Besides, Meng Shanshan. She replied, Yes? He said, Come with me. Meng Shanshan reached for the doorknob and pulled the door open. She tucked her hair back and asked hesitantly, Brother Liu Dung, what are you doing? Liu Dung put a finger to his lips. Keep it down, he whispered, gesturing toward the group of Trung Tree and the others listening at the door. He continued, It might hurt a little, so try to bear with it. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Trung Tree and the others outside. Trung Tree flushed red, silently peeking inside. Seeing Liu Dung standing right at the door, Trung Tree stammered, Brother Liu Dung so fast? Liu Dung grabbed him by the collar and yanked him inside. You little brat! Trung Tree cried out. Easy, Brother Liu Dung. Then, he kicked him inside. Just as Trung Tree stumbled in, his eyes caught the sight of a syringe and Meng Shanshan, who was holding her arm. He was startled. He scratched his head and asked, Meng Shanshan, did you just get the vaccine? Liu Dung pointed at Trung Tree and said, You just ate a lot of mutant cores. You're basically a powerhouse among powerhouses now. Trung Tree laughed, scratching his head. Doesn't that make me Liu Dung's favorite? Liu Dung's voice cut him off. Go a few rounds with Meng Shanshan. Trung Tree was shocked and refused. No way, I'm not bullying a girl. Liu Dung laughed out loud. Bullying a girl, huh? Meng Shanshan, show Trung Tree what you're made of. Don't worry, go all out. Trung Tree can take it. He puffed out his chest, laughing confidently. Easy. Watch out, I'm absurdly strong now. As he lunged with full force, Meng Shanshan slapped him once, sending him flying backward. The others caught him. Trung Tri shouted, "Holy crap!" Lu Dung looked at her and explained, "I gave Meng Shanshan a stamina-boosting serum. Now, other than me and Trun Sung, no one here is a match for Meng Shanshan." Trung Tri clutched his swollen red cheek and wailed, "And here I thought I was one of your closest inner circle members, Brother Lu Dung. Turns out that's not the case." Togi pointed at him and mocked, "Don't be stupid. Brother Lu Dung isn't gay. Why would you be his closest?" Afterward, Lu Dung looked at everyone and said, "Trun Sung, Trung Thung, Zhang Chiat Li, Trin." He pointed at his comrade and asked, "You two, come with me to City S." He pointed at himself, stunned. "Me?" His comrade immediately waved his hands, refusing. "I had a hell of a time getting out of there. I don't want to go back." Li Trin crossed his arms over his chest, accusing him. "We helped you save your teammates and family, and now you're acting like a coward?" He turned his head and countered, "I don't have any teammates or family there. I'm begging you, just don't make me go back. I'll do the grunt work here if I have to." Suddenly, a voice from behind made Lu Dung jump. "I'll go," Huang Kai said, pointing at himself. "I'll go with you guys." Outside the city's western suburbs, Dai Hao scanned the area. "I remember it being around here." He smashed his fist against his head, cursing, "My brain is getting slower every day. If I don't get some fresh human meat, who knows how serious the consequences will be." Suddenly, a scream from behind caught his attention. He immediately turned and ran toward it. "I knew I remembered correctly. It's right here." Dai Hao pulled open the door that was making the whimpering sounds. The group of the bald guy was holding Hiao Huyen and Cao Vun. Dai Hao cleared his throat, grabbing their attention. Another guy frowned and barked, "You again? You've got guts coming back." He immediately waved his hands and shouted, "Hey, don't get worked up. I didn't come to steal anything this time. I came to share some intel." Hiao Huyen tilted her head. "Share intel? Since when are you so kind?" Cao Vun raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, "We're all half monsters here. Don't try to pull that garbage to trick us." Dai Hao, looking agitated, explained, "It's for real. There are a lot of pure humans, but they're armed. I can't take them on alone, so I came to see if we could team up." The bald guy walked right up to his face and suddenly flashed a bright grin. "We'll trust you this once. If you're lying to us, you'll be the next meal." Dai Hao was overjoyed. "Of course. I'm not lying." Hiao Huyen stood up and held out a hand, offering an invitation. "If that's the case, then we're teammates. Come on, join us, and let's have some fun." Hiao Huyen stood up, raising a hand in invitation. "If that's the case, then we're basically teammates. Come on over, join us, and let's enjoy." The guy licked his lips, reaching his hand toward her chest, noisy and gleeful. On the other side, Xiang Kai looked around, reminding his benefactors to be careful. Danger could be lurking behind every pile of leaves or tree nearby. Xiaoyong turned his head back, asking, "Hey, what's your name?" He replied with a serious expression, "My name is Xiang Kai." Hearing that, Xiaoyong laughed and praised him. "You're a real man. Your teammates were so scared, yet you still dared to follow us." Xiang Kai furrowed his brows tightly and explained, "My girlfriend was killed by a plant-type mutant. I want revenge. Besides, my parents are still in the forest. If there's a chance to save them, of course I have to try." Xiaoyong glanced back at him and commanded, "I'll take the lead. Li Cheng, you bring up the rear. Transung, you and Thong Shungjie take the right and left flanks. Xiang Kai, stay in the middle. He's our only guide. If he dies, this trip is a total waste." Hearing that, Xiang Kai called out, "Thank you for helping me." He didn't turn back and replied, "Don't misunderstand. Our motive isn't to help you, but to figure out a way to stop the forest from spreading." Suddenly, a vine fell from above near Xiaoyong's head. He looked over and shouted, "What the hell is that? It's all slimy." Xiang Kai immediately got agitated and shouted, "That's..." He frowned and yelled urgently, "It's over. Get out of the way." In the blink of an eye, the vine had tightly wrapped around Xiaoyong's neck. Xiang Kai watched the nutrient storage pod, the plant-type mutant opening its mouth, waiting for him to be dragged over. "It's over." No one could survive the maw. Suddenly, Xiaoyong gripped the vine that was pulling him with all his might. In a split second, Xiaoyong's feet touched the ground. With one hand, he easily gripped the vine from earlier, then Xiaoyong yanked hard, pulling the entire vine off the plant-type mutant's nutrient storage pod. Xiang Kai, nearby, gasped and exclaimed, "That's insane!" Immediately after, the flower base along with the vine fell in front of him. It hit the ground, wiggling incessantly, trying to escape. Xiaoyong looked up at the fleeing vine, trying to run. "Huh? I didn't expect this thing to still have the ability to move." He looked up and asked, Don't let it get away. Thong Shungjie, you're playing with tentacles right in front of you, and you're just going to take that? Shungjie's tentacles shot straight toward the nutrient pod. Those two tentacles wrapped around it, then pulled hard. Shungjie lightly flicked his hand, controlling the tentacles to pull down. In an instant, the nutrient storage pod was dragged down. Its entire body slammed hard in front of Xiaoyong's group. That nutrient storage pod opened its mouth wide, puffing out a stream of multicolored smoke. Xiaoyong was startled, took a breath, and called out, "Smells so good." Right after, he froze and looked behind him. Xiaoyong glanced at the group behind him and warned, "The smoke coming from this thing has a strange smell. It might not be safe. Be careful." As he turned back, he was shocked to see no one there. Where did they go? A mist of 7 colors appeared, confusing Shanghai's vision. He shook his head hard and shouted, "What is this? This feeling is so strange." Shanghai looked at the 2 figures standing still and asked, "Benefactors, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the bushes nearby. He looked over and saw a black shadow inside. "What's that?" Tudong poked her head out from the bushes and shouted, "Shanghai!" He looked stunned, his eyes wide and jaw dropped. Shanghai asked excitedly, "Tudong, you're still alive?" Tudong immediately waved her hand and called out, "It's dangerous over there. Come here quickly. Everyone is here." Shanghai didn't think twice and walked onto that path. Right then, the bald man's base leader led the bald guy's group over. He pointed ahead and said, "See that? That's the spot." The long-haired guy swallowed hard and yelled, "Human meat! That's right, pure human meat." The base leader looked at the heavily guarded group outside and warned, "Hey, calm down a bit." Seeing the guy ignore everything and charge in, he cursed angrily. "Damn it, you idiot." The long-haired guy smiled smugly. "Can't take it anymore. I want to enjoy it so badly." The guard saw this and gasped in shock. Another guard saw the long-haired guy and questioned, "Hey, who are you?" The people around saw him rushing toward them and shouted, "Watch out." Then the long-haired guy bit down on the man's shoulder. Excited sounds erupted. "Is that a zombie? Damn it. Open fire. Open fire." Huang Li was inside, checking the books, when he heard the noisy commotion and looked over. He frowned and shouted urgently, "This is bad." The guards looked at the long-haired guy constantly advancing, trembling as they cursed. The bullets hitting his body only left small wounds. The long-haired guy ignored everything and lunged at the young man holding the gun. Huang Li rushed out from inside, kicking him straight in the chest. The long-haired guy immediately flew backward a long distance. He propped himself up with one hand, looking at the group. Huang Li grabbed a gun and immediately unloaded on that long-haired guy. He yelled, jumped backward to dodge. "Damn it!" Huang Li looked back at his group and urged, "Hurry up and take the injured back. Take him to the infirmary to stop the bleeding." Over there, the long-haired guy held his abdomen, crying out in pain. "Go back now." Right after, he couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground. Ata stood with one hand on her hip, looking down and laughing. "Tell me, what are you in such a hurry for? You got yourself hurt, didn't you?" The long-haired guy gritted his teeth and shouted, "Stop the sarcasm. Hurry up and find me some meat. I need to recover." The bald guy sneered and asked back, "Who are you giving orders to?" He looked up and yelled, "What time do you think it is? Why so much talk? Hurry!" He let out a pained sound. She asked back, "What are you doing?" Ata replied indifferently, "One less mouth to feed is always better." The long-haired guy furiously screamed, "Damn you, you bitch!" The group looked at his corpse and asked, "So, what's next? How do we break the deadlock? Those food supplies are all hidden in the factory, and they have weapons." Cao Van glanced back and replied, "That's easy." The bald guy immediately questioned, "What do you mean?" Ata replied nonchalantly, "Are you guys stupid? We're humans, not zombies." Cao Van smiled slightly and added, "Of course, we're just going to walk right in." Inside the forest, Shanghai suddenly stopped, puzzled. "Why do I feel so lightheaded?" Tudong opposite him kept shouting urgently, "Don't hesitate, come over here." Her eyes turned red as she kept crying out, "Hurry up, get over here, now." Suddenly, a blade flew from the distance and cleanly sliced off the head of the girl who was with Jiang Xiaoyong. Shanghai stared in shock as her body collapsed to the ground. Shanghai was sobbing uncontrollably, with tears streaming down his face. "Jiang Xiaoyong." Xiaoyong rubbed his eyes, impressed. "Wow, that's impressive. Even I got fooled by that." He immediately turned around and shouted, "Why did you kill my Jiang Xiaoyong?" Jiang Xiaoyong looked at him and snapped angrily, "You're Jiang Xiaoyong? What are you talking about? Look closely. What is that?" When Shanghai heard the commotion, he turned back to look. He saw a flash of colored light and froze in his tracks. Xiang Kai trembled as he watched them turn into a pile of vines wrapped around the spot. Xiaoyong walked over and tapped Chen Chong on the head. "Hey, wake up! Stop dreaming!" Li Cheng also woke up, squinting as he muttered, "What happened? It feels like years have passed." Shengji also looked down at the ground. The movie showed the history of high-speed transport machinery, shipping cargo back to Earth. Xiaoyong looked down at the dagger in his hand and said, "It's likely that flour released some kind of hallucinogenic toxin earlier, which is why we saw those illusions." Li Cheng watched as he stabbed the vines with his dagger. Leo asked suspiciously, "What are you trying to do?" Xiaoyong calmly explained, "I'm checking the internal structure of this monster to see if it can produce an abnormal core." You saw black blood spurt out and shouted, "Looks like I overthought it. This thing seems to be just a puppet, not the main body." Xiaoyong held up his hand and looked ahead, saying, "These vines are buried deep in the ground. It seems the main body isn't nearby." Soon after, he looked startled, staring intently at the ground ahead. Xiaoyong spotted a part of the vines exposed above ground and made a curious sound. He used his hand to pull a small piece up. Xiaoyong's voice continued, "Potatoes? Yams? It seems these are the nutrient storage organs for this thing." He immediately tossed it into his spatial storage to keep it. Who knows, this thing might be edible. Xiaoyong glanced to the side and asked, "Xiang Kai, what do you know about these plant entities?" With a serious expression, he replied, "I only know they're extremely dangerous. They view all living things as food. But Old Ha definitely knows something about this." Hearing that, he asked suspiciously, "Old Ha?" Xiang Kai immediately explained, "Old Ha is an expert from the Agricultural Research Institute." Lin Xiaoyong immediately pressed, "Where is he? Is he still alive?" His voice continued, "Before I escaped outside, he was trapped with us in the high-rise building. I don't know if he's still alive now." Xiaoyong looked straight ahead. "All right, lead me to Old Ha." On the other side of the base, Hyo Huyen was wearing a black jacket, panting as she ran over. She pretended to trip over a rock and let out a cry before falling face first to the ground. The guard on duty saw this and was startled. Immediately after, an announcement sounded. "Survivor, a lucky survivor found, a man." Seeing his teammate running out, he signaled for him to stop. "Wait." Hyo Huyen sat on the ground, motionless, watching the personnel, reminding them excitedly, "Just to be safe, report it first." The other person pointed at her. "Report what? Can't you see that girl is about to collapse? Help her up first." He hesitated, but the other person immediately brushed it off. "Forget the buts. Leave her here and she'll be eaten by zombies in a minute." That young man stepped forward to care for the girl. "Are you okay?" Hyo Huyen frowned and whispered, "Save me," he promised immediately. "Don't worry. You're safe now." Dai Hao watched Hyo Huyen being carried in by two people and clicked his tongue repeatedly. He couldn't help but laugh and praise, "She's good." Suddenly, Dai Hao looked suspicious seeing Cao Van dancing around in her red high heels. She touched her chest and smiled. "I'm even better than her." On the other side, Hyo Huyen, on the man's back, licked her lips and smiled. Back to the group, Li Cheng looked around, puzzled. "Why is it already getting dark?" Xiang Kai, standing nearby, explained, "It's dusk already. Besides, the forest is so dense here that almost no sunlight gets through." Xiaoyong frowned and asked, "How much further?" He pointed toward a residential area in the distance. "We're almost there." Suddenly, a call rang out, making him look over. Xiang Kai looked and saw a woman poking her head out. "Aunt Yang." Xiang Kai frowned and shook his head. "No, that's not right." Then, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. Xiaoyong saw this and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. We inhaled some pollen that causes hallucinations this time. That's not an illusion, it's a real person." Ha Yang, behind Aunt Yang, raised her weapon and shouted, "I told you not to take risks. You were determined to get us killed." Another person also shouted excitedly, "Are you just going to watch as Xiang Kai gets assimilated by those monsters?" Hearing that, the older man shouted passionately, "He's beyond saving. After so many days. To show up here now, he surely isn't him anymore." Aunt Yang turned back, her voice low. "Stop talking nonsense. Get ready to fight. 1, 2. Then, the four of them charged at Xiaoyong at the same time. Sheng Ji shouted to stop them. "Wait, don't attack." Arrows flew toward Xiaoyong's group simultaneously. He raised a hand, causing the arrows to fall to the ground instantly. Xiaoyong shouted with a serious face, "Stop. Stay calm." The people with Aunt Yang were stunned on the spot. Xiang Kai immediately stepped out to persuade them. "Aunt Yang, stay calm. They aren't the enemy." Aunt Yang signaled the people behind her to stop firing. Xiang Kai immediately explained loudly, "They are the people from outside the forest, our benefactors. She frowned and asked loudly, "Then where are the people who went scouting with you? And what about Jiang Xiaoyong?" He told them, with a sorrowful face, "Half of our people were killed or wounded. Jiang Xiaoyong also died. But I and the others managed to escape." Aunt Yang heard this and immediately asked about the situation outside. Xiang Kai's voice added, "This isn't a good place. Let's head back and talk about the details." Aunt Yang and the others looked at each other in silence. Their eyes were fixed on the two people, Shengzi and Chen Chong, behind them. Xiaoyong smiled slightly. "Don't worry, we're all on the same side." He turned to the two of them and reminded, "You two, say something to put them at ease." Chen Chong took off his mask, covered his face, and introduced himself. "I'm very ugly, but I'm very gentle." Shengji jumped up. "I'm the shining knight of the wasteland," Xiaoyong shouted, irritated. "What are you two doing?" Xiang Kai could only try his best to explain. "Don't worry. They are also our benefactors. We were saved thanks to them." Finally, Auntie Yang and her group finally relented. "Fine, come on over." Meng Shanshan revved her motorcycle, pulled up in front of the steel mill, and immediately grabbed her radio to broadcast. "Uncle Li, I'm at the steel mill gate. Open up." Suddenly, Meng Shanshan's eyes sharpened as she glanced to the side. The three men, Dai Hao, instantly crouched behind their car to hide. Just then, Huang Loi opened the base gate and waved Meng Shanshan in. The bald man watched her back as she entered inside. That was close. Almost got spotted. Cao Van was agitated. "Did you see that? That girl is an awakened, a pure blood awakened." His face was twisted with excitement. "How is it possible for there to be a pure blood awakened? How did she do it?" Dai Hao licked his lips and hissed, "I don't know, but one thing's for sure, she must be delicious." Cao Van smirked in agreement. "Exactly, and if we eat her, our power will skyrocket." Inside, Uncle Li greeted her. "Meng Shanshan, you're here." She looked at the syringes and asked, "Uncle Li, have you finished treating the injured? Are they in the infirmary?" A voice replied, "Yes, in the infirmary." Meng Shanshan went to the infirmary and looked at the man lying motionless on the bed. She held up 2 test tubes. "Uncle Li, this is the anti-infection serum. Before I left, Jiang Xiaoyong said if anyone gets bitten by a zombie, use this." Huang Loi grabbed the 2 tubes, shouting, "They've been bitten for hours now. They haven't shown any reaction, which means whatever bit them probably isn't a zombie." Meng Shanshan looked stunned. "Not a zombie? What else bites people?" Hyo Huyen immediately stepped forward. "I know. On the western outskirts, there are many mutants. They aren't zombies. They aren't contagious, but they're brutal, and they do bite." Huang Loi looked at her. "You're Hyo Huyen, right?" She became agitated and began to explain. "I'm a new member. I fled here from the West City." He asked her, "What exactly do you know about these mutants?" Hyo Huyen looked frantic. "They're scarier than zombies. They eat people, and they have intelligence. Some of them chased me the whole way here. Lucky I knew how to ride a bike. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived." Huang Loi turned his head, his voice dropping low. "Are you saying the people who attacked them were led here by you?" She panicked. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to survive. I'm sorry." Someone next to her chimed in. "Yeah, Mr. Li. You can't blame her for this." He raised a hand. "That's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand. Knowing who we're dealing with makes things easier." Hyo Huyen added, "I also know they won't give up. It won't be long before they can't hold back and attack us. We need to prepare." Huang Luo, she turned and left, saying, "Yes, leader." Meng Shanshan watched her back, listening as he gave instructions. "Bring some food to the injured. To be safe, keep them under observation for the night. You guys, just bear with it for a bit longer." The man on the bed coughed and replied, "It's fine, mister." Li. Meng Shanshan stared at Hyo Huyen's retreating figure. Huang Loi turned to her. "What's wrong, Meng Shanshan?" She glanced in that direction. "That new woman, I have a weird feeling about her." He questioned her immediately. "Weird how?" Meng Shanshan kept looking that way. "I can't put my finger on it. Maybe I'm just overthinking." Huang Loi comforted her. "You're probably just stressed. Jiang Xiaoyong is too intense, leaving such a heavy task on the shoulders of a young girl like you." Over there, Auntie Yang led the group to a building and shouted, "We're here!" Jiang Xiaoyong looked up, puzzled. "Why pick this place as the meeting point? We passed several factories and warehouses earlier that had fewer doors and were much sturdier. They were clearly more suitable as meeting points," Xiang Kai explained. "Benefactor, you don't understand. The disaster in City S is different from where you're from. If we had chosen those places, we would have all been dead within a week." He frowned and pointed. "Look at the fog. The lower you go, the thicker it gets. If you keep breathing it, you'll be infected within days and turn into a vegetable. Only from the 10th floor up is the fog thin enough to survive temporarily. Auntie Yang pointed at the stairs. Hurry, let's get upstairs and we'll explain in detail. Xiang Kai pointed to Ha Te. Benefactor, this is Old Man Ha. Old Man Ha, this is our benefactor, Jiang Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at him. Old Man Ha, I've come to tell you about the situation in City M. Next to him, Jiang Xiaoyong recounted the story. That's how it is. It's a real shame, and the forests outside aren't any better. He turned to the back. Transung, Trongthang, come in. I've already explained your situation to everyone here. Zhang Shengji and Transung both walked inside. Ha Te looked up. What about City T, or City B, and abroad? Jiang Xiaoyong looked down from above. At least until today, we haven't encountered any systematic rescue. Everyone is fending for themselves. He held up the nutrient storage module. Right, Old Man Ha. I heard you're researching vegetable-like beings. Do you recognize this? He pointed at it. This is the tuber of an edible plant. Auntie Yang's group went out just to find this. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled broadly. I knew it. Ha Te's voice continued. We just found out about it recently. If it weren't for the lack of food, we wouldn't dare eat it. It tastes like taro and isn't low in calories. In this day and age, it's not bad food at all. Suddenly, Ha Yang rushed in from outside. Something's happening. What is it? He pointed frantically at the window and screamed, The plant beings have surrounded us. Ha Te was shocked. Surrounded? All the way here? What do you mean surrounded? Ha Yang yelled. There are so many of them. They're gathering toward our building. More and more are coming. Lu Yiming Xiang Kai ran to the window and looked down. Floral monsters. Floral monsters. Jiang Xiaoyong turned back. Floral monsters? What are those? Are they dangerous? Ha Te's face turned dark. He lowered his head and replied, Dangerous is an understatement. I'm afraid today we're all going to die here. Suddenly, his eyes filled with determination as he looked up. Ha Te screamed at everyone. Everyone, listen to me. Women and children, climb to the top floor. Find a room that can be locked, like a bathroom or a storage room, and hide. The rest of you older folks, stay with me. Xiang Kai looked stunned, his brows furrowed tightly. Ha Te roared at the crowd. Move, save whoever you can. Climb to the highest floor, find a locked room like a bathroom or a storage closet to hide. As for the elderly, follow me and stay here. Xiang Kai, seeing this, was startled. His brows furrowed tightly. Old Ha gestured toward the crowd, shouting, Take action, save whoever you can. Better to die together. The young people in the room started running outside at once. Ha Te turned his head and looked at Jiang Xiaoyong. You don't look that old. Go upstairs with them. Don't stay here and be a sacrifice. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled slightly and called out, It's fine, Elder Ha. I'm just a bit curious. Jiang Xiaoyong raised his hand, gathering his supernatural energy. Just how terrifying could this thing be to scare everyone this much? Ha Te walked to the window and looked down to observe. With a grave expression, he said, If we hadn't met you, we would have been killed by these plant entities before even seeing the flower beast's main body. Jiang Xiaoyong walked to the window, looked down, and asked, Does the flower beast have the ability to control plant entities? Ha Te looked at the approaching plant entities and replied, Yes, it uses something like pheromones. Such large-scale, organized movements prove that the flower beast is nearby, and it's targeting us. He saw Jiang Xiaoyong open the window and cried out, What are you doing? Using the gun he was holding, Jiang Xiaoyong aimed down and replied, Just testing their strength. Ha Te was shocked and shouted, Where did that gun come from? A gunshot rang out instantly. The bullet flew straight down, piercing through the body of a plant entity in a split second. The wound on its chest quickly regenerated back to normal. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong shouted, Their vitality is quite tenacious. Let's see what their self-healing limit is. Immediately after, he aimed directly at the same plant entity and fired continuously. 10 bullets pierced through its body at the same time. Finally, the wound was too severe for the plant entity to heal anymore. Its body fell apart into pieces and dropped to the ground. Jiang Xiaoyong scratched his head and muttered, It took 2 magazines just to kill one. No wonder everyone is so afraid of these things. But it's okay. Right after, he turned his head and casually took items out of his space, startling Aunt Yang's group. What is that? Jiang Xiaoyong immediately waved his hand and gently opened a wooden crate. Lu Yiming Xiang Kai asked in surprise, Wait, aren't you going to use gasoline? Why not pry open the wooden nails? He looked at the bottles inside the crate and shouted excitedly, Firebombs! That's great! Jiang Xiaoyong looked at Ha Te and explained, Later, if any fish slip through the net, use these firebombs to protect yourselves. Hearing that, he turned his head, looked this way, and asked, Fish slip through the net? What does that mean? Suddenly, Hate was startled, his eyes widening. He watched Jiang Xiaoyong jump down from up there, and his jaw dropped. Hate looked at the three of them, agitated, and roared, "This is the 16th floor!" In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaoyong and the others had landed in front of the plant entities. The monsters let out a cry and charged forward at the same time. Jiang Xiaoyong grabbed one's head with force, swiftly snapping the plant entity's neck. Over there, Transung was also easily disposing of the plant entities around him. He pinned one down and calmly tore the plant entity apart. On the other side, Zhang Shengji was also easily wiping out the plant entities next to him. Looking down from the window, Hate's group exclaimed, "Holy cow! What on earth are those three people?" Li Zheng stretched and reminded them, "Stop watching and get ready to catch the fish that slipped through the net." He turned his head and looked at the group, reminding them, "Anyone confident in their fighting skills, grab a firebomb and guard the corridor entrance. The rest of you, hurry and move anything flammable away from the corridor entrance." Lu Yiming Shanghai's group shouted excitedly, "Got it! Coming right away." The final plant entity fell to the ground. Jiang Xiaoyong let go of his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, that's done. He looked over and reminded, "Transung, Zhang Shengji, you two search below and see if there are any alien cores on these things." Jiang Xiaoyong touched his chin and decided, "I'm going to find that flower beast." The corridor was filled with thick black smoke. Everyone looked at the charred plant entities at the DZ stairs. With fire, these things are much easier to deal with. That's true, but we mostly owe it to Brother Lai and the Jiang Xiaoyong brothers. Hate raised a hand and shouted, "Call the others down here. The danger is eliminated. How's the situation downstairs?" A voice answered, "It's over, too. Wait, where are the Jiang Xiaoyong brothers?" Over there, a plant entity stood in one spot, motionless. Jiang Xiaoyong furrowed his brow in confusion. This twisted thing, standing on a high branch, he looked down and wondered, that must be the flower beast, right? Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the flower in the center and guessed, is that thing its main body? His eyes flashed with light as he stared inside. Suddenly, the flower beast shot out a tentacle, striking directly at where Jiang Xiaoyong was just standing. He immediately dropped to the ground, musing, "So strong. I'm afraid it's on par with Zhang Shengji." Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes stayed locked on it as he shouted. He used both hands to wrap tightly around the two tentacles, saying, "Lately, I've gained plenty of experience, fighting tentacles like you." After that, Jiang Xiaoyong pulled the tentacles along with its body toward himself with great force. Immediately after, the flower in the center opened its mouth and spewed out poison mist. Seeing the mist coming his way, he scoffed, "That won't work anymore. I've already seen that same move from your kind." Right after, Jiang Xiaoyong opened his mouth and took a deep breath. He held his breath and pulled the two tentacles away with all his might. The flower beast let out a rumbling sound as it was yanked and its feet below suddenly stepped forward. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately released the two tentacles and launched himself straight at the flower beast in front of him. A small ring of light flashed from his finger, a slave imprint. Jiang Xiaoyong, accompanied by a black phantom, charged toward the flower beast. He came down from above, pressing firmly onto the central flower and shouting, "Slave imprint!" A wave of purple light quickly covered the entire body of the flower beast. Haiyang stood by the window and cried out excitedly, "The flower beast! That's the flower beast's main body. It didn't leave, it came toward us." Hate poked his head out the window and shouted, "That's right! That's the flower beast's main body. I'll never forget its twisted appearance as long as I live." He stood nearby, stammering, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, wait. Didn't you say the flower beast had?" Suddenly, a voice called out, making them both jump. They looked over. Zhang Shengji, Transung, how did it go? Jiang Xiaoyong reached up to crack his knuckles and asked, "Are there alien cores in the plant entities downstairs?" Zhang Shengji touched his chin and stammered, "The centipedes don't have them. The spider-like ones have double. Not everyone has them, but there are quite a few." Transung's eyes sparkled as he gave a thumbs up. "Not all of them have it, but quite a few." Jiang Xiaoyong held his forehead and shook his head, sighing, "One can't speak clearly. The other talks nonsense. This is exhausting." Te worriedly asked, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, the flower beast down there." Hearing that, he continued, "Oh, that? It's one of us now." Aunt Yang's group was shocked and cried out, "What? One of us?" Jiang Xiaoyong pointed at the flower beast and assured them, "Don't worry, it won't hurt anyone." Hate carefully and tentatively reached out a finger to touch it. He swallowed hard. Not daring to breathe, Hate noticed that even after touching it, there was no reaction. So he stammered, "It's actually been tamed? How did you do that?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong tilted his head and asked, "Old man Ha, You're a scholar in the field of botany. What do you think of this thing? The old man touched his chin and muttered, even though it has mutated into a monster, it must still possess the traits and instincts of a plant. Hate looked up and replied, just like big fish eating small fish in the animal kingdom, the competition among plants is extremely brutal. Fighting for sunlight is an unchanging theme for plants. The old man's voice continued, explaining, trees weren't always this tall. They grew to compete for more light resources, becoming taller and taller, while shorter plants became weaker because they didn't get enough light. That's why in a forest, the denser the trees, the sparser the grass. T turned his head to look at it and said, I guess. The reason this carnivorous flower is so vicious is because, during its mutation, it lost the advantage to grow and couldn't get enough sunlight, so it had no choice but to mutate the ability to hunt animals. Suddenly, 2 tentacles sprouted from the top of the flower. Li Jung looked over and quickly noticed them. He immediately grabbed his blade and raised it. Watch out! Jiang Xiaoyong raised a hand to stop him. Wait, don't attack yet. It won't disobey me. Let me see what it's trying to do. Li Jung hesitated when he saw the tentacle wrap around the guy's neck. Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, you. The next moment, the tentacle pierced deep into the back of Jiang Xiaoyong's neck. His eyes widened in shock. Jiang Xiaoyong relaxed and let out a heavy breath. Li Jung asked anxiously, How is it? He turned to the side. Old Man Ha's analysis was spot on. City S has now turned into an arena for mutated plants. Mutated plants that can't gain an advantage in competition have no choice but to compete for animal bodies to get nutrients. Jiang Xiaoyong walked up to the carnivorous flower, raised a hand, and shouted, You are now my servant, so I will handle your survival issues. Come here. Immediately, a green light appeared from within the flower bud. A bunch of small fruits was lifted high by vines from inside the bud. The tentacle gently lowered to where Jiang Xiaoyong was holding out his hand. Next, a bunch of fruits was also gently lowered from above. It quickly absorbed into Jiang Xiaoyong's hand. Li Jung scratched his head in confusion. What is that? Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the green light and smiled. It's symbiotic with me now. Then, he raised his hand and fired it out into the distance. In the palm of his hand, he immediately unleashed 3 tentacles. They wrapped around a nearby tree trunk simultaneously. He pulled hard, and the tentacles used their strength to cut the tree trunk in half. Zhang Shengji's face was flushed with excitement. It's 5 times stronger than my own tentacles. Right after that, the system screen appeared. Achievement unlocked. Gardener. Reward. 150 points. Current points. 153. Jiang Xiaoyong saw this and shouted excitedly, Achievement unlocked. This is the first time. Afterward, the group left the carcass of the flower and hurried away. At the same time, inside the factory base, Xiao Huyen looked back. Another one hooked. She opened the door and asked, Who is it? Trantrack held up a cake and laughed. Hey little sister, I brought you a late-night snack. Xiao Huyen heard that and immediately retorted, Who told you to bring me late-night snacks? He smiled faintly and replied, Nobody told me. I just did it myself. Her eyes flashed with a crimson light as she looked up. Then, Xiao Huyen reached out and hugged Trantrack, saying, Well, thank you then. Immediately after, he breathed heavily, face full of excitement, and lunged at her. Xiao Huyen was pressed down by Trantrack and screamed in fear, Hey, what are you doing? Trantrack startled and stopped, panicked. I'm sorry, I thought you. Xiao Huyen brushed her hair aside and suggested, It's crowded here, and the soundproofing is bad. Why don't we go outside the factory and play something risky and exciting? He immediately agreed. Yes, yes, yes! Outside the base, groans rang out incessantly. Trantrack panted heavily, looking at Xiao Huyen lying there. His face turned red as he praised, You're beautiful. By the way, what's your name? She looked confused when she saw Trantrack standing there frozen. What's wrong? He walked toward a trash bin nearby and exclaimed, This sleeve, it looks like Zhang Qiudan's. Why is it thrown here? Trantrack opened the trash bin lid and was shocked. He saw the pile of clothes still covered in blood and screamed, This is then. Trantrack was startled to see a hand reaching from behind. Her eyes, Xiao Huyen's eyes flashed with a crimson light, and she grabbed his throat. Outside the base, a figure suddenly appeared. Dai Hao was sleeping when he got hit on the head. He yelled in anger, What are you doing? The bald man raised his fist and shouted, You sleep pretty soundly, huh? Dai Hao immediately retorted, I was keeping watch. The bald man grabbed his throat and roared, I got here, and you didn't even notice. Do you think you'd see the signal she sent? How long have you been sleeping? Dai Hao immediately denied. I didn't sleep. I just closed my eyes for 10 minutes, the man yelled in fury. You useless piece of trash. What's the point of keeping you around? Salvan held the bald man's arm and advised. All right, we've been taking turns watching for so long and still haven't seen her send a signal. She turned to look at the base and let out a cold snort. In my opinion, she probably wants to eat alone. The bald man led 2 people to search. Go. Look around the factory to see if there are any signs of that whore's activity. Dai Hao looked toward the trash bin. Noisy. I told you this place smelled like human flesh. The bald man held up a bone and shouted, Damn it, you were right. She wants to eat alone. Cao Van put a hand to her chest and chuckled. It's okay. If she can sell her looks to blend in, why can't I? The bald man immediately raised his hand to strike. He squeezed her throat and roared, You want to blend in to eat alone too, don't you? Don't think I don't see right through your nature, you bitch. Dai Hao immediately raised his hand to advise, Big boss, don't get agitated. If you strangle her to death, then we won't have any chances left. The bald man let go, letting Salvan collapse to the ground. He looked down from above and threatened, If you dare to follow in her footsteps, I'll storm in there. Even if I don't live, I'll kill both of you. She clutched her neck, coughing. I understand now. Immediately after, Salvan used her hand to bang hard on the door, screaming, Help, help me. The door was immediately pushed open from the outside. The people inside held guns and stared at Salvan, questioning, Who are you? She cried out in terror. I was chased by zombies. I barely managed to escape. The young men here were immediately excited and noisy. We're so lucky. We just saved one girl not long ago, and now another one has come. Someone else added, That's right. And her build is even better than the other one. Suddenly, a voice from behind made the group jump and look back. Hold on, Hiu Huyen shouted, pointing over there. Don't believe her. She's a mutant disguised as a human. I'm telling you. Calvan heard this and roared, trembling with rage. You bitch! She immediately shouted to the others. Open fire! Hurry up and shoot! Immediately, gunfire erupted. Salvan grabbed her shoulder and turned to run from the base. The bullets tore through her, and she cried out in pain. Seeing Salvan collapse, the others yelled, Quick! Go get the gasoline! Just as they returned with the canisters, they looked around, stunned. Where did she go? A young man scanned the area. On edge. She was hit by so many bullets. How could she still run? Another man cursed angrily. Damn it! We should have left someone to guard this place. Another one urged, Quick! Go tell Brother Lai and Meng Shanshan on the other side. Salvan, clutching her wounds, stumbled toward the 2 bald men. She limped forward, and then, her entire body collapsed right in front of the bald leader. She lifted her head, grabbing his leg, begging, Don't. Please don't kill me. Save me. I swear, from now on, I'll only listen to you. I'll obey you. The bald leader looked down from above and replied, We're all the same kind. We both know exactly what kind of virtue our kind has. Then, he slammed his fist down hard onto a rock, shattering it. The bald leader picked up the rock and shouted, As for the food in the settlement, we'll just have to think of another way. She looked at them with pure despair. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. Dai Hao had snuck up from behind and ambushed the bald leader. His head hit the ground instantly. Cao Van stood up and watched the bald man's body slump to the ground. She looked up. Thank you. Dai Hao licked the blood off his blade and said, An arm, a leg, that's enough for you to heal your wounds. The rest belongs to me. Cao Van smiled faintly and agreed. Deal. In her heart, she thought. As expected, the bald guy was right. We both know exactly what kind of virtue our kind has. If they had divided the bodies in front of the bald guy, he would have barely given her a scrap. But by ambushing and killing the bald leader right in front of him, he had the advantage. How much he chose to share with her was entirely up to him. Inside the base, voices were calling out, Have you seen Tran Trak? Where is he? Did Tran Trak disappear too? Tran Trak. I recognize these shoes. They're Yang Hai's. Our settlement is the only place he wears this brand. Hiu Huyen looked worried, biting her nails, thinking, It's over. That bald guy and that whore Cao Van dug up the remains I hid in the bin. Meng Shanshan. Meng Shanshan turned her head to glare at her. Inside and around the settlement, no one had heard any noise, nor were there any signs of a struggle. She stared at Hiu Huyen and asked, What does that tell us? Hiu Huyen looked terrified, stuttering, Why are you looking at me? Suddenly, a blade formed on Meng Shanshan's arm as she lunged. Hiu Huyen, looking anxious, stared at the sharp blade stabbing toward her. Hiu Huyen saw the flash of the blade, leaned to the side, and dodged. The energy instantly sliced a tree in two. She looked vicious, teeth clenched, glaring this way. Meng Shanshan calmly retracted her arm, looking across at her. Hyo Huyen looked tense, sensing the group surrounding her, and cursed under her breath. Damn it! I'm completely exposed now. Suddenly, her eyes darted to the side. Hyo Huyen raised her hand and lunged at someone nearby. She held her knife to his throat, threatening, "Everyone stand still. If not, I'll kill him." Meng Shanshan frowned and shouted loudly, "If you kill him, I won't let you leave here alive." Hyo Huyen sneered. A little girl who hasn't even grown up yet, daring to make threats? Today, if I don't get to leave alive, I'm taking at least a few of you down with me. She dragged the hostage along, retreating backward, shouting threats. "Give me your gun. Hurry up. Don't you dare move. If you move, I'll slit his artery right now." Hyo Huyen grabbed the gun and kicked the man away. Then, she aimed the gun directly at him and fired a shot. Hyo Huyen grabbed the gun and ran away fast. Meng Shanshan raised her own gun high, aiming steadily at her. 2 shots rang out, piercing her chest. Hyo Huyen gritted her teeth against the pain and kept running forward. Seeing her chase, Li Hengli asked, "Meng Shanshan, what are you doing?" Meng Shanshan turned back and replied, "I'm taking the motorcycle to chase her." He immediately advised, "Let it go, Meng Shanshan. We don't know if she has more accomplices nearby. To be safe, let's just close the gates and hold our position for now." She nodded. "Yes, that's right." Meng Shanshan looked straight ahead and declared, "From now on, all new survivors must be locked in the safe room for quarantine. Uncle Li, I'll leave the other side to you. My grandfather and the administrative council don't know the situation yet. I need to make time to head to Trodiup City to get things settled." Li Hengli smiled faintly and agreed. "All right, be careful on the road." In his heart, he silently praised. Who would have thought this little girl, Meng Shanshan, has already become this capable and brave? Elsewhere, the plant-based life forms emitted a thick mist. They moved forward, but suddenly they were stunned as they felt energy flying toward them. Immediately after, 3 tentacles whipped out, knocking them away, easily taking care of all the plant life in front. Jiang Xiaoyong looked calm, watching the tentacles being retracted. The tentacles flew through the space, gently swiping away the plant life, blocking the path. He rushed out with Li Zheng, who was carrying a gasoline can, staring ahead. Then, the 2 were in charge of pouring gasoline on the bodies. A burning lighter was tossed into the puddle. Jiang Xiaoyong stood still, watching the flames rise high, consuming everything. Hate looked over, muttering to himself, "Is this the feeling of safety, or is it a sense of oppression?" The system screen immediately flashed. Utopia mission, in progress. Mission content. Expand the community. Mission progress. Independent settlement resisting invaders. Completed once. Jiang Xiaoyong saw this and laughed. The groups of Zhang Qi and Meng Shanshan certainly didn't let me down. As soon as he returned, the people inside rushed out. "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, little Jiang Xiaoyong, you're back. You're finally back." Little Jiang Xiaoyong asked suspiciously, "Where's Meng Shanshan?" Uncle Thang explained, "There's an emergency at the steel factory, so Meng Shanshan went there to provide backup." Hearing this, he lowered his voice, concerned. "There wasn't any chaos, was there?" He immediately denied. No. Just a few members got bitten. Meng Shanshan already took the suppressive medication over there." Uncle Thang looked at Hate's group. "And these people are?" Little Jiang Xiaoyong immediately introduced them. "They are survivors from City S." He held out a hand. "This is Old Ha, a botanist from the Institute of Agriculture and Forestry Science." Uncle Thang immediately shook his hand and exclaimed, "It's a pleasure. Welcome to the group." Hate also excitedly responded, "Thank you for the trouble. We are truly grateful that everyone is willing to take us in." Little Jiang Xiaoyong looked at him and reminded, "Old Ha, this is just a temporary arrangement here. In a few days, I will escort everyone to the edge of the City S forest." Hearing this, Hate was startled and asked, "To the edge of the forest? Why?" His voice echoed as he replied, "To establish the 3rd gathering point." Just then, Meng Shanshan pulled up to the gate on her motorcycle. She waved her hand. "Little Jiang Xiaoyong, when did you get back?" Then, Meng Shanshan's voice rang out, recounting the story. "That's how it is. Now, all the new members can't believe it." Hate raised his hand, pointing at himself, hesitant. "So, as for us," little Jiang Xiaoyong glanced over and smiled faintly, replying, "It's fine. Don't worry. I know your backgrounds well. You aren't exactly new members." He smiled and said, "That's good news." Meng Shanshan asked skeptically, "That's considered good news?" Little Jiang Xiaoyong cast a glance back and forth. There's a reward to be earned, so why wouldn't it be good news? The system's voice chimed in. New mission, Nemesis of Villains. Mission requirement, eliminate the threat. Reward, 120 accumulation points. New mission, Nemesis of Villains. Mission requirement, eliminate the threat in the West City and the western outskirts. Reward, 120 points. On the other side, Hyo Huyen was sweating coldly, panting incessantly. She leaned against the wall to rest. Suddenly, immediately looked at Hyo Huyen and shouted, "Don't believe him. Last time I was hurt, he used this same trick to ambush the bald guy. He only does this to ensure that he gets the most out of it. He'll betray you without hesitation later, too." She stared silently at that side, not answering. Calvan turned back to Dai Hao and screamed, "Hey, I'm injured now, and you've got the upper hand. Don't kill me, kill her." That bitch! Everything that led us to this state is all her fault. Hyo Huyen roared in anger. "You slut! How dare you talk about others? Aren't you the same?" Dai Hao used his hand to lift Calvan's face and laughed. All right. We all understand each other, so stop criticizing one another. But your suggestion isn't half bad." Hearing this, she laughed and said, "Right? We've been together for so long. We have feelings, don't we? Is it possible that I'm not as good as that bitch? Where am I lacking compared to her? Whatever she can do, I can do too." His voice deepened as he replied. Dai Hao swung his sword toward Cao Van and added, "But, unfortunately, I prefer redheads." His voice echoed, suggesting, "Your wounds, an arm, a leg, is enough to recover. The rest belongs to me." Hyo Huyen immediately nodded in agreement. Inside the base, a voice asked, "Cannibals in the western outskirts?" Another person immediately replied, "Yeah, one of the red-haired girls among them said she disguised herself as a normal person and infiltrated here, even killing some of our people." Little Jiang Xiaoyong looked up and asked, "Li Zheng, you probably know a thing or two about cannibals, right?" He nodded firmly and replied, "Not just know them, I'm also considered one of them. Although I definitely haven't mutated as severely as that bunch, I can still roughly guess their nature." Li Zheng's voice explained, "Eating human flesh causes us to gradually lose our restraints on primitive human nature. Extremely selfish, narrow-minded, prone to violent outbursts, gluttonous, and bloodthirsty." Hearing this, he immediately decided, looks like they are indeed a dangerous bunch. I definitely have to go to the western outskirts, but there are more urgent things to do in the meantime. Little Jiang Xiaoyong looked at Li Zheng and ordered, "Old Li, keep a strict watch over the steel factory. If there's a situation you can't handle, report it over the radio immediately." He replied with a serious face, "Understood." 2 months later, inside the forest, on top of a high-rise building, a group of people was clamoring incessantly. "What do we do? Do we need to leave? That strange sound appears every night, and it's getting closer. Who knows what kind of monster is making it? Think of something. If this continues, we're going to die here." A Luong looked at the crowd and declared, "Pack up the food and daily supplies. We're moving locations." A person looked around and muttered, "We have to leave at night? What if we get spotted by that monster?" A Luong shouldered the luggage and replied, "During the day, the flora is more active. Do you want to be killed by the flora?" The crowd looked at the plants rushing toward them and screamed in terror, "Watch out! The flora!" The noise was too loud, drowning out the sound of the flora approaching. It was already right there, and they hadn't even heard it. They screamed, then quickly turned and ran. The crowd looked at the plants surrounding them and cursed. "There are more over there. What do we do? There's nowhere left to run. Damn it. I said we shouldn't travel at night." A Luong pointed in a direction and decided, "There's still one path. Run toward that loud noise." Another person heard this and shouted, "That's jumping to our deaths." He heard it and shouted back excitedly, "We're going to die anyway. Let's take a risk. Maybe it's not a monster, but the army coming to rescue us." After a long while, a Luong's group stopped to catch their breath. "Run, I can't run anymore." Suddenly, the person next to him looked over in confusion. "What's wrong?" Seeing the tree falling, a Luong's group screamed and scrambled to dodge. "Watch out!" The next moment, the massive tree gently touched down on the ground. A Luong, hiding behind a tree, came out. What kind of monster could knock down a tree this huge? Another person immediately chimed in. "Don't make a sound." They looked toward the group that was chopping wood, yelling, "It's people. Someone is cutting wood. Wait, that person is A Luong." He immediately ran out and yelled, "A Xing Xiang Kai. A Xing Xiang Kai." The person behind him immediately called back, "Hey, what are you doing?" A Xing Xiang Kai was startled and asked, "A Luong, you're still alive?" Luong asked with a bright smile. How are you guys doing? His voice rang out, explaining, We've been saved. We're living in the open city now. Suddenly, Luong heard screaming and yelled in terror, Run! Run fast! The plant creatures are catching up. Xing Xiangkai wore a confident smile and raised a hand. Aren't they just a bunch of plant creatures? Nothing to be afraid of. Then, he immediately grabbed a radio and reported, Squad 2, we've encountered plant creatures. Repeating, Squad 2 has encountered plant creatures. Luong was shocked, wondering, Huh? Aren't they just a bunch of plant creatures? Yeah. The voice came back over the radio. Copy that. Then, Xing Xiangkai yelled to the group behind him, Over here! Everyone get behind me! Immediately after, Squad 2 arrived with their weapons. Luong's group stared with their jaws dropped. Holy crap. Next, flames instantly erupted, burning the plant creatures that were charging at them. Surrounded by fire, the creatures shrieked in agitation. Li Zheng walked up from behind and said, Now, we basically don't even need to lift a finger to deal with these plant creatures anymore. Luong turned his head to look, curious. I didn't expect you could muster such massive power. How did you guys do it? Xing Xiangkai crossed his arms over his chest and laughed in reply. It's all thanks to leader Jiang Xiaoyong's group. He looked at the two, Thang Chet and Tran Sung, and reminded them, There's more over there. Xing Xiangkai patted Luong on the shoulder, smiling reassuringly. Don't be tense. They aren't monsters. They're our protectors. Since we're short-handed, I'll take you guys to meet leader Jiang Xiaoyong right now. He then led Luong's group to the patch of land being farmed. Luong's group gasped in panic. This is insane. You guys are farming inside a plant creature forest? Xing Xiangkai tossed a potato through the air to him. Hey, take a look. That plant creature was constantly twisting and squirming. Seeing Luong get agitated, Xing Xiangkai threw it away and advised, Don't get worked up. He loudly asked, What the hell is this thing? Xing Xiangkai smiled and explained, These things are essentially still plant creatures. They're actually the same type as the monsters we just burned. Luong yelled in shock. You guys domesticated plant creatures? His voice rang out as he explained, This stuff not only has a high yield, but it's also easy to harvest. They're incredibly excellent crops, he asked with a trembling voice. Did you guys pay off God or something? Xing Xiangkai looked toward the person nearby and replied, It's all thanks to leader Jiang Xiaoyong. Hate picked up a potato and laughed. Crops can change their properties and state at any time, depending on our will. This is something I never dared to imagine in the past. Jiang Xiaoyong raised a hand and laughed, asking, Any other requests? Just tell Zhe Hoa and get it done all at once. He immediately laughed and declined. No more. It's already very easy to harvest now. Jiang Xiaoyong cast his eyes into the distance and called out. That's good. The clearing is progressing quite smoothly. If other plant creatures invade, the assembly and Li Zheng are enough. It's time for me to go to the western suburbs and meet those man-eating beasts. After that, Jiang Xiaoyong and Tran Sung headed to the western suburbs of the open city. He stammered, recounting, There are people following us. Their strength is quite high. Jiang Xiaoyong turned his head to look and laughed in reply. I noticed. Their strength is on par with the Jiangqi Guild. Tran Sung frowned and asked, What do we do? Hearing that, he laughed and said, What else can we do? Add more food for you. Hio Huyen looked down from above and laughed loudly. Good opportunity. Dai Hao immediately raised his hand to grab Hio Huyen's shoulder. She spoke up to stop him. Wait. She turned her head back, dissatisfied. What are you waiting for? Careful that someone else snatches them first. The guy looking down from above warned. Someone else already snatched them. Down below, a group of man-eaters appeared, blocking the two men, Jiang Xiaoyong. She used her tongue to lick her blade. She laughed. High-grade goods? Never seen anything like it before? A few people with gleeful expressions wore sinister smiles. I never expected to see pure-blooded evolved humans. Never seen anything like this before. If I eat him, I wonder how much I can upgrade. Wait, what's that thing next to him? They stared, fixedly, at the man wearing a mask on his face, speaking one after another. Could this guy have the ability to control zombies? That's great. Let's eat him. Who knows? Maybe we can steal his ability. If so, facing that guy in the northern suburbs won't be a risk. Seeing that, Hio Huyen stood on the top of the building, unable to contain herself. She scolded, Just keep waiting. Now someone else has snatched them first. However, Dai Hao furrowed his brows and laughed loudly. Just watch. Whether it's a good or bad thing that someone else snatched them. Suddenly, Hu Huyen abruptly turned her face toward the crowd. Stunned. This is across from them. Tran Sung quickly moved in to fight the people in front of him with pure violence. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoyong also held his bloodied blade and swung it powerfully. Instantly, everyone was in total panic, fleeing for their lives. How is this possible? How can a monster this strong exist? Run fast. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyong just stood silently, hand gripping his blade tight, not saying a word. Meanwhile, one person in that crowd didn't hesitate to put his hands on the vertical house wall, trying to climb high to escape. Seeing that, Hyo Huyen couldn't help but hurriedly duck beneath the brick-built railing while screaming, "You bastards! Don't run this way! You want to get me killed? Get lost!" On the other side, Jiang Xiaoyong slowly used his hand to pick up a heavy, hard object. He lifted it onto his shoulder with a bit of difficulty. After that, Jiang Xiaoyong didn't hesitate to powerfully throw the heavy, hard crowbar forward. Seeing that, the face of the person trying to escape immediately became extremely bewildered. At that same time, the object quickly smashed into the middle of his body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. It splattered all over Hyo Huyen and Dai Hao. They saw that, and immediately displayed horrified expressions, their whole bodies shaking uncontrollably, while Jiang Xiaoyong still held his blade in one hand. Looking at the guys lying around him, these guys are pretty strong. They must have xenogeneic cores. And Dai Hao, hiding behind the railing, also carefully and cautiously peeked out. Beside Hui Huyen, he couldn't help but ask, "Did they leave yet?" Before the words even left his mouth, Dai Hao lowered his voice and replied, "Yeah, they're gone. Let's head down." He and Hui Huyen walked among the corpses, and he pointed, "They only ate 3 bodies. The rest," Dai Hao licked his lips with greedy excitement, "all belong to us." Elsewhere in a quiet, narrow alley, Jiang Xiaoyong seemed a bit frustrated. "My appetite isn't doing so well. I've been eating forever, and I've only managed to get through 3 people." Hearing this, Tran Sung couldn't help but hiccup and replied, "Look at the size of my body. How much do you think I can eat?" Suddenly, something appeared in the side alley. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly sensed something was wrong and immediately summoned his blade. Opposite him, Ngianam wore a panicked expression, gripping his weapon as he retreated, shouting, "Take one more step and I'll shoot you." Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong frowned. He judged, just a normal person, huh? Meanwhile, the man across from him kept swallowing hard, looking extremely rattled. Jiang Xiaoyong slowly walked forward, gently trying to calm him down. "Don't be so jumpy." But Ngianam was still in a panic, raising his bow and ordering, "I said back off, right now." An arrow that he fired was caught by Jiang Xiaoyong with just 3 fingers. The sight hit Ngianam like a ton of bricks. He looked absolutely hopeless. How could he react that fast? How did he catch that arrow with his bare hands? At the same time, Jiang Xiaoyong used his innate ability to close the distance to Ngianam, violently snatching the bow from his hands. Holding the weapon tightly, Jiang Xiaoyong said coldly, "Come out, all of you. We aren't cannibals." Once he finished, more people emerged from the opposite side, looking cautious. Continued from above, more people with wary expressions appeared. A girl couldn't help but hesitate. What exactly are you guys?" After regaining his composure, Gia Nam spoke up with a hint of excitement. "So, you guys found a way to fight off zombies without having to eat humans? That's great." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong, who was walking next to him, asked, "Where are you guys headed?" Before the words were finished, Gia Nam furrowed his brows and replied, "To the Western Iron and Steel Factory on the southern outskirts. They used to use the radio often to broadcast news about taking in survivors. We're planning on heading there." He glanced at Jiang Xiaoyong with a bit of sarcasm, but then thought, they were just a group of ordinary people who couldn't withstand an invasion by cannibals. This made Jiang Xiaoyong curious. "Do you know a place even safer than the Western Iron and Steel Factory?" Hearing this, Gia Nam quickly turned back and replied, "On the northern outskirts, there's a human community. They're hunting down the cannibals. We're planning on seeking refuge with them." Jiang Xiaoyong was immediately impressed. "Wow, I didn't know a community like that existed." Gia Nam didn't hesitate to reveal, "We heard it from the cannibals too. Otherwise we wouldn't dare risk going there." His tone was incredibly serious. "I heard. The leader of that community is a powerhouse. He can take on 5 or 6 cannibals at once as easily as flipping his hand. The safety of that place depends entirely on him." This made Jiang Xiaoyong quite confused. Depends entirely on him? The cannibals on the western outskirts must number at least 1,000. Can he really handle that? Just then, Ngianam looked left and right again and said, "Cannibals usually act alone. They rarely gather in groups. However, Li Zheng's younger brother couldn't help but argue, "That's not true. Just the other day, I saw a few cannibals gathering. They seemed to be plotting something." As soon as he finished, Gia Nam exploded with anger. "I told you, your mental state has been unstable lately. You must have mistaken a nightmare for reality. If cannibals gather, they just fight amongst themselves. If that weren't the case, I wouldn't have survived until now." He glanced at Jiang Xiaoyong and said, "Don't listen to him. He wants to go to the Western Iron and Steel Factory because his brother is likely there." Gia Nam suddenly pointed elsewhere and bluntly continued, "I've said it 1,000 times, the chance of your brother being alive is near zero. If we go there, we'll end up losing our lives sooner or later. Can the Western Factory even stop the cannibals? For all we know, they might be cannibals themselves." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly agreed. "You're right. The original leaders of the Western Iron and Steel Factory were indeed two cannibals." This made Li Zheng's younger brother and Jia Nam both stunned. "What?" Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong remained calm. "But I killed them. What's your brother's name? Maybe I know him." Immediately, the young man couldn't hold back his tears, replying, "My brother is named Li Zheng. He was a support police officer. Have you heard of him? Is he still alive?" Jiang Xiaoyong smiled gently upon hearing this. "What a coincidence. I'm quite close with Li Zheng." As soon as he said that, the brother of the person just mentioned gripped his hands tightly in excitement. "Really?" Jiang Xiaoyong didn't hesitate to reveal, "He's currently at the Western Factory, helping me manage the farmland." The moment he finished, Li Zheng's younger brother wore an ecstatic expression, asking, "Farmland? Even agricultural production has been restored? That's amazing. I told you, didn't I? We definitely have to go to the Western Factory." Meanwhile, Gia Nam was highly suspicious and shouted, "Who are you? I don't believe in such coincidences. Tell me, are you trying to trick us into going there, so you can kill us and eat us?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong shook his head helplessly. "If I wanted to kill you guys, would I need to bother with tricks?" Suddenly, a blinding golden beam shot out from somewhere. Instantly, a small hole appeared on the ground next to Jiang Xiaoyong, with smoke rising from it. At the same time, Gia Nam turned back and couldn't help but yell, "What are you doing?" Once he spoke, the person holding the gun stammered, "I'm sorry, I accidentally fired." Elsewhere, after hearing the growl of a mysterious creature, Gia Nam furrowed his brows even more. "This is bad. The cannibals heard the gunshot." He quickly mobilized everyone to find cover. "Hide, quick!" Gia Nam looked at the two, Jiang Xiaoyong and his companion, who were still staring in the direction the sound came from, and urged them anxiously, "Hey, get over here. Don't you want to live? Even if you have some skill, you can't be a match for a whole pack of cannibals." Hearing this, he calmly replied, "Didn't you say that if the cannibals gather, they'll just fight amongst themselves?" This made Gia Nam extremely impatient. "They only start fighting over the reward after they've killed you." He then hurriedly turned and ran away. "If you don't want to hide, fine, I don't care." Gia Nam entered the abandoned house and ordered, "Get inside, quickly, lock all the doors." As soon as he heard there were intruders on the second floor, he didn't hesitate to direct everyone to hide. "Go hide as deep as you can, quickly. We're running out of time." Once everyone reached the safe spot, they sat quietly by the window where the moonlight shone in. A moment later, Gia Nam broke out in a cold sweat and whispered, "I just hope that guy doesn't sell us out." Meanwhile, downstairs, Jiang Xiaoyong was facing a whole horde of zombies. They looked at each other, confused, and asked, "How is it just one guy? Did you guys snack on him already? Don't be ridiculous. I just got here." Then, Tram Huang bared his teeth, his face twisted with a bloodthirsty look. "But don't you guys see it? This guy isn't just normal food. Eating him is equivalent to eating a dozen ordinary survivors." Seeing that, Li Zheng's younger brother cried out in terror, "What's going on out there?" Gia Nam furrowed his brow tightly and announced, "There are nearly 10 of them gathered now. Even more of those cannibals are coming." His tone turned heavy, losing all hope. "That kid is finished. There won't even be bones left." Just then, a zombie suddenly lunged forward, roaring, "I can't take it anymore. The first bite is mine." However, Jiang Xiaoyong was extremely calm, casually flicking his hand to deliver a slash across its neck. The enemy immediately collapsed, motionless on the cold floor. This scene hit everyone watching, and they all turned pale with horror. So fast. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong coldly commanded, "Let's save some time. Just come at me all at once." Hearing this, the zombies, without a shred of hesitation, quickly charged. "How dare he look down on us? Everyone together, kill him." Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately glanced at the person beside him. "I'll leave this to you. Burn off some more energy." You'll get to eat more later. The other person didn't hesitate to agree. Got it. Just then, a zombie with the appearance of a middle-aged man suddenly ran from behind Jiang Xiaoyong, but Jiang Xiaoyong was one step ahead, leaping high into the night sky. Nam stared in disbelief. He jumped that high? He observed the young man standing tall, holding a blade, and wondered, what kind of monster is this kid? Even the zombies below were shocked. His physique is even higher level than ours. They scrambled to flee in a panic. This is a monster, not something we can fight. Run. However, one of them was suddenly shot in the head. Jiang Xiaoyong held the electric gun in his hand, his tone serious. I won't let any of you survivors leave alive unless... He gestured slowly toward his teammate. You guys can defeat him. Immediately, the opponent looked at Jiang Xiaoyong, trembling slightly. This power, it's a bit too much. Meanwhile, the zombies opposite suddenly leaped up with fierce momentum. Everyone, kill him. Seeing this, his brows furrowed, and his expression turned tense. He used one hand to pierce straight through the opponent's body with immense force. This action caused the zombies to seem to lose their balance and crash to the ground. Tram Huang, with a face splattered in blood, immediately screamed, "Impossible! Even he can't be defeated?" The words had barely left his lips when countless golden beams of light were fired toward them. This scene once again shocked Nam. Sitting between two others, he couldn't stop trembling. The two of them, they just wiped out an entire pack of cannibals? Jiang Xiaoyong then coldly commanded, "Come out." Immediately, Nam's group walked out, unable to believe their eyes. My God. Then, he slightly knit his brows and spoke up. We have thought it over. We want to join the Taifong faction. Can you accept us? After hearing that, it's too much to take on. Hearing this, Anfang didn't hesitate to give orders to his subordinates. Bar the gate. Don't let the enemy sneak in, and don't let anyone out. His subordinates quickly obeyed. Yes, sir. Then, Anfang suddenly used his leg strength to leap. His entire body gradually dropped below. His daughter's brows stayed knitted as she continued to urge, "Be careful, Dad." After a moment, Anfang finally landed safely on the ground. Seeing this, the zombies seemed thrilled. It's him. Kill him. The human meat in this shelter will be ours. Attack. Meanwhile, Anfang suddenly underwent a bizarre transformation. Veins bulged all over his body. Instantly, a monster with hundreds of teeth covering its body appeared. It stood several meters tall, slowly walking toward the zombies. Seeing that, they were immediately scared. Is this that guy's power? He looks even more twisted than we are. Even so, they didn't back down and charged forward. Everyone together, take him down. They rushed in, trying to land continuous blows on the solid body before them. It seemed they had poured all their strength into trying to bring him down. However, they couldn't avoid being knocked back with a single kick, completely scattered. Meanwhile, Anfang, in his mutated form, remained unscathed. His strength was preserved. Suddenly, he lunged forward, opening his wide maw filled with countless teeth. After a long while, the two sides came to a stop. The onlookers spoke slowly. He won, the cannibals have been killed. But Anfang was also on the verge of death. The group standing in a corner observing everything whispered, "If we just leave him like that, will he be okay? We have no choice. In this state, he cannot control himself. He doesn't let us go out to support him because he's protecting us, Dad." At this moment, another group kept demanding, "He can't move. If we don't help, he won't be able to eat the corpses of those cannibals, and if that happens, he's going to die. Open the gate. We're ready to take the risk." That's right. Open the gate. Hearing this, Anfang's daughter could no longer hold back her tears. Everyone. The man wearing the black hat suddenly turned serious. If everyone is willing to take the risk, then fine. The final door was opened. Inside, a few dark silhouettes ran toward Anfang, but they were quickly warned by him. "What do you think you're doing? Go back immediately." Despite the danger, they stubbornly refused to leave, shouting, "We can't just leave you here to die. If you're gone, we won't last long either." Just then, the man in the black hood tossed a corpse aside. "Keep the zombies away. Just throw them over there," he ordered. Then, they looked over at Feng, who was being held in the giant, wide-open mouth of a creature. The hooded man was terrified, stuttering at the sight. A moment later, they carefully and slowly pulled the zombies away from that spot. "Watch it. You want to die by getting any closer?" Their voices echoed through the silent space. "Stay there and toss them. Don't get hit by mistake." Meanwhile, on the other side, the other zombies couldn't help but sneer. "Why is this monster so pathetic? Looks like it just had a brutal fight with one of our own not long ago." The guy with hair covering half his face immediately looked on with greed. Right when our own kind paved the way for us, we're so lucky. At that moment, Feng's people seemed to realize there were other cannibals nearby. What do we do? The hooded man gripped his short axe, his face twisted. Feng hasn't fully recovered yet. I'm afraid we're no match for them. It's time for us to protect him. Meanwhile, Doom kept walking slowly, speaking softly. I can tell the group you guys mentioned is no joke. There are clearly fewer cannibals in the northern outskirts. Beside him, Ngianam immediately broke into a cold sweat, his facial muscles relaxing slightly. I recognize this place. Our destination can't be far now. Suddenly, a harsh, jarring sound tore through the quiet night air. Without hesitation, Ngianam guessed, gunfire. No sooner had he finished speaking than Doong added quickly, the shots are less than 1 kilometer away. Looks like we're almost there. At the same time, in the chaotic area, the zombies seemed to be tearing into their prey in a brutal fashion. Feng's daughter couldn't take it anymore, raising her gun with a fierce tone. You bastards! I'll risk my life to kill you. Hearing this, a zombie lunged at her. Your meat looks so tender and soft. Then, he knocked the gun out of Feng's daughter's hand without a second thought. The creature immediately bared its teeth with a sadistic expression. Let's see what you do now. Suddenly, a surprise attack struck him hard in the face. Feng rose up and threw the zombie high into the air without mercy. But his daughter had been slashed 3 times on her arm and collapsed in pain. Seeing this, the zombies roared in anger. Damn it, this monster still has the strength to fight back? Kill him first. Immediately the whole pack rushed forward, attacking Feng relentlessly. Seeing this, his daughter was frantic, crying out, Dad! The hooded man urged them urgently. We can't stay here anymore. Follow me. Run. At the same time, Feng seemed to have no strength left to fight back. Suddenly, a massive rock fell from the sky, crashing down to separate Feng from the zombies. With that immense power, the zombies were terrified, staring forward. What the hell is that? Feng's group was equally stunned, their eyes glued to the person who had just arrived to help. It was Doong. Doong stood facing the zombies, a wide gap between them. Seeing this, the hooded man was extremely panicked. Another group of cannibals? But the guy beside him immediately retorted, No, that's not it, and the two began to argue. That monster clearly isn't a cannibal. How can you be so sure? The cannibals might just look like these freaks. Meanwhile, the zombies watched with curiosity. One of us? No, that's not right. There's no scent of our kind on him. A pure-blooded evolved human? Is that even possible? At this moment, Doong coolly ordered, Go, Trun Sung. This made the other party a bit annoyed, doing the dirty, heavy lifting again. Huh? Tren Sung immediately lunged forward with imposing force. Opposite them, one of the zombies ran up and taunted. A zombie? Huh? I've already killed countless ones like you. However, his head was instantly crushed under Trun Sung's foot. Seeing this, the hooded man couldn't help but ask in horror, What kind of monster is that? So strong. Stronger than Feng even? As soon as he said that, Ngianam chimed in. Don't worry, they're elite fighters from the southern outskirts. The hooded man was stunned. The southern outskirts? And here I thought Feng was the strongest person in this chaotic world. Meanwhile, the zombie with hair over his face was extremely confused. What is up with this zombie? Why is he ridiculously strong? Immediately, the others didn't care anymore. It's fine, don't be afraid. Let's all rush him together. We can definitely take him down. But now, all the zombies looked hesitant. No one wanted to be the first. They started to back away, urging each other. You go first, I'll follow. A moment later, one of them seized the chance. If it's already a mess, I won't hold back anymore. Damn it, that pure-blooded evolved human is going to be mine. But Doong remained calm, his eyes sharp. Coldly, he opened his palm. Doong didn't hesitate to pierce through the zombie's body. The creature immediately spat out blood, his face turning deathly pale. At that moment, Doong swung his hand forcefully again. Seeing this, the zombies couldn't help but flee. That guy's even stronger? This is bad, we're no match for him, run! However, Doong opened his palm once more. Countless jets of dark energy pierced through the zombies. A moment later, their corpses lay motionless on the cold ground. Seeing this, the hooded man trembled. Demons, they're absolute demons! But Ngianam quickly reassured him. Don't be afraid, they're on our side. Meanwhile, Feng was still lying on the ground, exhausted, his vision fading into black and white. Doong glanced at him, his voice serious and confused. What kind of monster is this? Then, Doong unleashed more dark energy toward Feng. It wrapped tightly around his entire body, the dark tendrils squeezing Feng's frame. Doong couldn't help but sneer. This thing is disgusting. I wonder, Without hesitation, he unleashed another attack. Can he withstand this blow? Seeing this, the daughter cried out through her tears, "Dad, no." Hearing this, Doong glanced toward the source of the sound. He looked at the girl kneeling on the ground, begging, "Please, please spare him." Doong spoke with an ice-cold tone. "Spare him? Who? This strange pile of flesh?" The daughter immediately pleaded, "Please, he is my father. He's attacking you because he's lost control of himself right now. I beg you, don't kill him." Then she looked over at Fong. "He's twisted into this state. Is it even possible for him to return to his human form?" A moment later, a voice rang out. "Is doing all this really necessary?" Jiang Xiaoyong grabbed his hand, looking dismissive and sarcastic as he glanced over at Tran Sung. "You're one to talk. You weren't any better when you were eating earlier." The masked man spoke up, a bit reluctantly. "Big brother, come with us to the safe zone. As for Fong, just leave him here." The scene shifts to rows of houses shrouded in darkness. A few people suddenly knelt on the ground. The masked man and a few others kept begging, "Thank you for saving our lives. If it weren't for you showing up. If not, Fong and the rest of us wouldn't have made it through today." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong remained extremely calm. "It's nothing, a small matter. How long has your safe zone been established? And what exactly is going on with Fong out there?" The daughter of Fong immediately replied, "My father. He's an infected, a flesh mimic type." As soon as she finished, Jiang Xiaoyong frowned slightly. "Flesh mimic? What is that?" At that moment, they are conducting a very important biological study. It's a miraculous but dangerous organism, originally discovered in wild creatures. Everyone just thought it was some kind of pathogen, but through cultivation, we were shocked to discover. Upon seeing it, Hyo Bin looked excited. "My God! Not only that, it can turn into any kind of tissue. This life form can mimic any cell it devours. Furthermore, it doesn't just mimic the appearance, it actually possesses the functions and properties superior to the cells it consumed." Even though it went against ethical rules, my teacher decided to evade oversight and secretly conduct experiments on humans. After some time researching, she announced loudly, "In less than a week, the cancer cells were almost completely eliminated." Hearing that, he was also extremely excited. "My God, we've discovered the God cell." Then, Hyo Bin came to report to Jiang Xiaoyong, her tone full of worry. That was when disaster struck City M. City S fell into chaos. Refugees from surrounding cities flocked here. Back then, we thought the God cell was the key to solving this disaster, she carefully recounted. But we never expected that what we called the key was actually the disaster itself. Hearing this, he stated his deduction. "If I'm not mistaken, the tissues that were stable began to lose control, right?" Hearing this, Hyo Bin lowered her eyes and confirmed, "That's right. This really brought a lot of risks. The mimic flesh would continuously invade, until all the infected person's cells and tissues were replaced. The infected would gradually lose their humanity. Replacing is the inherent nature of the mimic flesh, and then it expands. They began to develop an urge to infect more people uncontrollably. As time passed, the mimic flesh would gradually forget the host's structural information, eventually turning into a pile of flesh that couldn't reshape anymore." Hyo Bin added further, "Losing the ability to maintain overall balance means there is no mobility. The final result can only be withering due to the exhaustion of nutrients. The outcome after that is even more terrifying. So, while they still maintain a human form, they try their best to gather. This behavioral trait created their final destination, and eventually, the whole city will face being submerged in a sea of flesh." While Jiang Xiaoyong was deep in thought, a voice rang out from the side. "Now, you are one of them too." This made him pause, because of the familiar voice. As he walked over, Fong wondered, "The wound on your body it left by my attack?" Right after seeing him, Hyo Bin exclaimed, "Dad!" Jiang Xiaoyong also looked surprised. Fong heard this, and checked the wound on his hand, then confirmed, "That's right." Fong let out a sigh and warned, "Then you don't have much time left either." I still had hope, but Jiang Xiaoyong was extremely calm. "If it's me, there's no need to worry. That mimic flesh of yours has already been purged from my body." This left him somewhat in disbelief. "How could that be?" he explained confidently. "My immune system's constitution is dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person's. Of course, it has to be much stronger." Furthermore, as if to prove his words, Jiang Xiaoyong created a lush green vine on his hand. He spread both arms, surrounded by plants. "Inside my body, there is also a more miraculous and lethal life form, living in symbiosis." This scene made everyone present marvel. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyong spoke up, confirming, "If the mimic flesh has such strong mimicking ability, Then couldn't it be shaped with specific direction? Then he held out his hand to Fong's shocked gaze. Come on, infect me. I want to try to tame this thing. Although still confused, Fong decided to follow his lead. If he wanted to try, he threw a piece of flesh hard toward Jiang Xiaoyong. He toyed with the piece of flesh in his hand, as if inspecting it. After that, Jiang Xiaoyong let it stick to his palm, but nothing happened. Fong couldn't help but be curious and came closer. How is it? Jiang Xiaoyong replied. It doesn't work. This thing can't be controlled. Once it fuses, it starts to invade. I had no choice but to kill it all. At this, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Then how do you control them? Hearing this, he replied extremely calmly. I don't control them. I am them. Right now, all the tissues and blood in my body are made of mimic flesh. From a biological perspective, I stopped being human a long time ago. This made Jiang Xiaoyong feel absolutely unbelievable. If that's the case, then you still maintain a human form? Fong clenched his fist and carefully explained, humanity has been gone for a long time. What's helping me hold on is my sense of responsibility, attachment, and reason. The neural network structural information in my brain has likely not been completely lost, so I can still use the identity of Chu Zhangqiu Feng to think and fight against the instincts of the mimic flesh. But I can feel a part of my reason is also gradually disappearing. It won't be long before I'm afraid that even maintaining a human form will be impossible. Immediately after, he decisively made a request. I beg, you, please protect Hyo Bin and these survivors for me. I am willing to do my best to do anything you ask during the days I still have my reason. Hearing this, Hyo Bin couldn't hold back her emotions and burst into tears. Dad, at this very moment, a system board appeared before his eyes, revealing information on over 200 types. The calamity triggered the 10 Calamity Collector quest chain, causing Liu Dung's pupils to dilate instantly, as the new requirements appeared clearly on the system panel. The mission was to exhaust all efforts in researching calamity types. He read through it once, his gaze sharpening. The quest progress for the super-obese virus body type was displayed. Stomach-loving mutant, protozoan simulator, and a reward of 300 points. Super-obese virus body. That must be the zombie calamity in City M. Stomach-loving mutant likely refers to the plant-based life forms in City S, while the protozoan simulator is definitely the simulated meat those guys were talking about. Right after that, Liu Dung turned his attention to Fong. I'll go with you, he said, which caught him by surprise. Go with me? What for? But he just replied vaguely, nothing, just curious. Hearing that, Fong looked hesitant. The people there seemed to understand his worry. So Liu Dung immediately replied, this is simple. Hello, Trung Thang Chiet. Lately, there isn't much to do. The night had fallen, and stars covered the sky. When they arrived, they couldn't hide their astonishment. What is this? In front of them was a man with tentacles on his back, leading a child. What kind of monster is this? As soon as they saw them, Soai cheered happily. Uncle Liu Dung was also very surprised. Trung Tang Cheat, why did you bring your son out here? Is his mother okay with this? Hearing that, the boy flexed his muscles. Don't worry, Uncle Liu Dung, I'm not ordinary anymore. Let me show you my strength. After that, Soai called out behind them. All right, you've been following us the whole way. If you don't come out, we're going into the house. The surroundings seemed silent, as if no one was there. But a second later, they revealed themselves. We've been spotted? The leader spoke up with a sneer. So this is the famous gathering spot, huh? Let me see what kind of experts are here that we all had to team up to defeat. He clicked his tongue a few times and pointed at Thang Chiet. You. After that, he showed no restraint, asking mockingly, I heard you're the one who can take on several of our new human types alone. Is that right? But Thang Chiet replied in a thick accent. New to the area, just got off the plane, don't speak English well. At this moment, he looked a bit confused. What's going on? After observing for a moment, Fong understood. They had mistaken him for Liu Dung, but they were all ready to charge. A fight was inevitable sooner or later. We might as well take advantage of our numbers today and take him down. Just then, Soai stepped forward confidently. Dad, wait. Don't move yet. Let me. Seeing that, Thang Chiet didn't forget to remind him. Pick out the fish bones, eat the soft ones. A split second later, they lunged as if to tear their prey apart. Soai didn't hesitate to raise his high-tech weapon. Come and get it. He quickly unleashed a barrage of fire at them. But unexpectedly, the guy dodged everything. You brat. Fearless because you're ignorant. Don't you know that with our speed, normal people like you can't even react? As one of them prepared to strike, he was suddenly shot. The previous taunt made Soai angry, and he kept shooting relentlessly. Who told you I was normal? The next second, he moved at an incredible speed and kept firing, taking advantage of the moment. Soai wasn't looking. He planned to lunge and attack from behind. What? This brat is arrogant. But when he lunged, what he hit wasn't the boy, but the concrete floor. Soai had jumped up and shoved his weapon against the back of his head, catching him off guard. Before he could react, he was slammed face first into the ground. This scene left everyone there astonished. Who is that kid? How does he have such powerful combat skills? Just then, a larger guy suddenly lunged toward him, making Soai's pupils dilate. Oh no, I can't dodge it. I'm gonna get hurt. But before the guy could touch him, he was attacked from behind. Fortunately, Thung Chiet had acted in time, using his tentacles to toss the guy away. This scene made the crowd even more shocked. Are these people all monsters? The gang preparing to attack was also terrified. What is happening? This guy is much stronger than the rumors. But right after that, they all teamed up to charge. Let's all rush him. Let's see how many tentacles he has. Exactly. Once we deal with him, the rest are just extras. But Thung Chiet calmly controlled his tentacles to strike forward. In the blink of an eye, those tentacles cut down everyone rushing at them. Very quickly, they were all lying scattered on the ground. Soai took the opportunity to show off to Liu Dung. Uncle Liu Dung, how was my performance? Liu Dung patted his head and praised him. Dealing with 2 cannibals shouldn't be a problem. It seems you've been training quite a bit lately. Hearing that, Soai replied, thanks to the fields you created, Uncle Liu Dung. Everyone ate the crops from the fields, and our strength has increased significantly. Liu Dung clicked his tongue once and silently evaluated. The crops in the fields are essentially plant life. Although they aren't as strong as the wild plant life wandering and hunting, in City S, they do indeed contain evolutionary energy. Consider it an unexpected harvest. Right then, Soai pointed ahead and asked, Uncle Liu Dung, what about this side? He quickly looked over and explained, regarding the current calamity situation, in my heart, I have formed a rough, future vision of plant-based zombies, plus this one. After that, Liu Dung pointed to Fong and said, this life form is what they call simulated meat. At this point, he also realized the situation. It seems every area has its own characteristic things. Calamities with their own specific types. I wonder what kind of enemies we'll encounter later. At the same time, in another place, they were being attacked by beast insects. After a while of dealing with them, Zhang Qiufeng became tense. We can't hold them back anymore. There are too many enemies. Open the side door and run. Save whoever you can. Very quickly, the vehicle sped out of the headquarters. But the beasts wouldn't let go and immediately lunged down to attack. Seeing that, they all cried out in unison, I'm very curious now that you've lost your humanity. Do you even still have? As soon as those words left his mouth, Xiaoping seemed to realize something, the pain of losing her daughter, perhaps? After what the cannibal said, Feng coldly interrogated him. What did you say? The guy, still fearless, yelled, that daughter you risked your life to protect? She's already infected with the simulation meat. She was infected by one of them. I don't think I need to say anything else, right? Hearing this, Xiaoping exposed the wound on her arm. It was then that Xiaojun, sensing Feng's agitation, patted his shoulder and reminded him, stay calm. But Feng replied in a vague, unsettling way, what makes me despair is that, unexpectedly, I'm extremely calm. Looking over at her, he continued, Xiaoping is infected. By all rights, my heart should be in turmoil. But it's not. I think, as Chu Jiaofeng, I've probably reached my end. Finally, Feng could only reach a decision. It's time to dive into the sea of meat. Then, his voice grew stern. However, Brother Xiaojun, even though I can't empathize with my past self anymore, I still like to finish what I start. I beg you, if you can purge the simulation meat from your own body, could you possibly purge it from Xiaoping as well? Hearing this, Xiaojun shook his head and refused. That's not realistic. After all, I can't use my own immune system to help others. Feng had no choice but to accept it. I see that's too bad. Then, he turned to warn her. Xiaoping, are you going to slowly turn into that shape, just like me? But Xiaoping had no other choice but to accept her fate. It's okay. The world has already reached this state. There's nothing left for me to hold on to. When I completely lose control, I hope you all can finish me off. Just then, Xiaojun spoke up. Don't give up. Who said I don't have another way? He pulled out a syringe with liquid inside and handed it to her. Take this and inject it yourself. This took him by surprise. What is this? Xiaojun quickly explained. It's an anti-infection serum. It worked on the virus in the Misty City. I suspect it might be effective against the simulation meat as well. Just as Xiaoping injected it into her arm, he couldn't help but ask, "How is it?" Meanwhile, the cannibal kept taunting them. "Can you people use your brains for once? Simulation meat is completely different from a virus. Even if you think with your toenails you'd know it's impossible." But the next scene immediately shocked him. How is this possible? Seeing this, Xiaojun felt relieved. Judging by the change in this guy's expression, it must be working. On this side, he couldn't hide his joy. "That's great." After the injection, she spoke up. "If that's the case, then Xiaoping had an idea. What about my dad? Can we inject this into my dad so he can recover and become human again?" Hearing this, Xiaojun replied, "That probably won't work. His situation is completely different. You were only recently infected, so there's still time." Feng also chimed in. "That's right. The human parts of— Hey, you two." In front of them was a group of children who looked extremely pathetic. "Do you two have any food? Could you give us some?" However, Xiaojun was immediately on guard. "Kids?" Feng warned. "Be careful. This place." It seemed he had also noticed something unusual. There shouldn't be anyone passing through here. Meanwhile, the kids kept acting pathetic and begging, "We haven't eaten in days." At the same time, Soai was focused on clearing out the monsters. He went over to check and said, "Why are there so many bugs around here? They run fast and they're huge. Since last night, I've already killed several." Behind him, Xiaoping also marveled, "I've never seen these before. They started appearing yesterday, and it seems like there are more and more." Hearing that, Soai considered a possibility. "It's not because you and Dad attracted them, is it?" Just then, the roar of wheels echoed from afar. Immediately, Xiaoping became flustered. "What's wrong?" As for him, he grew alert and ready for battle. "Careful, we have uninvited guests." From the distance, several tanks were rolling in, kicking up clouds of dust. Upon seeing the crowd, he looked relieved. "Those people over there, they're humans. That's great. Finally, I've met humans." It looked like this might be a settlement, but they seemed like they were ready to attack as they got out of their vehicles. A man quickly stepped out and explained, "Don't fire, kid. We're not your enemies." Seeing this, Soai squinted suspiciously. "Not cannibals, and not evolved humans. Are they all just normal people?" Yang Bin also raised both hands and said, "Stay calm. We mean no harm. Don't be afraid." He didn't forget to remind the soldiers behind him, "Lower your weapons. Don't scare them." When he saw Soai step forward, Xiaoping warned, "Be careful," but he was already starting to trust the people in front of him. "Don't worry. They're not cannibals. They don't look like bad guys." Right in front of them appeared a child, making Yang Bin slightly surprised. "Kid, what do you mean? You aren't the leader of this settlement, are you?" Soai proudly replied, "I'm not the leader. I'm just temporarily in charge of protecting them." Hearing this, a guy in the back couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Temporarily in charge of protecting them? What, just a tiny kid like that?" Hearing this, Soai immediately warned, "Hey, watch your tone. We are the ones about to receive you people." Yang Bin replied, "Sorry." Then, he became suspicious. "Who are you all? Where did you come from?" As if he feared the other side might get agitated, he hurriedly explained, "My name is Yang Bin. We're from City B. Originally, there was a survivor camp, but it was overrun by a swarm of insects. We had no choice but to flee south. Originally, we had 5 cars driving out, but on the way, we were forced to split up. The leader and another car headed towards City CA." Hearing that, Soai seemed to realize something. A swarm of insects? Then, he quickly confirmed, "Is it this type of insect?" As soon as he saw it, he had to exclaim, "The insects over here only grow to this size?" They also observed, for a moment, unable to hide their joy. "That's great. The pest situation in City M is much milder than ours. Don't celebrate too soon. Sooner or later, the swarm of insects will invade here too. At the very least, it shows that their movement speed isn't as fast as we previously." Seeing their reaction, Soai explained, "Don't misunderstand. Our place didn't originally have pests. This insect only started appearing yesterday. We also have our own troubles." Hearing this, Yang Bin quickly asked back, "Your own troubles? You mean those soulless corpses?" He also confidently asserted, "On the way here, there's no way you haven't seen them." But Old Ha explained, "We thought they were puppets, controlled by parasites. Back then, we were even surprised why we didn't see any parasites crawling on their heads." Afterward, Yang Bin showed extreme confidence again. "But it doesn't matter. Look at our strength and equipment." From behind him, the most powerful weapons appeared, more than enough to deal with the insect swarm. As for those zombies, it's a piece of cake. At this moment, Xiao Bing spoke up to suggest, regardless of anything else, hurry into the gathering point. If you encounter man-eaters attacking, I'm afraid we can't protect this many people. But the soldiers appeared extremely confident. Since we've arrived, the protection is naturally up to us, right? That's right, don't worry. Compared to the insect tide we've experienced, the intensity over here is just elementary school level. But in Soi's eyes, these people were just overcompensating. At the same time, Xiaoyong was dealing with the creatures in City CA. Behind him, Feng, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "This power is truly shocking." After dealing with the ones right in front, he reminded, "Within a 1-kilometer radius, there are still at least 20 of those." He had also realized this early on. Moreover, they are all flesh simulated, having almost lost their ability to shapeshift. It's hard to imagine if an ordinary person were to accidentally... Seeing this, he carefully explained, "I've implanted adaptive spores into your body to help you maintain your current brain structure while also learning more about the properties of the simulated protozoa like you guys." At that moment, a system board appeared. Task: collect 10 calamities. In progress. Task content: do your best to learn about the calamity species. Task progress: virus form, super predator, adaptive spores, simulated protozoa. Reward: accumulation points plus 300. Current accumulation points 347. This left him feeling surprised. Simulated protozoa? Xiaoyong immediately clarified. "It's the simulated flesh you mentioned." Then, he patted Feng on the shoulder and said softly, "Forgetting information about the host's structure isn't our nature, it's a defect." Looking down below, Xiaoyong began to analyze. The sea of flesh is merely an act of desperation. To continue existing, one must have a new source of life, rolling and surging endlessly, throwing itself into that process to provide nourishment. But as the sea of flesh grows larger, the lives used to provide nourishment nearby will naturally be exhausted. He added that by then, the sea of flesh would consume itself, and who knows, if it might even wither and collapse on a massive scale due to the lack of biological diversity. At this point, Feng couldn't help but ask, "So, the spores you implanted in me, can they help me recover my humanity?" Xiaoyong quickly confirmed, "No, but they can help you maintain your current state." He then explained further. Adaptive spores will always use your current structure to perform decomposition and replenishment, while simultaneously letting the protozoa concentrated in your body consume each other to reach a state of equilibrium. Perhaps Xiaoyong had anticipated every possible scenario. As long as he maintained the supply of structural information, he could avoid being forgotten. Hearing this, Feng wondered, "Does that mean I can live forever as Chu Zhaofeng?" He replied, "If nothing goes wrong, then yes." Hearing this, he thanked him softly, but Feng still had a worry. "However, even if you say that, in the end, it's just maintaining the status quo. For me, resisting my nature is still a challenge. I'm truly terrified that I won't be able to hold on." But Xiaoyong stated firmly, "This is the second thing I want you to try." His next words made him even more bewildered. "Go down there." Looking at the scene in front of him, Feng couldn't believe his eyes. "What?" Seeing this, he urged in a calm tone, "Jump down, I'll go with you." At the same time, a troop of soldiers arrived at a gas station to refuel their tanks. Zhao Feng had completely lost his patience and kept urging, "Hurry up, we haven't identified the dangers around here yet." Seeing this, the soldier spoke up, "Leader, we're refueling right now." Hearing that, he suddenly remembered that they had likely left the perimeter of City B. "We left a long time ago, didn't we? This is City C now. I wonder how the support team is doing. Has the radio been fixed yet?" But the soldier replied in a worried voice, "I'm afraid it can't be fixed. During the chaos, the radio was hit by bullets, and the internal components are shattered." By now, Zhao Feng was holding his head in helplessness. "We should have prepared an extra set from the start." But the soldier reassured him immediately, "It's okay. Maybe they'll slow down and wait for us to finish refueling, then we can catch up." Right then, a voice rang out, causing both of them to freeze. "Are you humans?" Before them stood a group of people who looked perfectly normal. "Can you take us in? We have supplies." Seeing this, the soldier asked, "Are you survivors from around here?" She replied honestly, "That's right, we have supplies." Hearing this, he was slightly suspicious. Aren't there swarms of insects around here? But in reality, the group in front of them was actually insects disguised to manipulate them. Swarms of insects? No, we don't have those. We have supplies. Hearing that, he was a bit confused. "I know you have supplies, but," just as he made a suggestion, Leader, why don't we follow them and take the people and their supplies with us? Zhao Feng immediately screamed, watch out, because the group had revealed their true form to attack. The scene shifted to Feng. He looked at the writhing flesh below and couldn't help but feel afraid. You're serious? But Xiaoyong replied with complete certainty. Either way, you have to jump eventually. Trust me. After a few seconds of hesitation, both of them immediately jumped straight down. Immediately after, the creatures seemed to sense them and lunged forward, preparing to attack. Xiaoyong's gaze sharpened as he realized that upon landing, they both stood firm on the mass of flesh. Along with that, it lunged forward, wanting to devour them both. The next second, both he and Feng were tightly bound by it. Suddenly, at the bottom of the sea of flesh, a strange movement appeared. Then it became unnaturally peaceful and flat. Then, it spewed out a weird, eerie green toxin. The source of that magic power still didn't stop, but was growing crazily. That was the power of Xiaoyong erupting. Then, it peeled away from his body, setting him free. Feng witnessed this and couldn't help but be surprised. Seeing this, Xiaoyong quickly reminded him, all right, don't be shocked. Stop playing dumb. It's your turn. Feng was stunned for a moment, completely caught off guard. Me? Before he could even react, Feng felt a surge of energy clawing its way out of him. He screamed as something fought to break free. It was like a parasitic creature tearing out of Feng's body. Then it shot straight toward the sea of flesh behind him. That energy intertwined with Jiang Xiaoyong's vines, radiating such intense mana that it felt like it would swallow everything in sight. Very quickly, a massive, lush green tree sprouted from the middle of the sea of flesh. Feng's eyes went wide, unable to process what was happening. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong walked up and asked, how does it feel to have your instincts satisfied? Feng still couldn't hide his bewilderment. It seemed the sea of flesh could no longer attack the two of them. At the same time, Feng saw the flesh being swallowed by his own mana, and he couldn't hide his shock. I can control them? Have I become the sea of flesh now? But Jiang Xiaoyong spoke up, explaining, not so fast. Right now, you only control about 15% of the sea of flesh. To control the whole thing, it will still take another half a month. Just then, another tree started growing wildly in front of them, leaving him confused. What's going on? Jiang Xiaoyong replied, that's a trunk. Every trunk signifies the scope of your control over the sea of flesh increasing by another layer. Then, Jiang Xiaoyong added, by the time the entire sea of flesh is covered in trunks, you will be the true master of this sea of flesh. But let me make one thing clear, the ultimate control over this sea of flesh still rests with me. Finally, he didn't forget to warn him. Don't even think about pulling any tricks on me or the people of Misty City. This power I've given you, I can take it back whenever I want. Understand? Even though he was still rattled, Feng replied, of course. I'm grateful enough as it is. How would I dare have any schemes against you? Jiang Xiaoyong was very satisfied. Good. Right then, both of them noticed something going wrong in the distance. Two people were running for their lives. Damn it. I'd rather die by the insects than end up in the jaws of this thing. Suddenly, he stopped, forcing Zhao Feng to urge him. Why are you stopping? Keep running. Both were shocked by the sight ahead. A lush tree growing in such a bizarre place. Zhao Feng and Yang Bin's teammate witnessed this right before their eyes and couldn't help but be amazed. What is that? Just then, they heard a roar behind them. He couldn't keep his cool anymore and kept asking, what do we do? Do we keep running? Zhao Feng looked down at the ground and said, no, can't you see? That patch of rotting flesh in front of us is identical to those monsters. Yang Bin's teammate asked, then what do we do now? He immediately replied, run to the side. Obviously, the other objected. We won't make it. They'll catch us. As they argued, a massive, dark shadow suddenly lunged from behind them. Yang Bin's teammate looked up and his eyes bulged. We're done for. Feng spat out venom, forcing the two into a desperate, life-or-death situation. Very quickly, the venom spread everywhere, continuing to split into copies of himself. The poison kept spreading rapidly. Meanwhile, chasing the figures ahead, everything around them became more dramatic than ever. In just a heartbeat, Feng's clones had them surrounded. Right at that moment, time seemed to stand still. The process of absorption and assimilation happened all at once. Zhao Feng and Yang Bin's teammate stood there dumbfounded for a moment before they saw Feng slowly backing away. He was confused. We're saved? He signaled. Don't make a sound. Maybe it hasn't spotted us yet. Zhao Feng had barely finished his sentence when a seductive voice echoed, don't be foolish. Every move you make, I see. Yang Bin's teammate instinctively turned to look. Where? He also asked. Who's talking? Zhao Feng looked at the figure appearing right in front of them, shocked. What are you? Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong unexpectedly spoke up. He is the master of this entire sea of flesh. He frowned. And who are you? Since when did you appear beside us? Jiang Xiaoyong chuckled and said, Why don't you two go first? Where did you come from? After hearing them talk, he couldn't help but wonder. The insect realm? Zhao Feng said, That's right. The insect realm. Fierce insects that walk, insects that fly fast, giant insects that can spit corrosive poison from dozens of meters away. He explained further. And there are brainworms that can turn humans into slaves. They fight in packs, even more coordinated than us humans. At the same time, Xiao Bing, hearing this, fell silent. She looked at Yang Bin. Sounds like a truly social species. The person opposite asked, confused. A truly social species? Xiao Bing added, like bees or termites. These creatures have almost zero individual desire. They are entirely dedicated to the benefit of the colony. Such creatures are terrifying. They have an ability to control and coordinate that humans can hardly imagine. She voiced, Can you imagine how terrifying the enemies we are facing really are? Just then, an ear-piercing sound appeared. It startled everyone. What was that? Thousands of eyes immediately turned in one direction. Everyone realized it was the man-eaters. Yang Bin observed cautiously. Man-eaters? Those guys really eat people? So I replied, That's right. Now you can see for yourselves the enemies we have to face. He smirked. Some of us have seen your leader heading towards CA City. He gave a wicked grin. Who's left to protect you now? Meng Yao spoke up. Listen up. If you resist, you'll all die right now. But that would be a waste, and it's not good for anyone. Why don't you let us protect you? And you just need to pick one person every few days to sacrifice to us. How about that? He gave a scoff. Trying to keep us like cattle, huh? He continued. I'll give you half an hour to think. If you don't agree, we'll wipe you all out. Yang Bin raised an eyebrow. These guys don't know who they're messing with. He and his teammates started taking out their weapons. You cannibal scum, don't you know what these are? Meng Yao frowned. You're brandishing a broken gun and acting all tough? This kid isn't a local, right? He finished speaking, and immediately he and his goons launched their attack. On the other side, everyone witnessing this was left in total confusion. They all jumped at once. Hey, you bunch of human fleshing-eating scum. Do you even know what this is? Meng Yao, you're holding a broken gun and you're acting this cocky? You aren't from around here, are you, kid? The moment those words left his mouth, he and his gang lunged into the fray. Everyone watching was absolutely stunned, caught off guard by their sudden, collective attack. Moments later, the four of them stood tall right in front of everyone, who began to feel the danger radiating from their opponents, jumping down from several stories up, and not even having a scratch? Seriously? These guys aren't normal people, Yang Bin thought, not hesitating to quickly order his team to open fire. They seemed completely unaffected by the bullets and just kept charging forward. He couldn't believe his eyes and screamed, Are these guys not afraid of bullets? Seeing the situation turning south, everyone started to panic. What do we do now? Yang Bin shouted, Damn it, hold your ground. Pull back in an orderly fashion. As soon as he turned his head, he saw an enemy right in his face. Damn it. In the blink of an eye, a sharp tail suddenly appeared and pierced right through the attacker. Blood splattered all over Yang Bin's face. In the midst of the shock, Meng Yao, who was currently fighting, had to stop as well. What's going on? She stared at the person in front of her, filled with terror. What kind of monster is this? A dissatisfied voice began to ring out. What the hell is going on here? Weren't you told that guy had already arrived in Sea City? Meng Yao criticized. Damn it, you lied to us. He quickly tried to clear his name. Look closely. This monster isn't that guy. Rushed footsteps and panicked voices started to emerge. Run. Terrified, he ran for his life. Screw you. I'm out of here. At the same time, a figure appeared in midair. He immediately took notice and wondered, Are there other experts here? In a flash, Transung caught up, forcing Meng Yao to stop. What is this now? He didn't say a word, and just kept moving forward to launch a preemptive strike. Transung quickly and expertly wiped them all out. The scene before them left everyone in awe. Seeing the stunned expression on Yang Bin's face, Soai asked, So? How was that? He added, Wasps are hard to deal with, but people are even scarier, aren't they? Hearing that, he could only nod in agreement. On the other hand, Xiaoyong had quickly figured out quite a bit from what Zhao Feng said. About the insect swarm, he was a bit confused and asked, So that means the calamity in B City is something different? At that same moment, the system notified him of the mission content. Search thoroughly to understand the types of calamities. Mission progress. Virus, super-eating organism. Protozoan variation. Simulated insectoid. Multiplier. 8 times. Reward. 400 points. New mission. Insect extermination. Mission requirements. Eliminate the threat posed by insects. Reward. 300 points. Xiaoyong suspected. As expected, it's another new type of calamity. Furthermore, as the number of calamity types increases, the rewards between each type also grow. He suddenly remembered something and asked, "Earlier, you said your teammates were heading southwest?" Zhao Feng replied, "Our original plan was to bypass the M-City city center and take the main road straight to the south." Feng added, "That's where our gathering point is." Yang Bin's teammate asked, "You guys have a gathering point? You really need one?" Xiaoyong smiled. "Still have a few things to care about." Then, he glanced at him. "You think so, right?" Feng lowered his voice. "Now that I've merged with the Flesh Sea, I can't go back. Xiaoyong brother, please take care of Xiaoping for me." Xiaoyong said, "No need. My trip here is to have her and the people at your gathering point. I'll move here." He couldn't hide his surprise and asked, "How could that be?" "To them, I am far too dangerous." The boy calmly replied, "Haven't you noticed the subtle change in your own nature, Feng?" Hearing this, Feng immediately furrowed his brows. He suddenly realized, "You're right. I feel like I've lost much of my interest in infecting and hunting lately." "Why is that?" Little Jiang Xiaoyong explained slowly. "It's because of the spore mutations. They provide the Flesh Sea with a cheaper and more efficient energy source, so the urge to hunt naturally decreases. With your willpower, holding back those urges shouldn't be difficult." As soon as he finished, he signaled, "Let's go. We might as well see if we can regroup with your friends." As soon as she saw him, So I was overjoyed. "Uncle Little Jiang Xiaoyong, you're finally back. We just managed to fend off a group of strong enemies." Seeing Zhang Xiaofeng, Yang Bin cleared his throat. "Leader," he then replied, "Yang Bin, Little Jiang Xiaoyong is right. As expected, you guys are here." He looked around and asked, "Where are the others?" Zhang Xiaofeng explained, "We ran into monsters. The others, they're all dead." As soon as he finished speaking, grief appeared on everyone's faces. Yang Bin encouraged him, "Leader, it's okay now. You really need to see the people in this settlement. They are absurdly strong." Zhang Xiaofeng laughed coldly. "I think you guys should just. Compared to what we've witnessed, that's not even true absurdity." Hu Bin stepped forward and asked, "Little Jiang Xiaoyong, did my dad really become part of the Flesh Sea?" He answered, "That's right. But don't be sad. Your dad still kept his own consciousness." She was shocked. "What?" Little Jiang Xiaoyong continued, "I found a way for him to master the power of the Flesh Sea. The Flesh Sea is the safest place right now." Immediately after, he gave the order, "Everyone, pack your things. We're moving." Leader Chu Zhang Qiu, Feng, and I found a better place. Very quickly, everyone followed Little Jiang Xiaoyong. After a few steps, he raised his voice. "Careful, we've entered the hunting grounds of the mimic flesh monsters." Just then, a voice rang out from behind. "Excuse me, are you all lucky survivors?" Everyone turned to look, staying alert. Yang Bin watched for a moment and said, "They don't look like the man-eaters we met before. They're just a group of ordinary people. Why is everyone so tense?" In an instant, Zhang Qiaofeng realized what was happening. He hurriedly shouted, "Leader, what are you doing? They're civilians like us." He raised his voice and commanded, "Look closely. Are these guys really civilians?" Yang Bin took another look and couldn't help but feel terrified. Whispers began to spread around them. "What the hell is this? So disgusting." Suddenly, someone noticed something and reported, "There are more over there." They seemed to be surrounded. The situation grew chaotic, and order began to crumble. "There are more over there. We're surrounded," Zhang Qiaofeng said urgently. "Little Jiang Xiaoyong, hurry up and lead everyone to the Flesh Sea powerhouse. Our firepower is strong, we'll cover you. Hurry." Yang Bin tried to reassure him. "Leader, don't panic. Soi's group has some really strong people," he barked. "Don't talk nonsense. These guys aren't easy to deal with. Hurry up, gather the men and set up a defensive line. Keep the fire consistent, don't let them get close." He also added, "Listen to the leader. These guys are different from the man-eaters. Now is the time to let our firepower show its value." Little Zhang Xiaoyong lightly tapped Zhang Qiaofeng's shoulder. "All right, brother. I can tell that when things get tough, you guys really step up. You're reliable." Having said that, he moved to the front. "You guys move back and group up with the others to avoid friendly fire." As soon as he finished, Little Jiang Xiaoyong did not hesitate and fired a bullet into the sky. A bright red flare appeared in midair. So I saw it, and couldn't help but ask, Uncle Little Jiang Xiaoyong, what are you doing? Is Sister Meng Shanshan's group here too? He chuckled and replied, No, it's another group of experts. She frowned in confusion. Another group of experts? Little Jiang Xiaoyong glanced over and ordered, Attack. Don't push yourselves too hard. Just make sure they don't kill our people. Someone will come to clean up the mess later. Zhang Shengjie immediately responded, Got it. On the opposite side, eccentric figures appeared and charged in without a second thought. He, along with Transung and So I, flew forward to engage. In just a split second, the three of them thoroughly wiped out the man-eaters. Zhang Qiufeng witnessed the scene and was stunned. Are these guys monsters too? Yang Bin added, Didn't I tell you, leader? Your eyes have been opened now, right? Right at this moment, the screeching continued, leaving everyone stunned. There are even more monsters. They couldn't believe their eyes and screamed. As expected, more mimic flesh monsters. Immediately after, a warning came. Leader Little Jiang Xiaoyong. There are more over here too. Everything started to descend into chaos. Damn it! Leader Little Jiang Xiaoyong's group is pinned down. They won't make it to save us. The person next to him immediately said, Grab your weapons. Get ready to defend yourselves. Feng, still full of energy, rushed forward rapidly. Hearing the screams, everyone started to unite and shout, Damn it! Hold the line. Just as they were ready for battle, he suddenly walked right past them and aimed straight at the monsters ahead. Someone couldn't hide their astonishment and asked, Aren't these monsters aiming for us? Right before their eyes was an unbelievable sight. The monsters were slaughtering each other. Zhang Qiufeng witnessed the scene and quickly realized, I get it now. They're the other group of experts that brother Little Jiang Xiaoyong mentioned, the subordinates of that big shot. Yang Bin looked at him, confused. That big shot? Zhang Qiufeng just smiled. In a while, you'll really have your eyes opened. Shortly after, a relaxed voice echoed, It's over. At the same time, strange, fleshy vines appeared on the ground, making everyone panic. Watch out, they all shouted together. Be careful, get back. Seeing something was wrong, someone frowned and said, What the hell is that? Rushing toward the monster corpses, the fleshy vines began to embed themselves deep inside, and then they immediately absorbed them to assimilate and not fully under control yet. Don't go over there, or you might get hurt. Jiang Xiaoyong agreed. He's right. From now on, everyone will set up camp here. Just try not to touch the flesh sea. As long as we keep our distance, Chu Jiaofeng can suppress its instinct to attack and spread infection to all of you. He turned around and asked, Have you found a spot to set up the gathering point yet? He replied, About 1 kilometer to the west-south, at the junction between City K and City Q. There's a simulated meat processing plant. I've already cleared it out. You all should head there. Meanwhile, a loud noise erupted near Thong Chi's location. He scratched his head, puzzled. Don't you think the mutant plant life is getting a bit too dense lately? HT spoke up. This situation means another. Floral carriage has drifted near us. Tujia frowned. Wait, hasn't the floral carriage already been tamed by Jiang Xiaoyong? He hesitated and said, There isn't just one floral carriage in this forest. At the same time, things had quieted down over our experts now. Hearing that, he immediately got to the point. All right then. Tomorrow follow me deep into the S-City forest to see how skilled you lot have become. The next day, they arrived at the forest to test their abilities. No text provided for this part in source. Implied continuation of travel. After observing for a while, Jiang Xiaoyong was quite satisfied and praised them. Not bad at all. Tu Jia humbly replied, It's nothing much. Thong Chi stepped forward at the same time. How about it, Jiang Xiaoyong? I wasn't just bragging, right? Meng Shanshan and I have definitely gotten stronger. He chuckled. Wait until you actually encounter a floral carriage before you start bragging. While they were chatting away, the trunk suddenly crashed toward him. His companions couldn't help but panic, shouting to each other, Watch out! Suddenly, someone screamed, Hey, get out of the way! The old man couldn't dodge in time and had his leg crushed by the tree. Damn it! Who did this? Groans of pain grew louder. Which idiot did this? You bastards! His voice was filled with rage. You son of a bitch, you won't die a good death. While he was about to fight back, his entire body suddenly seemed to freeze. He started coughing up more and more blood, while begging, No, I can still work. Give me 2 days, I will definitely recover. However, his body soon began to be overrun by creeping vines. They pierced straight through his pupils, systematically destroying the human body. The others witnessing this scene couldn't help but feel bewildered. and above all, accompanied by an unnamed fear. Jia Huan felt the situation was bad and urged them, "Don't just stand there. Get to work. Keep working right now." A chorus of agreement followed. "Right, back to work," someone beside him added. "We're still fine. We can still work." The vines continued to wrap around the old man slowly. Not long after, Thong Chi's voice suddenly rang out. "Jiang Xiaoyong. It's those guys." He immediately recognized the survivors. They were the survivors chopping down the trees. Everyone quickly walked toward Jia Huan. Hearing the other side say that, someone asked, "The survivors?" Thang Chi was surprised by their reaction. They saw them, but instead of being happy, they were actually quite surprised. He spoke up. "Survivors? Greetings, friends." Tu Ji frowned. He felt the reaction of these people was a bit slow. Jia Huan asked, "Are there only a few of you? Do you have any other friends?" He smiled. "Our place is a large-scale gathering point, safe and secure. Plus, we're short on people right now. If there are more people, we can all go together." Thang Chi replied coldly. "Truth be told, we still have plenty of friends, but your gathering point is definitely not." Just as he was about to continue, Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly blocked him. He stepped forward and said, "We and the people at your gathering point have different views. Let's go our separate ways. Can your gathering point accept us?" Jia Huan replied happily. "Of course. Surviving in this era, everyone is very stressed. Different views aside, after all, there is strength in numbers. Unity makes survival easier." Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. "That's a fair point." Afterward, he signaled and said, "Follow us." After a while, Jia Huan said, "We're almost there, Tuoji." I start scanning the area, observing those twisting vines. It's obvious that this organization is an extension of plant-based life. Meng Shanshan points out the location and says, "There's something wrong with the place where they're gathering." While no one was looking, his face twisted into something inhuman. Jia Xin then put on a bright smile and explained, "My friend, you've misunderstood. These are just mutant plants, not the kind that attack humans." He pointed ahead. "Keep going. Cut through those bushes." Up ahead, it was thick and overgrown. As Tuji walked, he complained, "If I didn't know this was their gathering spot, I would have thought this place was." He gasped and said, "A monster's den?" Just as Tuji finished speaking, a giant tree appeared before them. He couldn't believe his eyes, stuttering, This is massive." Hate turned and asked, "With a size like this, I doubt it's any less powerful than the plant entity inside Xiaoyong. Right?" You nodded in agreement. "True. Just in terms of sheer size. It's honestly bigger. Even if I counted the entire flower field, I doubt it would be this massive." Xiaoyong laughed. "Go on. Cheesy, show them your strength." He looked confused. "Xiaoyong, stop teasing me. There's no way I can handle this thing." Suddenly, Jia Xin's voice rang out. "Subdue them now." Soon after, their accomplices emerged from the bushes and surrounded them. This left Hate completely confused. "What are you guys doing?" Xiaoyong, meanwhile, calmly observed every move they made. Tuoji suddenly noticed something and shouted, "Look!" The tree in front of them suddenly emitted a powerful aura. A series of rapid, rhythmic sounds echoed through the space. The silent air suddenly turned into a chaotic mess. "What is it doing?" The dark plant entities stood up one by one and slowly spoke. "Submit to us." Tuji couldn't hide his shivers, saying, "Looking at this scene, it gives me goosebumps." The plant entities' voices continued to echo in the silent space. "Our kind is willing to be servants." Suddenly, another eerie voice chimed in. "How disgraceful." Xiaoyong looked at them with sharp, cold eyes. "Disgraceful?" He turned his head to look at the person holding him and noticed his face had turned pale. "Our kind?" Xiaoyong seized this moment to launch a sneak attack. The guy was caught off guard and immediately thrown away. He started using vines to restrain him. The guy was still confused, not understanding a thing. You guys." The scene before them completely shifted the tide of battle. "What kind of monsters are you?" Xiaoyong spoke up. "Since you were also coerced, I'll spare you for now." The plant entities roared and charged forward. Sensing the movement, he glanced around. Xiaoyong saw this and simultaneously retracted his vines. On this side, his teammates followed closely, rushing in to confront the plant entities. Their every action was decisive. Very quickly, the enemies were completely wiped out. The others watched, stunned and terrified. "These people are not ordinary humans," someone exclaimed. "I didn't expect them to be able to fight the plant entities, and they even seem to have the upper hand." Another guy suddenly said, "It's hopeless. Even though they had the advantage right now, there were too many enemies." He added, "Those corpses are all backup plant sentinels." While they were discussing it excitedly, Xiaoyong remained calm, facing the plant entities head-on. He showed no mercy and unleashed his moves. Very quickly, Xiaoyong took down the plant entities. The sight was so perfect that it left the guy stunned. Monsters. They're all monsters. Just as he was about to say more, his body began to lose control. Vine branches grew wildly inside him. The companion beside him was coughing violently. I don't feel right. Suddenly, screams started ringing out more and more frequently. They hurriedly begged, "Stop it! We can still work." Hate watched this, feeling nervous. At this rate, none of us will survive. Xiaoyong replied calmly, "Killing it will solve everything." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't hesitate and took the initiative to attack. Xiaoyong charged straight toward the giant tree in front of him. He controlled his power flexibly and attacked without hesitation. Suddenly, a giant vine branch swung toward Xiaoyong. Seeing the situation, he raised his hand to block it. However, a deafening boom continued to ring out. Xiaoyong was quick-witted and immediately backed away a few meters. He secretly observed, "No, it's too huge. I can't solve this instantly. Plus, wasting all my energy like this isn't good." On the side, screams continued. "Are we going to die?" "I don't want to die." Xiaoyong stood up, regained his composure, and ordered, "Everyone infected by the plant entities, gather here." They asked suspiciously, "What for?" He didn't answer, and just acted. Xiaoyong released a large amount of antidote. They were quickly engulfed in a blue mist, feeling confused. What is this? A while later, everything returned to normal, making him wonder, what is this? He immediately explained. A special type of algae fungus that can secrete interferon to prevent the subsequent outbreak of parasitic spores in your bodies. After saying that, Xiaoyong immediately told Thang Qi, "You lead these people out." He replied, "Yes." Meng Shanshan and Tiao Jia also followed to provide support. The plant entities were basically being treated like servants. Shameless. Xiaoyong's eyes suddenly dimmed. Veins began to appear on his face. Xiaoyong used a gaze bright and sharp, staring at them, then shouted, "You fools! If your whole body achieves symbiotic assimilation, you can survive and develop. And you get stronger too. Mutual domestication is the right way." A moment later, Xiaoyong's pupils returned to normal. He moved his hand slightly. "All right," expressing that it was done. "Now get back to your duties." Hate was puzzled. Was that just said by the flower sea? Can the flower sea actually have consciousness? Xiaoyong replied, "The spore cluster has evolved long ago with a structure similar to nerve cells, so it's normal for consciousness to emerge. It can be considered a convergent evolution of higher life forms." He turned away and said, "Let's go back and discuss it later. For now, pull back." Li Cheng asked, "You're not going to destroy this thing?" Xiaoyong said honestly, "It's not worth wasting time fighting against such a large enemy. Wait until next time. Once we're prepared, then we'll come back." The plant entities saw his group leaving the forest and couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. They shouted in vain, "It's not over! Must kill them!" Very quickly, his group returned. Liu Yong spoke up, "I'll call Thong Sheng, Jia, and the others back, and have them guard the Hoa crop fields to hold off attacks." "Are they all back already?" Liang asked with concern. "Is everything over there still okay?" Yu glanced over and replied, "No need to worry about that side. There's a powerhouse guarding it." Upon hearing this, Thang Qi couldn't hide his surprise. "A powerhouse? Even stronger than us?" Liu Yong chuckled. "Then come with me. The two of you can spar," he said firmly. "We absolutely have to spar. If we can't beat that monster, how are we supposed to beat the newcomer?" Liu Yong said seriously, "Old Ha, you're coming with me too. We might need your professional expertise." Hate agreed immediately. Not long after, Thang Qi witnessed a scene and could only exclaim, "Oh my God." His voice stuttered. "That is," Yu quickly explained, "that's the powerhouse I was talking about." Right at this moment, Feng appeared as well. "Hey brother Liu Yong." Liu Yong immediately introduced him. "This young brother, Thang Qi, wants to spar with you. Don't hold back at all." Upon hearing this, he pointed his hand to the sky, and in an instant, tentacles appeared, leaving Thang Qi panicked. Holy crap! Feeling the opponent's presence, he negotiated. "Wait, forget it. We're all friends. Let's not ruin the harmony." Liu Yong, at this moment, continued to introduce everyone. "This is Old Ha, an expert from the city's Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Old Ha, this is Chu Xiaoping, a researcher at the City K Biological Research Center." She smiled brightly and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you." "I've heard of Old Ha's reputation for a long time," he replied happily. "Nice to meet you too." Liu Yong suddenly asked, Is there any way to control the swarm of bees? Can we kidnap the queen bee? Hate said seriously. I am an agronomist, but I don't understand much about the essence of social animals. However, regarding known species, controlling a swarm might be a bit difficult, he explained. The intelligence of an insect colony is merely an emergent phenomenon from the simple behaviors of a large number of individuals. Each individual has its own division of labor. The queen bee or queen ant is just one link in a smart organism, responsible only for reproduction, and the pheromones it secretes only suppress the sexual maturity of other members, without actually participating in the decision-making process. Xiaoping murmured. But most systems tend toward centralization, and it's hard to say whether the mother of this insect species has evolved functions similar to a central nervous system. After all, things like this simulated flesh and even the adaptive spores inside your body, Liu Yong, all exist. Hate agreed after hearing this. That makes sense. You gave your opinion. If that's the case, we can try to catch and control the queen bee first and see what happens. Zhao Feng was a bit hesitant, but the number of insects is so huge, it's almost impossible to break into the hive and control the queen bee. Feng added, That's right. The entire city bee is nutrition for the insect nest. Its scale is likely comparable to that kind of giant plant in the jungles of City S. Feng Qi suddenly said, I have a small idea, though I'm not entirely sure. Hearing this, Liu Yong stepped forward. Let's hear it, he said. Have you heard of this? The Trojan horse method. A moment later, 3 cars sped over. The sound of tires frictioning against the ground grew louder. Voices urging each other rang out. Hurry, hurry, move faster, accompanied by their rushed actions. Get in the car, get in the car. Wait for me. The cars rolled forward and, in a flash, vanished into the space, leaving behind only rushed voices. Drive fast, go, go, don't get in the way. At the same time, Liu Yong watched closely from behind. Thang Qi said with full confidence, Look, my method definitely works. As soon as he finished, you keenly realized, they're here. The swarm, in an instant, fell for the trap and buzzed over. Seeing them, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. What the heck is that? You looked up and explained, That's a scout from the bee colony. Liu Yong smiled faintly. Our bait worked. The sound of the swarm grew more frequent. The swarm covered the entire space. Zhao Feng and his teammates watched the scene before them, momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out. I'm not doing so well. I'm running first. Thang Qi's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Hate, standing next to him, couldn't help but worry. Liu Yong, is there a problem? His eyes were cold as ice. No problem. Right at this moment, a series of swarm insects flapped their wings and flew over. Feng saw this and quickly confronted them. While the two sides were entering the battle, Liu Yong directly controlled vines toward the swarm. Rows of vines appeared and quickly coiled around them. Under the suppression of the vines, the swarm couldn't counterattack. The vines very quickly invaded its entire body. Zhao Feng froze. With this kind of strength, I feel we don't need a strategy. We could just attack the swarm's nest directly. A moment later, the entire swarm seemed to be thoroughly defeated. Their bodies fell into a state of paralysis. Hate asked worriedly, Is this method okay? You replied, The self-healing ability of these insects is far inferior to simulated flesh. It will be much harder to control them successfully, Liu Yong added. Furthermore, the control over Chu Zhaofeng involved his own cooperation, but these insects won't be so obedient. At the same time, everyone's voices rang out continuously. The one on this side is dead too. How are things on your end? It seems it was too much, so there's only hope. Suddenly, at this moment, your keen senses detected something. Liu Yong and everyone rushed over immediately. You pondered as you observed the swarm in front of you. Suddenly, its legs gently touched the ground. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be amazed. Did it work? Liu Yong chuckled and reached out to stroke the swarm insect. Looks like it was a success. Hate was a bit puzzled. You tried so many, and only one succeeded? You said calmly. One is enough. Not long after, the swarm insect was controlled flexibly by Liu Yong. You floated calmly in midair and silently analyzed. Liu Yong muttered to himself. No wonder when the people in City B mentioned the insect swarm, the slight smirk on his face scared them so much. Meanwhile, at that exact moment, more and more insects were appearing in the dark area. Feng Huyen observed them cautiously and sighed. This is too dangerous. His teammate was a bit confused and asked, Are you sure your theory is right? The person next to them added, What if we get lost here? Feng Huyen cut in, The nest. The swarm also needs airflow. We just have to follow the breeze, and we'll definitely find the exit. And so, The three of them headed deeper inside. While scouting, he suddenly discovered something. As he looked closer, Feng Hio Huyen couldn't help but be stunned, his voice trembling. These people are being used as incubators for the larvae. It's disgusting. Right at that moment, an unexpected piercing sound filled the air, leaving them frantic. What was that noise? He immediately shouted, "It's the swarm! Run! Hurry up!" Feng Hio Huyen determinedly said, "Victory is within reach. I absolutely cannot go down here." A moment later, a bright smile appeared on his face. "We did it!" However, in a split second, Feng Hio Huyen and his team had to stop in their tracks. The smiles on all three of their faces suddenly vanished. Right in front of them were waves of insects. Their gazes locked. The swarm acted without hesitation, forcing him to scream. No! A cold air quickly engulfed the entire space. Jia suddenly noticed a strange sound and shouted, "There's noise!" As soon as he finished speaking, the sight before them left him frozen. Feng Hio Huyen's group, just like that, appeared towering in front of Jia. He stood up and asked, "What room is this?" Jia calmly replied, "This is the larder. From now on, you're the new stock reserve food, basically." Feng Hio Huyen's teammate cried, "If I'd known, I wouldn't have tried to run away and be a slave. At least there's a chance to survive." Jia stared at the person lying on the ground, puzzled. What's wrong with him? Is he dead? Feng Hio Huyen frowned, confused. "Who is this?" The person next to him added, "I don't know him." Feng Hio Huyen's teammate chimed in, "He wasn't one of the people running away with us." He immediately stepped forward and called out, Hey, are you still alive?" Xiaolong groggily sat up. "Finally here, huh?" He gently brushed the dust off his sleeves. This winding, tortuous trip almost made me dizzy. Xiaolong scanned his surroundings. "So this is inside the insect nest? Impressive. It's built like a maze." Jia was puzzled by his attitude. "Did you just get caught? How do you have the mood to be impressed?" Xiaolong stood up and asked, "Among you all, is there anyone who can find the way to the queen insect?" Feng Hio Huyen heard this and immediately frowned. "What did you say?" Jia wondered. "Find the queen? What are you trying to do?" Xiaolong smiled and said, "I have something I need to find it for." People nearby started whispering, "Is he some kind of idiot?" "Right?" The person next to them agreed. "Must be a lunatic, scared stupid by the terror." Just then, a rustling sound echoed. Jia couldn't hide his fear and trembled. "They're coming again. They're coming to pick our food." People started huddling together. "Damn it. Who is pushing me? I can't breathe." He turned back and saw Xiaolong still standing there, so he yelled, "Hey, why are you just standing there like a fool? Do you want to be food?" His teammate reminded him, "Are you stupid? People are going to die anyway." "You're reminding him? That person could be us," he helplessly muttered. "Sorry. Who told you your mind wasn't clear?" At that exact moment, Xiaolong's eyes locked onto an insect. He stared at it directly. The atmosphere of panic and tension rose higher and higher. Suddenly, Xiaolong reached out and grabbed the insect's leg, then delivered a heavy punch. Everyone witnessing this scene couldn't help but be confused. "What's going on? What just happened?" Sounds of shock continued to ring out. "He killed the insect." They added, "Did he bring a gun in here?" "Right, he must have brought a gun, but I don't see one." Xiaolong turned his head and asked, "Are you coming with me, or are you waiting here?" Feng Hio Huyen hesitated. He firmly stated, "I'm going to follow him. I can help scout. I almost escaped earlier." People around them simultaneously responded, "We're coming with you too." Another voice chimed in, "Me too. I'm joining in. There's strength in numbers." "That's right. Staying here means death. Better to gamble on it." Xiaolong heard these words, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Not long after, a clattering sound rang out. Everyone instinctively looked forward to see. It was the swarm. It had appeared before Xiaolong very quickly. People became increasingly terrified. No matter how strong he is, he can't fight so many bugs. "I don't want to die. This way of dying is too scary." While they were thinking of running away, Xiaolong calmly faced the swarm. Everyone saw this and immediate shock appeared on their faces. He's facing them all alone? The insect was quickly torn in two by Xiaolong. He kept his cool and attacked it directly. Before long, the lively sounds finally ceased completely. They were stunned and said, "That's way too exaggerated." Having killed a team of insects with his own strength, Xiaolong guessed the direction the swarm came from. "Is this the way to the queen's lair?" Feng Hio Huyen heard this and replied, "Maybe," he said. "All right, let's keep moving." Very soon after, Xiaolong found the place. "Is this the one I'm looking for?" He stood there, towering, silently observing it. "The queen." Feng Hio Huyen spoke up. "No, This one is called the antenna worm. Xiaolong frowned. Antenna worm? He started to explain. Look at its rear end. Feng Hio, Hu Yen said. I've seen it before. It has tail bristles that look like antennas. Xiaolong raised an eyebrow. There's a setup like that too? I suspect it's used to control the swarm. He replied. Exactly. Don't disturb it. Otherwise, countless bugs will attack us. Before Feng Hio Huyen could finish, he was terrified by Xiaolong's actions. Are you insane? What are you trying to do? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes, asking in a panic, what on earth is that on your hand? The vines reached out toward the nematodes, catching them in the nick of time. Then, they completely restrained the nematodes' entire bodies. Watching this scene from the side, everyone was stunned. Is he even human? Suddenly, a series of clicking sounds grew louder, catching his attention. What's that noise? Everyone quickly spotted the nematode swarm. Under attack, more and more swarm members rushed over to protect it. They immediately shouted, Boss, something's happening over here. Liu Yong turned his head to look. Without hesitation, he used his other hand to control the vines. Everyone exclaimed in unison. The boss's attack went right past us. Scared the hell out of me. The vines intercepted the incoming swarm just in time, instantly wrapping around every one of them. The swarm seemed to be completely paralyzed at that moment. Seeing this, Grandpa couldn't help but feel bewildered. Which one is the real monster? Shortly after, Liu Yong glared sharply at the nematode. He stood in the middle of them, watching it, struggling in vain. Suddenly, the nematode lost all gravity and collapsed to the ground, leaving everyone shocked. Is it dead? Liu Yong muttered. Trying to rely on the mutation spore to suppress a resistant target, the difficulty is still too high. He began to close his eyes, focusing on the analysis. But, I've locked on to the location of the queen. Vines suddenly erupted from Liu Yong's body, spreading rapidly everywhere, terrifying them. Careful! What the hell is going on? At the same time, other swarm members were moving calmly, when suddenly, they sensed something approaching. A barrage of vines appeared right in front of the swarm. They decisively targeted them, wrapping them up. The vines tightened more and more. The swarm members felt the pain and cried out in desperation, their sounds gradually growing faint. And then, shortly after, they went silent. The entire swarm was completely wiped out. The buzzing sound from outside started to creep in as well. Suddenly, strange phenomena appeared inside. Everyone was confused, asking, What did you do? Liu Yong smirked slightly, tilling the soil for this hive. While I'm at it, might as well absorb the energy from the swarm. Suddenly, he lifted his foot. The procedure is done. Liu Yong stomped hard on the ground. Found you, didn't I? Cracks instantly appeared, spreading further and further. Very quickly, he and all of the others felt like they were stepping into a new world. As they landed, dust billowed into the air. Liu Yong observed the surroundings calmly. He looked up and thought, this is then. Everyone had the same question. Where is the queen? Where is it? He glanced down and said, It's under our feet. Followed by a heavy stomp from Liu Yong. Instantly, a massive black shadow rose up in front of him. Liu Yong immediately looked at it, wary. What? The massive hive covered the entire space around them. Its screech began to echo everywhere. Soon after, waves of swarm members appeared right next to the hive. Feng Hio Huyen broke into a cold sweat at the sight. As expected, this swarm is endless. Just then, the ground suddenly cracked, and everyone fell into a single spot. Then, vines suddenly surrounded them to everyone's surprise. Liu Yong spoke up. I need to eliminate the interference. You guys stay in the cage for a moment. They replied, Whatever you say. The hive controlled the swarm to move toward him. Liu Yong glanced over and quickly grasped their intentions. He immediately activated the vines to block the swarm's path. At that same moment, a barrage of spider silk shot straight toward Liu Yong. He was quick to notice, eyes darting to observe. Liu Yong rapidly retracted the vines and dodged the silk. The spiders kept firing string after string to encircle him. Liu Yong moved with agility to avoid their attacks. He lightly scraped his hand against the ground, then picked up a stone. If I can break that, taking out a bunch of you bugs shouldn't be hard, right? Liu Yong threw the stone with all his might. It instantly pierced through the spiders' bodies. In a split second, they vanished into thin air. Everyone watching the scene couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, no wonder he's the boss. We're not at a disadvantage at all. Great, we're saved. The hive, which had been motionless, suddenly let out an ear-piercing shriek. Its limbs trembled violently. Liu Yong said calmly, What are you shrieking for? I didn't say I was going to kill you. As soon as he finished, he controlled the vines toward the hive. They immediately wrapped around its entire body. The hive felt the pain and began to struggle, shrieking even louder. He warned, "The mutation spore vines have already pierced into your brain. If you dare to struggle, you'll die instantly." After that, Liu Yong thought to himself, "There's only one queen. If I fail, it'll be a waste." He looked at its state and was suddenly surprised. Liu Yong secretly analyzed. Under the threat, it's showing weakness. This hive queen truly has high intelligence. The system announced, "Mission: collect 10 catastrophes in progress. Mission progress: super devouring virus, mutation spore, protozoan mimicry, hive queen, level 8. Reward: 400 points. Exterminate the insects. Mission completed. Mission requirements: eliminate the threat posed by the swarm. Reward: 300 points. Current total: 961 points." He muttered, "Both missions are done. That's a jump of 700 points." Liu Yong calculated, "If that's the case, might as well keep this level 8 hive firmly in my palm, to avoid any future trouble." Opening the system shop, he looked at the information displayed and muttered, "If I find an awakening ability, I'll swap it. Then, I'll manually refresh until I'm out of points." The system announced, "Note: you have manually refreshed 8 times in a row. Total points consumed 1024. Rewards received. Supply crate. Level 2. Awakening ability times 2. Supply crate. Level 3. Awakening ability times 3. Current points: 409. Liu Yong decided, "Open everything." The system instantly displayed 10 pieces of information. Total points consumed: 350. Points remaining: 59. Instantly, a series of attributes appeared on the system interface, the text scrolling by rapidly. "You didn't hesitate at all, pressing it exactly as I expected. The slave imprint leveled up to 2, and the number of slaves has increased to 2. Little Jiang Xiaoyong smirked. "You're lucky. Follow me. I guarantee you'll rise like a kite in a strong wind." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately assimilated the insect. Meanwhile, a dispute was breaking out outside over 2 people occupying such a large warehouse. Are those 2 smart or stupid? Don't they understand the saying, "An innocent man is guilty only because of his treasure"? Dai Hao chuckled. Her methods are pretty solid. Sure enough, a bunch of fools walked right into the trap. The shouting continued. "You bastard man and woman. Are you guys out of your minds? With that difference in numbers, you still want to win by being outnumbered?" Suddenly, another voice cut in. "Don't worry, sweetie. I'll definitely give you a taste of heaven before you die." Before he could even finish, she rendered him speechless. Hyo Huyen said, "Fine, let me see how a junkie like you is going to show me heaven." Everyone started to panic. "Did you guys see her move?" The guy behind replied, "I couldn't see it. In the blink of an eye, she was already right next to them." "Oh no, she's too fast." Hyo Huyen didn't hesitate. She struck with ruthless precision. The scene became chaotic as she held her weapon against the opponent's throat. Hyo Huyen raised an eyebrow and said, "Well, tell me, how exactly are you going to show me heaven?" He stammered, "I'm sorry." Suddenly someone asked, "How are you two so strong? How did you do that?" He gave a scornful laugh and said, "I don't mind telling you guys. In this day and age, the only people stronger than us are that group." They looked at each other, full of questions. That group? Suddenly, a clattering sound emerged from the air. It drew everyone's attention. "What's that noise?" The person next to him immediately recognized it. "It's the swarm." Hyo Huyen and Dai Hao turned around to look. The sight in the sky left them all horrified. At this very moment, the insect swarm seemed to have engulfed the entire blue sky. Suddenly, he shouted, "There are some on the ground too." As soon as he finished, the swarm simultaneously rushed forward. Hyo Huyen hurriedly told Dai Hao, "Quick, head for high ground." The two of them quickly climbed up to avoid the swarm. The others continued to run for their lives, but their speed was far inferior to the swarm. He secretly observed the situation outside and wondered, what on earth is happening? At the same time, Yang Bin's teammate shouted, "Something's wrong." Zhang Chaifeng frowned and asked, "What is it?" He stammered, "Flying insects, a massive swarm of flying insects." He looked through the binoculars and heard Yang Bin's teammate add, "We're dead." Zhang Qiufeng couldn't believe his eyes and said, "Leader little Jiang Xiaoyong went down to deal with the swarm, could he have failed?" Right at this moment, a piercing sound suddenly rang out, startling everyone. What was that? Mr. Fong is taking action. That made everyone remember the meat sea. The meat sea will protect us. That's right, we still have the meat sea. They laughed gleefully. Sure enough, the swarm didn't dare attack them. Get lost, you insects. We have a backer. We're protected by a monster. It was a strange sense of security. Suddenly, he spoke up in a loud voice. Watch out, There's a big one flying this way. Everyone immediately alerted, preparing to fight. Suddenly, someone noticed something unusual. Wait a minute. Look over there. As the swarm flew closer, they immediately realized it was leader little Jiang Xiaoyong. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately landed in front of them. Hu Bin was the first to run over. Leader little Jiang Xiaoyong, Mr. Feng also asked. Leader little Jiang Xiaoyong, what's the situation? He immediately replied, quite smooth. It's just that there's a group of survivors over there that need to be taken in. He smiled. That's easy. She hesitated. But what about the food supply? Little Jiang Xiaoyong reassured her. Don't worry. The carflower fields are still expanding. There's also the cultivation going on over at Tra Diep City. That's enough for everyone to eat their fill. Furthermore, he smirked and added, the whole city is about to become our farmland. Meanwhile, Hate was treating the people in the forest. It was indeed taking a turn for the better. They would likely recover completely. The other person asked, really? Can I escape the monster's control forever? Suddenly, someone announced, look, what is that? A giant insect. Following that was their shouting. Careful, defense plans were quickly put into place. Close the gates. Suddenly, the behavior of the swarm left everyone confused. Did this swarm just go around our fields? They're just hovering in the sky. Te looked up to observe, and immediately realized, little Jiang Xiaoyong's plan worked. At the same time, the plant beings were still walking leisurely through the forest. They heard a buzzing sound from above and looked up. Before the plant beings were countless insects. Little Jiang Xiaoyong quietly said, swarm, obey. He decisively commanded them. Lunchtime, the swarm quickly swooped down on the plant beings below. They attacked from all sides, surrounding all their fronts. The swarm gnawed at the plant beings. The buzzing sound blended into the wind in the clear sky. They simultaneously screamed, what do you want? Little Jiang Xiaoyong spoke up. Be tamed by me. Become a symbiotic creature in the carflower, in my body. The plant beings grumbled discontentedly. Submit to it? My body mass is far greater than its. I am the master of the jungle. It's just a loser in the competition. When he heard this, his eyes turned cold. Let's clarify the situation. Little Jiang Xiaoyong didn't hesitate and took action. Now, you are the loser. A giant black shadow fell from above. Amidst the silent space, a massive thud occurred. The veins on his face gradually appeared. The trunk has been cut by me. The next step is to pull out your roots. Giving you one last chance. Submit. The vines assimilated with the severed trunk and slowly rose. Very quickly, it became a giant tree. Little Jiang Xiaoyong immediately ordered, go, merge into one. The seed now began to enter the germination stage. At the same time, the system announced, new mission, weeding complete. Mission requirement, eliminate the weed threat. Reward, 100 points. Utopia mission is in progress. Mission content, expand the community. Mission progress, eliminate threats in the adjacent area. Exploring the new area rewarded me with 20 evaluation points. Current evaluation score, 92. Accumulated points awarded, 80. Total accumulated points, 239. Hate was standing outside, looking anxious and restless. Is everything okay? Suddenly, someone spoke up. The scouts are back. Jiang Xiaoyong must have succeeded. No sooner had he finished speaking than he appeared right in front of them. The man saw Jiang Xiaoyong and immediately asked, how did it go? Did you deal with that giant plant? He stood up and replied, it's already a part of me now. Hate heard this and his eyebrows knit together instantly. A part of you? What do you mean? Jiang Xiaoyong showed them through his actions. What I mean is, shortly after, vines and branches sprouted all over the grass. He continued, my power, the Z-flower in my body has increased by more than 3 times. Now that I've absorbed the plant life, the entire City S is under my control. At that same moment, in City H, a joyful voice rang out near the coast. A massive haul! A man walked over and asked, how did you catch so many fish today? The other replied, life is finally turning around. Suddenly, a massive, thunderous sound drew everyone's attention. What is that noise? The person above seemed unable to believe his eyes and exclaimed, what the hell? A voice from below called out, hey, what's all that racket? After a moment, there was no response, only the sound of a series of people sprinting. Holy crap, he shouted urgently. Head back. Everyone, head back. Get inside the building, now. Hudan frowned and asked, what about these fish? The person next to him snapped. Forget the fish. Forget the damn fish. Move. If you're slow, you're dead. Everyone shouted at each other to run into the building quickly. Move it! The man was still stubborn, holding onto the fish he had caught, and then sprinted forward. Damn it! Right at that moment, a tsunami crashed down unexpectedly. The surrounding landscape was swallowed by the sea. Those who couldn't escape in time were swept away. He looked back down, suspecting something, and wondered, why was the haul so good all of a sudden? At the same time, he ordered the others, quickly, go salvage the bodies and cremate them. The voice was slowly drowned out by the rain. But the scaffolding has been smashed. The person next to him was heartbroken. What do we do now? The rain continued to pour everywhere. Li Cheng heard the pitter-patter of rain outside and muttered unhappily, "It just keeps raining like this." He let out a sigh. "I'm afraid the fields in the surrounding towns will end up flooded." Li Cheng asked, "How are the Z-flower fields doing?" Hate replied, "The Z-flower crops are very resilient. The rainwater doesn't affect them much, but if it keeps raining like this, I'm afraid the yield will still be impacted." While they were talking, Jiang Xiaoyong's expression shifted abruptly. Seeing this, he asked worriedly, Jiang Xiaoyong, what's wrong?" He signaled for everyone to be quiet, then pressed his ear against the ground to listen intently. Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly discovered something and looked shocked. He immediately said, "Get the residents from the surrounding towns into the fortress. Now, everyone, move." Jiang Xiaoyong and the others quickly coordinated to get the residents inside. "Move. You don't need to bring your belongings. Hurry up, step on it." Zhongqi wondered. Jiang Xiaoyong, what happened? Is there still an enemy that we can't handle? Before he could answer, Meng Shanshan's voice echoed down. Jiang Xiaoyong, it's a flood. He frowned. A flood? Tujia and Zhong Qi immediately jumped to higher ground to take shelter. Li Cheng stood above, observing, and froze. He judged the direction of the flood. "It's coming from the sea," Li Cheng said. "It's already over 1 meter high where we are. Who knows what it's like when it hits City H?" Zhongqi frowned. "The outer wall. It won't hold up, will it?" Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Jiang Xiaoyong's entire body, stunning everyone. Leader Jiang Xiaoyong. Veins began to bulge on his face. The rain continued to pour, and a series of vines, controlled by Jiang Xiaoyong, shot forward. They combined to form a perfect defensive wall. The water level moved along with them rapidly. The sound of the water colliding with the vine wall rang out. Someone said happily, "That's great, it's working." The force of the water has been nullified. The heavy raindrops continued to fall. The surrounding scene was both tragic and chaotic. The girl said, "If it weren't for Leader Jiang Xiaoyong, we would have died in this flood today." The person next to her agreed immediately. "That's right." A worried voice rang out. "With a flood this size, the fields will definitely be destroyed. What will we do for food later?" He replied. "Why are you worried? Leader Jiang Xiaoyong will definitely have a way." He stood there, deep in thought. What is this flood, anyway? Suddenly, the system notified him. Mission progress. Mission. The 10th calamity is in progress. Task progress. Super devouring viral body. Protozoan mutation simulation. Calamity 8. Fold. Unknown. Reward points. 800. Everything started to become more chaotic than ever. "Hello? Go ahead. I understand." The voices of the people kept ringing out. "Hurry! Call all the patrols. The flood is coming." "What flood? Then what about the Z-flower fields?" "No need to worry. It can adapt on its own." The floodwaters continued to advance, flowing even more violently. Right at that moment, the rice plants suddenly sprouted. People's murmurs continued. "The flood is here. Be careful. That's terrifying." The power of the flood has been partially absorbed by that flesh sea. After talking for a while, Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "All right, I understand." Seeing him just hang up, Li Cheng immediately asked, "How is it?" Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "The outer wall of the West Wind Factory has some damage." He added, "The insect nest in City B facing the coast suffered heavier damage." Jiang Xiaoyong said, "However, this isn't a major issue. As long as the brood queen is still alive, the colony size will quickly recover." He lowered his voice. "I hope the flood recedes soon so we can quickly resume production." Te spoke up. "I've checked. The flood water is salt water. The soil has been soaked like this. I'm afraid it will take 1 or 2 years to recover, but hopefully, the yield at the Z-flower fields won't drop too much." He reassured them, "Don't worry. Our food reserves are enough to feed everyone for 2 or 3 years. Furthermore, within 6 months, the vast area of land in City S will be able to stabilize food production. Demons show up. We're all going to die." He frowned. "What do we do?" The person beside him replied quickly, "If we want to live, there's only one way. Take the risk." He hesitated. "What if I run into a water ghoul? Then you have to pull me up." No sooner had he finished speaking than he acted decisively. He dove straight into the rushing water. He kept his eyes wide open, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, several dark shadows appeared right in front of him. As they drew closer, their faces became clear, a swarm of water ghouls, charging forward with murderous intent. Sensing the situation turning dire, his face went deathly pale. He started struggling, desperately trying to swim back to the surface. He quickly breached the water's surface. Seeing this, his companion asked, "How is it?" He gasped. "Pull me up. Hurry, pull me up." His companion immediately shouted to the others, "Hurry, pull him up." But before they could even move, the water ghouls swarmed him, dragging him back down. On the surface, his companion and the others struggled to haul him up. "Damn it, pull. Am I the only one actually trying here? It's too heavy. These ghouls have too much strength." It looked like he had been completely submerged, his consciousness fading. Soon, blood began to cloud the water. The other survivors collapsed in shock. "We got him." The man looked at the rope and muttered, "It's over, he's dead for sure." Suddenly, a guy screamed, "Look, over there!" A pool of deep crimson blood appeared before them. He was so terrified he started crying. "I don't want to drown. I don't want to get my guts ripped out." The person next to him yelled, "Look down there, the water is full of ghouls." He sat down in defeat. "It's over for them, we can't save anyone anymore." Suddenly, someone noticed something unusual and alerted the group. "Everyone, look at the sky. There's something flying up there." He wondered, "Are those insects?" Another replied, "Even from this far away, you can tell those bugs are massive." Suddenly, a voice rang out, filled with terror. "We've got water ghouls and sea demons below, and giant monsters in the sky. Are they trying to wipe us out? The sea demons are here." They screamed, "Hey, be careful. The sea demons are coming." Huang Nuan saw the situation and shouted, "The sea demons are here." He added, "Hurry, grab your weapons and get ready to fight." Suddenly, he noticed their movements. They were crawling through the windows. Huang Nuan desperately ordered everyone, "Quick, guard the hallway." Meanwhile, the others were still anxious, wondering if they would even survive. The person next to him fell into a heavy silence. "No way. They're definitely dead." Everyone kept running forward. "Move faster, get a move on." Their desperate, urgent voices echoed everywhere. "Hurry, we're running out of time." Right at that moment, a sea demon appeared in the hallway. One survivor ran desperately toward the door. He reached out to grab it, but a monster's face suddenly appeared right before his eyes. Without a second thought, he slammed the door shut. He stood there, panting. That was way too close. At the same time, the others finally caught up. Just when everyone thought they were safe, the sea demon used a weapon to pierce through the door. It attacked without mercy, and in an instant, the man was drenched in red. Hearing the commotion, Huang Nuan realized they were ramming the door. Just then, another person appeared, pushing a large table. "Move out of the way." He aimed for the door and shoved the table against it. "Hurry, help me block it." Suddenly, they all lost their footing and tumbled backward. "My hands are numb. That strength is insane." The screeching of the sea demon echoed everywhere. Everyone was forced to cover their ears. In that very moment, the door burst open. With no other options, they had to run. Huang Nguyen shouted, "A metal door won't hold them back." The others were stunned. "Then what do we do?" "Jump into the water," he suggested. One man vehemently disagreed. "Are you crazy? There are water ghouls down there," he retorted. "We're going to die either way. Just take the risk." A trembling voice spoke up. "No, I don't want to be dragged down by those ghouls." He looked at him coldly. "Fine, then stay here and wait to get your guts ripped out. I'm taking my chances." After a moment of panicked deliberation, he decided to risk it too. "Screw it. Whether I live or die now is up to fate." Both of them dove into the water without hesitation. Down below, the water ghouls were waiting. Seeing them, the two started swimming back up. Huang Nguyen took the initiative and attacked them. Go to hell. After that, he just kept swimming up, leaving his comrade behind. In just a heartbeat, Huang Nguyen broke the surface. He smirked. "Bunch of idiots. If you're good enough, come and catch me. I'm a pro swimmer, after all." With that, Huang Nguyen swam forward at full speed. At the same time, the sea demons were hovering above, watching his every move. They didn't hesitate for a second and dove straight down. The person opposite him cried out anxiously, "Hurry! They're chasing you!" The sea demons dived like arrows toward him. He watched the scene unfold and muttered, "I'm doomed. It's all for nothing." Huang Nguyen turned his head and shouted, "I'm on the swim team. I'm not going to drown down there." Just as he finished speaking, The sea demons arrived to attack. No! Right at that moment, a giant insect suddenly appeared, leaving everyone in shock. What the hell is going on? It dove straight down without hesitation. The giant insect started rummaging around them. They couldn't hide their amazement. Isn't that the bug from the sky earlier? It was engaging in a brutal fight with the sea demons. The giant insect stood its ground against the swarm, its razor-sharp weapons quickly piercing through their defenses. Meanwhile, on Xiaoyong's side, he was still in a state of deep concern. Seeing the cold look in his eyes, he asked, "What's going on? What's the situation?" He replied quickly, "Sure enough, there's another order." They immediately set off. So I frowned and asked, "Why aren't we going by flying insect?" "Riding a flying insect is so much cooler," Xiaoyong explained. "The insect tribe still has its hunting instincts. If we go by flying insect, we're way too close. What if the flying insects attack? Your uncle's orders might not be able to stop them in time." He sighed. "What's there to be afraid of? They won't hurt you." He smiled and ruffled So-I's hair. "Are you afraid I'll let my insects hurt you?" While they were joking around, a voice suddenly rang out. "We're surrounded." Everyone continued to fight to the bitter end. "Damn it, taste this." The water ghouls lunged and grabbed Xiaoyu's arm. Her father saw it and screamed, "Pull her back. Quickly, pull the child back." He watched as Xiaoyu disappeared from his sight and yelled, "Xiaoyu." She was dragged down under the water by the water ghouls. Xiaoyu's father couldn't help but make a move to save her. "Xiaoyu." The person next to him immediately stopped him. "Calm down," he retorted. "My daughter fell into the water. How can you tell me to calm down?" The other replied, "If you go down there, you'll die too." Xiaoyu's father shouted, "Let me go. Even if I die, I have to die with my daughter." Just at that moment, a girl noticed some sound approaching. "What's that noise?" As she turned her head to look, she immediately realized it was other survivors. They immediately shouted, "Hey, save us." Hearing that, So-I was stunned. "Someone is crying for help." Xiaoyong signaled, "Go over there and take a look." Meng Shanshan wondered, "What the hell are those things?" He replied, "Probably the calamity from H-City." Through the vision of the flying insects, "I've seen this before. Besides underwater zombies, there is a type of monster that is even harder to handle." Xiaoyong stood up and said, "No matter what, deal with this bunch first." He agreed. "Yes, Brother Xiaoyong," Lak Mian said joyfully. "They have guns in their hands. Great, we're saved." They didn't hesitate and attacked directly. The bullets immediately pierced through the bodies of the water ghouls. Xiaoyu's father suddenly bowed his head, begging, "Please save my daughter. My daughter was dragged into the river by a water demon." Xiaoyong heard this and immediately glanced over at him. Xiaoyu's consciousness seemed to have completely faded away. Seeing him take off his coat, the other man quickly shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? You can't go into the river." Lakmin was stunned and said, "Damn, is this his first time seeing a water demon?" He turned and said, "I know you're anxious to save your daughter, but you have to be rational. You're going to get that kid killed." Xiaoyu's father stammered, "I didn't know he would dare to jump down." As soon as Xiaoyong went under, he immediately came face to face with the water ghouls. They surrounded him without leaving a single gap. Xiaoyong used a sharp gaze to warn the water ghouls. Then, he locked onto his targets and attacked immediately. They were all quickly taken down in a flash. Lak Mian saw the surface of the water suddenly rippling with waves and couldn't help but feel bewildered. "What's happening?" he wondered. "What's going on under the water?" Just as Lak Mian finished speaking, Xiaoyu appeared. Her father instantly recognized her and rushed to catch her. 2 lines of tears streamed down his face. "Xiaoyu. My Xiaoyu." At the same time, Xiaoyong appeared right behind them. With complete amazement, she asked, "After being surrounded by the sea ghouls, you saved Sue and even managed to retreat safely? How on earth did you do that?" She continued. "No, safely isn't even the word for it." Unable to keep his composure, he blurted out, "The sea ghouls have been wiped out." Dung then urged, "Stop staring. Hurry up and save the little girl. If we keep going like this, she's going to suffer brain damage." Vun suddenly realized. "Quick, give her CPR." A moment later, Sue began to cough violently, gasping for breath while still in her dazed state. Sue's father teared up with emotion. "Sue, oh thank goodness." He immediately bowed his head. "My benefactor, you saved my daughter. I have nothing to repay you with." Mian hesitated before asking, "Who are you guys?" Dun replied, "We came from the city. The flooding reached all the way to our side, so I came to check on the situation." Dien chuckled. "Benefactor, your swimming skills are incredible. This is the first time I've ever seen someone kill a sea ghoul underwater." Vun added, We have one more slightly unreasonable request. Would it be possible to use your rescue boat to tow our boat? She added. The sea ghouls are here. It won't be long before the Sea Kings arrive. If we have to face the Sea Kings, we're definitely goners. Upon hearing this, Doong narrowed his eyes. Sea Kings? You mean that bunch, right? Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed some movement. Doong asked, Is the Sea King? You're talking about that group over there? They were moving along with the current. Mien swallowed hard. Yes, that's them. Sue's father warned. Watch out, the Sea Kings are here. At that moment, the Sea Kings kept swarming in. He shouted, Hurry, get to your speedboats. If you don't leave now, you won't make it. Dien added, There are too many of us. One speedboat isn't enough. Vun begged, No, don't leave me behind. I don't want to get my liver ripped out. Doong replied calmly, What are you worried about? Just counterattack and be done with it. Mien warned, They are aquatic creatures. They're much more agile than sea ghouls. You can't beat them underwater. As soon as she finished speaking, the Sea Kings lunged forward. Doong calmly faced the incoming threat. The Sea King seemed to sense the power of its opponent and hesitated for a split second. Doong glared at it with sharp, piercing eyes. He reached out and grabbed the Sea King by the throat. In an instant, he had choked the life out of it. Doong coldly tossed the Sea King aside. Diane witnessed the scene and froze in shock. What is this? What just happened? What's going on? Vun stammered. He broke the Sea King's neck with his bare hands. On the other side, another Sea King attacked Soai. Holy crap, he shouted. Doong, the speed of these things is faster than those cannibals in the western suburbs. Doong replied, Well, they are aquatic creatures, so naturally, their speed is. Before Doong could finish, Mien screamed, Watch out. Soai watched in horror as he saw Doong dragged underwater. Doong, he's damn it. What was I expecting anyway? I told you. Defeating Sea Kings underwater is impossible. Vun whispered. Are we still going to die? Dien said. Just start the boat. If we're lucky, someone might survive. Now, we're all done for. At that moment, Doong seemed to be completely surrounded by the Sea Kings. They raised their weapons and charged at him. Just as the tip of a spear touched him, the Sea King suddenly stopped. Its face was filled with pure terror. Suddenly, a series of vines began to erupt from Doong's entire body. They moved like serpents, coiling around the Sea King's body. The veins on his face bulged. You know, when it comes to dealing with fish, do you know the most ruthless way to do it? Doong thought to himself before activating his technique, high-voltage biological discharge. In the blink of an eye, after the enemies were completely wiped out, an eerie silence suddenly fell, leaving Lac Mien wondering why there wasn't a single sound left. He suddenly noticed something and shouted, Over there! As he looked closer, Lac Mien couldn't help but be shocked it wasn't a fellow survivor, but a sea demon. Everyone began scanning their surroundings. There were more sea demons on the other side. Soai giggled. Don't worry, as long as you're with us. You definitely won't die. Right at that moment, their raft was suddenly lifted up, leaving everyone in a panic. What the hell is that? Xiao Dui calmly walked forward, and as soon as he stepped onto the raft, he immediately retracted the vines. A frantic Lac Mien asked, What on earth are you? Are you even human? Xiao Dui stepped up and set a condition. If you want to survive, come with me. When asked where, he replied, The inner city of City H. Xiao Dui's father spoke up. We worked so hard just to escape the inner city, to get to the mainland, Xiao Dui said calmly. Trust me, in your current state, you definitely won't survive on the mainland. Lac Mien furrowed his brows, confused. What do you mean? Meng Shanshan followed up. Mutated zombies, cannibalistic tribes, man-eating plants, the monsters in the mainland are far harder to deal with than these sea demons. Their faces turned deathly pale upon hearing that. He made a deal. All right, follow us, and I'll guarantee everyone's safety quite easily. Everyone was skeptical. Easily? You've got to be kidding. At the same time, not far from them, Long Jiang was observing from above, boiling with rage. Before concluding, It seems they have no intention of leaving. Suddenly someone said, It's fine. This building is tall, and the corridors are long. If those things leave the water for too long, their strength drops significantly. They can't attack us. But, he countered, we're trapped here and can't leave. Another person agreed. That's right. We can't fish or scavenge for supplies. Sooner or later, we'll be stuck here until we die. Suddenly spotting something, Long Xiong shouted, Look over there, survivors. Xiao Dui's group was arriving at that very moment. Xiao Dui looked up at the building ahead and muttered, We're here. At the same time, Long Xiong yelled, Hey, don't come here. Don't come any closer. There are sea demons here. Go find a high rise to hide in. Hearing that, Xiao Dui frowned. Find a high-rise to hide in? Lac Mian explained even though those guys are powerful in the water, their abilities drop significantly once they leave it for too long. He added, so for us, the higher up, the safer. Xiao Dui wondered aloud. So, forcing them out of the water makes them much easier to handle, right? Lac Mian was confused. Force them out of the water? How could anyone do that? Up above, Longxiong was bewildered. Are they deaf? We're screaming our lungs out and they can't hear us? That's impossible. At this distance they should be able to hear us. Suddenly, the person behind him screamed, oh no, look! He froze in place. The sea demons were charging at them. Xiao Dui gave the order down. Stay here, don't move any further forward to avoid friendly fire. Soi looked at him with a confused expression. Big brother Xiao Dui, what are you trying to do? He stepped to the edge of the boat and lowered his voice. Just a little something. Xiao Dui's gaze suddenly turned cold and ruthless. Unethical. Maybe. Having said that, he leapt forward without hesitation. Xiao Dui's face was stone cold as he moved with the wind toward the sea demons. As soon as he reached them, Xiao Dui immediately deployed his vine branches. They spread across the water's surface, probing and searching until the demons' faces began to emerge. Seeing the plan succeed, he smiled. High voltage. Xiao Dui immediately unleashed another power, bioelectricity. The sea demons' bodies were paralyzed. Suddenly, a roar echoed everywhere, and other sea demons began climbing up. He gently stomped on the water, lifting himself out of the water. Xiao Dui looked down and muttered, you are nothing but fish meat now. Longxiong was shocked. Look over there. Insects. It's those insects again. In an instant, the insect swarm covered the entire area, leaving him stunned. There's so many, even more than last time. The sea demons were still stubbornly brandishing their weapons, ready to fight. He looked at them and said, time to eat. Upon his command, the insects swarmed forward. They surrounded the sea demons and began devouring them piece by piece. Longxiong watched the scene unfold, terrified. That guy, he's definitely on our side, right? Once everything was settled, Xiao Dui's group headed for the shore. Right then, he suddenly appeared before Longxiong's group. The old man and his people were immediately on guard. Xiao Dui said calmly, don't worry, I'm not a monster. Longxiong furrowed his brow. Then what about those insects in the sky? Hearing that, Xiao Dui glanced up and signaled for the swarm to retreat. Xiao Dui spoke up. All right, now who's going to tell me what the hell happened here? The memories came flooding back. A massive tsunami had shattered their peaceful lives. Longxiong recounted how countless people on the streets and in the lower floors had perished in an instant. He added, in the early stages after the disaster, we struggled and waited for rescue, but it never came. Besides, almost as soon as the disaster struck, all communication was cut off. Longxiong continued. At that time, the lack of food was our biggest threat. Some people couldn't bear to just sit and wait for death. So they chose to build simple wooden rafts to reach the mainland for refuge. The truth proved that wasn't the right choice. He continued. They ran into water ghosts and sea demons and died a miserable death. Eventually, we realized we were trapped on an island made of buildings. Xiao Dui wondered, water ghosts and sea demons must be related, right? Longxiong replied, sharp. That's exactly right. Water ghosts are created by the sea demons. He explained, I don't know what methods they use, but they can turn the dead into soulless husks that can survive underwater for long periods. They are created for one purpose only, to drag as many living people as possible down to their deaths. Longxiong lowered his voice. The most terrifying thing is worse than being dragged down by a water ghost. It's being caught by a sea demon. They'll gut you alive, tear out your heart and organs, and then turn you into a water ghost. Hearing this, Xiao Dui smirked. Their eating habits are perfectly in line with wild animal instincts. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Benefactor, since you're so powerful, Dung heard this and gave a slight smirk. This eating habit fits their wild animal instincts perfectly. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Benefactor, you are so strong. If we could destroy the sea monster farm, little Dung heard what the other person said and frowned. Sea monster farm? He frowned and spoke up. Do sea monsters have basic coordination? They focus on attacking the weak. If there are only a few fishermen, they kill them immediately to take their livers. Amidst the circle, someone asked, what if there are many people? They capture some of them and take them to a so-called sea monster breeding farm. What? He replied. That's right. These sea monster farms are usually located on islands not far from the coast. They were then taken to an island, where human body parts were impaled on sharp, rotten wooden stakes. The sea monster's goal was to be able to harvest fresh livers at any time. These people were kept alive but were tied up and locked away. From behind the thick bushes, a young man was watching the detention area. As soon as he saw him, the man immediately called out, "And Bin." He then ran over, using a sharp-edged stone piece to cut the ropes. And Bin then said, "Use this to start the fishing boat for everyone. We're getting out of here." The man asked doubtfully, "Will it really work?" He reminded him, "Didn't someone manage to escape successfully before?" "It definitely will. It has to work." And Bin took the lead, turning back to remind everyone, "Keep your voices down. Don't get caught." Their footsteps left prints in the sand, and Bin silently boarded the boat, but then a sound erupted. Blood flowed endlessly from his mouth, and Bin had been pierced through the chest. A vicious sea monster had done this. He cried out in despair. "No!" Back at the detention site, the others were being untied. The man complained, "Damn it, this sharp head is meant for cutting seams, it doesn't seem sharp enough." The woman looked out to sea and screamed in horror. "No!" He hurriedly warned her. "Stop screaming. What are you shouting for?" He looked toward the sea, his expression turning pale with fear. The sea monster approached, throwing Anbin's body hard. The sea monsters roared and rushed toward the humans. The people who had just been untied immediately fled. The vicious sea monsters raised their sharp weapons, coldly massacring them, stabbing straight into the man's chest. A sound of painful screaming echoed. In just a moment, panicked cries rang out. So many people had been killed. Tu Jingko screamed, "They're all dead." Han Hai continued in horror, looking at those who had been untied. No one escaped. They were all killed. The sea monsters then harvested the livers of the dead and carried them away. The people who had just been killed suddenly moved, lifting their heads. They stood up eerily like zombies. Then, they followed each other toward the sea. They all dove into the water, sinking deep to the ocean floor. Tu Jingko stammered, "Is this how water monsters are born?" "This is the first time I've seen this." Han Hai's voice trembled. "Are those sea monsters trying to scare us?" On this side, Little Doong received a message saying the mission had made progress. He smiled and said, "As expected, a new disaster has been triggered." Little Doong looked at the system screen, rubbing his chin and thought, "The sea monster progenitor must refer to this sea monster, right?" He turned to ask, "But then again, how do you know the details so clearly? Could it be that you've seen it with your own eyes?" Long Xing pointed to himself, asserting, "Not only have I seen it, I am the one who escaped from the sea monster farm." The sea monsters have a learning ability. To capture humans in large numbers, they have learned how to steer ships. Long Xing recalled that moment and recounted, "I stole a high-speed canoe, taking advantage of the stormy weather to escape." Little Doong asked, "So you know the location?" He replied, "Roughly, yes." He asked, more specifically, "Do you dare to go back there with me to save those people?" Long Xing clenched his fists decisively. "If it were before, I definitely wouldn't dare. But now that I have you as my benefactor here, there is hope." He was very sure of his decision. "I will not turn back, even if it means death." Little Doong replied, "We'll set off in 2 days." Long Xing wondered, "Do we really have to wait 2 days?" He jumped up and replied, "I need to rebuild your gathering place first, and while I'm at it, I'll arrange some bodyguards for you." Below the water, sea monster carcasses were floating. Seeing him turn around, Long Xing couldn't help but be confused. "Bodyguards?" He looked at Little Doong, full of questions. "What are you trying to do?" He didn't answer Long Xing, but directly dropped the seeds downward. They fell instantly right next to the sea monsters, then bloomed into a type of energy-absorbing vine throughout the sea monsters' bodies. At this moment, rows of vines gradually grew out. They just floated there in the water. The sea monsters seemed to have been completely tamed. Seeing this, he asked, "What is that stuff you threw down?" Just at that moment, without them knowing when, they immediately heard the sound of construction being broadcasted. Everyone was instantly amazed. There were also large numbers of insects, and leading them at this very moment were the nematodes. Everything began to fall into its original track. Early the next day, the sun appeared. Long Xing was awakened by the sunlight. He gently rubbed his eyes and looked outside, and then Long Xing jumped up in shock. "What is this?" He looked at the scene before him, unable to help but wonder, "Where is this?" Even Little Doo's father couldn't hide his surprise. In just one night, has the world been turned upside down like this? Soi also spoke up. "Oh my God, Doong. Even if it's you, this is too unreasonable. How did you do it?" He replied, "The burrowing insects and the locusts are all very good at reshaping the terrain." Little Doong smiled and looked outside. "Besides, I also did some boulder experiments. Let's go see how the progress is," he asked curiously. "What progress?" A while later, Little Doong led everyone to the site. After all, the burrowing insects travel underground and fly in the sky, but their combat strength underwater is still a bit weak, he continued. I let these nematodes transform into mother insects, Little Dung explained further, used to nurture the insect progeny that are perfectly adapted to aquatic habits. The scene in front of them right now left everyone completely amazed. He said, maybe a day or two. If we keep going, we can create a high-efficiency form. Meng Shanshan hesitated and said, why do I feel like we're drifting further and further away from the main characters? 2 days later, silence filled the air until a voice broke it. Peek out and see if that bunch has left yet. He looked out quietly. Looks like they're gone. Immediately, everyone scrambled up. Quick, keep climbing. They struggled forward with all their might. We're almost there, a person next to him said. But that island doesn't look like something humans could build. Could it be a sea demon's lair? He replied. If it were a sea demon's lair, they would have sniffed us out long ago. Regardless, it can't be worse than being caught by a sea demon. Suddenly, someone noticed something and cried out. Look over there! Sounds of terror rang out repeatedly. It's a sea demon! They haven't left. Panic began to set in. Damn it, are they just toying with us? Row faster. Seeing the creature closing in, he couldn't help but feel anxious. We're done for. The sea demon leaped without a second thought. Just then, the insects suddenly appeared. They lunged straight at the sea demon to attack. The sea surface went silent immediately. He couldn't believe his eyes, and trembling, he asked, what is that? He suddenly spotted something else and shouted, look over there. The insects were still locked in a fierce duel with the sea demon. They showed no mercy, attacking relentlessly. The sea demon, sensing something amiss, turned its head to look. What greeted its eyes was a swarm of insects rushing forward. The sea demon seemed frozen in shock as they dove toward it like a storm. Sensing the situation turning bad, it tried to flee. Watching the long, dark shadow, they wondered, what's happening underwater? The swarm is chasing the sea demon. It continued to run for its life. Seeing that, he said joyfully, thank goodness. We're saved. Transung Lam said skeptically. Saved? We're just prey to the sea demons. He said, in despair, now we're prey to the insect swarm. No sooner had Transung Lam finished than the insects appeared all around them. He was confused. The swarm is driving us toward that island, so it wasn't a sea demon's lair, but an insect nest. Suddenly, the person next to him raised his voice. Look, what is that? He narrowed his eyes. Are those people? And there are sea demons too? Humans and sea demons standing together? What's going on? Not long after, they reached the shore. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately stepped up to greet them. Welcome. Don't be afraid. They're all under my control. Phi Lam stammered. Who are you? No, what are you? Jiang Xiaoyong replied calmly. I am the one who built this human settlement. He narrowed his eyes. A human settlement? Phi Lam scanned the area, then reached a conclusion. This doesn't look like a human settlement at all. Long A Xing spoke up to defend him, leaving him and Transung Lam bewildered. There are still plenty of people here, Lac Mian chimed in. These insects might look fierce, but leader Jiang Xiaoyong keeps them from attacking us. She continued. The sea demons with vines, growing on them, and those water ghouls are the same. Long A Xing added, follow us, there's plenty of housing. From now on, we're all teammates. It's spacious, and the settlement leader Jiang Xiaoyong established is still expanding. Phi Lam was skeptical. Spacious housing? After a while, Jiang Xiaoyong spoke up. It's time. The others looked at him curiously. Are we going to the sea demon farm? Jiang Xiaoyong replied quickly. I don't think we need to wait any longer. From the previous fight, we can see that 2 sea insects are more than enough to handle 1 sea demon. So I said excitedly, let's go. Jiang Xiaoyong told the others. You don't need to go. Just Chu and Trong Sung will do. He looked disappointed and asked, why? Don't you trust our skills? Jiang Xiaoyong said, you guys aren't weak, but that's on land. If we're on the water, you should be more careful. Li Jiang followed up. Jiang Xiaoyong is right. What if we fall into the water? We'd be at a disadvantage. And then Jiang Xiaoyong would have to split his focus to look after us. So I hung his head. All right then. Not long after, the 2 of them were drifting on the water. Trong Sung added, I really didn't expect, he smiled helplessly, that we'd head out to sea like this. Just then, Trong Sung suddenly noticed a strange noise. He quickly realized what it was and turned to look. Trong Sung used his binoculars and reported, Leader Jiang Xiaoyong, there's a sea demon over there. Hearing that, he calmly continued to observe. Jiang Xiaoyong began to control the insects under the water. They quickly made contact with the sea demon. Then, waves began to rise, creating a deep, swirling vortex in the water. Soon, the water went quiet again. The sea demon lost consciousness and drifted aimlessly on the surface. After finishing the job, the insects returned. Trong Sung witnessed the scene and couldn't help but be amazed. Was that a one-hit kill? He chuckled. We are seriously too strong. Meanwhile, in a desolate place, on the sea demon's territory, the captured humans sat obediently in one spot. Han Hai suddenly screamed, startling the person next to him. What's wrong? Tu Jingko looked around and saw a sea demon approaching. They're going to start the slaughter again. Tears streamed down his face. No, please don't pick me. At the same time, Trong Sung used his binoculars to observe. Found them. That little island right there is the sea demon farm, he said urgently. Leader Jiang Xiaoyong, we just happened to catch them slaughtering humans. You need to act now. Jiang Xiaoyong instructed. Hold on tight. Trong Sung immediately replied. Got it. Hearing that, he headed toward the edge of the boat, then flew straight toward the sea demon's farm. Tu Jingko's voice grew faint. Please. No. Just then, the sea demon felt something wasn't right and turned around. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyong appeared right beside it, and without a second thought, he struck back hard. He was in a state of terror, completely confused. Tu Jingko looked at the sea demon in front of him, momentarily speechless. He glanced sideways at Jiang Xiaoyong. Tu Jingko was shaking like a leaf. What the heck is this? The tide of battle was turned in an instant. He couldn't believe it and scrambled to sit up. That's Trong Sung. On his side, he was extremely excited. So cool. That's right. Beat them to death. At that moment, another sea demon charged, hurling its spear directly at Jiang Xiaoyong. He seemed to have every move of the sea demon in the palm of his hand, catching it and immediately counterattacking without hesitation. Jiang Xiaoyong acted decisively. The other sea demons saw this and immediately fled. Trong Sung realized too late. Oh no, they're running back toward me. He boasted loudly. Come on, come on. With leader Jiang Xiaoyong here, I don't believe you guys can hurt me. A swarm of sea demons charged, and the insects appeared at the exact same moment. Suddenly, a voice called out from beneath the sea. There's something else down there. They're slaughtering each other. Almost immediately, the surrounding area abruptly fell silent. Everyone stared at the scene before them, completely bewildered. All the sea monsters, they've all been killed? Han Shi asked, unable to believe her eyes. What exactly are you? Why do you look so much like a human? Trong Sung replied. Don't worry. He's the leader, Jiang Xiaoyong, here to save you guys. He frowned. Save us? You raised an eyebrow and said, if not, why do you think I went through the trouble of slaughtering this horde of sea monsters? Trong Sung moved behind them to untie the knots. Hold on, let me loosen this so it's easier to cut the rope. Han Shi suddenly remembered something. Wait, I recognize you. You're the one who successfully stole the boat and escaped during the storm. He looked a bit surprised and asked back, were you and I captured at the same time? He replied, that's right. Although, most of the people captured back then are already dead. Jiang Xiaoyong looked into the distance. This sea monster camp, I doubt this is the only one, is it? Han Si spoke up, definitely not just this one. Furthermore, sea monsters don't naturally live in these parts. They just station a few thugs here to keep watch in shifts. You fell into deep thought. In this vast, endless ocean, trying to hunt them all down seemed like a difficult task. Tu Jingko was startled. Hunt them all down? Are you talking about the sea monsters? Jiang Xiaoyong said. Everyone, follow me back first. We'll figure out a plan later. If that doesn't work, we'll just have to use the most brute force method. Your gaze grew sharper. The tactical swarm strategy would scour this entire sea area. Soon after, their boat returned. Soi watched through binoculars and announced, It's Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong. Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong is back. He excitedly ran toward the boat. Soi added, You were back in less than a day. That's so fast, Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong. You began to introduce, These people are all survivors from the sea monster camp. Take them and get them settled. You replied, Leave it to me. Everyone, follow me. Jiang Xiaoyong stepped forward and said, Meng Shanshan, Li Zheng, you two have had a rough journey. Please ask Elder Ha and Chu Hio Bin to come here. I have something I need to discuss with them. She replied, Understood. He added, No problem. A short while later, the two of them were still drifting on the water when suddenly, their boat bumped into a strange object underneath. Meng Shanshan heard the sound and said, This isn't good. The water is too shallow to steer the boat. Li Zheng replied, Many days have passed. It's time for the tide to recede. Luckily, we're almost there. Just then, a Xingxiang Kai caught sight of them. He immediately raised his voice. Hurry and open the door. Meng Shanshan and big brother Li Zheng are back. As she stepped inside, she asked, Where is Elder Ha? Over at Jiang Xiaoyong's place. There's something he needs to consult Elder Ha about. A Xingxiang Kai explained. Yesterday, There was an incident at the Flesh Sea, and Elder Ha went over there to assist. Meng Shanshan was shocked. An incident? What happened? He replied. I'm not entirely sure on the specifics. I think I heard someone fell ill and probably isn't going to make it. Li Zheng stepped forward and said, That works out well. We were going there to find Chu Hyo Bin anyway. Let's head over there and take a look. Elsewhere, Ha Te let out a soft sigh. There's no mistaking it. It's acute pancreatitis. Even with top-tier medical facilities, the mortality rate is still very high. Given the current situation, he looked at Hyo Bin and concluded, she's definitely going to die. An Fong, who was standing outside, remained silent. All his thoughts were clearly etched onto his face. Yang Bin spoke up. Then hurry and find Leader Jiang Xiaoyong. Leader Jiang Xiaoyong will definitely have a way, Ha Te said. There's no time. She's already in shock. She won't last another half a day. Just then, An Fong unexpectedly spoke up. No, there is still one way. He spoke gently. Let the girl be infected with simulated flesh. Ha Te asked skeptically. In her current condition, if you want to help her survive, you'd need to replace her entire pancreas with simulated flesh. Can you control it with that much precision? An Fong lowered his voice. I can't. I can only do it through wide-area infection to ensure it covers the pancreas. He frowned. In that case, she won't be human anymore. Even if it were Jiang Xiaoyong, he couldn't save her. An Fong firmly made his choice. Either way, it's better than just letting her die, Ha Te said helplessly. She's your daughter. You decide. An Fong expressed his perspective. My brain is already far too different from a human's. Whether this choice aligns with humanity, I can't say for sure. He hadn't finished before Ha Te was startled by Yang Bin's actions. Yang Bin, what are you doing? He resolutely opened the door. Old Chu, go ahead. Just do as he says. Zhang Qiufeng intervened. They haven't even decided yet, and you're already making the choice for them? Yang Bin shouted. You bookworms are truly bizarre. Ideally, it's better to live a questionable life than to just die. Save the person first. If we regret it, at worst, we just won't be alive anymore. Hearing him say this, Ha Te felt a bit of empathy, and said, That actually makes sense. An Fong walked toward Hyo Bin. He extended his hand. Slime-like tendrils with sharp teeth began to creep out as he said, Infecting her all at once with this simulated flesh, her reaction is likely going to be very violent. Hold her down, everyone replied. Got it. They held her down together. The slime slowly dripped down, crawling step by step into Hyo Bin's nose and ears. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. Veins bulged all over Hyo Bin's face, and she broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in agony. After that, her bloodshot eyes rolled back. A long moment later, Hyo Bin opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling. The space fell silent, but her body remained motionless. Everyone wondered, Hyo Bin? Did she not make it? Give her some time. Suddenly, her fingers twitched slightly. Then, Hyo Bin coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ha Te shouted, It's working. He said, Hurry, help her sit up. Don't let her choke on her own blood. Suddenly, An Fong stopped them. Wait! He extended his arm, covered in toothy slime, and it shot out at an incredible speed. Zhang Qiufeng asked, What's wrong? An Fong looked at his arm with the slime, burrowing into it, and replied, See for yourself. On Hyo Bin's body, several openings filled with teeth had appeared. He continued, The places you intended to touch her. Yang Bin hesitated. If we had actually helped her up, An Fong explained, her body has just been infected with simulated flesh on a wide scale. It hasn't fully adapted yet. If you two recklessly touched her, you would definitely be injured by her passive defense mechanism. You two don't want to join us and become one of us, do you? Upon hearing that, he waved his hand. No thanks. Zhang Qiufeng added, Thanks, old Chu. If that's the case, that really would be a hassle. Time passed for a while. Hyo Bin wearily woke up. She clutched her head and muttered, What happened to me? Ha Te asked, Do you feel any different than before? Hyo Bin looked at her hands and hesitated, saying, Grandpa, I'm suddenly feeling really strange. When the old man asked if she felt any distinct changes in her emotions or thinking, she cried out, I really need to, Feng explained. It doesn't happen that fast. Brain structure changes significant enough to alter your way of thinking take at least 1 or 2 weeks. Hui Bing asked, confused, Brain structure changes? What are you talking about, Dad? HT explained, You have a severe acute illness. If we didn't use this method, you would have died instantly. That's why. When we heard the old man, we let your father use the simulated meat to infect you. Her face showed a hint of shock. Hui Bing looked at her own body and stammered. Does that mean now I'm suddenly tentacles sprouted from Hui Bing's arm? leaving her stunned. Hui Bing clutched her arm and groaned, struggling. A moment later, they slowly crawled back inside. Feng warned, "You must quickly learn to adapt and control it." Hui Bing replied weakly, "Does that mean I'll slowly lose my humanity too?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Mr. Liu," grabbing everyone's attention. Xiang Kai led two people in and said, Meng Shanshan, Meng Shanshan. Meng Shanshan and Mr. Li Cheng had arrived. Meng Shanshan greeted, "Old Ha, Mr. Liu, team leader." Li Cheng added, "I heard you guys had some trouble. How is everything now?" After a while, HT concluded, "That's how it is. Now, Hui Bing is just like old Chu, a high-level simulated meat-infected human." Then, he asked, "By the way, how are things going in City H? Is it going well?" He replied, "Not very well. Team leader Xiao Yong sent us here to invite you and Xiao Bing over to assist." HT stood up and said, "In that case, it's perfect timing. Let's head out immediately. Maybe Xiao Yong will have a way to help Xiao Bing." The scene shifted outside to a car speeding away at full throttle. By the river, everyone calmly stepped onto the shore. The city was covered in tentacles. As they gathered, Xiao Yong asked, "Pancreatitis?" HT replied, "That's right, Unfortunately, she became a simulated meat-infected." Hui Bing said regretfully, "I never expected that after fighting zombies and man-eating bugs I would end up falling to pancreatitis." Xiaoyong reassured her, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." He raised his hand, vines shot out, and he said, "It's going to hurt a little. Try to bear with it." They immediately burrowed into Hui Bing's eyes, nose, and mouth. She screamed in pain. Seeing this, HT said, "I knew Xiaoyong would have a way, but this method looks terrifying." Afterward, the tentacles slowly retracted. Xiaoyong said, "All done." Hui Bing held her head, exhausted. He determined, "You're luckier than Chu Zhaofeng. Because you were infected recently, your brain structure information is almost completely intact." HT continued, "So, that means the girl is considered a perfect human fusion with the simulated meat?" Xiaoyong added, "More accurately, the simulated meat has been perfectly assimilated by the human." So I cheered. "That's so cool. Sounds pretty counterintuitive." He continued to analyze. "The only price to pay is an enormous amount of food. Unlike Chu Zhaofeng, you don't have a giant meat sea or a tree trunk to provide nutrients for you. Therefore, you can only maintain your energy levels through eating to replace what's consumed, due to the two species devouring each other." He turned to HT and said, "All right, Hui Bing's issue is resolved. Now, it's my turn to ask you two for advice." He told him to speak. Xiaoyong said in a deep voice, "There is a species like this right now, and I want to find their lair. Then, wipe them all out." He continued, "The thing is, the ocean is vast, and finding them is truly difficult." Hearing this, HT closed his eyes, deep in thought. Suddenly, Hui Bing spoke up. "I have a way." Xiaoyong said, "Let's hear it." "First," she asked, "does everyone know how beekeepers get rid of hornets?" An image of a bee appeared as Hui Bing's voice rang out. The natural predator of honeybees is the hornet. They're the biggest headache for beekeepers because they hunt the honeybees, causing production to plummet. She continued to explain the measure. The beekeeper's countermeasure is to tie a piece of eye-catching white paper to the hornet's back. Then, they let it go. Afterward, they follow the paper to find the hornet's nest and wipe them out all at once. Hearing this, Meng Shanshan asked, "You mean you want to mark the sea monsters?" Li Cheng assessed the situation. "Even if we mark them, trying to keep up with their underwater speed is too difficult." Hui Bing suggested a method. "But we can rely on GPS tracking devices." She imagined the device attached to a shark's body and continued, "There's a type of GPS device specially designed for tracking that can stick to the body of marine creatures." Xiaoyong asked, "Where can we find these devices?" HT clapped his hands. "The southwestern suburbs of the city. There's a marine ecology research institute there. Maybe they have some." Hearing this, he said with satisfaction, "I knew calling you two was the right move. So, let's get ready and set out." The boat started its journey, cutting through powerful waves. Suddenly, a terrifying foot stomped down hard on the shore. Sea monsters lay scattered about, the result of a recent battle. On the boat, Meng Shanshan said, "The water here is obviously much more concentrated." HT explained, "That's because this area is closer to the mainland." Suddenly, Li Cheng spoke up, "Look over there. There's something in the water." Floating on the surface was a human skeleton. They were panicked. "What is that? A human skeleton?" Just then, Xiaoyong reached out, shooting out tentacles. He pulled it up and said, "No, this isn't human bone." Hui Bing pointed to one side and yelled, Look over there. There's more on that side, too. Everywhere on the water, skeletons were floating. It's the same over there, all bones. Has this place already gone through a war? Xiaoyong warned. There might be something strange around here. Everyone be careful. HT noticed the front and shouted, "We're here." In front of them were massive buildings. He said, "That's the main building of the Marine Ecology Research Institute." Looking at the skeletons impaled on stakes, HT added, "The things hung outside the door are also those skeletons." Everyone slowly stepped inside. Xiaoyong said, "It seems a conflict with those monsters is unavoidable." Meng Shanshan said worriedly, "How about old Ha and Sister Hui Bing stay back?" Hearing this, he analyzed, "No. Since we don't know the enemy's strength and numbers, we must act together. That way, I can protect everyone." She agreed. "That's true." Xiaoyong said, "Here's the plan. I'll take the lead. Meng Shanshan, and Li Cheng cover the rear. Old Ha and Hui Bing, you two stay in the middle. If there's danger, hide behind us immediately." HT replied, "Understood." As everyone entered, he asked, "So, which floor do we need to go to find the GPS equipment?" HT answered, "That sign on the wall over there must be a building directory. Let's go take a look." Wading through the water, everyone moved deeper inside, whispering while shining their lights. "It's so dark in here." Suddenly, Xiaofeng seemed to notice something and glanced to one side. Seeing this, Meng Shanshan softly asked, "What is it, Xiaofeng?" He replied, "There's something out there." Xiaofeng turned around and shouted, "Watch out, behind us." Then he turned another way and yelled, "No, not just there. There's someone on the side, too." On the stairs, a guy with a gun lunged out. Gunshots rang out. Xiaofeng warned, "Look out." Then he summoned vines to shield Hui Bin. Because she was protected, the bullets didn't pierce deep into her chest. H.T. panicked and cried out, "Hu Bin," Xiaofeng muttered. "Using guns, huh?" Behind him, a mutant creature rushed in from somewhere. Li Zheng shouted, "There's an enemy in front." Turning back, Li Zheng also saw the mutant and warned, "There's one behind us too." Xiaofeng got into a stance and said coldly, asking for a death wish. Vines lunged toward Jiang Xiaoyong. They tied him up in an instant. On this side, Li Zheng was struggling to hold off the mutant. He sneered, "Not bad, you've got some power." Then Li Zheng pushed him far away. The mutant fell down, crying out in pain. Meng Shanshan reached out her hand and said, "Ha Lao, Sister Hui Bin, behind me." Suddenly, a vine grabbed Hui Bin. Lu Thien appeared out of nowhere and dragged her away. Ha Te chased after them, calling out. With Hui Bin controlled, she couldn't do anything but take the hit, while Meng Shanshan angrily yelled, "Damn it, they've caught Hu Bin." Behind her, Qian Kong was aiming his gun straight at her. Lu Thien screamed, "Let Jiang Xiaoyong go." Hearing that, Xiao Feng wondered, "It can talk?" At that moment, Hu Bin's body had a strange reaction. She startled and looked at the tentacles. Tendrils suddenly shot out from Hu Bin's arm, knocking her away as she shouted, "What the hell is that?" Lu Thien fell to the ground, her face twisted in pain. By now, the mutated slime had spread up to Hu Bin's face. She looked cold and terrifying. Jiang Xiaoyong, still tied up, shouted, "Lu Thien." Seeing that, Xiao Feng quickly launched his vines from both hands. Instantly, Lu Thien was tied up. A sharp tentacle shot toward her face, but it was blocked by an invisible force, which surprised Hu Bin a little. Jiang Xiaoyong screamed, "This monster is strong. Damn it, spare us." Xiao Feng said coldly, "Tell your people to stop. If not, I'll kill both of you right now." He was surprised and asked, "Can this monster talk?" Meng Shanshan said loudly, "Are you guys deaf? We've been talking to each other this whole time." Jiang Xiaoyong roared, "Stop for a second." Xiao Feng glanced back and asked in a low voice, "Chu Hui Bin, are you still able to control yourself?" Hu Bin's tentacles slowly retracted. She looked at her hands and stammered, What is this?" Xiao Feng spoke up. "Looks like you haven't fully adapted yet, but you haven't completely lost your consciousness either." Then he turned to warn the two of them, "I'm only giving you one chance. I'm letting you down now. Don't try to counterattack again." A moment later, they led Xiao Feng's group to a rooftop. He asked, "Tell me, what's the situation here? What are you people exactly?" Jiang Xiaoyong hurriedly explained, "We are humans, originally staff at the Research Institute. Giant tsunamis, sea demons, water ghosts. You've probably all experienced these reports." Xiao Feng questioned. "So, you guys were transformed by the sea demons?" He replied confusedly, "Transformed? That's one way to put it. The reason we turned into these monstrosities is because we ate the flesh and blood of the sea demons." Li Jiang heard this and couldn't believe it, blurting out, "Eating things you shouldn't? Can you actually put that in your mouth?" Jiang Xiaoyong recounted painfully, "What else could we do? Under the water, there were dangers everywhere and no food. At that time, we only had the carcasses of the sea demons we managed to ambush. Other than risking our lives to eat, there was no other way." He continued, "We can't eat people, right? So what kind of monsters did we become?" That sentence was like an arrow to Li Jiang's head. Xiao Feng continued asking, "The skeletons hanging on the main gate, those are sea demons, right?" Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "That's right." He questioned, "So that means you ate the meat of the sea demons and then mutated, gaining the power of the sea demons?" He answered, "Not entirely accurate. Our strength in the water is completely unafraid of water ghosts, but compared to the sea demons, there is still a gap." Jiang Xiaoyong looked into the distance and continued, "But outside the water, using heavy weapons to deal with sea demons is overkill. So, just stay here. The sea demons can't do anything to us." Qian Hong added, "Not entirely true. Recently, the scale of sea demons appearing here has been getting larger and larger." Another person added, "They keep coming in larger numbers. If not, what would we eat? We have to avenge our fallen comrades." Qian Kong added worriedly, "The problem now is the scale of the attacks. If they get any bigger, we won't be their match. I feel like they might have a certain level of social intelligence." Xiaofeng agreed. "You guessed right. They really do have social structure. I'm afraid before long, they'll send a larger scale of sea demons to wipe you out." He started to get flustered and asked, "I was just guessing. So, you guys, what's your situation?" He looked at Meng Shanshan and said, "Us? Our composition is pretty complicated." Suddenly, Luthien pointed downward and screamed, "Over there! Quickly! Look over there!" Looking at a group of creatures swimming toward them, she yelled, "It's the sea demons! They're coming again!" Xiaofeng exclaimed. This time the scale is so big again. Qian Kong picked up his gun and ordered, "Prepare to face the enemy." Jiang Xiaoyong pointed, "You guys, quickly come back into the main building with us. Now, we can only rely on our familiarity with the terrain in the dark." Xiaofeng gave his opinion. "No need to waste the effort. Down there, it's dark and narrow. It won't be easy for them to escape if we chase them," he said confidently. "Just wait for them to jump up and find their own deaths, that's all." Seeing Xiaofeng singing nonchalantly, Qian Kong angrily warned, "If you won't listen to advice, don't blame us for not warning you when you suffer for it later." After that, he told his teammates, "You guys fall back first. Follow our strategy and set up an ambush. I will use the guns to coordinate with them and try to thin them out. Hurry up, got it." Qian Kong cocked his gun and said, "Bring it on." Xiaofeng also calmly told everyone, "Take good care of yourselves." Hearing that, everyone got into fighting position. The water surface churned. As the sea demons leaped up, they held weapons in their hands and jumped high together. Seeing that, Qian Kong broke out in a sweat and stammered, "No way, right?" Right at that moment, Xiaofeng unleashed his skill. He reached out his hand, and his eyes flashed with a blue light. Jiang Xiaoyong thrusts his hand forward, launching a cluster of vines that streak ahead, impaling the sea demons one by one until they collapse. Beside him, Li Jiang also swings her fists, relentlessly attacking the horde. Meng Shanshan refuses to fall behind, taking down the monsters one by one, while Hyo Bin uses her tentacles to blast them away. Watching the scene unfold, Qian Kong stares in disbelief, wondering, what kind of monsters are these people exactly? Everyone is locked in an intense battle. A tentacle from Hyo Bin's arm pierces a sea demon's chest. After a brief struggle, the monsters are defeated. With their bodies scattered everywhere, Jiang Xiaoyong says in a low voice, "All right, call your people out." They step outside, and seeing the scene, they are completely stunned. Jiang Xiaoyong exclaims, "You guys took care of all of these?" Jiang Xiaoyong gestures toward the corpses and asks, "Do you want to eat these?" Upon hearing that, he asks, "You don't need them? These are rare sources of thermal energy." Jiang Xiaoyong answers confidently, "We aren't lacking in thermal energy." Confused, Jiang Xiaoyong says, "Not lacking well, that makes sense. With your abilities, you could hunt any time you want." At this point, Jiang Xiaoyong speaks up. "We can consider this a favor done for you, right?" Qian Kong replies, "Of course." He quickly adds, "All right, you should do us a favor too." He points to himself, puzzled. "What do you still need our help with?" Jiang Xiaoyong turns and signals to old Ha. "Tell them." Hate replies, "Very well." Hearing that name, Qian Kong turns and asks, "Wait a second. Old Ha, could you be Ha Te Fong, the renowned Old Ha from the Academy of Agricultural and Forestry Sciences? He hesitates, saying, You are Qian Kong, quickly introduces himself. How could I forget? It's me. My name is Tran Qian Kwang. Ha Te exclaims in surprise. Tran Qian Kwang, Director Tran from the Diversity Center? He replies happily, That's me, sir. You actually know who I am? Jiang Xiaoyong asks, puzzled. Ha Te explains. We work in the same field. It's hard not to have a few connections. Director Tran's department just happens to be the Marine Ecosystem Diversity Research Center. With him here, our mission will be much simpler. Afterward, Hate adds, We came here looking for the marine life GPS tracking equipment. Qian Kong asks, Why do you need to find that? He replies, The threat from the sea demons is truly something we can't just ignore. I want to use that to locate the sea demons' lair and wipe them all out once and for all. Qian Kong says, in shock, Wipe out the sea demon's lair? That's something only you people would dare to say. Amidst the vast open space, the conversation continues. Hate asks, How is it? Is it still in the facility? Qian Kang replies, Yes, follow me. Afterward, they are led to a room filled with equipment. They ask, This is the thing you were looking for, right? Picking up a device, Hate says excitedly, No mistake, this is it. Jiang Xiaoyong speaks up. There isn't much point in staying here anymore. Why don't you guys come back with us? Our settlement still needs people. Vuong Jiang Xiaoyong asks anxiously, Is that okay? Will we scare other people with how we look? Liu Thian cuts in, saying, What are you talking about? They are this strong and there are other people in their settlement. They definitely aren't weak. Do you really think they'd be scared of you? Hearing this, he agrees. That makes sense. If that's the case, let's go. The entire city is now covered in vines, clinging to every building. On the rooftop, Soai is sunbathing when, suddenly, the sky is filled with flying insects swarming in. He wonders, why are these insects suddenly acting up? Soai looks down, and is shocked to see something. He shouts as a massive swarm of sea demons rushes toward the water. He immediately reports over the radio, Enemy attack. It's a swarm of sea demons. Get ready, everyone, someone shouts. They're here. Fight them. Everyone grabs their weapons, ready for combat. Soai grabs his gun and says disdainfully, Have a death wish, huh? He shouts. Get past that swarm of insects first. At this moment, the flying insects dive toward the sea demons below. Underwater, insects also emerge along with the current. The sea demons watch them with wary eyes, all surging forward toward the surface. The water erupts violently, with massive water spouts. The sea demons and the flying insects clash, engaging in battle. Suddenly, blood starts spreading through the water. Someone asks, How's it going? Soai replies anxiously, Our insect swarm isn't gaining the upper hand. The sheer number of enemies and their combat power is. It seems those guys are truly enraged. Just then, an insect slowly approaches from behind a sea demon warrior. Sensing it, the demon turns its head cautiously. Without hesitation, the sea demon thrusts its spear through the flying insect, its eyes flashing with intense vigilance. The sea demon warrior weaves through the insects, swarming it. It quickly launches itself onto the surface of the water, where the flying insects are waiting. The sea demon slashes wildly, knocking them away. Everyone watching is shocked. They shout, Look at that one. It's clearly different. Who has ever seen anything this strong? We've never encountered this before. Suddenly, 3 sea demons, covered in scars, leap from under the water. They all attack the sea demon warrior, but it manages to block with its spear before they quickly dive back into the water. They stand in a standoff for a long time. The sea demon warrior grinds its teeth and growls. Someone says, It's been blocked. Soai says with satisfaction, It's not blocked. Let me take care of it. It's been a while since I've met an opponent who can let me stretch my limbs. The other person asks, Is that an opponent? Soai shouts, You guys, back off a bit and make room for me. They ask, confused, Huh? You? Under the water, when a sea demon lunges, the sea demon warrior quickly dodges and lands a strike right on the sea demon's back. The other 2 see this and charge forward with spears to attack. After a moment, the water becomes deathly quiet. The corpses of the sea demons float on the surface. Seeing this, Soai says, As expected, it's no match. The sea demon warrior leaps out of the water, stomping down hard, drawing everyone's attention. Soai observes it, judging in his heart. The strength of this thing, it seems even stronger than the man-eaters from the Mo City. He narrows his eyes, thinking confidently, I can handle this sea demon myself. Without hesitation, he lunges forward. Soai fires a shot and says, Before me, all are equal. but the sea demon weaves and dodges the bullets. Seeing that, he lowers his gun and taunts. Got some skills, huh? Let me play with you. When the sea demon thrusts its spear, Soi nimbly dodges. The demon looks quite surprised by this. The boy seized the moment and lunged forward with a sword, but the creature was incredibly sharp and dodged it instantly. Someone watching couldn't help but exclaim, "Just a kid, and he's already this good? He's actually got some real skills, huh?" The sea demon quickly turned to bolt. Sui laughed loudly. "You think you're going anywhere while I'm here?" It dove off the rooftop. The boy sighed. "Are you kidding me? A coward?" The sea demon plunged into the water, but suddenly, its eyes widened in shock. Deep below, it saw swarms of insects closing in. It frantically swam away. Meanwhile, the group was on a boat heading toward a building. Meng Shanshan pointed ahead. "See that? That's our meeting point." "It's everyone's new home," Qian Kong said. "It's an island." Jiang Xiaoyong asked how everyone managed to build it. Li Lijeng observed and said, "In this state, the insects flying in the sky, something isn't quite right." Jiang Xiaoyong chuckled. "We're back just in time, aren't we?" Suddenly, Li Zheng shouted, "It's a sea demon." "A massive wave of sea demons is attacking our base," Qian Kong declared firmly. "If that's the case, we should show them a taste of our power." He advised, "Very good. But remember, insects, sea demons, and water ghouls, everything covered in plant tissue, they're all one of us. They are the enemy of everyone else." "Just the usual sea demons everyone is used to," they replied. The mutants quickly dove into the water, scouting with wary eyes. Up on the surface, Li Zheng watched and called out, "Jiang Xiaoyong, there's a strange sea demon that climbed onto the roof. Sui is having a rough fight." Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "I see it. Something is definitely off." "Perfect. It'll be a target for us," he said with a steady voice. "I'll go handle it myself." The scene shifted to Sui. Everyone whispered, "We won just like that?" "Seems pretty simple," he said, walking casually and bored. "I thought it would be more fun, but it turns out," but suddenly, a sea demon appeared right behind him. It struck down, but Sui managed to dodge just in time. As he dodged, he analyzed the movements. This guy got faster. When he saw the sea demon thrusting its spear at him, Sui panicked. "Damn it, can't dodge." Still, he blocked it with his sword in time, but unfortunately, Sui was sent flying by the sea demon's hit. Then, it puffed out its cheeks, preparing to spit something out. The sea demon launched balls of water. Everyone screamed, "Watch out! Be careful!" Before anyone could react, Sui took the attack head-on. He knelt down, rubbing his eyes, and cursed, "Damn it! Using water to blind me." Suddenly, Sui's eyes widened in shock. The sea demon was charging at him with its spear again. The spear tip was just centimeters from his face, but the sea demon suddenly looked up, distracted by something to the side. Jiang Xiaoyong, surrounded by a murderous aura, grabbed the spear. Standing in front of Sui, he spoke in a cold voice, "You bastard. If you hurt him, how could I ever face his father?" Hearing that, the air seemed to freeze. The sea demon angrily pulled back on the spear, but Jiang Xiaoyong held it tight and asked calmly, "You want to pull it away and leave?" It didn't answer, just quietly let go of the spear. Then, the sea demon pulled out a knife and lunged at lightning speed. Even with the blade inches from his face, he didn't flinch. Jiang Xiaoyong punched it quickly, breaking its arm. It screamed in pain. Knowing it was outmatched, the sea demon clutched its broken arm and fled. Sui yelled angrily, "Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong, don't let it jump. If it hits the water, it'll get stronger. And then it'll come back to ambush us." The sea demon just kept sprinting toward the water. Jiang Xiaoyong laughed at that. "Ambush, huh?" Then he closed his eyes, sensing a certain sound. He didn't even need to look to know the sea demon had appeared behind him. Jiang Xiaoyong extended his hand, and vines shot out from his palm, binding the sea demon tight in pure shock. He asked coldly, "With all that splashing, you're trying to ambush me alone?" It struggled violently to break free. Jiang Xiaoyong released a bolt of lightning while shouting, "High-voltage bioelectricity." The current surged through the sea demon's body. It fell down, scorched and burnt. Seeing that, Sui said angrily, "It's still breathing? Let me finish it off." Jiang Xiaoyong stopped him. "Wait, don't be so fast. I left that breath on purpose," he asked, confused. "Why keep it alive?" Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "Did you forget? We still need someone to show us the way." He then attached a tracking device to the sea demon's body. Meng Shanshan wondered, "If we stick that on it, won't it notice? It'll fall off before it even gets there." His eyes flashed with an aura as he replied, "It's fine. I fed it some hallucinogenic spores. to keep it in a daze until it gets back to the nest. Afterward, everyone carried the sea demon's body onto the boat and headed back out to sea. Jiang Xiaoyong kicked it off and barked, "Get lost." Then they sailed back. As time passed, sunset fell. A small fish came and bit the sea demon's corpse. It startled awake. The sea demon held its aching head, looking around, but saw no one. Regaining some strength, it quickly dove and swam away. Watching the sea demon's movements on a computer screen, Meng Shanshan said, "It's moving. The coordinate data from the tracker is starting to shift. Very good, Jiang Xiaoyong. Put a little pressure on them from the surface creatures." Deep under the sea, the patrolling sea demons suddenly jumped, one looking over in alarm. It saw the injured sea demon warrior stumbling back. One pointed and shouted, signaling them. The sea demons went into the tent, and a sea demon soldier ordered someone to do something. The scene shifted to a vegetable garden. Everyone was working hard on the crops. Suddenly, someone collapsed from exhaustion. A guard noticed and whipped the person's back hard, scolding them for slacking off. The person fell and said indignantly, "You bastard! I wasn't slacking off. You're just using your power to settle a personal vendetta." Hearing that, the guards rushed in to beat the young man. "You still have the nerve to talk back? Take this." At that moment, the Sea King and another sea demon were walking up. It grabbed their attention. A brute asked, "Lord Sea King, do you have any orders?" The Sea King said, "The warrior was injured by your kind. The warrior needs nutrition, needs liver, needs fat." The brute replied respectfully, "Understood. I will arrange it." He turned to his cohorts. "The Sea King's warrior is injured. It needs internal organs for recovery. You guys, go pick out a few chubby little ones." Hearing that, one person was furious but only dared to curse under his breath. "You bastards. Helping these sea demons slaughter your own kind, sooner or later, you'll meet a miserable end." The scene moved to looking into the building. Meng Shanshan looked at the computer screen and reported, "I have results." HT asked, "What's the result?" She replied, "Tracking successful. Southeast direction, over 10 kilometers away." Qian Kang spoke up, "More than 10 kilometers. Southeast, that's the Cancer Islands." Jiang Xiaoyong heard this and wondered, "You know it?" He replied, "The nearby islands are all on record at the Research Institute." He announced, "Very good. Meeting adjourned." Suai heard this and asked, puzzled, "Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong, why tell me to stay and watch the house?" He replied, "Since I'm going to be fighting things in the sea anyway, to ensure safety, I'm only taking those good at swimming, just for this trip." Soi grumbled, pointing at Hyobin and asking, "I admit all four of them are great swimmers, but why is Hyobin coming along too? Is she a strong swimmer too?" Jiang Xiaoyong countered, "I think you've forgotten about the body mimicry ability, haven't you?" He then gave Hyobin a quick signal, perfect timing to test my theory and convince Soi at the same time. She started walking and said, "All right, I'll start now." Hyobin extended her arm, and a tentacle covered in sharp teeth instantly emerged. She pulled up a sea demon carcass. Jiang Xiaoyong and Lu Thian were stunned. Jiang Xiaoyong remarked, "It seems these sea demons aren't as evil as they look." When asked what she thought, Hyobin calmly replied, "Just to be safe, I should probably eat a few more." As she pulled up another carcass, everyone else looked like they couldn't handle it and started retching. Hyobin stripped off her gear, stood up, and stretched to warm up. Jiang Xiaoyong told Soi, "Watch closely." He squinted and said, "Let me see just how absurd this can get." Just then, gill slits appeared on Hyobin's neck. As she reached out, fins sprouted from her arms. Everyone watched in utter disbelief. Jiang Xiaoyong gasped. "She evolved gills and fins just like that?" Without hesitation, Hyobin dove into the water, swimming as fast as a real fish. They all exclaimed, "She's so fast. Is that really the same girl from a moment ago?" Just then, Hyobin kicked off the water and launched herself back to the surface. Her body was covered in a suit of armor that looked like a mermaid's. Jiang Xiaoyong asked, "Well, Soi, what do you think?" Soi clenched his fists and shouted, "I'm sold. I want to learn body mimicry too." The scene shifted to a farming area. A brute snatched a child from a girl's arms, making her scream, "No!" He didn't show any mercy, kicking her aside and roaring, "Move it, you brat!" The girl lay on the ground, crying, "Give her back to me." The brute ordered the laborers to drag everyone away. Seeing this, another girl comforted her. "This is our fate. Since you're new here, you'd better get used to it quickly." By now, the sky was dimming. A boat was moving across the sea. Meng Shanshan checked the navigation and asked, "We're very close now." "Everyone, look! Do you see those islands ahead?" Qian Kang pointed forward and shouted, "I see them. That must be Dao Tu Island in the Cancer Archipelago." Jiang Xiaoyong suggested, Should we dive underwater to survey the surrounding terrain? Jiang Xiaoyong replied. No need, he said coldly. Just steer the ship straight there. The scene changed to the shore, where the brute and his lackeys were standing guard. Suddenly, the brute noticed something. He cheered, Great! The Sea King's lords have found fresh livestock again. Inside, someone cursed in frustration. This jerk helps sea demons slaughter his own kind and calls them livestock for food. I wonder who the real animals are. Another person whispered, Keep your voice down. You'll get whipped. The brute turned around, looking furious. The man panicked. He actually heard us. The ears on these animals are sharp as hell, the other whispered. The first one clicked his tongue. I told you. The brute charged over with a whip and barked. Waiting for the sea emperors to return, and you choose to mess with me? Are you idiots? He swung the whip and added, How many should I kill this time? Then I'll just add you to the list. Suddenly, a hand caught the whip. It was Jiang Xiaoyong. He asked coldly, What are you people doing here? Why are you all human? Where are the sea demons? The brute froze, then asked, Who are you? You look new. Are you from the group that came to the island last time? Jiang Xiaoyong replied calmly. The last group? No, I just arrived. Steer that ship over here. To be safe, I'm going to fly ahead and check the situation. The brute was enraged. How dare you play games with me? Let go. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly held onto the whip and turned to the other man. I don't think this guy is very bright. I asked, Are you sea demons? Where are they? Another lackey screamed, You scum! How dare you call the Sea King Lord a sea demon? You're dead. The brute added, Don't waste time talking. Just whip him. They all swarmed him. Jiang Xiaoyong caught one whip, but others struck him hard. Even so, he remained calm. The laborers were stunned, wondering, Doesn't that guy feel pain? Then, Jiang Xiaoyong grabbed two of the whips at once, his expression darkening with killing intent. He growled, That's enough. Since you don't pose any real threat, I don't feel like fighting you. With that, Jiang Xiaoyong yanked the whips away. The action sent them stumbling. He tossed the whips aside and warned, Don't let this happen again. One lackey trembled. This guy has incredible strength. The brute gritted his teeth. He must have been a martial artist before the apocalypse. He hurriedly ran off, screaming, Hold him off, I'm going to call the Sea King Lord. Jiang Xiaoyong scratched his head, confused. Every other word is Sea King Lord. Don't you guys live in peace with those sea demons? Can they even talk? Someone shouted, Boss, don't listen to him. They're sea demon lackeys. They help them kill humans. The brute shouted angrily, You bastard. Do you want to die? Jiang Xiaoyong asked calmly. Are there really such strange people out there? On the boat, Jiang Xiaoyong waved at Jiang Xiaoyong. Leader, how's it going? Jiang Xiaoyong replied, Come ashore. There are no sea demons here, just a few human traders. The lackeys were puzzled. What kind of people are they? Half human, half sea king? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong turned and grabbed the brute by the throat. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent as he growled, You keep calling out Sea King over and over. It's really pissing me off. The laborers wondered, What's happening? He was so fast. I couldn't even see him move. The brute blew a whistle loudly. That action caught Jiang Xiaoyong's attention. One guy asked, Boss, is that your ship? He replied, Yeah, why? That monster just signaled. The sea demons are coming ashore. We have to get on the ship fast. Maybe we can escape. Seeing everyone on the ship jumping off, the man panicked and screamed, Hey, why are you guys getting off the ship? Get back on. We have to run. The brute said smugly, Wait for your deaths. The Sea King Lord is here to rip your hearts and livers out. You guys, get over here. Jiang Xiaoyong threw the brute away and said calmly, It looks like their lair is on the seabed beneath this island. Deep underwater, the sea demons had gathered in full force. They all leaped onto the shore simultaneously. With a powerful stomp of his foot, Dung looked at them and gave the order, Prepare for battle. Understood. The villagers watched in sweat, lamenting, Are these people crazy? They see the Sea Kings coming and instead of running, they want to cook them? The big guy reported, Lord Sea King, these people arrived by boat and are trying to steal our livestock. Under the Sea King's orders, the Sea Kings charged forward with their weapons. They lunged at Dung, but he dodged them with ease. The Sea Kings widened their eyes in shock. Dung and his teammates pulled out their guns and opened fire. He roared, Come on, taste the power of our weapons. But the bullets just lodged into the bodies of the Sea Kings. As the shots fired towards the Sea King behind Dung, he stepped aside, letting the beast take the bullet straight to the head. It finally collapsed as everyone watched in awe. They cheered, It's guns, they have guns, thank goodness, we have hope now. The big guy glanced at the Sea King and thought, these guys really have guns. Could Lord Sea King really not be a match for them? Suddenly, 3 Sea Kings lunged out from the water. They stomped hard onto the sand. The villagers saw this and panicked in confusion. It's the Sea King warriors, and there are 3 of them. We're doomed, Vuong Dung warned. Be careful. These 3 look dangerous, King Kong said. They look a lot like the ones we let go back then. Someone else added. But I heard that even the youngest disciple couldn't handle them. Dung instructed, everyone, stay back, don't get involved, he said in a low voice. Hyobin, this bunch is perfect for your training. Hyobin walked up calmly and gave a soft, Someone shouted in warning. Watch out, don't go to the beach anymore, they're stronger in the water. You need to lure them onto the land. But Hyobin ignored them and didn't move. The man shouted again, hey, can't you hear me? Don't go any further, he said worriedly. That girl, she must be deaf. The man felt helpless. That's it. We clearly had a chance to save her. But then they said, Dung, do something. Tell her to do as we say. Otherwise, she's going to get killed. The Sea King warrior growled and lunged. Hyobin's arm began to mutate. She stood there coldly, observing. Witnessing that, the villagers screamed in terror. What kind of monster is that? The big guy also shouted in shock. That woman, she's not human. As the Sea King lunged, Hyobin raised her hand to block it. It was stunned by that move. Dung yelled, watch out. Look to your side. Hearing this, Hyobin glanced to the side and saw another Sea King rushing at her. She nimbly knocked the first one away while blocking the other's strike. Even more horrifyingly, Hyobin's head split open, revealing rows of sharp teeth. It lunged with its mouth wide open, trying to snap Hyo up, but she nimbly dodged to the side to avoid the attack, steadying herself to stand firm. Hyo panted heavily, looking over at the burly Hai Vuong, who was already drenched in sweat. It yelled out, Lord Hai Hoang, retreat into the water to recover your stamina. Long-range combat is wearing them out. It ordered the sea demons to fall back. Obeying the command, they all dove into the water at once. Seeing this, Hyobin prepared to chase after them, but Jiang Xiaoyong stopped her, calmly saying, slow down, no rush. Let them go back into the water. Let them reach their peak state, the burly guy bragged. You arrogant brat, just wait until Lord Hai Hoang tears your guts out. Suddenly, the water's surface churned. Using the same old trick, the sea demons unexpectedly lunged back at Hyobin. They leaped up, ready to impale her with their spears. Watching the scene, the crowd muttered, this is insane. 1 person against 3 sea demon warriors, and she's still holding her own? The burly guy whispered to Lord Hai Vuong, Sea Demon Lord, first go take out that commander. When they saw the sea demons charging toward Jiang Xiaoyong, someone shouted in alarm, watch out. As the sea demons leaped high into the air to attack him, they cried out in panic, it's over. The enemy is too fast. He doesn't even have the ability to dodge. But suddenly, vines erupted from Jiang Xiaoyong's body, shooting out to pierce through the sea demons. Seeing this, Hai Vuong was terrified and stammered, it's a monster. We can't win. Retreat, he screamed. We can't win. With that, it ordered the sea demons to withdraw. Hearing the command, they immediately scrambled to escape, diving headlong into the water. The big guy helplessly called after them, Lord Hai Hoang, don't abandon us. At this moment, Hyobin slowly approached him from behind, her expression cold and terrifying. With just a flick of her hand, they were all knocked flat. The burly guy knelt down, begging, Master, please spare us. We were forced into this. Jiang Xiaoyong responded indifferently, no need to beg me. I don't want to waste my energy on lowly worms like you. The guy's face lit up with relief. Really? Thank you for sparing our lives, Master, Jiang Xiaoyong added. But if they want to deal with you, I won't lift a finger. Fueled by their pent-up anger, the crowd grabbed wooden clubs and charged forward. They beat the thugs mercilessly, shouting, Die, you scumbags! You like slaughtering your own kind, don't you? A while later, the villains had been dealt with. Hyobin asked, What should we do next? Should we bring them back? Vuong Jiang Xiaoyong replied, The boat is already quite crowded now. We can barely fit everyone in one trip. Jiang Xiaoyong ordered, Fine, get on the boat. Suddenly, he froze and let out an "oh." Up ahead, their boat was being destroyed by the sea demons. Vuong Jiang Xiaoyong shouted in rage, Our boat! The vessel slowly sank into the sea. He continued cursing, These bastards! Seeing they couldn't beat us, they went for our transport. Hai Vuong surfaced and gloated, You aren't going anywhere. Don't even think about it. Just stay here and get stranded until you die. Jiang Xiaoyong remained calm and said, "You think doing this to me is," but then veins popped out on his forehead. His eyes glinted with rage as he threatened, "You're forcing me to wipe you all out, aren't you?" Qian Kong asked anxiously, "What do we do now?" Jiang Xiaoyong reassured him, "Don't worry, it's fine." At that moment, a drone high above was observing from afar. Elsewhere, people were collecting 10 wooden planks. Jiang Xiaoyong's voice rang out, "There's a boat, about 2 kilometers away. Go drive it back here." Jiang Xiaoyong stammered. "Swimming a few kilometers is no problem for us." But he looked at the sea demons and added, "With those guys there, we're afraid we'll be torn to shreds the moment we hit the water." He calmly said, "Of course, I've already cleared a path for you." As he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes emitted a brilliant light. High above, the drone was flapping its wings frantically. Right, on its belly, a strange symbol glowed, emitting a source of light along with a piercing, high-pitched sound. Seeing that, everyone stared in confusion. What is that sound? Someone pointed and shouted, "Look over there!" Ripples slowly started appearing on the water's surface. They screamed, "What the hell is that?" Liu, also known as Hai Yao, whipped his head around, on high alert, as swarms of insects rapidly emerged from below. Charging forward, the Hai Yao gang grabbed their weapons, staying sharp. Seeing this, the Hai Yao pack leaped high into the air. "Insects, it's all insects," Jian Kang observed, noting the swarm. They were locked in battle with the Hai Yao. Even though Xiaoyong had witnessed it before, he was still amazed by the sight. "Xiaoyong, lead the way. Understand? Take them with you. I'll arrange for the aerial insects to guide everyone." Watching Hui Bing walk toward the sea, the villagers were confused, wondering what she was up to. Without a second thought, she dove straight into the water. Curious, they asked. She just dove into the sea, right where the Hai Yao are? Is she that confident? As she broke the surface, they saw Hui Bing tearing the Hai Yao to shreds. Xiaoyong started running after her, shouting, "Let's go, follow her." Watching them, the villagers couldn't help but wonder, what kind of monsters are these people? On the water's surface, the corpses of the Hai Yao and the insects were floating. A man asked in confusion, "Hey, Xiaoyong, so the boss, you guys don't eat people, right?" He turned his head and said in a low voice, "Relax. We've got stuff way tastier than human flesh. Now, give me the situation report." Underwater, everyone was swimming fast behind Hui Bing. High above, the insect scouts were monitoring them. Elsewhere, the villagers were huddled in fear. One person moaned in despair, counting the days. "It's probably almost time to be eaten, huh?" Another panicked, crying out, "Don't pick me." As they saw the Hai Yao approaching, a man clenched his fists and shouted, as if accepting his fate, "Even if I'm not eaten this time, next time, or the time after that, I'm going to die sooner or later. I've had enough of this life." He continued to provoke them. "Come on, you bastards, aim for me, kill me, come on." The Hai Yao growled in anger and stomped toward him, holding a sharp blade right in front of his nose. He was panting with fear. Suddenly, the Hai Yao turned around, wary. In the distance, the insect scouts were flying toward them. Its eyes lit up. A Hai Yao strutted over, acting tough. Just then, Xiaoyong and his crew rushed in. Seeing the scene, the villagers wondered, what are those people? Without waiting, Xiaoyong and Jian Kang fired shot after shot. Witnessing the scene, they asked each other, "They have guns, are they human?" But they didn't look quite right. The Hai Yao had been hit by several rounds but tried to stay calm. Suddenly, the remaining Hai Yao stared wide-eyed, shrieked a few times, and turned to run. They didn't forget to look back in fear. Xiaoyong gloated, "Run, there's something much worse waiting for you under the sea." As they prepared to dive into the water, in a panic, Hui Bing lunged and snatched them up. The Hai Yao couldn't defend themselves and could only gape in shock. She dragged them straight down to the deep-sea floor, where Hui Bing ripped them apart. Seeing that, everyone shrieked in horror. What was that just now? Everyone saw it, no, they didn't really see it. It was a monster dragging the Hai Yao down into the depths in the blink of an eye. They hesitated, saying, "Guys, look at those people earlier." Looking at Xiaoyong's group, they concluded, "They have scales. They aren't human either." A man pointed forward and asked hesitantly, "Then what about that thing?" Over there was Hui Bing, who was clearly furious. The suspicious man asked, "Is she a good person too?" The person next to him hesitated, replying, "Doesn't look like it, but she really is a good girl." The other person was surprised. "A girl?" Hui Bing quickly shifted back to her normal form, stunning everyone. She really turned into a girl. She raised her hands to reassure everyone. "All right, it's all handled. Get on the boats, we're leaving." The man from before asked again, "Leaving? To where? The person next to him answered. To the rendezvous point. He was puzzled. Rendezvous point? Hui Bing added, Don't worry. In our eyes, you aren't food, you're our own kind. As dusk fell, the group marched off. A villager brought some supplies over and asked, Is this the food the Haiyao used to keep us captive? Xiaoyong picked it up. Considering it, he said, I've never seen this before. Even before we became slaves to the Haiyao, I'd never seen it. The other man spoke up, explaining its function. This thing is wicked. If you consume it over a long period, a 10-month pregnancy can be shortened to just 1 month. What's even scarier is, in just 1 year, a newborn baby can grow to the size of a 10-year-old child. Xiaoyong couldn't believe it. That's crazy. Can a kid forced to grow like that even learn to walk or talk? The man replied coldly. Why would they need to learn? Usually, they'd be eaten by the Haiyao before a year even passes. Xiaoyong stared at it, lost in thought for a long time. Suddenly, a hurried voice called out, Boss! 2 people dragged a Haiyao over, reporting, Boss, this one's still breathing. Xiaoyong looked at it, confirming, Is this one of the ones that can talk? The man nodded and replied, Yeah, this thing can speak human language a little bit, but not very well. Usually, they let the managers relay messages. The Haiyao immediately spoke up in a bitter, threatening tone. You dare go against the great Sea King tribe? You're all going to die and be gutted. Before it could finish, it was dealt a fatal blow, spitting out blue blood. Xiaoyong glared down at it and retorted cockily, I'm just afraid you guys won't dare to come. On the other side, Hubing waved her hand, signaling the leader, Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong waved back happily. Fast work. He quickly assigned tasks. Everyone, gather some of the plants you've grown. We're getting on the boat. A while later, the villagers were shocked, staring at the insects, flying around with slime. The man's eyes went wide with surprise. Is this place actually not some kind of evil lair? A young boy on the island waved his hand and shouted, Everyone, after you get on the island, follow me one by one. A villager, seeing him, was confused. A little boy? The boy quickly led the way. Please don't be afraid. We were all rescued by Boss Xiaoyong from the Haiyao's feeding camps. Living here is very safe. You don't have to worry about being threatened by the Haiyao anymore. Xiaoyong handed the flower he had earlier to her. Take a look at this. Hui Bing asked, What is this? Xiaoyong gave a brief summary. It's a plant I found at the Haiyao camp. They use it as feed. It can shorten a human's 10-month pregnancy by 10 times. Hearing that, Hui Bing was extremely alarmed. Is that even possible? Let's take it to the research lab. Call Old Ha over to examine it. Xiaoyong agreed. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. No more delaying. Let's head out to CA City now. At the research facility, the phone rang. How is it? Did it work? The lights inside flickered on. Hate clapped his hands happily. Success. Xiaoyong clapped in praise. As expected of a medical biological research facility, even after being trashed like this and abandoned for so long, the power source still works. Hyobin explained to him, This place was designed to withstand natural disasters and unexpected emergencies. He replied with interest, In that case, why not bring some people here and turn this into our new base? As Hate researched, he replied, That would be for the best. If we do that, I can rest easy while doing my research here. Hu Bin stepped forward and asked, How is it, Old Ha? Did you find any clues? Hate reported every detail. The cellular structure of this plant is unlike anything I've ever seen. It shares a few similarities with normal plants, but it doesn't seem to be from our world, he said in a serious tone. To be certain, let's conduct a practical experiment to confirm whether or not it causes any side effects. On humans, if we consume this food, Hate pointed and recounted. I saw a few more rooms downstairs earlier. There are breeding cages inside. If we can catch some uninfected mice, we might be able to reach a conclusion quickly. Deep in the ocean, a sea spirit warrior was accelerating forward when it was suddenly blocked by 2 tridents. The guarding sea spirits interrogated, Speak, what's the reason for coming here? That sea spirit immediately reported, I am a warrior of the Qianha tribe. I want to meet your Great Tide tribe leader. The Great Tide sea spirit replied stiffly, What's the matter? Tell us, we'll pass on the message for you. The sea spirit hurriedly explained, Fine. Tell your leader that the Qianha tribe has been wiped out by the upright walking pigs. The Great Tide sea spirits were shocked. What? The upright walking pigs? Those beasts? A sea spirit tribe was wiped out by those things on land? That's unbelievable. The sea spirit became increasingly frustrated. It's true. Don't use derogatory terms like beasts anymore. That's just underestimating the strength of those upright walking pigs. You're just being overconfident. The Great Tide sea spirit laughed. We have every reason to be overconfident. After all, a tiny tribe like Qianha, he said loudly and arrogantly, could never compare to us. Hate asked in surprise. Is this what you called a better option? Xiaoyong quickly replied. Exactly. He gave an update on some of the specimens he had acquired. These are octoploid wood termites and synthetic flesh creatures, genetically modified to serve human needs. If this crop has little effect on them, the impact on humans shouldn't be too large either. Xiaoyong smiled and spoke slowly. Besides, in this situation, having food is already a stroke of luck, so food safety isn't our main concern. Te nodded in agreement. That's also true. Xiaoyong added in a long breath. But since we'll have to deal with these meaty octoploid insects, it's better if I stay here to keep guard. After all, old you are very important to everyone, so we can't afford to make any mistakes. Te asked worriedly. What about the coast? He softened his tone to reassure him. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. Over there, the mutant was reporting the situation. So I, look, there's a boat approaching. So I said with a cold face. They're coming from the inland. I guess that's the others returning with Xiaoyong. The coastal residents asked fearfully, stuttering. What? What are those? Li Zheng laughed mockingly. As expected, the appearance of these two still scares people. The boat docked, and they stepped off one by one. The villagers immediately stepped aside. Jiang Xiaoyong was walking when he heard a small, childish voice. Dad! So I shouted happily. Dad, why did you come here? He smiled and replied, Wolfhead missile crafting takes years to fly, and you have to use clips to catch the spiky fish. So I was confused. Huh? Li Zheng walked over to talk to the boy. Xiaoyong's leadership group is researching that strange plant, so they're worried that if the sea spirits attack again, everyone might be in danger. That's why they asked Old Trong and Tran Sung to come help. So I laughed smugly. With me here, what is there to be afraid of? Jiang Xiaoyong bonked the boy on the head and scolded. Advertising an unfinished product, spreading false propaganda, you're going to bankrupt us. So I cried out in pain. Ow! What propaganda? The villagers immediately covered their mouths, whispering, Why is this kid's dad so scary looking, like a monster? No wonder this kid's strength is also monstrous. A man hurriedly interrupted to warn, Hey, what are you saying? Tired of living? So I complained unhappily. Hey, we protected you all, and yet you judge us like this? The gossiper immediately cowered, not daring to speak, and apologized. Li Zheng turned around to warn. Oh, look over there. Those flying insects, something seems to be happening. So I looked at the insects flying in circles and explained. The flying insects seem to have discovered something. Uh-oh. Another sea spirit scouting party has arrived. The boy said excitedly. Dad, I want to charge in first to show my strength. Give me some face, Dad. The great tide sea spirits stood in the water, looking up. The Qianha sea spirits looked at the insects and warned. We've been discovered. The great tide sea spirit said arrogantly. What's there to be afraid of? We have the great tide warriors of my tribe right here. Seeing the great tide group preparing to charge, the Qianha group quickly pulled them back, warning, Hey, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly. That great tide sea spirit ignored them and charged immediately. It used its trident to skewer an insect. The great tide sea spirit below boasted proudly. Did you see that? This is the strength of my great tide warriors. Those beasts. You're blowing things way out of proportion. They're nothing more than that. The Qianha sea spirit turned away, warning, Don't blame me for not warning you. I'm retreating. The great tide group immediately looked at them with contempt. Cowards. You're supposed to be sea spirit warriors, yet you're so scared of these beasts? I think just a few of us could wipe out the entire camp of this beast tribe. Another great tide warrior was also eager to take action. Another great tide warrior suddenly noticed something. It immediately reported to its teammates. Look over there. They laughed mockingly. You beasts came right to our doorstep, huh? Prepare for battle. Down below, they analyzed the situation. There are 4 of them in total. How should we divide them? I bet the guy with the tentacles is the strongest one. Leave him to me, and you guys can handle the rest, Swai said, sitting comfortably on the boat and chatting away. Auntie Hyo Bin, can I join your synthetic flesh super soldier squad? Swai asked. Hyo Bin replied coldly. No. The boy looked disappointed. Huh? Why not? Jiang Xiaoyong, sitting behind him, immediately tapped him on the head. Swai turned back, complaining. Dad, why did you hit me? He explained. I've told you before, you have to call her big sister. How many times do I have to remind you? How are you going to take over the family business later if you don't remember? Hyo Bin calmly said, ignoring the danger. It's not about that. You're just a kid. If you get infected with synthetic flesh, You'll never be able to grow up. Sui Sui nodded. Just then, a giant sea monster lunged toward Jiang Xiaoyong. The two sides clashed. Seeing that his father was being targeted, Sui Sui panicked. Dad! The boy glanced over, a thought suddenly occurring to him. Sui Sui grabbed a knife, ready to fight. He swung his hand, knocked the sea monster away, and cursed. Get lost! Jiang Xiaoyong angrily scolded. Don't talk like that. Another giant sea monster lunged forward. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't show any fear and faced it head-on. He quickly used his tentacles to restrain it, then used another tentacle to choke its neck. The sea monster shrieked in pain. Seeing Hyo Bin getting ready to join the fray, Sui Sui yelled, Auntie Hyo Bin, don't intervene. She looked at the boy, confused. Sui Sui quickly gave a thumbs up and explained, this is my dad's first time here, so let him show off what he can do. The others muttered in surprise. Are they all this calm? At that moment, Thang, Chiet was already fighting a sea monster underwater, attracting many others. He glanced at the number of monsters charging at him. The next second, they were all restrained by his tentacles. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyong had restrained 3 of them at once. The remaining sea monsters were terrified by the scene. They let out a few sounds and turned to flee. The restrained sea monster cursed them. Cowards! As soon as it finished speaking, the tentacle tightened. Its eyes bulged out with difficulty. The man above asked worriedly, Dad, will he be okay? Sui Sui confidently reassured him. Don't worry. My dad is the strongest, second only to brother Jiang Xiaoyong. Right then, the water surface stirred violently. Jiang Xiaoyong climbed back onto the boat with his spoils. The man hesitated. So it's over? Sui Sui said happily. See? I didn't lie to you, did I? Jiang Xiaoyong said coldly. The sea is vast, but I only caught half the prey. Hyo Bin asked, confused. What does that mean? Sui Sui helplessly translated. It basically means my dad isn't great at underwater combat, so he let a few sea monsters get away. Hyo Bin looked into the distance and said, That's fine. Let them spread the word that we aren't to be trifled with. That way, they won't come bothering us before leader Jiang Xiaoyong returns. Inside the research institute, Hate kept clicking his tongue in wonder. Amazing, truly amazing. Jiang Xiaoyong asked nervously, How is it? He excitedly raised his voice. Guess what? Whether it's the 8-fold mutant brood or the biosynthetic flesh mass, as long as they eat that sea monster crop, the growth rate increases by at least 10 times compared to normal. But this trait won't pass on to the creatures that eat them. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled, relieved. In other words, if we use this crop as feed for pigs, the pigs will grow fast, but the people who eat the pork won't be affected. He agreed. You could say that, but just to be safe, we should have people test it first. Jiang Xiaoyong laughed. That's enough for now. The person next to him also asked excitedly, Does that mean we don't have to worry about food sources anymore? Hate smiled. Exactly. It might even be more efficient than industrial farming before the apocalypse. Jiang Xiaoyong let out a bitter laugh. Ironically, the benefactor who helped us discover this is still out at sea, looking at us with hungry eyes. Content. He reached for the plant. All right. These results have exceeded my expectations. Before we ensure everyone has plenty to eat, I have other plans for this batch. Hate asked, confused. Huh? What plans? Jiang Xiaoyong briefly explained. Integrate it into the biological structure so the brood and the flesh sea can be upgraded in quality. He quickly headed to the town. Seeing him, Anfang immediately shifted forms. He quickly greeted him. Leader Jiang Xiaoyong, you're here. Sorry for not welcoming you sooner. He generously replied. No need for formalities. He then asked, How is Hyo Bin doing lately? Is the synthetic flesh in her body still stable? Jiang Xiaoyong nodded and reassured him. Don't worry. She could be called the guardian of Cucumber Island in the H-City Sea right now. If she wasn't holding the fort, I wouldn't have dared to return. Anfang felt relieved and asked, That's great. Is there anything you need to instruct me on since you're back? Jiang Xiaoyong recounted. I've found a way to make the scale of the flesh sea explode once again. He wondered, What way? Jiang Xiaoyong waved his hand, asking him to stand back a bit. Anfang quickly complied. Okay. Jiang Xiaoyong fell silent, entering a serious state. Immediately after, tentacles like vines appeared behind him. They were incredibly sturdy. They touched the ground, creating a booming sound. Jiang Xiaoyong levitated into the air using the vines. His eyes turned red, firing out countless tiny particles. Anfang exclaimed in shock. Oh my god, what is this? Around him were strange red fragments, and the mouths below hungrily made noises. Fong looked at his hands, wondering, what is this feeling? Jiang Xiaoyong landed on the ground, breathing heavily. Fong quickly went over to check on him. Leader Jiang Xiaoyong, are you all right? Jiang Xiaoyong waved his hand. I'm fine. So, how is it? Do you feel like you've received a different kind of power? He replied solemnly. Yes, a completely new metabolic mechanism. This power can expand the flesh sea by more than 10 times. What kind of power is this? Jiang Xiaoyong explained to him. An ability derived from a crop from another world. The side effects are still unknown. You must handle the quarantine properly. Don't let the entire flesh sea be assimilated by this power. Fong listened seriously and nodded. I understand. Jiang Xiaoyong continued. Satisfied. Good. Next, use the flesh sea to help me clone a large number of modules carrying this power. Fong replied, if we rely on the flesh sea, it's hard to avoid impurities. I still suggest using Hoasa. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled firmly. No, don't worry. It's not for human use. It's for the brood. At this moment, the sea monster army was speeding underwater. The lead monster turned back to look at the giant creature following it. It asked anxiously, has the enemy caught up yet? The giant sea monster hurriedly chased after it and replied. The one leading the charge glanced back at the giant serpent trailing behind, nervously asking if the enemy had caught up yet. The sea demon giant serpent scrambled to keep pace and replied, I suppose it's too terrified to admit it, but they're too strong, too scary. The Zhanhe sea demon said smugly, I already warned you lot, but you wouldn't listen. The Juchao sea demon stuttered. We must report this to the chieftain quickly. After hearing the whole story, the chieftain asked in disbelief, are you saying the proud warriors of our Juchao tribe were killed by that herd of cattle, and it was a massacre? The Juchao sea demon defended himself. They must have used cunning schemes to ambush our warriors. The Zhanhe sea demon spoke up angrily, exposing the truth. Stop running from the facts. Those bipedal pigs are much stronger than we ever imagined. There are even superclass individuals among them. The chieftain threatened coldly. Who are you? Is it your turn to speak here? The Zhanhe sea demon quickly introduced himself. I am a warrior of the Zhanhe tribe. The Zhanhe tribe was destroyed precisely because we underestimated those bipedal pigs. Upon hearing this, the Juchao chieftain jumped up in a rage. The sea demons below immediately bowed their heads in respect. The chieftain laughed, which terrified the Zhanhe sea demon. If that's what you say, the chieftain shouted, bring me my weapon. 2 sea demons immediately rushed over, carrying a massive trident. He declared furiously, I will lead the charge myself and wipe out these bipedal pigs. I'll show you the difference between your pathetic tribe and ours. The chieftain raised his weapon, calling out to his troops. All warriors and soldiers, follow me into battle. Up above, the hunting boat had returned. The crew carried a massive haul of fish and shouted, what a catch! Come help me out. The others immediately rushed over. Coming! Oh my, is there really this much? That's great. Suddenly, the water surface began to shake. Everyone was bewildered and shocked. What's that sound? So I asked, startled. Everyone started to panic, unable to stand steady as the ground shook. A villager suddenly pointed and shouted, look over there, the water is surging, there's something underneath. A massive tentacle rose up, terrifying everyone. What is that thing? The crowd ran for their lives. Watch out! It wasn't just one. There were more right in front of them. Everyone quickly grabbed their weapons, remaining cautious. Careful, don't act rashly. This is a new enemy. So I smiled and reassured everyone. Put your weapons down. No need to be tense. These are our people. The villagers were confused. Our people? Hui Bing called out. Dad! Feng immediately leapt down from the tentacle. When he landed, the crowd scattered. Feng walked over and asked, Hui Bing, are you still holding up okay? Hui Bing replied happily, don't worry, Dad. Leader Xiao Dung's methods are very effective. My condition is very stable. The others were left in confusion. Her dad? Hui Bing gestured with her hand. Oh, let me introduce everyone. This is my father. He was a criminal investigator, and currently, he is the king of the Flesh Sea. The villagers pondered this, suddenly realizing, no wonder these people are unreasonably strong. So their father is a monster too. Hui Bing asked again. Dad, have you expanded the Flesh Sea all the way to H City? Feng explained. Leader Xiao Dung gave me a powerful source of strength that made the scale of the Flesh Sea grow several times over. She immediately realized, oh, that must be the power from the crops we brought back from the sea demon farm. Feng suddenly scanned his surroundings. Tran Sung and Zhang Shengjie were standing together, waving at him. Feng greeted them cheerfully. Oh, you two are here too? Long time no see. Hui Bing wondered. Dad, who are you looking for? Feng asked. Where is Leader Xiao Dung? Hui Bing answered, confused. He went to the mainland. I thought he went with you. He shook his head. No. After giving me this power, he went to the insect colony in B City. I thought he would come here first. Suddenly, the sound of constant flapping filled the air. Feng looked around, confused. What's that sound? Everyone was stunned. The villagers hesitated. Is that a swarm of insects? Before them, countless insects flew toward them in a line. Xiaodong stood on the back of one, shocking everyone. The scale was unprecedented. Xiaodong was quickly escorted to the shore. Feng walked over to start a conversation. Xiaodong, that source of power has increased the scale of the flesh sea by 10 times. How is the enhancement effect going for the insect colony? Xiaodong smiled and replied. Compared to the direct impact on the flesh sea, the effect also increased the scale of the insect swarm by 5 times. He turned his head and said, the second insect colony was built 2 kilometers to the northwest. They can provide support here within 10 minutes. Feng looked at the overwhelming numbers and asked, with a formation like this, those things under the sea shouldn't dare to invade anymore, right? Xiaodong explained. Those things are an apex species that views humans as nothing more than livestock to be raised. Since we wiped out one of their tribes, they surely won't let it go that easily. He smiled calmly. Next, we just have to wait for them to come to our doorstep. The sea demons underwater looked up at the insects. One of them immediately went to report. If we go any further, those flying insects will spot us. The sea demon gritted his teeth. He said with hatred, those must be the insects nesting on land. The chieftain asked, oh, you know about them? The sea demon replied, I've heard of them. Legend says that sea clan tribes living on the edge of the ocean occasionally encounter them. The chieftain mused. In other words, those things belong to our original world, don't they? The sea demon agreed. That's right, chieftain. The chieftain wondered, why are they with those 2-legged pigs of this world? The sea demon guessed. They must have been domesticated by the 2-legged pigs, just like how we domesticate them. The Jiang Xiaoyong was standing guard on high ground when he spotted something. He quickly radioed. Hello? Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong? Xiaoyong reported urgently. Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong. Just as you predicted, there's movement. Feng stood up and said, I'll go handle them. Jiang Xiaoyong reached out to stop him. Wait a second. Let's scout the situation first. His eyes glowed as he used his ability to survey the area. Swarms of insects were still filling the sky. A school of predatory fish immediately swarmed below. They reported back, it looks like they've mobilized their entire army. Someone nearby jumped up, asking anxiously, their army? How many are there? Jiang Xiaoyong answered calmly. At least a few thousand, maybe even tens of thousands, the person said worriedly. If it weren't for you, leader Jiang Xiaoyong, with only a few dozen of us, we'd be finished. Jiang Xiaoyong spoke into the radio. Attention all combat personnel, listen closely. I am reporting on the enemy situation. A massive force is closing in. Zhang Shongjie and Tran Sung stood on high ground, looking down as the sea demons charged with immense vengeful intent. The sea demons swept in like a storm. They skewered the scout fish below. The sea demon mocked. Is that all they've got? The remaining fish also charged, zooming right past the sea demons, catching them off guard. The fish swam straight toward the chieftain. The chieftain sneered, swinging his trident, ready to strike. Just like that, the fish were sent flying into the sky. Heu Bin stood on the shore, watching them fly by. She remained silent. Soon after, the sea demons hit the shore. The chieftain roared, that calm one facing danger, she must be the strongest among these upright walking pigs. He lunged toward Heu Bin. She's mine. Watching the chieftain rush to the shore, a sea demon warrior said, wait, that's too reckless. Another sea demon looked back and said confidently, what are you worried about? You can't even imagine how powerful the chieftain is. On the rooftop, Zhang Shongjie and Sung silently monitored the situation. He asked, not making a move yet? The other replied, a sniper rifle can't hit a jet, implying the distance was far in the sea. Demon was moving too fast. Across the way, Jiang Xiaoyong called out to Heu Bin. Heu Bin looked up at him, asking, that guy is targeting me. What do you think? She didn't seem surprised, just calmly replied, a showdown between powerhouses, huh? How boring. Beside her, Fong stepped forward, his arms moving. Daring to make a move on my daughter right in front of me? He's got guts. He raised his hands and began using his ability. Deep under the ocean, another earthquake struck. Dozens of sharp spikes shot up from the sandy floor, surrounding the sea demon chieftain. He looked up, eyes wide with surprise, as those spikes began to tilt downward, and then slammed into his position. The sea demon chieftain jumped away immediately. He glanced at the flesh-like spikes and thought, what is this? Is this also the power of those upright walking pigs? Seeing that he had dodged it, Fong was slightly surprised. He dodged it? And his movements are quite fast too. Hyobin stepped forward and slowly took off her jacket. Dad, save your energy for the others. Let me handle this one. She tossed her shirt aside, eyes cold, and said, "This one is big. Leave him to me." Watching his daughter stretch and warm up, Fong felt a bit worried. "Are you sure you're okay?" Jiang Xiaoyong, observing from above, said, "Don't worry. Hyobin is basically immortal now. Besides, we're here too." She immediately dove into the water. In a flash, she transformed into her mermaid form, radiating killing intent. The sea demon chieftain looked at Hyobin, confused. The rest of them were equally puzzled. "What is that thing? I've never seen it before." Swimming down, the sea demon chieftain immediately thrust his trident at her. Hyobin quickly dodged and swung her claws. He raised his trident to block. The collision of their forces created a ring of bubbles. Seeing Hyobin was that strong, he gritted his teeth, wondering, "What is this? This monster is clearly a sea creature, yet she has strength not inferior to mine. Is she also a species evolved from those upright walking pigs?" While blocking, Hyobin shouted, "You have such power. Why do you still serve those upright walking pigs?" But to her, he only shrieked in some meaningless tongue. Realizing Hyobin didn't speak the sea demon language, he said contemptuously, "No linguistic ability? So that's it, just a wild beast." The sea demon chieftain used his trident to push her back. Hyobin maintained her battle stance. He glared at her and said, "Underwater, I don't allow anything to be stronger than me." Then, they both lunged at each other with powerful energy. The trident of the sea demon chieftain clashed with Hyobin's claws, instantly causing an underwater shockwave. She then whipped her tail, which he blocked with his trident. The battle grew more intense as the water surface was constantly pushed upward. Those on the shore watched the turbulence of the water caused by the fight. Someone muttered, "Trying to interfere? Don't overestimate yourselves. You'd be crushed to death before even reaching them." Transung, watching from his side, shared his thoughts. "I didn't expect the kid to grow so fast." Zhang Shungjie clenched his fist and repeated, "It's been 7 years, my hands are itching for a fight." Under the ocean, a short sea demon called for his comrades to charge. "The chieftain has pinned down the strongest enemy. Charge, keep charging." They immediately plunged into the chaotic battle against the insects and Fong's flesh vines. Meanwhile, a sea demon leaped high out of the water. Transung, sharp-eyed, looked over. As soon as it landed, he grabbed its neck. With one move, he snapped the sea demon's neck. Transung dropped the body from the rooftop and said, "The big ones aren't our turn yet. Let's stomp on a few ants to kill the boredom." Zhang Shengzhe seemed to agree. Yeah. Suddenly, black tentacles appeared from nowhere. They lashed out toward the sea demons the moment they noticed and looked over. Before they could defend, they were pierced by the tentacles and died. The people on the rooftop saw the bodies of many sea demons floating up and cheered. "Finally! That feels good. Let's see who's gutting who now." Underwater, the battle between Hyobin and the sea demon chieftain hadn't ended yet. He began to sweat, thinking, "I didn't expect a wild beast to be this tough. Forget it. I'm not fighting her anymore." He glanced elsewhere, planning to bypass her and wipe out the upright walking pigs directly. Once this beast has no master, it naturally won't be a threat anymore. The chieftain, Chief Hayo, immediately lunged away, while Hyobin still had no idea what was going on. Jiang Xiaoyong stood on the rooftop, looking down at the silhouette rushing toward him. He crossed his arms and watched with a serious face, not retreating at all. Chief Hayo leapt onto the water, its eyes instantly locked onto the group on the shore. The king of the bipedal pigs stood tall, beginning its search. It looked down at some of them, thinking, "Not them." Then, it glanced at Fong, a bit similar, but not him either. Finally, its gaze landed on Jiang Xiaoyong. This time, it was certain. "It's this guy." Chief Hayo immediately lunged toward him, brandishing its trident. It didn't care about pushing the others out of the way, but seeing Jiang Xiaoyong standing perfectly still, it wondered, "Too scared to dodge? Did I scare you, stupid?" Suddenly, something made it stop. Fong's fleshy tendrils were wrapped around it. Chief Hayo looked back. "What is this? A bipedal pig with powers?" It instantly sliced through the flesh with its trident. Seeing its ability broken so easily, Fong was surprised. To think it could slice through the simulated muscle with raw strength, truly, it deserves its title as the strongest among the enemy. Chief Hayo looked back at Jiang Xiaoyong, thinking, "I was wondering why you weren't hiding, so you have a bodyguard." With that thought, it thrust the trident forward. It shouted loudly, "Too bad he can't protect you." Fast as lightning, Jiang Xiaoyong dodged the attack. The chief couldn't believe his eyes. That was my maximum speed. How could a bipedal pig dodge that? Suddenly, thick vines emerged from the front, surrounding Chief Hayo. Jiang Xiaoyong looked over and ordered, "Bind it tight!" Instantly, the vines wrapped around the creature, completely controlling it. Seeing their chief suppressed like that, the other sea demons whispered among themselves, "The chief is being outmatched." A sea demon warrior said, "Look closely. Is that just being outmatched?" It began to panic. "That's being crushed." The chief was screaming, "Let me go, two-legged pig monster. What kind of monster are you?" But instead of releasing it, Jiang Xiaoyong reached out his hand. From his palm, tentacles shot out, causing the creature to panic. "Damn it! Stay away from me!" The tentacles pierced its head, causing its eyes to roll back. Jiang Xiaoyong slowly began, using his ability to read its mind. Inside the consciousness of the sea demon chief, a scene appeared. Beneath the ocean where the sea demons operated, a rift had opened. They could travel through that rift to thrive. By then, the surface of the earth had been engulfed by the vast ocean. The last remnants of humanity had been conquered and captured by the sea demons. Those who were stripped of their lives turned into sea monsters, while the cities remained submerged. The system displayed a notification, task, collecting the 10 disasters in progress. Task content. Learn as much as possible about the types of disasters. Task progress, super-devouring virus, bag adaptation, primary parasite, simulated hybrid, 8, ploid organism, ancestral marine. Reward points, 800. Current total, 1,039. Returning to reality, the sea demon chief collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Xiaoyong retracted his tentacles. On the water, Bin emerged, stepping onto the shore, returning to her human form. She asked, "Leader Jiang Xiaoyong, how is it? Any useful information?" Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "Just as we predicted, these sea demons are truly creatures from another dimension. Moreover, they possess a certain level of intelligence, currently at a tribal civilization stage. They can turn human corpses into water ghouls because a type of symbiotic virus exists in their bodies. This virus and the super-devouring virus that caused the zombie outbreak in the open city can be considered close relatives." Hearing this, she pondered and said, "Does that mean all the disasters we've encountered so far could likely come from the same world?" He replied, "Exactly. Sudden rifts have appeared, connecting that world to ours, leading to the disasters in this world." Jiang Xiaoyong stepped on the sea demon chief. "Thanks to it, I now know the location of one of those rifts." Bin was a bit surprised. "Leader Jiang Xiaoyong, could it be that you want to?" Jiang Xiaoyong replied bluntly, "I want to go to that world and see." She could only repeat, "To that world." He waved his hand and left. "All right, let's clean up this mess first." Jiang Xiaoyong picked up his radio and ordered, "All units, open fire." Immediately, from beneath the ocean, fleshy spikes erupted. All the sea demons in the area were trapped in the encirclement. From the sky, many bugs began to fly in. Reinforcements from the second bug colony had arrived. A fierce battle broke out. With the presence of the bugs, the sea demons began to lose ground. The sea demon who had rallied his kin earlier now looked blank. "The chief has been defeated. No, I have to retreat. If I stay here, I'll be buried with him." Suddenly, another one shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Deserting?" But instead of keeping his fighting spirit, it chose to swim away. These idiots. At this point, can't they see the gap between the two sides? The one from the Sea Warrior tribe said, "He's not wrong. We severely underestimated the strength of these bipedal pigs." The other immediately shouted, "Damn it! Come back! Otherwise, we'll kill you first." Before it could swim away, a bug happened to fly by. The sea demon looked up, but before it could save itself, it was snatched away by the bug. A swarm of sea demons ran in chaos on the seabed. On the water's surface, a few sea demons floated alongside the fallen bugs. And then the sea demon with the short stature was dropped right onto the land by a bug. It lay sprawled in front of the three of them. And Kang pointed at the sea demon, evaluating it. "This one looks a bit different, doesn't it?" Jiang Xiaoyong stared at it. "In a previous raid on a sea demon camp, I encountered this special type. They can communicate with those who betray humanity," he answered knowingly. "I suspect it can understand the languages of both species." He pointed his hand straight at the sea demon. From his palm, 2 tentacles shot into it. The sea demon was struck in the middle of its forehead and only managed to let out a cry. The sea demon slowly slumped to the ground and went still. Jiang Xiaoyong retracted his hand, glanced at it, and said, "The language system is truly bizarre." Everyone prepared to leave. Jiang Xiaoyong raised the dagger in his hand and said to him, "We'll go out and dispose of the corpses." Jiang Xiaoyong remained standing there, adding, "That big guy isn't dead yet. Keep it. It might still be useful." A little while later, deep in a dark cavern, the Seafolk chief lay motionless. Slowly, he opened his eyes. His eyes widened in shock at what he saw. Standing tall and imposing before the cavern entrance, staring right at him, was Lu Dung. The Seafolk chief scrambled to his feet, backing away in a defensive posture. He opened his mouth wide and let out a roar. But Lu Dung, with a calm expression, warned the chief in his own language. "Don't do anything stupid. My patience is wearing thin," the Seafolk chief asked in surprise. "You can speak the language of the Seafolk?" Lu Dung replied. "Your language, while primitive and simple, isn't exactly hard to learn." He pointed his finger at the chief's head and said, "I've planted a parasitic spore inside your brain. If I wanted you dead," Lu Dung continued, "all I'd have to do is think about it." The chief clutched his head in agony, crying out, "Spare me. I am willing to submit." Lu Dung looked at the Seafolk chief and said, "Good. I don't care how you lived before or what your traditions are. From now on, I don't want to see a single human being treated as a slave or an animal by the Seafolk. Do you understand?" He hurriedly replied, "Understood. I will do my best, but not all tribes will listen to me. Even the giant Fin tribe, the strongest of the Seafolk, won't necessarily follow my orders." Lu Dung instructed, "The parasite in your brain will allow you to communicate with the insectoid swarm. They can assist you in bringing other tribes to heal." The Seafolk chief knelt, bowing respectfully, and answered, "Very well, I understand. I guarantee the Seafolk will submit to you from this day forward." A short time later, the Seafolk chief was released back into the sea. On the shore, Wang Dung clenched his fists, asking anxiously, "Are we really just going to let him go like that?" Lu Dung crossed his arms. With a smile, he answered, "The Seafolk tribes are scattered all over these waters. Eliminating them one by one is too much of a hassle. It's better to leave that task to him." The group stood on the shore, watching the Seafolk chief swim further and further away. A man asked nervously, "Aren't you afraid he'll betray us?" Lu Dung reassured him, "Don't worry. I gave him a power that will consume him. If he follows me, he'll be king of the sea. If he opposes me, he'll be dead in an instant. He knows better than to test me." Half a year later, at the same beach, a ship slowly docked. Cocoons were packed into wooden crates and loaded onto the vessel. Wang Dung crossed his arms and asked grumpily, "Are we still providing food for those beasts? Have you forgotten how they hunted us down before?" M replied, "Know when to be satisfied. If it weren't for leader Lu Dung making that guy the king of the sea, we wouldn't have this peace we have now." He suddenly remembered. "That's right. It seems like it's been a long time since leader Lu Dung and the others came to see us. I wonder how the situation is inland." At the Hete town, he looked at the trees and said to Hyo Bin, "It's hard to believe our food supply now far exceeds the population's needs." She agreed. "That's only natural. The consumption of a few settlements, compared to the energy needed for the insect nest and the sea of flesh, is just a drop in the bucket." Nearby, Ho Han Lud said to Li Trin, "Over this period we have taken in quite a few survivors from other settlements. Among them are many experts in various fields." He agreed. "That's right. Thanks to these people joining, the Taifeng steel factory has restored 2 production lines, so our industry is starting to revive." Liu Dung exclaimed, "Excellent." From behind, Chung Tri ran up and reported, "Brother Liu Dung, can we consider the apocalypse won yet?" He turned back and replied, "Victory is still a long way off." Hearing this, he asked, "Is that still not enough?" Liu Dung analyzed. "Next, we will build more high-power radio stations to attract survivors from further away to come under our protection. However, this is a long-term project." Before finishing this task, he looked out at the sea, clenching his hand determinedly. "I must ensure our safety from any potential threats." Chung Tri still couldn't stop wondering, "Is there still a threat to us?" Liu Dung replied, "There is, and we know very little about it." The system notification appeared. New chapter unlocked. Moving against the current. Mission requirement: explore other worlds and find a way to control their invasion. The current progress. Deep beneath the sea, a spot of light appeared. A portal opened. The 6 Earth Seafolk and the water insectoids were already there, alerted by the alarm of something strange entering through the portal. Many Seafolk warriors climbed out. One 6 Earth Seafolk ordered, "Stop, turn around and leave." One of the Seafolk warriors spoke up. "Which tribe do you think you are to order us around?" The 6 Earth Seafolk, hearing this, said, "Talking is useless, just attack." Immediately, the 6 Earth Seafolk rushed in to attack. Seeing the bodies of their comrades falling, the other Seafolk warriors grew enraged. "Bastards! You want to die?" one shouted. "Kill them!" The whole group charged, but they were no match for the 6 Earth tribe. Some were killed by the sea folk, others by the insectoids. They were pushed back into the portal, one by one, their bodies cut into 100 pieces before being cast back through. The 6 Earth tribe, seeing how weak they were, mocked them. You don't know your own limits. This is the advanced weaponry of the 6 Earth tribe. Consider this an eye-opener. From the other side, someone else approached, King of the 6 Earth. Greetings. They were surprised and turned to look. It was Liu Dung and his team, who had become the kings of the 6 Earth tribe. A subordinate sea folk bowed nervously, asking, Great King of the 6 Earth, what brings you here? He pointed down at the portal. He said, I've never been at ease with what's on the other side of that crack. Liu Dung turned to the subordinate and said, You look familiar. The soldier began to sweat even more. He gestured to himself and replied, I am the first sea folk warrior who fought against you. Liu Dung answered, I remember now. Hyung Dao, right? He continued, It's perfect. Just keep doing what you do best. Count yourself in as well. Liu Dung looked down at the portal and said, Follow me into your world.